Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. DxD. Starting as the evil protagonist from the Red Dragon Emperor. 1 EP Chapter 1 System Awakening. Red Dragon Emperor releases his ban. Komio Academy. Grade 2, Class B back row window seat, the king's hometown. During class, Lin Xiu was sleeping on the table. The teacher clearly saw that Lin Xiu was sleeping, but had no intention of waking him up. Being able to sleep in class without being disturbed is Lin Xiu's right as the top student in the grade. Perhaps it was uncomfortable to sleep on the table. Lin Xiu had a rare dream. In the dream, Lin Xiu recalled the magnificent view he saw yesterday after school. As the sun sets, a beautiful girl with crimson hair opens the white window of the old school building. Red, very red. That red, as bright and dazzling as blood, casts a noble crimson gold hue under the golden sunset light. The breeze brushed across the girl's noble and delicate face, lifting her long hair, making her look as beautiful as an oil painting. Rias Senpai is the woman who can be my girlfriend. As a man, you should find a beautiful girlfriend like Rias Senpai. In front of the extremely beautiful girl, Lin Xiu showed a style comparable to that of Shang Yu, the king of Chu, and Liu Bang, the first emperor of Han. Why do we have to choose between? A real man should live like this, and he can replace him. I want them all. Perhaps Lin Xiu's desires were too simple and direct. After sighing, Lin Xiu heard a mechanical sound in his head. Ding! The host's willpower purity has been detected to be up to standard. The system is activated. Congratulations to the host for activating the heterodox protagonist system. As long as the host does things that are worthy of being a heterodox protagonist or completes the heterodox quests issued by the system, they will receive quest rewards. Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses the artifact, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. The Red Dragon Emperor's consciousness has been erased. The system is correcting its weaknesses and unlocking its permissions. Weakness correction. 1 removed dragon weaknesses 2 doubled and automatically saved every 10 seconds. Initially, there's no need to escape to accumulate the doubled times. 3 The souls of all previous Red Dragon Emperors have been crystallized separately. Using Tyrant Dragon will not be affected by the previous Red Dragon Emperors. 4. Unrestricted permissions. Once the artifact's development reaches a certain level, you can use the Forbidden Hand, Tyrant Dragon, and the Red Dragon Emperor's original power without any shackles. Ding! Generating newbie rewards based on the host's situation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Novice reward, a chance to defeat the unharmed Tyrant Dragon. 1 chance to use Tyrannosaurus without taking any damage. As the name suggests, you can ignore any conditions and use Tyrannosaurus without taking any damage. For the Red Dragon Emperor's host, Tyrant Dragon is an absolutely forbidden move. Not only are the activation conditions harsh, requiring a high level of artifact development, but it also has significant side effects. But correspondingly, Tyrannosaurus can unleash terrifying power that is enough to kill gods and destroy Buddhas. The opportunity to use Tyrannosaurus without taking any damage allows the host to calmly deal with almost any dangerous situation. When the system prompt sounded, Lin Xiu's mind was in chaos, and a large number of mixed memories hit his brain. Is that his memory of his past life? Is he a time traveler? System. And this memory is... Lin Xiu was startled awake and suddenly looked up at the podium. Under Lin Xiu's oppressive gaze, the teacher who was giving the lecture suddenly lost his momentum. Lin Xiujun, what's wrong? Am I disturbing you by lecturing too loudly? No, it's nothing. Please continue your lesson. Lin Xiu no longer had any thoughts of sleeping and began to admire the cherry blossoms outside the window. While admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window, Lin Xiu sorted out the information in his mind. I see, I actually came across a DxD World. The dangers and opportunities in this world are both top tier, but thankfully the system gave me a novice bonus, which gave me the capital to protect myself right from the start. In 30 years, this world will be invaded by the X world. By then, even top masters like the Red Dragon God Emperor will be in danger of death. If for no other reason, just to survive the disaster 30 years from now, Lin Xiu needs to keep getting stronger. Taking advantage of the remaining time of the last class, Lin Xiu began to think about what he should do next. Become a follower of Rias or Sona. Sona treats her followers very well, and Rias is even more doting on her followers. However, in the eyes of the higher-level demons in the underworld, followers are either dogs or property. If there is no awakening system, you can do this, but if you have the system and still become someone else's follower, doesn't that mean you were born to be a dog? What? Becoming a dependent gives you early security, and access to the water, and easier ways to pick up girls. Lin Xiu could only say that he already had security measures. As for the proximity to water, if he could only pick up girls near a place with a lot of girls, he might as well go out and be killed by good luck. Of course, even if they are not my relatives or not, I still have to establish a good relationship with these two people. Lin Xiu was quite greedy for Rias and Sona, as well as their beautiful female followers. Ding dong ding dong. Ding 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 dong. The school bell rang. As the ringtone rang, the system prompt sound also rang in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Amano Yuma's confession. Mission level. Green, levels from low to high are green, blue, purple, gold, red, and colorful. Mission description. The fallen angels have powerful artifact detection technology. Even if the host's artifact has not awakened, they can still detect the host. Currently, Amano Yuuma has received the mission to search for the artifact on the host and is gearing up to complete the investigation. Quest requirements. Accept Amano Yuuma's confession in a way different from the original plot. Triggered the system task. But isn't this mission too simple? Just accept the confession and that's it? Isn't this a free gift? Lin Xiu had originally planned to accept Amano Yuuma's confession. Ding, as the master of the evil protagonist system, please try to make choices different from the original plot protagonist, thereby changing the direction of the world. If you simply accept the confession like the original protagonist, your evil index will be very low, and the green level reward may even be downgraded to white. I see. So, this system has a pretty high degree of freedom? Lin Xiu quickly packed her school bag and prepared to leave the classroom. Because, if he guessed correctly, Amano Yuuma should be waiting for him at the school gate. However, before leaving, a beautiful brown-haired girl wearing glasses gave him a playful smile. Hey, Lin Xiu-jun, you look good today. The current Lin Xiu-jun is 1 centimeter taller than the Lin Xiu-jun this morning. The brown-haired beauty is named Kiruika, a famous nympho and data master in the original plot. The protagonist's good brother can tell a girl's cup size at a glance, and she can tell a boy's diameter and length at a glance. Not only has the length increased by 1 centimeter, the diameter has also increased by 0.3 centimeters. Lin Xiu-kun is in superb shape. Kiryu Lanhua lightly covered her red lips and teased Lin Xiu unscrupulously. Normally, Lin Xiu would definitely shake her head helplessly at her. But now, after awakening the memories of his past life in the evil system, Lin Xiu can only tease back directly. I'm in good shape today. What's the matter, Kiryu-san? Do you want to taste it yourself? Want to taste it yourself? Hearing Lin Xiu's unprecedentedly bold answer, Kiryu Lanhua stood there in a daze. Is it okay? Can she taste it? No, that's not right. Why would Lin Xiu-jun give such an unusual answer? Did he take medicine? Couldn't he hold it in anymore? So should she help Lin Xiu-jun solve the problem? No, that's not right. It should be, should she find someone to help Lin Xiu-jun solve it? Lin Xiu was very satisfied with Kiryuika's reaction. Are nymphomaniacs scary? What is this innocent nymphomaniac who has never been in a relationship pretending to be? If Kiryu-san doesn't want to try it yourself, I'll leave now. Having said that, Lin Xiu threw her handbag over her shoulder and left the classroom under Kiryuika's doubtful gaze. Chapter 2. Amano Yuuma's Confession. The sun sets. Lin Xiu threw the bag over his shoulder and walked out of the school gate in a very cool manner. As Lin Xiu expected, he was blocked by a black-haired beautiful girl on the overpass not far from the school gate. With exquisite appearance, pure temperament, beautiful purple eyes, black waist-length hair and a JK uniform, everyone will admit that this is a JK beauty full of youthfulness. Even though Lin Xiu had known that he would meet Amano Yuuma, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the charm displayed by Amano Yuuma at this moment. FK. My little head is controlling my big head for a moment. Is this the bad nature of men? Biting the tip of his tongue, Lin Xiu quickly returned to the situation where the small head controlled the big head, and information about Amano Yuuma emerged in his mind. Yuuma Amano, whose real name is Linari, is a female mid-level fallen angel stationed in Zhou Town on the side of the fallen angels. In the original plot, she accepted orders from the fallen angel superiors to approach the original male protagonist Issei Hyodo to observe whether there was any special existence on his body. So, she changed her name to Amano Yuuma and confessed her love to the original male protagonist. How could a virgin who had never been in love resist the charm of Amano Yuuma? In this way, Amano Yuuma easily became his girlfriend, and while having a joking date with the original male protagonist, she was gathering intelligence. Finally, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Hyodo Issei, she lost her playful nature and killed Hyodo Issei in the sunset. Lin Xiu knew that what Amano Yuuma was going to do to him was most likely the same as in the original plot. And he had already made his choice. Please, may I ask, are you Lin Xiu from Zhawang Academy? Amano Yuuma raised her head, her watery purple eyes were particularly charming. Well, I'm Lin Xiu, who are you? My name is Amano Yuuma, and I'm a student at Zhawang City XX Middle School. I see Lin Xiu often passing by here alone, so I want to ask her a question. Lin Xiu. Are you dating someone now? Dating someone? I don't have one, Amano-san. Why are you asking? Lin Xiu showed the usual surprise of a boy when someone confessed their love to him. Not seeing anyone? That's great. Amano Yuuma clasped her hands together in front of her chest, perfectly showing the look of a girl in love. I've liked Lin Xiu for a long time. Excuse me, Lin Xiu. Can you date me? Amano Yuma's plump red lips were slightly opened, and her moving purple eyes were full of nervousness and anticipation, coupled with the beautiful sunset above the overpass. Not to mention ordinary men, even if Lin Xiu was prepared, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the charm displayed by Amano Yuuma at this time. Yes, I like Amano-san too. Please be sure to date me, Amano-san. Lin Xiu replied as planned. Really? That's great. From now on, we'll be lovers. Amano Yuuma smiled shyly and fixed her hair in a slightly unnatural manner. This unnatural shyness was undoubtedly part of her acting. No, Amano-san, I think we are still one important step away from becoming lovers. As she said that, Lin Xiu took the initiative to hold Amano Yuma's hand. But, didn't Lin Xiu already accept my confession? What's left? Amanoyuma gave a stiff smile, trying her best to suppress the urge to throw Lin Xiu's hand away. You lowly human. Don't touch her noble body so casually. B********. Just one more step. As he spoke, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force with both hands and pulled Amanoyuma into his arms. Huh? Before she could say anything, Amanoyuma's red lips were sealed by Lin Xiu. Speak? Amanoyuma actually wanted to speak. The key point is that as soon as she opened her mouth, the B******** climbed up the pole, directly pushed open her teeth, and continued to go deeper. Amanoyuma. Amanoyuma confessed to him on the overpass outside Joe Academy, which is very close to Joe Academy. At such a close distance, Amanoyuma would never dare to reveal her identity as a fallen angel. It was because he had figured this out that Lin Xiu dared to take the girl's first kiss openly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Amanoyuma's confession. Quest requirements. Accept Amanoyuma's confession in a way different from the original plot. Task level. Green. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline, green. Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline. The Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline passed down from the first generation of Leviathan. After possessing the Leviathan Bloodline, the affinity for water energy will be greatly enhanced, and at the same time, control over the ocean will be gained. The green quality Leviathan Bloodline is slightly weaker in strength than the ordinary pure-blooded demons of the underworld, but because it is a bloodline rewarded by the system, its purity even surpasses that of ordinary superior Leviathans. Note. The bloodline rewarded by the system will remove all weaknesses of the original bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline. With the bloodline bonus, the host's strength has been upgraded to a mid-level lower demon. A mid-level lower level demon. Not bad, huh? Lin Xiu was in a pretty good mood after surpassing the power limit of ordinary people in one breath and becoming a so-called mythical creature. Although a low-level demon doesn't sound that impressive, he is the Red Dragon Emperor. As long as he can use the artifact well, even at the low-level demon stage, he can unleash the strength of a high-level demon. On the other side, it's Amano Yuma's side. Originally, she had gradually immersed herself in the deep kiss with Lin Xiu, and her consciousness was gradually becoming blurred. But, as they kissed, she felt the magic of Leviathan lingering around Lin Xiu. What's going on? With the sudden sense of crisis in her mind, Amanoyuma barely managed to escape from the situation where she was confused and dazed by the kiss. I heard that many people awaken their powers when they become overly emotional. So, Lin Xiu was so excited when she kissed me that she suddenly woke up. To awaken his powers by kissing a girl, this man is truly a freak. Wait. From this perspective, Lin Xiu really does like me, otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited that he awakened directly. No, I can't let him kiss me anymore, my brain is almost unable to think. Female fallen angels can be roughly divided into two types. The first type of female fallen angel fell from heaven because of carnal desires, and after falling from heaven they also pursued carnal desires, often seducing men of other races. The second type of female fallen angels fell from heaven for various other reasons. After falling from heaven, except for their bad and paranoid personalities, they still maintained the same innocence as when they were angels. Yeah, that kind of clear stupid feeling. Obviously, Amanoyuma, who felt powerless after being kissed, belongs to the second type. Using all her strength, Amanoyuma finally pushed away Lin Xiu who was kissing her to her heart's content. Looking at the lost Lin Xiu, Amanoyuma was angry and helpless. The strangest thing was that she actually felt a little happy in her heart. Because through this incident, she could confirm that Lin Xiu liked her very much, otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened his power while kissing her. Of course, although she was happy, Amanoyuma had not yet accepted the fact that she had lost her first kiss. Lin Xiu-jun. See you on the rooftop after school tomorrow. After pushing Lin Xiu away, Amanoyuma covered her face and left the overpass without looking back. Lin Xiu was savoring what had just happened and looked up in the direction where Amanoyuma had left. Amano-san, you just confessed to me, but I haven't responded yet. Actually, I like you too. Amanoyuma obviously heard Lin Xiu's reply, because her plump and white thighs crossed faster. Seeing Amanoyuma's panicked look as she almost fell, Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 3 Rias and Sona's attention on the other side, Juwon College. Rias was rushing to the student council room. Just now, an extremely pure-blooded demonic magic power erupted outside Juwon Academy. After dual verification by her and her queen, Akano Himejima, they have determined the nature and source of this magic power. At this moment, she was about to inform this matter to another pure-blooded demon who managed Juwon Town with her. Bang! Unceremoniously opening the mahogany door, Rias strode towards Sona's seat. Sona, do you feel it? That breath coming from outside Ko Academy, Rias said as she walked. Yes, Rias, I sensed that presence as well. I had already gathered information on that classmate before you arrived. Sitting on the student council president's chair, a cool and beautiful girl wearing glasses calmly adjusted her glasses. Rias was stunned. Sona was worthy of being Sona. She thought much more carefully than her. Sona, have you investigated the information? How is it? Is there anything unusual about that classmate? Rias asked again. In front of Rias, Sona read out the information that she had just retrieved from the student council's database. That person's name is Lin Xiu. He attends the same Juwang college as us. His grades are quite good, almost matching my record from the lower grades. As for the all-important question of his background, the information shows that his parents died young, and his name is quite innocent. He has absolutely no connection to the old demon lord Leviathan faction. In other words, he's most likely a half-blood demon whose bloodline suddenly reverted to its ancestral lineage. His ancestors might have had some connection with the Leviathan lineage. The data is right here, and Sona can only make reasonable predictions based on the data. As that's so, then it seems that his bloodline awakening was just a coincidence, and not some conspiracy of the old Demon King faction. Rias breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. It's normal for Rias and Sona to be so nervous, because she and Sona are both sisters of the current Demon King, and are naturally hostile to the old Demon King who was ousted by the current Demon King. Now, Lin Xiu's identity has been confirmed. He is not a spy of the old Demon King. He is just a half-blood demon who accidentally awakened his demon bloodline. After reaching this conclusion, the one who felt the most relaxed was actually Sona. Because her sister took the position of Demon King from the previous Demon King Leviathan. If the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction has any conspiracy, there is a 99% chance that it is targeting her. However, Sona's relief only lasted a few hours. A few hours later, looking at the reply from the underworld, Sona was stunned. Tomorrow, the higher-ups in the underworld will conduct a blood test on Lin Xiu. Please ask the 2 pure-blooded demons stationed in Juwang Town to bring him to the student council room at the appointed time. After the bloodline test is completed, if it is confirmed that the person possesses Leviathan bloodline, and the bloodline purity exceeds 50%, the underworld will facilitate their marriage with the current Demon King Leviathan's sister, Kang Na Sidi. Seeing the blank engagement that came along with the news, Kang Na felt terrible. Sona. WTF. She had just managed to get rid of her last fiancé, and the upper echelons of the underworld had already sent her a new one. And the most infuriating thing is that she was the one who reported the new fiancé. No, we have to find a way. Kang Na supported himself on the table with his hands, his white and tender thighs crossed, and he gradually fell into a state of contemplation. The other side. Lin Xiu also felt that he was being spied on. I was indeed a little too excited just now, and I didn't control the Leviathan bloodline that had just awakened. Normally, awakening bloodline would not have such a big fluctuation. Amano Yuuma was right about one thing. Although Lin Xiu didn't make her blood boil when he kissed her, she was indeed quite excited. If I'm not mistaken, the eyes that are spying on me now are from Rias and Sona's followers. Lin Xiu walked, feeling the prying eyes around him. It wasn't until we were 1 kilometer away from the school that these prying eyes completely disappeared. It seems that Rias and Sona have completed their initial testing of me. That's right. Even I think I'm suspicious, let alone Rias and Sona. Rias and Sona will most likely report my identity, and the 4 current Demon Kings will probably do something about my being a pure-blooded Leviathan. In any case, we should be able to get concrete results tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xiu's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp and fiery gaze. Look up. Under the street light, a white-haired man in strange clothes was giving him a strange smile. The white-haired man was dressed as a priest, and his smile was very ruffian, making people want to punch him in the face. Hello, my name is Fried, and I'm a priest who's out for a pleasant hunt in this Juwang town. Although he was introducing himself, a sinister smile appeared on Fried's face. As Fried introduced himself, Lin Xiu heard the system's notification tone in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, First Blood. Task level. Green. Task description. The white-haired priest is a man of strong professional ethics. After realizing that something is wrong with his boss, he decisively chooses to take action against the target. It's a pity that no matter how clever a cannon fodder character is, he is still just cannon fodder. Quest requirements. Kill the white-haired priest Fried. Are you acting on your own because you think it might satisfy your boss? Fried, you really are free. Lin Xiu frowned and secretly brewed the Leviathan magic that had just awakened. No, young man, please don't misunderstand me. I, Fried, am not the kind of person who likes to please his superiors. Fried waved his hands hurriedly. The reason I attacked you wasn't just because I thought you were suspicious, but also because I wanted to see if the always proud fallen angel Linali would show any sadness after witnessing your death. Fried keenly observed that something was not right with Linali. It's really abnormal that he still wants to continue dating Lin Xiu next time. It's so delightful that the always proud fallen angel is so shaken by the opposite S**X, ha ha ha. Bang. Halfway through laughing, Fried suddenly attacked, raised his hand to the light gun at his waist, and instantly fired a hip shot. However, Lin Xiu was well prepared for this boost. The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet instantly appeared. The light bullet from the light gun hit the solid red gold-caged hand, turned into a light spot and dissipated, without causing any effective damage to Lin Xiu. Pretending to laugh but actually preparing for a sneak attack. Fried, aren't you being too low? Lin Xiu replied coldly. He was on full alert the moment he saw Fried. How could he be easily ambushed by Fried? I didn't expect you to have such good combat awareness? That's fine. Hunting would be pointless if the prey didn't struggle. Fried stuck out his tongue and licked his face wildly for a week, then raised the priest's standard equipment, the lightsaber, and launched an attack on Lin Xiu. Chapter 4. First Blood, Wanting to Heal. Swoosh. Faced with Fried's amazing speed, Lin Xiu could only rely on his innate fighting instinct to barely cope. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, the Red Dragon Emperor's amplification was very violent. With his strength doubled to the peak of the lower-level demon, Lin Xiu was able to defend against Fried's slash even though he had no combat experience. The lightsaber containing divine power was firmly grasped by Lin Xiu's caged hands. Fried was shocked to find that the strength of this young man who had just awakened the power of the devil was even greater than his own. Boost. While wrestling with Fried, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet flashed a green light again, and Lin Xiu's strength was doubled. After realizing this, Fried decisively gave up his lightsaber and tried to retreat with his lightsaber in hand. At the moment when Fried leapt backwards, Lin Xiu grabbed Fried's lightsaber. Transfer. Security's gift. Swoosh. Under the effect of gift from the Red Dragon Emperor, the lightsaber in Lin Xiu's hand instantly extended several times. No, it's not just the length. The concentration and sharpness of the lightsaber's holy power have also been strengthened several times. The enhanced lightsaber smoothly cut through the center line of Fried's body, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Varied. Before he could finish his words, Fried's body, which was cut in half vertically, could no longer support itself and collapsed to the ground, leaving only 2 pieces of twitching flesh. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, First Blood. Quest requirements. Kill the white-haired priest Fried. Task level. Green. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, True Water Breathing, Green. True Water Breathing. A breathing method specially modified in the high magic world. Normal breathing involves breathing air, altering the distribution of oxygen molecules to strengthen muscles and physique. This modified breathing method breathes in the spiritual energy of nature, awakening the essence of the bloodline to enhance the attributes and power of skills. The basic moves are the same as the original water breathing. If the user's skills are quite advanced, they can also research many moves on their own. Note: when the user's own attribute is water, the power of true water breathing will be greatly enhanced. Water breathing? It seems to suit my Leviathan bloodline. Bye. Fried. After the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was strengthened a few more times, Lin Xiu used magic bullets to completely destroy Fried's body. The next day, Lin Xiu got up early. As soon as he got up, Lin Xiu couldn't wait to summon the magic weapon. The Security's gauntlet. Boost. In response to Lin Xiu's call, a red and gold gauntlet instantly appeared, and the entire room was illuminated by the green light representing the Red Dragon Emperor. The reason why Lin Xiu summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand, besides wanting to make sure that he wasn't dreaming yesterday, was most importantly, to do morning exercises. He knew very well that having the system and the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet did not mean everything would be fine. Even if there is a chance to kill Tyrant Dragon without any harm, there are still too many strong people in this world who can kill him. Moreover, there is only one chance to defeat Tyrannosaurus Rex without any damage, and you never know when it will be used up. In the early part of the story, he had no time to rest until his strength reached the level of Demon King. In fact, last night, Lin Xiu went to bed early because he had been training his magic too much. Before he got the right training method, he could only adopt the most basic training methods of using magic hard, and exploring the simplest attack and defense methods of magic. In this way, from 6 in the morning to 8:30, Lin Xiu has been practicing magic and artifacts. 2.5 hours later, Lin Xiu was exhausted. Looking at the magic power growing in his body, Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of a pure demon bloodline, I've only trained it a little, and I've already achieved quite remarkable results. Of course, the main reason I can achieve such a rapid improvement is because I am currently relatively weak. The weaker your strength is, the stronger your bloodline is, and the faster your strength will increase. If my bloodline level had always been green, I would definitely not be able to increase at this speed in the later stages. Lin Xiu was not going to get carried away just because he had advanced to a higher level. He knew very well that in this world where everyone was cheating, there were still too many dangers waiting for him. I can't take it anymore. Just thinking about fighting the evil god of the X-world in 30 years makes me sick. Lin Xiu felt exhausted when he thought about the pressure from the X-world above him, which could easily kill the Red Dragon God Emperor by sending out his followers. Just as he sighed like this, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil event, wanting to be cured. Quest level. Blue right pointing arrow color. Mission description. While knowing a lot of intelligence from the start is certainly beneficial, it also places a great deal of pressure on the host. When faced with immense pressure, it's essential to not relieve it. Men will feel greatly healed when they rest their heads on the thighs of a beautiful girl. As everyone knows, the Gremory family is a well-known, loving family in the underworld. If the host could rest his head on the thighs of a beautiful girl from the Gremory family, he would definitely find great comfort. Quest requirements. Obtain the knee pillows of 3 Gremory family members. Note: each knee pillow you receive will give you one chance to win a prize. When performing knee pillow, the higher the host's healing degree and satisfaction, the higher the reward level obtained. Looking at the newly released tasks of the system, Lin Xiu held down his arm, which was twitching slightly due to the exercise of decisiveness. As expected of a system that's known as the evil protagonist, the missions it issues are simply unorthodox. But Knee pillow, Rias's thighs are truly exquisite. I really want to rest my head on them. If I smash my head hard into Rias's thigh, it will definitely cause a wave of flesh, right? Besides Rias, Venelana and the first Cremery's knee pillows should also feel very good. Knee pillows are designed to rest on the thighs, and this should be quite consistent with the girls in the DxD world. Ah, they actually issued such a perverted task. This evil system is really too evil. Having said that, the task issued by the system really aroused Lin Xiu's desire to have a lap pillow. Men are always self-reliant, but in addition to being self-reliant, men also need the comfort of women. Chapter 5. Data I, New System Reward Model, Update 1. After dinner, Lin Xiu practiced his magic and the use of magic tools intensively, then washed up and prepared to go to school. Anyway, let's aim for someone's lap pillow first. We're already in the DxD world, how can we not pick up girls? If picking up girls didn't also require strength, Lin Xiu would definitely prefer picking up girls rather than practicing. It's a pity that this is the DxD world, not an ordinary H***I world. Otherwise, Lin Xiu would definitely regard picking up girls as the main task. On the way to school, Lin Xiu practiced the concentration and use of magic power while walking. Halfway through the walk, a familiar girl's voice came from behind Lin Xiu. Hey, Lin Xiujun. Turning around, Lin Xiu saw a girl he was very familiar with, Kiruika. In fact, Kiruika is still very beautiful, with a delicate face, a good figure, plump and white thighs, and slender and beautiful calves. With pink framed glasses and brown twin ponytails, she is a charming high school girl no matter how you look at her. It's a pity. She has a mouth. Hiss. As soon as Lin Xiu turned around, Kiruika took a breath of cold air, and her beautiful green eyes narrowed instantly. There is something different about today's Lin Xiu and yesterday's Lin Xiu. Dragon pattern. This irregular undulation on the surface can only be a dragon pattern. Lin Xiujun, how can your blood vessels be so strong? Could it be? Did you take some vasodilator medication? Taking that kind of medicine so early in the morning is way too unhealthy. Dragon pattern. It took Lin Xiu several seconds to understand what the dragon pattern that Kiryu Lanhua mentioned meant. Being able to say such words openly, Kiruika is indeed a nympho among nymphos. Why are there dragon patterns? Of course it's because he awakened the Leviathan power, belonging to the Dragon Snake clan. But can such a thing be said in public? That would be too much of a lack of confidentiality. For this nympho who casually exposes other people's privacy, Lin Xiu chooses to punish her in person. Swoosh, Lin Xiu confiscated Kiruika's tool for committing the crime, glasses, with a slight wave of his hand. This is the kind of thing Lin Xiu wanted to do when she was watching anime. He wanted to see if Kiruika could still activate her abilities and spy on other people's privacy after losing her glasses. Huh? After her glasses were taken away, Kiruika was stunned for a few seconds. After a few seconds, Kiruika curled the corners of her mouth slightly and regained her previous composure. Lin Xiujun, only elementary school boys would bully girls to get their attention. However, considering that Lin Xiujun has never been in a relationship before, I can understand Lin Xiujun's somewhat rough approach. Lin Xiujun, why are you silent? Could it be that Lin Xiujun is shocked by my appearance without glasses? Yada, Lin Xiu-kun is really cute. Kiryu Lanhua was right. Lin Xiu was indeed stunned. However, he was not stunned because of Kiruika. Although Kiruika is quite beautiful when she doesn't wear glasses, it's not to the point of making Lin Xiu stunned. The main reason why Lin Xiu was stunned was because, after taking away Kiryu Lanhua's glasses, he heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, taking Kiruika's glasses. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Data I, green. Data eyes, green, eyes that can digitize everything in the world. The stronger your own strength, the more you can see. System reward. I don't think I've ever triggered a system task on Kiruika. According to the system, in addition to the tasks issued by the system, I will also receive system rewards for achieving the goals of my previous life. It's better to do than to say. For something like this, we just need to experiment a little more. Soon, Lin Xiu made a decision. Kiryu-san, since you dare to say such words in front of me, I believe that you should have made the corresponding preparations a long time ago, right? As he spoke, Lin Xiu took the initiative to pull Kiryu Lanhua's beautiful hand and walked towards a secluded bush. Enlightenment? What enlightenment? Kiruika was a little confused. What kind of awareness did Lin Xiu want her to show? Of course. You can provoke me at will. As he spoke, Lin Xiu exerted a little force with both hands, grasped the ponytail with one hand, and pressed Kiruika down from the top of her head with the other hand. Kiruika, in shock, Kiruika heard the sound of metal buckles on her belt colliding. Lin Xiujun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Before he could finish his words, Kiruika's emerald-like eyes instantly widened due to the sudden sense of foreign body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, blocking Kiruika's mouth that casually exposes other people's privacy. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Succubus Bloodline, green. Succubus Bloodline, green, not a high-level succubus bloodline, but it can significantly increase attraction to the opposite S***X. If the opposite S***X already has a favorable impression of the bloodline holder, this will greatly accelerate the increase in favorability. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Even if there are no system tasks, I can still get system rewards by completing the goals of my previous life. After getting the experimental results, Lin Xiu closed his eyes with satisfaction and gently stroked Kiruika's head as if to comfort a baby. After coming to her senses, Kiruika wanted to bite it hard, but she found that she couldn't do it at all. Not only could she not eat, but as her throat bulged from time to time, she found that her body was gradually becoming strange. So, the reason why she kept provoking Lin Xiujun was because she wanted to be treated so roughly by Lin Xiujun. After realizing this, Kiruika barely straightened her body, and gradually began to exert force regularly with her mouth and throat. Lin Xiu. Hiss. An unprecedented strong pressure came. Lin Xiu took a breath of cold air and comfortably combed Kiruika's soft long hair. Chapter 6 Awakening of Kiruika. As the vomiting nerves continued to be stimulated, Kiruika's emerald-like eyes reflected a hint of curiosity and confusion. Although she had no practical experience, Kiruika managed to obtain a very high score thanks to her rich theoretical knowledge. As the brown-haired girl's eyes rolled back completely, the boy touched the side of her face contentedly. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu buttoned up her clothes again with satisfaction, and Kiruika licked her red lips with satisfaction. Although Lin Xiu was very rough, she was the type who would be happier the rougher the other person was, so overall, Kiruika was still very happy. Mr. Lin Xiu, I didn't expect you to be the kind of pervert who would force a girl to do this. However, I am very happy to meet such a perverted Lin Xiu, Kiruika blinked playfully. Looking at Kiruika, Lin Xiu's mind emerged the scene of her physical and mental pleasure due to the rough treatment just now. Kiryu-san, could you be M? Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. Yada, Lin Xiujun, how can you ask such a perverted question to a girl? Kiruika curled the corners of her mouth in pleasure. Okay, you don't have to say anything. I know that you are not only AM, but also a pervert. Yes, just treat me as a pervert. Lin Xiu-kun is no less perverted than me, Kiruika spread her hands. For two perverts like us, the only way is to hug each other for warmth. That's right. Having said that, Kiryu Lanhua leaned close to Lin Xiu's ear and whispered. In the future, if Lin Xiujun really can't help it, you can still come to me. If it's once a day, I still have time to help Lin Xiujun release it. As she spoke, Kiruika licked her plump red lips provocatively. Faced with Kiryu Lanhua's blatant provocation, Lin Xiu certainly couldn't sit idly by. Once a day. Kiryu-san only said that after the fact. In other words, today's one shouldn't have happened yet, right? Lin Xiujun, you wouldn't? After realizing what Lin Xiu meant, Kiryu Lanhua swallowed hard. Damn it, she likes this perverted Lin Xiujun more and more, what should she do? Another 20 minutes passed. This time, Kiruika really lost consciousness. Because Lin Xiu had already realized that Kiryu Lanhua was a pervert, so this time, he did not hold back. When Kiruika regained consciousness, she was surprised to find that she was being carried on Lin Xiu's back and rushed to school. Watching the scene around her rapidly receding, Kiruika pressed her face against Lin Xiu's trapezius muscle, breathing in the scent that belonged to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun's shoulders are quite broad. Not only the shoulders, but Lin Xiujun's scent is also amazing. No, my body is too hot, especially my thighs, which are held up by Lin Xiujun's hands. They're almost burning. Come to think of it, even though Lin Xiujun was carrying me on his back, his steps were so steady, and his breathing didn't seem to be disturbed. Since Lin Xiujun has such a strong physique, he must be very capable in that area, right? When she thought of this, Kiryu Lanhua felt a surge of heat in her body. Tirith, are you awake? Your glasses are in my shirt pocket on my chest. My hands are inconvenient, so you can get them yourself, Lin Xiu reminded. Lin Xiujun's hands are not convenient. Kiryu Lanhua smiled slyly and put her hand down along Lin Xiu's chest muscles. After feeling Lin Xiu's chest muscles, she took out her glasses from her pocket. After putting on the glasses again, Kiruika was surprised to find that there seemed to be something extra on Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiujun, why'd I see a red dragon shadow behind you? Red dragon phantom? What kind of red dragon phantom is it? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's a giant Western-style dragon with huge red wings. Oh, right, its glasses are green, and there's endless flames coming out of its back. Kiryu Lanhua's description is exactly the same as the Securute's. In other words, she saw the Securute's dragon soul in me. In the following period of time, Lin Xiu demonstrated the Leviathan magic in front of Kiruika again, confirming the fact that Kiruika had awakened special abilities. With Lin Xiu's explanation, Kiryu Lanhua gained a completely new understanding of the world they lived in. So, the soul of a red dragon resides in Lin Xiujun? No wonder Lin Xiujun's desire is so strong. Dragons are inherently lustful. Kiryu Lanhua lightly covered her red lips, becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xiu. Tongyu-san, my strong desire is innate and has nothing to do with whether there is a dragon soul in my body, Lin Xiu explained seriously. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Kiryu Lanhua couldn't help laughing. Okay, I know Lin Xiujun's desire is innate. No need to emphasize it to me so many times. Hey, Mr. Lin Xiu, you just said that the demon blood you awakened belongs to the noble blood among demons, right? I heard that nobles are very extravagant. You just said that nobles of the demon clan can form their own harem. Mr. Lin Xiu, Will you become the kind of man who plays a lot in the future? Will you have many women around you in the future? When asking Lin Xiu this question, Kiruika's pretty face was full of anticipation. Lin Xiu was surprised to find that his level of perversion was even lower than that of Kiruika. Kiryu-san, why'd I feel like you're really looking forward to me having some fun? Ah, are we exposed? Kiruika smiled cunningly. Even though Lin Xiu-jun did that to me, don't worry, I won't consider myself Lin Xiu-jun's girlfriend. So, Lin Xiu-kun can go out and have fun without worry. In this regard, Kiruika is very self-aware. She knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Xiu-jun, who had awakened the pure-blooded demon bloodline, to be tied to her side. So, after giving up the idea of a one-on-one pure love with Lin Xiu, Kiruika came up with another brilliant idea. If she didn't date Lin Xiu and only had an affair with him, would it be considered cheating on all of Lin Xiu's girlfriends? When she thought of this, Kiruika felt a sense of comfort and trembling from the depths of her soul. After realizing that this world was different from what she had previously known, Kiruika's already perverted cognition was sublimated. She decided to face her new life in a way that would make her most physically and mentally happy. So, at noon, when Tachung Kitten came to find Lin Xiu, Kiryu Lanhua stood up excitedly. Sure enough, her choice was right. Lin Xiu-jun is the type that can attract girls. When she thought about her grand blueprint about to unfold, Kiruika's body began to surge with heat, and her pure white panties gradually became wet. Chapter 7 Bloodline Test, The True Pure-Blooded Leviathan, Part 3. In full view of everyone, a super cute white-haired loli walked in from the door and went straight to Lin Xiu's desk. She is the mascot of Juwang College, Tachung Kitten. Senior Lin Xiu, Director Rias and President Sona want to see you. Could you please come with me? Tachung Kitten said straight to the point. Rias and Sona are looking for me. Now? Well, right now. Okay, I understand. Please lead the way, Kitty. Lin Xiu stood up and followed Kitty out of the classroom. Before leaving, Lin Xiu even took a look at the crazy Kiryu Lanhua. As expected, Kiryu Lanhua's perversion was even higher than his. Walking on the way to the student council room, Kaneko asked with some concern. Senior Lin Xiu, why is the girl sitting behind you so excited to see me? The girl sitting behind me? Maybe it's because she likes cute girls like Kaneko-chan? Lin Xiu found a reason for Kiruika. But I smell a very special scent on her. It's a scent that can only be released by female animals when they enter a certain special state. Tachung Kitten's words completely ended the game. Oh, this? Maybe because she's a pervert? Lin Xiu could only smile awkwardly. Well, she is indeed a pervert. Kitty nodded in agreement. By the way, Senior Lin Xiu, you also have a very special aura. Special aura? What aura? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. It's a scent I really like, a bit like dessert. The kitten thought for a moment and replied. Dessert? Lin Xiu suddenly remembered something. Could it be because of the succubus bloodline? Kitty likes desserts, so to Kitty, the succubus bloodline exudes the scent of desserts. With such doubts, the two came to the luxuriously decorated door of the student union room. We're here, Senior Lin Xiu, please come in. The moment Lin Xiu entered the student union room, he was immediately attracted by two extremely beautiful girls. Rias crossed her fair and plump thighs and drank her black tea with a contented look on her face. Sona sat next to Rias, her healthy white thighs tightly closed, and she was also enjoying the green tea in front of her. The two beautiful girls each have their own charm, but they have one thing in common, that is, they both naturally exude an inviolable aristocratic aura like a flower from a high mountain. Noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, Rias lowered her crossed legs and motioned for Lin Xiu to sit opposite them with a smile. Mr. Lin Xiu, please take a seat. I wonder if you know why Kang Na and I called you here this time. Actually, in the next few minutes, Rias gave Lin Xiu a brief introduction to her and Sona's identities and the purpose of their inviting Lin Xiu over. Leviathan bloodline, so that's how it is. My special powers actually come from the mythical demon Leviathan. Lin Xiu touched his chin seriously, looking thoughtful. Yes, that's right. It's almost certain that you, Lin Xiu-jun, are a descendant of Leviathan. Sangna and I invited you here mainly to confirm the concentration of your bloodline so that the underworld can make the next arrangements. If the purity of Lin Xiu-jun's bloodline exceeds 50%, the underworld will even directly give Lin Xiu-jun a demon chess piece. Devil's chess piece? That's really worth looking forward to. Lin Xiu glanced at Kang Na. According to his observation, when Sona heard the words, blood purity exceeds 50%, his reaction was a little strange. After advancing to the next step, Rias took out a crystal ball from the magic circle on the table. Next, please place your hand on this crystal ball and activate your magic power. This is a crystal specially used in the underworld to test bloodlines. It can accurately determine the purity of Lin Xiu-jun's bloodline. Okay, I understand. Following Rias's instructions, Lin Xiu placed her hand on the crystal ball. As the words, test begins, please release your magic power, appeared on the crystal ball, Lin Xiu quickly began to mobilize the Leviathan magic power in his body. After sensing Lin Xiu's bloodline, the crystal ball gradually became stained. Soon, the entire crystal was filled with blue-purple Leviathan magic. Drip, the test subject's bloodline is Leviathan. The blood purity of the test subject is 95%. Since the current bloodline has exceeded the 90% purity standard for pure-blooded demons, a report has been automatically sent to the underworld. According to the settings of the Demon Lord Kiruika, whenever a pure-blooded demon that has not been included is discovered, the crystal ball will automatically send a report to the underworld. Huh? Bloodline purity 95%? How is that possible? After hearing Lin Xiu's test results, the usually calm Kang Na became uneasy and stood up. Not only Sona, but even Rias was confused. Yes, the purity of this bloodline has surpassed that of ordinary pure-blooded Leviathans, and is comparable to that of second-generation Leviathans. Even if Lin Xiu's ancestors had connections with the Leviathan clan, it would be impossible for him to awaken Leviathan bloodline of such purity, right? How about we test it again? Apparently, Rias was also skeptical about the test results. In the end, the two of them unanimously decided to test it again. However, half a minute later, looking at the test results that were identical to the previous ones, the two fell silent. Finally, it was Rias who spoke first. Anyway, let's give the devil chess piece to Lin Xiu first. As soon as Rias finished speaking, a new magic circle flickered on the table. That's the radiance of the projection array. Someone is teleporting themselves here through the projection array. A few seconds later, a stunning mature woman with silver-gray hair was projected in front of Lin Xiu and others. The one coming is Grayfia. After receiving the report from the crystal ball, Grayfia immediately activated the projection technique that had been prepared long ago. Mr. Lin Xiu, this is Grayfia, the head of the Lucifergus family. She is currently assisting my brother in handling various affairs in the underworld. Rias introduced. Well, Master Lin Xiu, you can just call me Grayfia. Grayfia bowed respectfully. Lin Xiu had anticipated Grayfia's arrival. Rias and Sona's identities did not allow them to decide on such a major event as the pure blood Leviathans return to the underworld. Chapter 8. Revel's Shyness. Update 1. Miss Grayfia, you are here because you have something to announce, right? Lin Xiu asked. Master Lin Xiu is right. I am here to read out the four demon lords' assessment of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan. Lord Kiruika judges that although your Leviathan bloodline may be a mutation, if we only look at the purity of your bloodline, you are undoubtedly a pure-blooded Leviathan of noble status. From now on, the underworld will treat you as a pure-blooded Leviathan, and you will enjoy all the rights that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have. Lord Lin Xiu Leviathan, on behalf of the four demon kings, I welcome you back to the demon clan. There was one more thing Grayfia didn't tell Lin Xiu. To enjoy the rights that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have, one must also bear the obligations that a pure-blooded Leviathan should have. Master Lin Xiu, this is your devil chess piece. Grayfia waved her hand slightly, and a set of exquisitely crafted blood-red chess pieces appeared on the table. Lin Xiu knew that the four demon kings would definitely use his pure blood Leviathan bloodline to do something. However, he had no reason to refuse such a good thing as a demon chess piece. After reaching out his hand and officially engraving his blood on the chessboard, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, obtaining his own demon chess piece, blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a set of true devil chess pieces, blue. True demon chess piece. An advanced version of the demon chess piece, with a very strong reincarnation effect. Even races that are incompatible with the demonic attributes, such as angels, can still be reincarnated into demons. After reincarnation, they can still use the holy power that only divine creatures can use. After reincarnation, the reincarnated object's own abilities will be enhanced to a certain extent, and the host can share some of the reincarnated object's abilities. Note. Any demon chess piece that has signed a contract with the host will automatically advance to a true demon chess piece after coming into contact with a real demon chess piece awarded by the system. Sure enough, obtaining the devil chess piece was one of the things I wanted to do before crossing over. Seeing Lin Xiu accept the demon chess piece, Grayfia nodded with satisfaction. Master Lin Xiu, ordinary high-ranking demons who want to obtain demon chess pieces must pass written and practical tests. Your qualification as a king is a special case. After all, you are the only pure-blooded Leviathan in the underworld. However, even though special measures are taken, the Demon King still wishes to test your strength. This is your test subject, Lady Revel Phoenix. Boom. As soon as Grayfia finished speaking, the empty space in the student union room began to flicker with the light of a teleportation array. In the center of the teleportation circle, a blonde girl in a pink dress gradually appeared. Here comes Rebel Phoenix, princess of the Phoenix family. The decorations in the human world are just as shabby as before. Lord Grayfia, is this the test subject you assigned to me? Well, he looks pretty good, but I wonder how strong he is. From her words, it can be heard that the blonde girl with twin tails named Rebel Phoenix has a very arrogant temperament. This is not wrong. In the original plot, she had always been so arrogant before she was shocked by the hero's courage to rush into the wedding alone. After falling in love with the male protagonist, she gradually softened into a soft girl. When Rebel arrived, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the triggering location. Mission level. Blue, sign in location, Revel's twin tails. Looking at the newly triggered system task, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. What should he do? The system really understood him too well. Long before he traveled through time, he had wanted to try out the elasticity of the twin golden ponytails on Rebel's head. Master Lin Xiu, this Lady Rebel Phoenix is your test subject. You don't need to defeat him, you just need to show your strength to the best of your ability in front of her. Grayfia and the 4 demon kings were not so crazy as to let Lin Xiu, a man who had just awakened his demon blood, defeat the pure-blooded phoenix. They had Lin Xiu and Rebel fight each other just to test the purity of Lin Xiu's Leviathan bloodline, nothing more. Master Lin Xiu, I would like to remind you in advance that Master Rebel is from the Phoenix clan. She possesses powerful fire manipulation and self-recovery abilities. If she fights against someone of the same level, she is practically invincible. But you are the exception. If you can leverage the advantages of your highly purified Leviathan bloodline, you can suppress the Phoenix clan's flames and recovery abilities, giving yourself a chance of victory. After reminding Lin Xiu, Grayfia turned to Rebel and said, Lady Rebel, this is Lord Lin Xiu Leviathan. He is the actual combatant for your king's qualification test. As long as you defeat him, you will automatically obtain your own demon chess piece once your strength reaches that of a superior demon. Yes, Lady Grayfia, when can we start the test? Rebel felt that she was just going through the motions and didn't want to waste too much time. A few minutes later, in Grayfia's special space. The battle venue is the ocean venue. Please get ready, Lady Lin Xiu and Lady Rebel, Grayfia announced loudly. Ocean venue? Isn't that too cheap for me? Lin Xiu smiled self-deprecatingly. From this specially chosen battlefield, it could be seen how much the 4 demon kings expected him to display the power of his high-purity Leviathan bloodline. HMPH, Lord Lin Xiu, let's end this quickly. Rebel clearly had no intention of wasting time. Boom. The high-temperature phoenix fire erupted, wrapping a pair of flaming wings around Rebel's back. Phoenix style. Wings of Flame. Flame Wings is a move that almost all pure-blooded phoenixes can use. Not only does it fly much faster than demon wings, it also has both offensive and defensive functions. It can be said that the strength of the Wings of Flame is the key factor in judging the strength of a pure-blooded phoenix. Facing the ready-to-strike Rebel, Lin Xiu asked. Wait, Miss Rebel, before we start fighting, can you answer a question for me? Problem. What's the problem? Rebel's nose twitched slightly. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling. It's not a big deal. It's just that I really like Miss Rebel herself, and I also heard that I like Miss Rebel's hairstyle. If I win against Miss Rebel, I wonder if I can feel the texture of Miss Rebel's hair with my own hands. Huh, you like me? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, a blush appeared on Rebel's face unconsciously. She certainly hadn't yet reached the point where she liked Lin Xiu, and her blush was more like a polite response. As a lady, it's normal to blush when a handsome man of the same age tells you that he likes you, right? HMPH. Let's wait until Master Lin Xiu defeats me. The demon clan respects strength. Even if Master Lin Xiu said you like me, I will never let you touch my hair. However, if Master Lin Xiu can defeat me in battle, that would be another matter. The reason why Libel said this was because she didn't believe that Lin Xiu could defeat her. Can I touch your hair just by defeating you? Aren't the demons too obsessed with strength? Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly. Of course not, just defeating me will do, Rebel quickly retorted. She didn't want Lin Xiu to think she was a casual woman. If Master Lin Xiu hadn't quite met my aesthetic standards, if Master Lin Xiu hadn't said you like me, I would definitely not have given you a chance. After saying this, Rebel fell silent again. Because, after she finished speaking, she realized how shameful her words were. Didn't what she just said indirectly indicate that she thought Lin Xiu was pretty good? Chapter 9. Fight and Defeat, Pure-Blooded Leviathan Suppresses Pure-Blooded Phoenix, Second Update. Anyway, Master Lin Xiu, let's decide the winner first. Boom. With a big red face, a phoenix fire of more than 10 meters burst out from behind Rebel and rushed towards Lin Xiu again. Okay, then I'm looking forward to the feel of Miss Rebel's hair. Lin Xiu took out a cylindrical object from his waist. After pressing the red button above, a lightsaber more than 1 meter long extended from the cylindrical object. Is this a lightsaber that only priests of the church have? How come you have this, Master Lin Xiu? Rebel really didn't like the power of light on the lightsaber. Nothing much. I just killed a lost priest who was trying to attack me and seized his equipment, that's all. Lin Xiu's words made Grayfia frown fiercely. A lost priest? A lost priest attacked Lin Xiu? It seems that in order to prevent Lin Xiu from being murdered by treacherous people, his security measures must be strengthened. At least, before the old Demon King's faction attacks, nothing must happen to Lin Xiu Jun. Rebel was stunned for several seconds. If she remembered correctly, hadn't Lin Xiu just awakened not long ago? Had he already had actual combat experience? Eh? You just awakened and you killed the lost priest? I didn't expect that, Master Lin Xiu. You have such a talent for fighting? Then let me see if Lord Lin Xiu's Leviathan water can overwhelm my phoenix fire. Boom. Behind Rebel, the red gold phoenix exploded, shooting out an endless barrage of fire rain, heading straight towards Lin Xiu. Realizing that Rebel was serious, Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. Boost. The Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared, and Lin Xiu's aura suddenly increased, breaking through the boundaries of the lower-level demon and reaching the intermediate demon level. This is a divine weapon that can double a person's strength. A gauntlet? Rias gave the most common judgment. No, this is the Security's gauntlet. Lin Xiu leapt back, continuously shooting down the incoming barrage of fire with his lightsaber. Boost. Another 10 seconds passed, and Lin Xiu's strength doubled again. The Security's gauntlet. Could it be The Securute's Gauntlet, one of the 13 divine annihilation tools? Witnessing Lin Xiu's power double twice in a row, not only Rias, but even Sona couldn't help but stand up. It is said that the Securute's Gauntlet has the power to double the host's strength every 10 seconds. As long as the host's body can withstand it, the power will continue to double. Huh? Isn't this too shameless? After hearing Sona's description, Revel couldn't help but complain. No wonder Master Lin Xiu is so confident in defeating me. It turns out you possess the legendary god-killing tool. However, even if it's a god-killing tool, it will take a certain amount of time to complete the amplification. Revel keenly grasped the weakness of the Securute's Gauntlet, which can only double in size every 10 seconds. Phoenix Flow. Flame Vortex. Behind Revel, the Phoenix Fire continued to gather, gradually forming a fiery vortex of red and gold. Facing the ever-converging vortex of flames, Lin Xiu simply took a deep breath. Oh, a large amount of spiritual energy entered Lin Xiu's body with Lin Xiu's breathing. Simply inhaling spiritual energy will obviously have no effect on increasing the power of the moves. But these spiritual powers can be spread throughout Lin Xiu's body through the circulation of the breathing method, completely activating Lin Xiu's physical activity and strength. As the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline was fully activated, Lin Xiu's lightsaber was gradually surrounded by Leviathan's magic power, and waves of energy filled his body. True Water Breathing, Type 4, Strike Tide, 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Ha! With a wave of the sword, hundreds of waves wrapped around Lin Xiu and rushed towards the vortex of fire. At first, Lin Xiu could only barely cope with the vortex of fire that was close to him. Boost. After doubling once, no flame could get close to Lin Xiu anymore. Boost. After doubling twice, the tide around Lin Xiu in turn suppressed Libel's vortex of fire. Boost. After doubling 3 times, the original vortex of flames had almost completely disappeared. Only scattered flames remained around Revel. Even something as powerful as the Phoenix Fire was completely useless under the tide of the pure-blooded Leviathan. Just as Grayfia said, as long as the bloodline is pure enough, the pure-blooded Leviathan can completely suppress the pure-blooded Phoenix of the same level. Revel, be careful. Lin Xiu's figure almost merged with the tide. Under the extreme speed, several afterimages of Lin Xiu even appeared on the water. True Water Breathing form 3 Flowing Dance. With this move, even with Revel's support, the red-gold flame vortex dissipated instantly. Master Lin Xiu, I admit that I underestimated you, but... After the vortex of flames dissipated, endless phoenix fire flew out from around Revel and gathered into a huge fireball. Obviously, she wants to decide the outcome with one move. And Lin Xiu obviously would not give her this opportunity. True Water Breathing Landform Twisting Whirlpool. If Label uses the vortex of fire, then Lin Xiu uses the vortex of water. Entangled in the vortex of water, Lin Xiu rushed directly into the huge fireball that was accumulating power in the eyes of Rebel who was doubting her life. Squeaky, 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 steam rose and the entire area was shrouded in fog. Lin Xiu's Leviathan water was indeed evaporated a lot, but correspondingly, Revel's huge fireball also disappeared directly. After a few seconds, the fog dissipated. In the center of the battle arena, Lin Xiu placed the water knife across Rebel's fair neck. Rebel looked at the water knife so close to her, her delicate face showing both surprise and fear. According to her estimation, if Lin Xiu's Leviathan water entered her body, it would most likely extinguish the Phoenix Fire burning in her body along with her Phoenix bloodline. A large part of the Phoenix clan's recovery ability depends on the powerful Phoenix Fire. If the Phoenix Fire is extinguished, more than 90% of her recovery ability will be lost. Unable to use fire and with his recovery ability greatly reduced, what's the difference between a phoenix like this and a punching bag that can only take a beating? Therefore, Revel subconsciously revealed her fear. Lin Xiu saw Rebel's fear, and the next second, he retracted the water knife into his body. Then, under Rebel's surprised gaze, Lin Xiu used both hands and tugged hard at her elastic blonde twin-tails. The blonde twin-tailed girl Rebel's uniquely shaped twin ponytails flew up and down, and Lin Xiu's brain automatically created sound effects for it. Dwang, bite, congratulations to the host for completing the location check-in. Sign-in location. Revel's twin-tails, mission level, blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Enhanced Slime Suit, Symbiote version. Enhanced Slime Suit. An advanced version of Lord Shadow's slime suit. It has no will of its own and can transform according to the user's will. Even if the user's magic manipulation ability is extremely low or even has no magic, it can still perfectly meet the user's needs. In addition to its powerful maneuverability, the enhanced slime suit also possesses powerful offensive and defensive capabilities and resiliency. It can automatically purify any toxin and quickly adapt to any harsh environment. Note: even if it is damaged in battle, it can cover the covered parts and recover quickly. It is a must-have equipment for home travel, murder and arson. Slime suit. According to the system, can I control the slime to wrap around Rias or Akino's entire body, leaving only a hole where it should be? What's a slime suit? Isn't this just a full-body black stocking? No, not just black stockings. According to the system's description, it seems white stockings or any other stockings would also work. Lin Xiu imagined what the heroines would look like wearing this slime suit, and her blood began to boil. Chapter 10. The Tsunere Girl Rebel, Rias's Amazing Wisdom. Seeing that Revel had lost her will to fight, Grayfia announced loudly. The battle is over. Lord Lin Xiu wins. What? Revel hasn't used the Phoenix family's extraordinary recovery ability yet. Is there still a chance of victory if we continue fighting? It was understandable that Rias would ask such a question. But Grayfia is a top-level warrior who surpasses the Demon King level, and her judgment is much better than that of Rias and others. On the one hand, Lin Xiu's blood purity is much higher than that of Rebel. During the battle, his Leviathan water completely suppressed Rebel's Phoenix fire. On the other hand, Grayfia knew some information about the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, and Lin Xiu was currently far from reaching the limit of the artifact's amplification. Therefore, there is no point in fighting any further. Huh? It wasn't until Grayfia's announcement that Revel realized she had been defeated? Rebel, your hair is in great condition, isn't it? Is it natural or do you use any shampoo or conditioner? Lin Xiu asked while playing with Rebel's hair. Wait. Master Lin Xiu, what are you doing? Don't go on. Revel's originally arrogant expression gradually softened, and her clear and beautiful blue pupils were stained with a hint of mist. What's going on? Why does she feel comfortable having her hair played with like this? No, this is really unladylike and cannot go on like this. Boom. Filled with shame and anger, Revel was once again enveloped in the Phoenix fire. When the Phoenix fire disappeared, Rebel had already flown 10 meters away from Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, how can you be so disrespectful to a lady? If Master Lin Xiu hadn't said that he liked me, and if Master Lin Xiu hadn't just returned to the underworld and wasn't familiar with its rules, I would never have forgiven Master Lin Xiu. So you've already forgiven Lin Xiu? Rias never imagined that the arrogant turkey girl she remembered was actually a tsundere with a tough mouth but a soft heart. In this situation, according to the rules of the underworld, Rebel could even ask her brother to stand up for her and challenge Lin Xiu to a duel. Lin Xiu can defeat Rebel, who is a mid-level demon, but he is unlikely to defeat Ricer, who is a high-level demon. Etc. Thinking of this, Rias suddenly burst out with amazing wisdom. Currently, Lin Xiu Jun can suppress the mid-level demon Revel. If his strength reaches a higher level, won't he be able to easily defeat the high-level demon Riser? Riser, whose full name is Riser Phoenix, is Revel's brother and Rias's fiancé. Of course, Rias herself didn't want this fiancé. Not only did his appearance not suit her aesthetic standards, but Riser's temperament was also quite eccentric. She had long wanted to cancel her engagement with Riser. Ms. Rebel, it is truly my honor to receive your forgiveness. With Lin Xiu's intelligence, he could naturally hear that Libel had forgiven him. However, his hands were still subconsciously savoring the elasticity of Revel's twin tails. Rebel noticed Lin Xiu's movements and could tell at a glance that Lin Xiu was savoring the touch just now. When she thought about Lin Xiu wanting to touch her twin tails, Rebel almost turned into a steam girl. In short, this kind of thing must be done with the lady's permission. Rebel put her hands on her hips and warned fiercely. But, didn't you say, Rebel, that I could touch her as long as I defeated you? Lin Xiu asked back. Me. I said next time. As soon as she finished speaking, the phoenix wings behind Revel suddenly erupted. Driven by the powerful force of the phoenix fire, Revel fled the scene at an astonishing speed. Next time, Master Lin Xiu, you absolutely cannot touch my hair like this. You must ask me first and get my approval. From a distance, Revel shouted with a blushing face. So, can I touch you again next time? Rias and Sona simultaneously grumbled in their minds. Not only Rias and Sona, but even Lin Xiu herself was impressed by Revel's tsundere attitude. Revel, you're so cute, this tsundere lady attitude is so perfect. From her reaction after being touched, it can be seen that she has a high initial liking for me. If I'm not mistaken, it must be my succubus bloodline that has played a certain role. Or maybe, Revel just likes the feeling of being treated roughly. Lin Xiu remembered that in the original story, before Revel fell in love with Issei Hyodo, she was threatened by Issei Hyodo several times. Sure enough, the desire to be conquered by a strong man is a genetic code engraved in women's blood. Men choose to mate with as many opposite sexes as possible, while women choose to have the strongest opposite S*X possible and give birth to their offspring. This is the truth of nature. Half an hour passed. Grayfia has already completed all the procedures for Lin Xiu to return to the underworld. Before leaving, Grayfia handed Lin Xiu an ancient and heavy book. Master Lin Xiu, this is the grimoire that Master Searzek seized from the treasure vault of the previous Leviathan family. It's called the Book of Leviathan. The Book of Leviathan contains the cultivation methods of the pure-blooded Leviathan and various family techniques. Master Lin Xiu, please study them carefully. From now on, Lord Lin Xiu will be the most legitimate heir of Leviathan, Grayfia warned seriously. Yes, I know. I will study hard. Lin Xiu also took the Book of Leviathan with a serious expression. He knew what Grayfia meant by most orthodox. What is most orthodox now means what was unorthodox before. What would the old Demon King Leviathan do if they learned that the current Demon King recognized him as the true pure-blooded Leviathan? There's a high probability that they'll attack him, right? There is no doubt that he has now become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the old Demon King faction, especially the Leviathan faction. And all of this was driven by the reformist devil. The reformist Demon King probably used him as bait to catch the old Demon King. In order to avoid being killed in the next attack that may come at any time, I must become stronger as soon as possible. Lin Xiu secretly made up his mind. Grayfia looked at Lin Xiu deeply, said hello to the three of them, and turned to leave. After Grayfia left, Kang Na immediately turned to look at Lin Xiu, his tone more serious than ever. Mr. Lin Xiu, could you please come here in 3 days? 3 days later. Kang Na, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. What could he and Kang Na talk about? Well, I have something very important to discuss with Lin Xiu-jun. 3 days after school, please be sure to come to the student union room. Kang Na looked at Lin Xiu with an apologetic look. Because, no matter what, Lin Xiu will be in danger for some time to come. She certainly didn't want to involve Lin Xiu in such a dangerous struggle, but as a pure-blooded demon from the underworld, she had no position or power to resist. Looking at Kang Na's apologetic eyes, Lin Xiu suddenly understood a lot of things. Considering his identity as a pure-blooded Leviathan, the only possible reason why Sona was looking for him was because of that incident. Okay, I understand. I will be there on time. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, he felt a warm touch on his hand. It turned out that it was Rias who took the initiative to hug his arm. Looking at his arms deeply embedded in Rias's majestic bosom, Lin Xiu was stunned for several seconds. As expected, seeing it in anime is different from seeing it in real life. Seeing it in real life is different from touching it in real life. Damn, is this the kind of mind that can be considered the best even in the DxD world full of big thunder? Lin Xiu admitted that he was deeply shocked by Rias. Of course, despite being shocked, Lin Xiu's brain did not stop thinking. After quickly figuring out the reason why Rias did this, Lin Xiu shook his arms, causing Rias's chest to shake again. Just as Lin Xiu thought, Rias couldn't possibly resist at all. She just looked at Sona with a slightly stiff smile. Kang Na, I want to borrow Lin Xiujun for a while. You should have no objection, right? I'm not Lin Xiujun's parent, so I naturally don't have any objections. Rias, you can just take Lin Xiujun away. Sona walked towards her desk, looking like she was ready to continue working. That's great. Could you please come with me to the old school building, Lin Xiujun? Rias placed her hands on her chest, followed Lin Xiu's wrists, and held Lin Xiu's hands that were stretched out from her chest. It's really unfair to hold a boy's arm against your chest and then ask him for something. Even Ultraman can't stand this kind of situation. Chapter 11. The reason for breaking off the engagement, kind-hearted Kang Na? 4th update? A few minutes later, in the old school building, Rias smiled and brought hot tea to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun, do you know why Kang Na wants to look for you in 3 days? Rias got straight to the point. Why? Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and asked slowly. Because the upper echelons of the underworld have arranged an engagement for you and Sona. Sona is unwilling to accept this engagement and is thinking about how to cancel the engagement with Lin Xiujun, Rias replied. I see. Lin Xiu nodded, it was not unexpected. However, there was one thing he didn't quite understand. Sona, are you really that unwilling to marry him? Logically speaking, he should meet Sona's standards for choosing a partner. In terms of grades and IQ, Lin Xiu's grades are similar to Kang Na's, and their IQs are expected to be similar as well. In terms of strength and potential, Lin Xiu also demonstrated powerful strength far beyond his peers in the battle with Rebel. With both pure-blooded demon blood and the Crimson Dragon Emperor's caged hand, he can be said to have unlimited potential. As for personal charm, needless to say, Lin Xiu's configuration is already top-notch, and with the succubus bloodline, it can be said that he is even more powerful. Why did Kang Na refuse his engagement? Lin Xiu was not so narcissistic as to force someone to marry him. He was just curious about why Kang Na rejected him. So far, I can only think of one reason. If the reason why Sona rejected me is really the same as I thought, then I can only say that Sona is really kind. Next, Rias chatted with Lin Xiu about some trivial things before bringing up a serious matter. Mr. Lin Xiu, to be honest, I came to you because I have something to ask of you, or to put it another way, I want to cooperate with you to achieve a mutually beneficial and win-win result. Mr. Lin Xiu, after breaking off your engagement with Kang Na, you will be a free man. Can you help me break up my engagement with Riser Phoenix? Rias, you mean? Lin Xiu asked even though he knew the answer. I'd like to ask Lin Xiujun to be my boyfriend temporarily until I graduate from high school. That way, I'll have a reason to break off my engagement with Rizel. Of course, I won't ask for Lin Xiujun's help in vain. Before the end of our agreement, I will provide an additional portion of all the resources provided by the underworld to Lin Xiujun to help him become stronger as soon as possible. After stating her conditions, Rias pursed her red lips slightly and looked at Lin Xiu with nervousness and anticipation. Under Rias's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. Rias, I agree to be your boyfriend for a while, but I don't want any training resources. So what do you want, Lin Xiujun? Rias swallowed her saliva. Could it be that Lin Xiujun liked her so much that he was willing to help her break up the engagement without asking for any reward? It shouldn't be that serious, right? No, I just want a reward in exchange. Hearing Lin Xiu's reply, Leah was relieved at first, but then a little frustrated. Sure enough, was she overthinking it? By the way, Lin Xiujun, what kind of reward do you want? I will do my best to do whatever I can. Rias smiled and continued to discuss with Lin Xiu. Reward, I want Rias's lap pillow, is that okay? Hearing this, Rias tilted her head in confusion, her red lips slightly parted, reflecting an alluring luster under the sunlight. Not only Rias, but also Rias's followers were surprised by Lin Xiu's words. Akano. Ah, Lin Xiu-kun is really bold, kitten. Surprisingly, Senior Lin Xiu is actually a carnivorous man. Kiba Yumi. Bucko, oh my god. By the way, should we leave first and leave this place to you and Lin Xiujun? Generally speaking, Rias's followers were happy with Lin Xiu's request to use her knees as a pillow. Lin Xiujun, what did you say? A beautiful blush appeared on Rias's face, and her lips became less fluent. I said, if you can give me a lap pillow, Rias, I will be happy to help you solve the engagement problem. Lin Xiu repeated. But Lin Xiujun, why do you want my knee pillow? Rias asked stutteringly. Of course it's because I like Rias, Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. Rias, didn't you often look out the window of the old school building at the school? Didn't we look at each other in front of the window several times? In fact, as early as that time, I had the idea of pursuing you. Lin Xiu adopted the simplest and most direct style, hitting the ball straight. So that's how it is. After listening to Lin Xiu's reasons, Rias's voice became smaller than a mosquito, and her original forward-looking negotiating posture turned into a shy backward posture. Dong, dong, dong. Feeling her heartbeat faster than ever before, Rias's originally fair and delicate face gradually turned completely red. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be confessed to by a boy. After hearing Lin Xiu's explanation, Rias also remembered the scenes of their eye contact. At that time, the reason why she was interested in Lin Xiu and cast her eyes on Lin Xiu many times was not because she was attracted by Lin Xiu's face, but because she was attracted by Lin Xiu's grades. Lin Xiu's achievements, which were enough to threaten Kang Na, were very attractive to her. If she could get Lin Xiu into the team, she would have more room to maneuver when facing opponents with higher IQs. As for the question of love, Rias has never thought about dating an ordinary human. But now, after seeing Lin Xiu's battle scene and then being confessed to directly by Lin Xiu, Rias admitted that she was a little moved. Lin Xiujun seems pretty good too. His grades, personality, bloodline, appearance, and strength all met her criteria for a partner, not to mention. Lin Xiu also said that he had liked her for a long time. Rias admitted that she did have a crush on Lin Xiu, but, with the knee pillow thing, wasn't it too soon? Seeing that Rias was still hesitating, Lin Xiu added fuel to the fire. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, Rias. I will still help you solve the engagement problem, Lin Xiu promised. Is it okay if I don't agree? Why? Rias was a little confused. Ha, Rias, you really have never been in love, Lin Xiu smiled happily. If you like a girl, you naturally won't allow her to marry another man. So, even if Rias doesn't agree to my request, I will still help you solve the engagement problem. Lin Xiu's words were like a depth bomb, turbulent again for Rias's mood which had finally calmed down. So, is this what it feels like to be liked by the opposite S*X? This feeling of being liked by the opposite S*X is completely different from being liked by family. It is so fulfilling, so heartwarming. Rias knew that this feeling wasn't something any man could give her. Otherwise, how could she not have experienced this feeling with so many of the boys from Kuo Academy and the demons from the underworld who liked her? Lin Xiu is the only person of the opposite S*X who has ever made her feel this way. From this perspective, she should also like Lin Xiujun? Okay, if it's Lin Xiujun, I'm willing. After thinking it over, Rias gave her answer with a blushing face. However, just a minute later, Rias regretted it. Because, Lin Xiu was lying face down on her thighs. Lin Xiujun, how can anyone face downwards when using their knees as a pillow? When she said this, Rias's voice trembled a little, because the heat from Lin Xiu's breath was constantly passing through the gap between her thighs and onto her plump BBS. That's how we lie down in my hometown. Because she was face down, Lin Xiu's voice was a little unclear. No, Lin Xiujun exhaled more hot air when he spoke, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Isn't your hometown in Zhou Town? How can you lie like that here? Rias complained in a trembling voice. Having said that, Rias had no intention of moving Lin Xiu's head away. She found that she actually quite liked the feeling of being close to the boy she liked. Chapter 12 Kitten. Senior Lin Xiu is a sinful man, Part 1. Well, if you don't want to, Rias, then I'll have to change the way you lie. Lin Xiu raised his head temporarily. Is it going to be changed now? Rias felt relieved at first, but then she felt unprecedented frustration. Could it be that Lin Xiujun's love for her wasn't that deep? At times like this, shouldn't boys take advantage of her? Rias's confusion only lasted for a few seconds, because what Lin Xiu meant by changing the way of lying was adjusting the direction of the head 180 degrees. After changing positions, she no longer felt the heat between her legs. What she felt was the heat coming from under her chest. A feeling that was different from before came over her, causing Rias's heart to flutter again. Sure enough, she must like Lin Xiujun, otherwise, why would she want to continue to contact Lin Xiujun? As for Lin Xiu, because of his changed posture, he couldn't see anything for the time being, not even Rias's face. He could only judge from the way Rias bent down slightly and buried her breasts in his face that Rias seemed to like this feeling. With Rias's face buried, Lin Xiu lost all vision, but he did not feel any uneasiness. He only felt unprecedented happiness, comfort, and peace of mind. At this moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the evil event, wanting to be cured. Quest requirements. Obtain the lap pillows of 3 Gramarye family members. This lap pillow target, Rias Gramarye. Mission level, Blue. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 chance for bloodline evolution. Bite. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the pureblood Leviathan bloodline to Blue. Pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, Blue. The pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline passed down from the first-generation Leviathan. After possessing the Leviathan bloodline, the affinity for water energy will be greatly enhanced, and control over the ocean will be gained. With blue-quality pure-blooded demon blood, one can become a superior demon as long as he practices normally. If his potential is developed to the limit, reaching the Demon King level is not a dream. Even the legendary second-generation Leviathan Demon King is 1 point weaker than the host in terms of blood purity. The second-generation Leviathan greatly surpasses the host in blood power, but in terms of blood purity, the host is slightly stronger. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pure Blood Leviathan bloodline, Blue. With the bloodline bonus, the host's strength has been raised to the peak of the lower-level demon. Boom. With the bonus of the blue-level Leviathan bloodline, Lin Xiu's strength broke through one after another. The most important thing is that Lin Xiu was in a similar excited state as when he kissed Amano Yuuma before. In an excited state, it was difficult for Lin Xiu to suppress his suddenly stronger aura. Rias, who was closest to Lin Xiu, was the first to notice the change in Lin Xiu. Huh? Lin Xiujun, your strength has broken through? No, not only your strength. Your bloodline purity seems to be even more astonishing than before? Rias even vaguely felt the suppressive force from her bloodline. Struggling to get up from Rias's thighs, Lin Xiu turned to look at Rias. Rias, if I say that I broke through because I was too excited about being in contact with you, would you believe me? Huh? Rias was stunned at first, then lowered her head and replied quietly but firmly. Well, I believe it. So cute. Moved by the shyness displayed by Rias at this moment, Lin Xiu slowly moved closer to Rias. Tisk, with a soft sound, Lin Xiu gently kissed the side of Rias's face. This light kiss was not something that was expected, but came completely from Lin Xiu's heart. Eh? Lin Xiujun, you? Rias covered the side of her face that had been kissed, and her originally fair face turned a very transparent red. She only allowed Lin Xiu to use his lap as a pillow, but she never allowed Lin Xiu to kiss her. When Rias didn't know how to respond, a figure with a body as explosive as her rushed into the battlefield. The one coming, Himejima Akano. After entering the battlefield, Himejima Akano immediately hugged Lin Xiu's arm, just like Rias just now, burying Lin Xiu's arm in her chest. Ah, Lin Xiu-kun is really bold. Lin Xiu-kun just said that he achieved a breakthrough because of Rias, right? I think I'm not inferior to Rias in terms of feminine charm. How is it? Now, does Lin Xiujun feel like he's about to make a breakthrough? As she spoke, Akano deliberately shook her chest several times, allowing Lin Xiu to fully feel the difference between her and Rias. If Rias's advantage is her elasticity and shape, then Akino's advantage is her softness and wrapping feeling. Akino's sudden appearance instantly transformed Rias's shy expression into a cold one. Akano is a traitor and always likes to tease her. I think it's the same this time. Zhu Nai probably saw that she was interested in Lin Xiu, so he wanted to get close to Lin Xiu. Akano, what do you mean? Rias stood up and looked at Akano with an extremely oppressive look. It's nothing special. I just wanted to help you, Rias, test Lin Xiu-kun. Akano replied with a smile, covering her red lips. Akano, even if you want to test it, you have to get my approval first. You. Crossed the line. Crossing the line? Where's the line? Is it here? Zhu Nai smiled and buried Lin Xiu's head in her chest. Swish. A red-black ball of destruction flew out, passing through Akino's bangs and leaving a large hole in the wall of the old school building. Lin Xiu seized this opportunity precisely and escaped from Zhu Nai's embrace. Although he liked Akano very much, it was still too dangerous to be intimate with Akano in front of Rias. Lin Xiu could see that Akano didn't like him that much. She did this more to help Rias clarify her feelings. Of course, besides making her feelings clear, she probably also wanted to play a trick on Rias. Sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After Rias exploded, Akano was no less powerful, with golden lightning wrapping around her body that was no weaker than Rias's. Can't you just let me love Lin Xiu-kun a little? Rias is really stingy. Akano, when will it be your turn to love the person I like? Didn't I tell you? I'm testing Lin Xiu-kun for you. Now it seems that Lin Xiu-kun really likes you, Rias. After all, he didn't suddenly break through when he was in my arms. Although she was explaining, Akano emphasized the words, in my arms. In this situation, Rias could only consider it a provocation. Even if we need to test it, it's not Akino's turn. I can call Kaneko, Rias replied coldly. Tachun kitten. Meow meow meow. She's just a little kitten eating snacks. When did this matter have anything to do with her? Kitten. The kitten's body is still developing, so I'm afraid it's not suitable for this. Zhu Nai smiled and gave the kitten a playful look. Whenever it's not appropriate, that's my decision. Let's go. Akano. I have to teach you a lesson today. Rias wants to exercise her power as a king and teach her disobedient followers a lesson. Ah, this is so scary. Is Rias such a jealous woman? Alright, let me see, Rias, how different you are now than before. Just like that, the two supreme beings exchanged a glance, then soared into the sky from the old school building. They intended to battle to the very edge of the universe, obliterating the Great Tao. Old school building. The kitten from Tachung looked at the ruins in front of him and cast a helpless look at Lin Xiu. Senior Lin Xiu, you are truly a sinful man. Chapter 13 Amano Yuma's Shyness, Part 2. While Rias and Akame were out, Lin Xiu said hello to Kaneko and the others, then quickly left the old school building. He believed in one truth: as a man, it is best not to get involved in a fight between two women. Anyway, Rias and Akame have fought so many times since they were young. As long as they are given time, they will reconcile on their own. In the afternoon, Lin Xiu continued to study and practice the techniques in the Book of Leviathan. After an afternoon, Lin Xiu had learned all the techniques that a lower-level demon could learn. After school, Lin Xiu came to the overpass outside the school as promised. Amano Yuuma had been waiting for him here for a long time. Lin Xiujun, did something happen to you? I think you look even more handsome than yesterday. Amano Yuuma couldn't help but ask. She felt that Lin Xiu was obviously more attractive than yesterday. What happened to me? Maybe it's because I'm dating Amano-san. I feel like my whole mental state is different, Lin Xiu explained. You're lying. It's obvious that you've undergone such a drastic change because you awakened the Leviathan bloodline. Amano Yuuma subconsciously attributed Lin Xiu's sudden increase in charm to his Leviathan bloodline that had awakened yesterday. Lin Xiu saw Amano Yuuma's resentment and took Amano Yuuma's hand with a smile. Amano-san, you seem a little out of sorts. Not in shape. No, how is that possible? I just lost my mind a little when I saw Lin Xiujun, who was even more handsome than yesterday. Amano Yuuma flatly denied that she was not in good shape. No, I'm pretty sure that Amano-san is just not in the right state. Ah, I understand. Amano-san must feel like something is missing. Lin Xiu looked as if he had suddenly realized something. No problem, I'll make it up right away. As he said this, Lin Xiu smiled playfully, and as he moved closer, he pulled Amano Yuuma towards him. Huh? Amano Yuuma subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, how could she possibly resist Lin Xiu without being able to use the power of the fallen angel? Finally, Lin Xiu easily held the girl's red lips. The tingling sensation of being seized spread throughout Amano Yuuma's body, causing her slender yet plump body to soften instantly. This B***** D pervert. He kissed me as soon as he saw me. Did he really think I wouldn't resist? The power in Amano Yuuma's body surged wildly, but it was just surging. Well, she really won't resist. Now she has tasks issued by both the Fallen Angel headquarters and the Trouble Group. Both sides want her to investigate Lin Xiu. Before completing the tasks, she can only let Lin Xiu do whatever he wants to her. No, this feels so good, my brain is turning into a mess. As they kissed, Amano Yuuma discovered that today's kiss felt completely different from yesterday's. Under the influence of the succubus bloodline, Amano Yuuma's body and mind were much more excited than yesterday. She found that she wanted more, much more. Later in the kiss, Amano Yuuma even began to actively respond to Lin Xiu. In the end, it was Lin Xiu who took the initiative to let go of Amano Yuuma, who was immersed in it. There was no other way. The overpass was not far from Kuwang College, and it was too dangerous to keep kissing here. Amano-san, you are very beautiful now, Lin Xiu commented sincerely. Huh? Amano Yuuma was stunned. She is very beautiful now? Did Lin Xiu say this so that he would have an excuse to kiss her again next time? Lin Xiu didn't care what Amano Yuuma was thinking, and took Amano Yuuma's hand and walked in the opposite direction of Joe Academy. Amano-san, I wonder if I could have the honor of inviting you on a date, Lin Xiu said as she walked. A date? Amano Yuuma only planned to go home with Lin Xiu, and had no plans to date Lin Xiu. However, for some unknown reason, she actually agreed. Okay, I wonder what Lin Xiujun has planned for today. In fact, Lin Xiu didn't have any special arrangements. He just wanted to use the excuse of dating to prolong his time with Amano Yuuma so that he could use the succubus bloodline to conquer Amano Yuuma. As for the dating process, it is a very regular dating process. Eating, watching movies, shopping, buying clothes, aquarium, planetarium. Although the process was very routine, Amano Yuuma burst out with extraordinary enthusiasm. Because, this is her first date. Although Lin Xiu made her unhappy, considering that Lin Xiu behaved well during the date, Amano Yuuma generously forgave Lin Xiu's presumptuous behavior of kissing her twice. Generally speaking, Amano Yuuma was easy to please. Even a date arranged by a newbie like Hyodo Issei could leave a lasting impression on her, let alone Lin Xiu. After a set of steps, it was already evening. In the evening, carrying large and small bags of clothes, Lin Xiu sent Amano Yuuma back to her home. At the door of the house, Tianye Shima said goodbye to Lin Xiu with a smile. When saying goodbye, Tianye Shima also reminded Lin Xiujun, next time you go on a date, remember to wear the outfit I gave you. Okay, Shima classmate too, next time you go on a date, you have to wear the clothes I gave you, Lin Xiu also reminded with a smile. That's it, okay, I understand. Although Lin Xiu didn't mean that, Amano Yuuma still thought of the black lace underwear that Lin Xiu bought for her. Men all like darkness. Amano Yuuma remembered this wise saying. By the way, Lin Xiujun, this is today's thank you gift. Before parting, Amano Yuuma took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu and pecked him gently on the face. It was clearly just a light kiss, not even a mouth-to-mouth kiss, but Amanoyuma was much more shy than when Lin Xiu forcefully kissed her. From now on, Lin Xiu can call me Shi-ma classmate or Shi-ma-sauce. After saying this, Amanoyuma buried her blushing face, turned around and ran back to her temporary home. Yuma-chan. Lin Xiu raised his hand and touched the part that had been kissed by Amanoyuma, as if thinking about something. Before leaving, Lin Xiu took a look at Amanoyuma's house. Using the dad eye, Lin Xiu's sight penetrated the magic circle and saw the slender figure of Amanoyuma. In addition to Amanoyuma, Lin Xiu also saw two beautiful girls, one tall and one short. These two beautiful girls are just like Amanoyuma, they are all fallen angels. I remember that the blonde twin-tailed fallen angel in a maid outfit was called Middlet, and the blue-haired, queen-like fallen angel in a cheongsam was called Calvana. They also have Orpheus's snakes on them, just like Lanali. It seems that the evil group has already reached Zhuang Town. I must become stronger as soon as possible. The old Demon King faction may attack me at any time. Taking a last look at the room, Lin Xiu saw Amanoyuma walk into her own room and change into the black lace underwear he bought for her. It seems that Amanoyuma is indeed in need of love. Lin Xiu chuckled, shook his head, and turned to leave. Chapter 14. The Dungeon World opens, Part 3. After returning home, Lin Xiu continued to exercise and practice the use of the magic weapon as usual. The strength of a peak lower-level demon is not enough to safely survive the early stages. At the very least, the strength of the body must reach the level of an intermediate demon, and the Forbidden Hand must be successfully developed. A chance to defeat Tyrannosaurus without any damage, just enough to deal with Kirk Ball. But now, Lin Xiu also needs to deal with the Demon King of the old Demon King faction, and the opportunity to defeat Tyrannosaurus without any injury is a bit stretched. Although Grayfia and the others will most likely take action to resolve this, I don't want to rely on others for my fate if possible. I must break through as soon as possible. With the idea of becoming stronger as quickly as possible, Lin Xiu began to train like crazy. It's not just about training your body and swordsmanship, but also about training your magic power and how to use it. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with this body that had been strengthened by pure demon blood. It was very good and powerful. After his magic power was exhausted, although he was tired, he was able to cheer up and continue training his body and swordsmanship. All these characteristics reminded him that he had now transcended the realm of ordinary humans and had become an extraordinary creature. While exercising, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Ding! The host's willpower and strength have been detected to be up to standard, and the system is being upgraded. System upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for enabling the copy world function. The time ratio between the dungeon world and the real world can be freely adjusted between 1:10 and 10:1. The host can enter the dungeon world for 12 hours per day. A copy world? Can I also trigger system tasks in the dungeon world? Lin Xiu asked the question that concerned him most. Ding! Even in a dungeon world, the host can trigger system tasks normally. Okay, that's good. How'd I get to the dungeon world? Even if he couldn't trigger the system task, Lin Xiu really wanted to go to the dungeon world. Because a time ratio of 10:1 is equal to 10 times the practice time. Even if you can only enter the dungeon world for 12 hours a day, that's 5 times the training time. Bite. The host's strength has been detected as a low-level demon, extracting the primary dungeon world. Congratulations to the host for opening the primary instance, Apocalypse World. Host, are you going to the dungeon world now? Yes. Ding. Heading to the world of Apocalypse. The host will acquire an identity similar to but different from the original protagonist. After the story begins, the host will awaken memories from another world. Can memories only be awakened after the story begins? Lin Xiu frowned. He certainly didn't want to affect the plot after it had already begun. Ding. Although the host cannot awaken memories in advance, they can set the direction of action for their unawakened memories, thereby changing the past plot to some extent. Oh, can the past plot be changed according to the direction I set? That's quite thoughtful. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with this function. Before officially opening the dungeon world, please select your own initial abilities. The Apocalypse World is a primary world. The host can choose to carry 2 initial abilities, or 2 opportunities to use the full power of the body. System, can I choose an initial ability first, and then choose the remaining one when I need it? Lin Xiu didn't want to be stuck on a fixed initial ability from the beginning. If an option can always be retained, it means that Lin Xiu can choose the ability he needs at any time. The host not only selects one initial ability before starting, but can also exchange an initial ability space for an opportunity to use full strength when needed. The system is quite user-friendly in some aspects. As long as the total energy consumption does not exceed the specified range, everything is fine. If the host needs to fill the initial ability space to quickly become stronger, you can also choose to capture the heroine. Each time you conquer a female protagonist, the host will gain an initial ability space. There are certain requirements for capturing the heroine's favorability, and it is not enough to establish a real relationship. Please consider your actions carefully when capturing her. Can I gain ability slots by conquering heroines? So, as long as I conquer more heroines, I can maintain the same peak combat power as in the DxD World. Touching his chin, Lin Xiu quickly made a decision. I've chosen to take the enhanced slime suit first, and I'll use the remaining space when needed. Lin Xiu's first choice was neither the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet nor the Pureblood Leviathan Bloodline, but the Enhanced Slime Suit. The Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet and Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline can only be used by himself, and his performance in protecting others is not so impressive. The Enhanced Slime Suit is different. In addition to Lin Xiu's favorite erotic function, the Enhanced Slime Suit also has powerful combat functions. First of all, the Enhanced Slime Suit can exert considerable power even if the user has no magic power. Secondly, the Enhanced Slime Suit can be divided. As long as Lin Xiu is willing, he can give it to anyone he approves of at any time. Even the Enhanced Slime Suit can self-clean, purify toxins, and regulate temperature, making it truly omnipotent. It would be absurd not to bring such a useful tool. After asking for some more relevant information, Lin Xiu finally completed all the settings before crossing. Byte. Heading to the Dungeon World. Apocalypse World, Beginner Difficulty. Initial Ability. Enhanced Slime Suit. The remaining initial ability spaces can be exchanged or converted at any time. Pre-Awakening Action Mode. Mode 1. Try to interact with all the heroines. You can actively create events that increase favorability, but do not engage in direct interaction. Mode 2. When the heroine is likely to interact with any opposite S*X, it needs to be stopped. Mode 3. If possible, try to resolve the issue of Miyamoto Rei being threatened by Shido Koichi. World Travel. Begin. After a moment of trance, Lin Xiu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Byte. The crossover was successful. Please complete the main quest of the Apocalypse World as soon as possible. Main Mission 1. Build a shelter with the strongest possible shelter capacity within 6 months, blue. Note. The more heroines you take in, and the greater the total number of people, the higher the bonus. Main Mission 2. Kill as many zombies as possible within 6 months, no specific level, depends on the actual number. Note. When the number of zombies killed is 1, 100, 10,000, 1 million, 100 million, etc., which are multiples of 100, you can get different levels of rewards. In the world of Apocalypse, on the rooftop of the school, Lin Xiu gradually regained consciousness. All of a sudden, a large amount of memories flooded into Lin Xiu's mind. Chapter 15. The Apocalypse World, The Zombie Rebellion, Part 4. Byte. The crossover was successful. Please complete the main quest of the Apocalypse World as soon as possible. The results of the pre-awakening action mode are as follows. After traveling through time, you live next door to the protagonist, Takashi Komuro, and the protagonist, Rei Miyamoto. Because your parents died young, your neighbors, Aoi Komuro and Kuriko Miyamoto, take good care of you. You and Miyamoto Rei grew up together. After junior high school, you began to actively contact Takagi Saya, and gained another junior high version of a childhood sweetheart. When you were playing at Takagi's house, Takagi Saya's mother, Takagi Yuriko, always looked at you as if you were her future son-in-law. After entering high school, you not only excelled in academics but also joined the school's kendo club. Although you were no match for the club's leader, Seiko Busujima, you continued to challenge her. In your second year of high school, you discovered that your childhood sweetheart, Rei Miyamoto, seemed unhappy. After a few seconds, the memory was received and Lin Xiu had a general understanding of his situation. Because the course of action had been set long ago, Lin Xiu's actions before awakening his memory were quite conservative. He was just creating scenes of contact with the heroines, and had no intention of pursuing them. On Busujima Seiko's side, Lin Xiu joined the kendo club and became the second in command of the kendo club. Although he was no match for Busujima Seiko, he was still far superior to ordinary people. As for Saya Takagi, Lin Xiu often competes with her in performance and discusses questions, but overall, Saya Takagi still looks that Tsunere. On the other side, Lin Xiu would get injured from time to time due to kendo training. As the school doctor, Shizuka Jushuan would often apply medicated wine to him, and the two were very familiar with each other. The most important one belongs to Rei Miyamoto. After reading the memories related to Miyamoto Rei, Lin Xiu was stunned for several seconds. Because it is an evil protagonist system, Lin Xiu, like Komuro Takashi, became Miyamoto Rei's childhood sweetheart. Because Lin Xiu has excellent academic performance and outstanding kendo skills, Miyamoto Rei has had a very high degree of favorability towards Lin Xiu since childhood. But that's where the bad part lies. When the favorability reached a certain level, Miyamoto Rei chose to confess her feelings actively. Then, because of the initial setting that one cannot be too intimate with someone of the opposite S*X, Lin Xiu naturally rejected Miyamoto Rei. Therefore, Lin Xiu and Miyamoto Rei have actually already laid bare all their cards. Luckily, Miyamoto Rei hasn't thought of finding a fake boyfriend to annoy me yet, otherwise, I would definitely give her a good slap. Lin Xiu has never had any resistance to drawing Miyamoto Rei. Because Miyamoto Rei deserves a beating, and she needs to be beaten hard. If you don't beat her, her eyes won't be clear. After roughly understanding the situation, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, Escape from Fujimi Academy. Task level. Green. Mission description. After seeing the zombie invasion scene on the rooftop, the host broke into Miyamoto Rei's class and forcibly took her out. Today, the ordinary everyday world has become an apocalyptic world, and all worldly concepts will change. Everyone will prioritize protecting their own lives. Mission requirements. Escape from Fujimi Academy with the person you care about. Note. The more people you bring, the more heroines you have and the higher the bonus. During the time when Lin Xiu awakened her memory and triggered the system task, Miyamoto Rei, whose wrist was held by Lin Xiu, struggled violently. Shu-kun. If you don't explain to me clearly why you forcibly took me out of the classroom, I'm going back to continue my class. The reason why Miyamoto Rei said this was because Lin Xiu suddenly rushed into her classroom and forcibly took her out. As a good student, she certainly could not accept this kind of skipping classes. As soon as Miyamoto Rei finished speaking, 2 male classmates ran out from the rooftop door, panting. Lin Xiu and Miyamoto, let's go back to the classroom, the teacher is furious. The first male student who ran over was named Jing Haoyang. In the original storyline, Jing Haoyang was Miyamoto Rei's boyfriend, however, now, he is just an ordinary male classmate who often takes the initiative to talk to Miyamoto Rei. Yeah, Li and Shu, let's go back quickly, behind Ego, Kamuro Takashi said breathlessly. Lin Xiu glanced at Jing Haoyang and Kamuro Takashi. Judging from their daily behavior patterns, they undoubtedly like Miyamoto Rei. Otherwise, why would they chase after Miyamoto Rei after seeing her being brought out by him? Before Lin Xiu opened his mouth to explain, the screams around him answered their questions. A mentally ill person has entered the school, he's biting people, call the teacher. Ah, he's dead, no, those guys aren't dead, they're still moving. Don't get close to them, if you get bitten, you'll turn into one of those moving corpses. Could this be the reason why you brought me out, Shujun? Miyamoto Rei swallowed hard, and the look she gave Lin Xiu instantly became as docile as a cat. Ah, that's right. From today on, the world will change completely, Lin Xiu said seriously. Ah. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, Jing Haoyang let out a painful roar. Because he was closest to the rooftop entrance, he was chosen as the first target by a zombie hiding behind the door. Don't come over here. Enduring the pain of his flesh being torn apart, Jing Haoyang wanted to push the zombie back to the rooftop. But he was surprised to find that the strength he had lost was so great that even if he tried with all his strength it was of no use. Get out of here. Kamuro Takashi plucked up his courage and kicked the zombie in the back, kicking him off the rooftop gate. Bang! As the zombies were kicked out, Lin Xiu seized the opportunity and locked the rooftop door. Seeing that the door was locked, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only Lin Xiu did not stop. Instead, he picked up a baseball bat and slowly walked towards Jing Haoyang. Looking at Lin Xiu's calm gaze, Jing Haoyang broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xiujun, what are you doing? Mr. Jinghao, you just saw it. These moving corpses are just like the zombies in the movies. In the movie, if a companion is infected with the zombie virus, what should the rest of the people do? Lin Xiu replied calmly. Jing Haoyang broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Say, maybe the government will develop a vaccine? Lin Xiujun, please don't come near me anymore. I will find a place to stay by myself. Please don't come near me anymore. Hey, this is murder, Miyamoto-san. Help me persuade Lin Xiu-kun. The character of Jing Haoyang in this world is significantly different from that of Jing Haoyang in the original plot. In the original plot, Jing Haoyang was outstanding since childhood, and he became gentle and aware when he grew up. But this Jing Haoyang is different. After he developed some feelings for Miyamoto Rei, he realized that no matter his grades, looks, popularity with women, or strength, he was not qualified to compare with Lin Xiu. A man's jealousy is at its peak when he is competing with another man. Jing Haoyang, who is inferior to Lin Xiu in every way, chooses to stab the villain silently. Therefore, he has developed such a personality that is completely different from the original plot. Hearing Jing Haoyang's cry for help, Miyamoto Rei just bit her red lips lightly, looked at Lin Xiu hesitantly, and said nothing. At this time, it was Kamuro Takashi who stood up. Xiu, should we lock him up first, just in case there's some way to save him? Hearing this, Lin Xiu immediately asked back. Okay, then, are you willing to be locked up with him? Are you willing to keep watch over him? In response, Kamuro Takashi could only remain silent. Miyamoto-kun, aren't we friends? Are you just going to watch someone die without helping? And Kamuro-san, don't worry, I will never hurt you. Can you help me stop Lin Xiu first? Lin Xiu, don't take revenge on me just because I like Miyamoto-san. In the face of death, Jing Haoyang revealed his truest side. Lin Xiu did not show any emotion about this. Is this your last words? After saying this, Lin Xiu swung the baseball bat and smashed it down. Bang! White and red intertwined, brain matter exploded. A perfect fan-shaped streak was left on the rooftop wall. Igoi, Graduate. Chapter 16. Immortality, The Gentle Miyamoto Rei, Part 1. Pictured. Rei Miyamoto, after shooting Jing Haoyang in the head, Lin Xiu heard a system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 1, kill 1 zombie. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality, White. Undeath, White, primary level of immortality. Even after losing a limb or vital organs, the character can still function normally. However, they will die after being shot in the head. Is it immortality similar to the zombies in the world of Apocalypse? Lin Xiu had long envied the Phoenix clan's immortality. Immortality was a powerful ability no matter where one was. Let's go, Kamuro-san and Miyamoto-san. After killing Jing Haoyang, Lin Xiu walked past the two of them and opened the lock leading to the large platform at the top of the roof. Xiu. What are you doing? Miyamoto Rei was very confused. What am I doing? Of course I'm getting rid of harm for the people. As he spoke, Lin Xiu swung the baseball bat and smashed another zombie's head. Bang. Bang 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 bang. Under the life-doubting gazes of Kamuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei, Lin Xiu danced on the rooftop like a dancer walking in a rain of blood. The headless zombies fell down one by one quickly, and the rooftop quickly became quiet. I'm leaving the rooftop, Miyamoto-san and Kamuro-san. If you want to leave the rooftop too, just follow me and don't wander around. From the unfamiliar name, Miyamoto-san, it can be seen that before awakening her memory, Lin Xiu was not very close to Miyamoto Reishi. Of course, after all, they had been childhood sweethearts for so many years, so Lin Xiu wouldn't just abandon these two people here. However, Kamuro Takashi obviously did not appreciate it. Xiu, is this your true self hidden beneath your daily life? Killing, violence, is this what you seek? I know that violence is necessary when facing danger, but is it necessary to kill every zombie you see like this? Since he has never been threatened by zombies himself, nor has he killed anyone with his own hands, the current Kamuro Takashi is much more indecisive than in the original plot. No, to be precise, Kamuro Takashi had become indecisive a long time ago after he realized that he was not qualified to be compared with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu glanced at Kamuro Takashi. Unlike Ego, he did not want to kill Kamuro Takashi. At least, he can't be killed here, and he can't be killed in front of Miyamoto Rei. Mr. Kamuro, do you know why you can talk to me here? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Because I am a human being, and moreover, an acquaintance of yours. That is why you can say such things to me. If you don't like my style of doing things, you can just take action on your own and deal with the zombies in your own way. As for Miyamoto-san, if you'd like to come with me, please follow me. After saying that, Lin Xiu turned and walked towards the gate of the rooftop. Here. Miyamoto Rei glanced at Kamuro Takashi who was still standing there, swallowed her saliva, and hurriedly caught up with Lin Xiu. Filial piety. Sometimes, such sacrifices are necessary. After saying this, Miyamoto Rei looked at Kamuro Takashi deeply and hurriedly followed Lin Xiu. Just then, another exclamation was heard in the already chaotic campus. This voice is... Lin Xiu looked in the direction where the voice came from. He was so familiar with this voice. This is the voice of Shizuka Marikawa, the female school doctor who often rubs medicinal wine on him. Miyamoto-san, let's go to the school infirmary. Having said that, Lin Xiu did not hold Miyamoto Rei's hand, but just let her follow behind him. Things that come too easily will not be cherished. Like Kamuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei has not yet completed the awakening from ordinary student to ordinary person struggling to survive in the end times. Before Miyamoto Rei completes her awakening, Lin Xiu does not insist on licking her and forcing Miyamoto Rei to accept his help. Coming, Miyamoto Rei replied hurriedly. Although Lin Xiu's head explosion just now scared her and made her panties wet, she knew very well that it was safest to stay with Lin Xiu. Thinking of this, Miyamoto Rei suddenly felt strange. Although the amount was not much, she was indeed incontinent when Jing Haoyong was killed. Why? My panties don't feel wet at all now, instead, they feel dry and comfortable to the extreme. In this way, Lin Xiu was killing people in the front, and Miyamoto Rei was following quickly behind, and the two of them rushed to the school clinic at an astonishing speed. As he was killing, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 2, kill 100 zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality, green. Immortality, green. Advanced immortality. Even if the head and heart explode, the creature can maintain its vitality for a long time. As long as someone provides timely treatment, it can be perfectly resurrected. Oh, apparently, this is an advanced mission. Lin Xiu suddenly felt extremely motivated to kill zombies. Chapter 17. Therapeutic Field, Contract with Shizuka Jushuan, Part 2. On the other side, in the school clinic, Busujima Seiko inserted the wooden sword into the wooden table and pierced through it with one stroke. Cough cough cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining the ground red. Busujima Seiko could clearly feel that her vitality was gradually fading away. I didn't expect Miss Marikawa Shizuka to have such a small wound. Damn it, it's all my fault for not being observant enough. Originally, Busujima Seiko was cleaning up zombies, but who knew that the person she was protecting behind her turned into a zombie and bit her hard. Otherwise, with her ability, as long as she performs normally, she will definitely be able to leave the school. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, Busujima Seiko's consciousness gradually faded. When her consciousness was about to completely fade away, a familiar figure flashed before Seiko Busujima's eyes. Did I have any hallucinations before I died? However, it is really wonderful to be able to see Lin Xiujun before I die. The next second, Busujima Seiko felt a warm big hand. How come I can still feel it? Are the hallucinations before death so real? Busujima Seiko was not wrong. At this moment, Lin Xiu was putting his hands on her well-trained long legs. Through Lin Xiu's big hand, the black enhanced slime symbiote is madly pouring into Busujima Seiko's body. The enhanced slime suit has the effect of purifying toxins, and the zombie virus is also a type of toxin. 10 seconds later, under the siege of the symbiotes, the zombie virus was quickly eliminated. Soon, Busujima Seiko regained consciousness. Looking at Lin Xiu in front of her, Busujima Seiko was stunned for several seconds before realizing that she was not hallucinating. Lin Xiujun, what just happened is... Bujima-senpai, you can think of this as my special ability to purify the zombie virus. Is that so, Lin Xiu-kun? You are as trustworthy as ever. Busujima Seiko touched her lower abdomen. So, she was not wrong just now. Lin Xiujun did inject something into her body. Looking at the blonde-haired thunder zombie in front of him, Lin Xiu sighed. So, it was Dr. Marikawa who bit Busujima-senpai. Yes, that's right, it's school nurse Marikawa Shizuka, but now she has turned into a zombie. Busujima Seiko's expression was complicated and sad. Don't worry, Busujima-senpai, it's just something like this, there's still time. As he spoke, Lin Xiu kicked his legs hard and kicked the zombie like Marukawa Shizuka into the chemical preparation room next to him. Lin Xiujun, what do you mean? Busujima Seiko opened her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Xiu meant that Marikawa Shizuka could still be saved? Generally speaking, people who become zombies are already dead. However, Lin Xiu happens to have the ability to resurrect the recently dead. As long as the soul and body are roughly intact, Lin Xiu can use the true devil chess piece to resurrect it. It just so happens that as a member of the protagonist group, Shizuka Marikawa's luck and soul strength are much stronger than ordinary people. Bujima-senpai, I will try to rescue school Dr. Marikawa next. While I'm doing this, please, Senior Doujima, guard the door and don't let anyone in. As he said that, Lin Xiu walked into the chemical preparation room. Okay, no problem, Busujima Seiko said with confidence. She could feel that after being infused with something by Lin Xiu, she had been reborn. In the chemistry preparation room, Lin Xiu completed the demon reincarnation in half a minute and pulled Marikawa Shizuka back. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a follower, Shizuka Marukawa. The dependent, Marikawa Shizuka, has obtained the innate ability, Healing Field. Healing Field. You can throw out a healing field at will. Allied units within the healing field will be healed, while enemy units will be subject to certain restrictions. Sure enough, the awakening of the true devil chess piece's abilities will differ depending on each person's talent. Lin Xiu originally planned to leave immediately after reincarnating Marikawa Shizuka, but after the resurrection, Marikawa Shizuka was extremely dependent on him and lay on him at the first moment. Therefore, Lin Xiu had no choice but to give up the idea of going out immediately. Shu-chan, it's so great to see you in heaven. Shizuka Marikawa was confused about the situation for a moment. She only knew that she was very happy to see Lin Xiu again. After knowing the pain of separation, Jushuan Jingshang hugged Lin Xiu and took her into her broad arms. Shu-chan, I've always liked you. Shu-chan, who always works so hard, is so adorable. Shu-chan, you should like me too, right? Otherwise, why do you always come to me and ask me to apply medicine every time you get hurt? I know that every time I apply the medicinal wine, Shu-chan's eyes are always focused on my chest. Lin Xiu didn't expect Jushuan Jingshang to be so bold. That's right, Shizuka, I like you too. Seeing that Marikawa Shizuka had said this, Lin Xiu also revealed his true feelings. Ah, Shu-chan finally called me by my name, I'm so happy. Jushuan Jingshang hugged Lin Xiu with a smile and kissed her actively. Quote. After coming to his senses, Lin Xiu did not hesitate and took the initiative. He lifted the back of Marikawa Shizuka's neck with one hand and began to dribble the ball skillfully with the other hand. Taking into account that 2 of the initial ability spaces have been used up, exchanged for the reinforced slime suit, and the true devil chess piece, respectively, and the ability spaces are in short supply, Lin Xiu also tends to supplement them on Shizuka Marikawa. The slime suit continued to flow, wrapping up the 2 of them. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Shizuka Marikawa. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability spaces is 3. Closing square bracket. Time was short and the task was heavy, so Lin Xiu had no intention of holding back. After only a dozen minutes, Marikawa Shizuka's already fleshy belly was filled up, and she fainted with her eyes rolled back. Chapter 18. Miyamoto Rei's Choice, Seiko Busujima's Choice Part 3. Pictured as Seiko Busujima. The other side. After watching Lin Xiu enter the chemical preparation room, Busujima Seiko looked around with a wooden sword in hand. The purple-haired beautiful girl's mouth curled up unconsciously. Kill, kill, kill. Now that the world has become like this, she no longer has to suppress the violent desires in her heart. Busujima Seiko, besides being a young lady, is also a girl with a strong desire to abuse others. Sizzle. Dark red blood sprayed into the air, and waves of blood rain fell. After obtaining a partially enhanced slime symbiote, even if Busujima Seiko does not have superb swordsmanship, the increase in her physical fitness alone is enough to roam the world of Apocalypse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In front of the chemical preparation room, Busujima Seiko was killing the corpses that came one by one. Like a ballerina dancing in a rain of blood, until... More than 10 minutes later, Kamuro Takashi arrived late, following the path that Lin Xiu had taken. There was no other way. The path Lin Xiu took had the least zombies and was the safest. Takashi Kimura arrived late, but he was lucky. Busujima Seiko and Miyamoto Rei were guarding the front door. Seeing that Lin Xiu was not there, Kimura Takashi took the initiative to greet the two of them. However, under the dual influence of her own sadistic desire and the strengthened slime symbiote, Busujima Seiko has become a bit bloodthirsty. Swoosh. Turning into a phantom, Busujima Seiko rushed towards Miyamoto Rei, who was closest to her. Wait. We are humans, Busujima Senpai, what's wrong with you? Miyamoto Rei was frightened by the bloodshot eyes of Busujima Seiko. Rei, get out of the way, Takashi Kimura shouted loudly. However, at this time, Busujima Seiko was already bloodthirsty. The purple-haired girl disappeared from her spot in an instant and turned into a gust of wind and attacked Miyamoto Rei. Ah! Faced with danger, Miyamoto Rei exclaimed subconsciously. However, after a few seconds, Miyamoto Rei did not feel any pain. After opening her eyes in confusion, Miyamoto Rei saw a layer of black substance that appeared out of nowhere. Take a closer look. It turned out that the clothes on her body had deformed and turned into black liquid that blocked Busujima Seiko's wooden sword. Bang 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 bang. Busujima Seiko continued to swing her wooden sword and attack Miyamoto Rei. Unfortunately, before Busujima Seiko learned how to use the slime symbiote, she could not break through the enhanced slime suit's autonomous defense with just the strength from her enhanced physique and the wooden sword. Wow, so amazing. What on earth is this? Looking at the slime battlesuit on her body that blocked Busujima Seiko's attack, Miyamoto Rei felt an unprecedented sense of security. Busujima Seiko continued to swing her wooden sword. Until there was a loud bang. The wooden sword was caught by two fingers and hung horizontally in midair. The one who caught the wooden sword with two fingers was Lin Xiu, who had just fed Jushuan Shizuka. Miyamoto-san, these zombies are attracted to sound. In the future, don't yell when facing zombies. It will only cause trouble for others. Lin Xiu glanced at Miyamoto Rei calmly and said. Shu-kun. It's great that you're here. After being scolded by Lin Xiu, Miyamoto Rei was not angry at all. Instead, she became even more obedient and submissive. I can only say that Miyamoto Rei is just like that, and you can't be too nice to her. Alright, Busujima Senpai, stop messing around. Lin Xiu caught Busujima Seiko's rapidly attacking calf, and then took over the enhanced slime symbiote in her body. The next second, Busujima Seiko's eyes became clear again. I am. Busujima Seiko frowned. Why was her wooden sword caught by Lin Xiu's fingers? You're out of control, Busujima Senpai. After releasing the wooden sword, Lin Xiu gave an order directly to Miyamoto Rei. Miyamoto-san, Busujima Senpai and I will clean up the zombies attracted by the sound. Go hide in the chemistry preparation room first, and take care of school Dr. Ju Chuan who hasn't woken up yet. Okay, I understand. Although she was being ordered around in an imperative tone, Miyamoto Rei was not angry at all. Instead, she felt much more at ease and hurried towards the chemistry preparation room. Rei, don't listen to him. After getting up from the ground, Kimura Takashi shouted loudly. The Lin Xiu of today is no longer the Lin Xiu we knew. He must have turned into some kind of advanced zombie. Run, the farther the better. Just now, Miyamoto Rei closed her eyes out of fear. But Kimura Takashi saw it clearly. When he arrived in front of Miyamoto Rei, the black slime liquid behind Lin Xiu had not been completely collected. Kimura Takashi has seen zombie movies. In the movie, humans like Lin Xiu, who are powerful and have strange auras, are all advanced zombies that have evolved human intelligence. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. What Kimura Takashi said was true in a sense. Miyamoto Rei glanced at Kimura Takashi, then at Lin Xiu, and hesitated for a few seconds. Takashi, the zombies just broke out in the school. They shouldn't evolve into advanced zombies so quickly, right? In the end, Miyamoto Rei did not choose to open her mouth, but instead showed a smile that was as obedient and cute as possible. He knew that what Kimura Takashi said was most likely true. However, as long as Lin Xiu still maintains his consciousness, does it matter whether he is a human or an advanced zombie? Looking at Miyamoto Rei's gentle eyes, Lin Xiu smiled gently and turned to look at Kimura Takashi. Kimura-san, are you going to run away, or are you going to attack me? Whatever you choose, I have no problem with it, as long as you can bear the consequences of your choice after making it. Lin Xiu's words were equivalent to acknowledging what Kimura Takashi had just said. Of course I choose to stay. Kimura Takashi frowned fiercely. Even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave now. Miyamoto-san, what about you? Lin Xiu turned to look at Miyamoto Rei again. Miyamoto Rei pursed her red lips and replied softly. Of course I'm willing to stay with Shujun. Although Shu-kun and Dudao Senpai are very powerful, they can't do everything for them personally. I want to stay by Shu-kun's side and help you with some chores. Although Miyamoto Rei's statement was a bit clumsy, Lin Xiu still considered her to have passed. Okay, Miyamoto-san, go carry school nurse Marikawa on your back. I really don't have time to take care of her right now. Lin Xiu looked around. Just now, Miyamoto Rei's scream attracted a lot of zombies. Zombies in different worlds have different habits. The zombies in the world of Apocalypse, scientifically known as necromancers, are a type of zombie that is attracted to sounds. Bujima Senpai, I want you to hold my hand and eliminate the zombies that are attracted here. Can you do it? As he spoke, Lin Xiu picked up a metal rod and stretched out his hand towards Busujima Seiko. Okay, no problem. Busujima Seiko smiled slightly and took Lin Xiu's hand. Holding Lin Xiu's hand, the enhanced slime symbiote in Busujima Seiko's body was instantly activated. The bloodthirsty desire that had been suppressed just now returned, and Busujima Seiko almost lost control of her body. Lin Xiu held Busujima Seiko's fair and tender hand tightly, his voice firm and unquestionable. Control it, don't let it control you. This way, you're the one using the power, not the beast controlled by it. Okay, I'll do my best. Busujima Seiko smiled knowingly and tried her best to control the enhanced slime symbiote in her body. The reason why Lin Xiu asked Busujima Seiko to hold his hand and destroy the zombies was to train Busujima Seiko and let her control the symbiote in her own killing desire through actual combat. He didn't object to Seiko Busujima having a bloodthirsty nature. However, she must not be controlled by this instinct. Busujima Seiko also understood this, so she in turn held Lin Xiu's hand tightly. Busujima Seiko didn't say anything about following Lin Xiu, because she had already made her choice with her actions. Chapter 19. Takagi Saya. Thinking about building a harem right after the end of the world? 4th update? Pictured. Saya Takagi, holding Lin Xiu's hand, Busujima Seiko and Lin Xiu walk slowly in the corridor. Busujima Seiko holds a wooden sword and Lin Xiu holds a metal rod, and the two look extremely well matched. However, Lin Xiu picked up this metal rod not to use it as a weapon, but to attract zombies. Ding! In Lin Xiu's hand, the metal rod made a series of knocking sounds, attracting all the zombies in the building. Busujima Seiko held Lin Xiu's hand, controlling the symbiote in her body while eliminating the zombies with amazing efficiency. Just like a couple taking a walk on a rainy day, the two of them strolled leisurely through the academy filled with zombies. Bang! Kicking open the locker that was blocked by the table, a panicked girl with pink hair and twin tails appeared in front of Lin Xiu. The pink-haired girl is named Takashiro Saya, and is Lin Xiu's second childhood sweetheart whom she is not very familiar with. The reason I say I'm not very familiar with her is because Saya Takagi is a tsundere. Although she cares about Lin Xiu very much, she is always waiting for Lin Xiu to take the initiative to get close to her. As for Lin Xiu, due to the setting before he traveled through time, he would not take the initiative to get too close to a beautiful girl, so the two of them who would not take the initiative to get too close to each other have been put on hold until now. If they hadn't sat at the desks in front and behind each other in junior high school, perhaps the relationship between Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya would be more distant than it is now. Bang! Seeing the cabinet being kicked open, Takagi Saya held a short stick and hit the outside of the cabinet in panic. However, a hand she was quite familiar with grasped the short stick. Saya Takagi looked up and saw a peerless young man bathed in sunlight. Dong! Blood flowed throughout her body along with her accelerated heartbeat, and Saya Takagi's delicate face turned slightly red. Lin Xiujun. Is that Lin Xiujun? Why does she always feel that Lin Xiujun is different now? Lin Xiujun, did you come here specifically to see me? Thank you. I will definitely work hard to repay you. Takagi Saya stretched out her hand towards Lin Xiu, looking at her with anticipation in her eyes. Lin Xiu understood what Takagi Saya meant and took the initiative to pull her out of the cabinet. What a pity. After being pulled out of the closet, Takagi Saya's shyness disappeared when she saw Busujima Seiko standing next to Lin Xiu. Takashiro-kun, I'm Seiko Busujima, the captain of the Kendo Club. I remember your family has some influence in Bedmaster City, right? Would you like to join us in searching for your family? Busujima Seiko invited Takagi Saya. Huh? Oh, please let me come with you if you can. After being reminded by Busujima Seiko, Takagi Saya finally gave up the idea of looking at handsome guys. Now, there are more important things than looking at handsome guys. Saya Takagi clapped her cheeks a few times and regrouped herself. Lin Xiu-kun, Dudao-san, please give me your guidance. Saya Takagi looked at Busujima Seiko with a sharp gaze. Really? Women's eyes are all the same, and the probability of a good man not being targeted by other women is really too small. In the school clinic, everyone gathered. When Saya Takagi saw Rei Miyamoto and Shizuka Marikawa, she felt even more pressured. What's wrong with Lin Xiujun? Why is he picking out beautiful girls to save, and not a single guy? The end of the world has just begun and you're already thinking about building a harem? Seeing Lin Xiu coming back, Miyamoto Rei took a breath, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke with a little disappointment. Xiu-jun, Xiao just bandaged his wound and left. He said he didn't want to stay here and wanted to go find his family. Lin Xiu glanced at the lost Miyamoto Rei and chuckled. It's okay if Kamuro-san leaves, as long as you choose to stay, Miyamoto-san. It was his own choice to leave. Everyone has the right to make their own choice, and we must respect that. Lin Xiu knew that Miyamoto Rei was only disappointed on the surface. This is an emotion that all normal human beings have. This kind of guilt is a normal reaction after people make selfish choices. However, this is the extent of Miyamoto Rei's guilt. If she was really in extreme pain, she would not choose to stay here. In a short period of time, Miyamoto Rei has comprehended the basic laws of the apocalypse. The weak must depend on the strong. Well, Xiu-kun, I understand, and I respect Xiao's choice. My choice is different from Xiao's. I choose to stay with Xiujun. Since I have made the choice, I must be responsible for it. So, I will do my best not to hold Shujun back. After being enlightened by Lin Xiu, Miyamoto Rei felt much better. Miyamoto Rei's words. She expressed her reluctance to see Kamuro Takashi leave, received comfort from Lin Xiu, and finally, expressed her loyalty in not wanting to leave. It can be said that after this speech, Rei Miyamoto completed her own sublimation. Therefore, there was only one thing that concerned Miyamoto Rei. The smell of Shizuka Marikawa. While taking care of Shizuka Marikawa, Rei Miyamoto noticed that Shizuka Marikawa's skirt was gradually getting wet, and drops of white liquid kept flowing out. The white liquid seemed endless, and she wiped it for a long time but couldn't wipe it clean. In the end, it was only when Shizuka Marikawa woke up, took a shower and changed her clothes that the problem was solved. If she guessed correctly, the white liquid belonged to Lin Xiu. Could it be? Lin Xiu and Jushuan Jingshang had done it in the school clinic long before the zombie crisis broke out? Otherwise, based on the time when the zombie crisis broke out, how could there be so many white symbiotes in Shizuka Marikawa's body? So, the next step is to find a car and go to my dad's place, right? Saya Takagi adjusted her glasses. Within a few minutes, she figured out her own position and the position of everyone in the group. Lin Xiu is an all-round boss. Seiko Busujima is the one who takes charge of the force. Miyamoto Rei is the one who does the hard work. Shizuka Marikawa is the supporting role. And she is the think tank who helps Lin Xiu come up with ideas. Just now, teacher Jushuan said she has the key to the school bus. Lin Xiu, what do you think about us leaving school by bus? Takagi Saya gave Lin Xiu a questioning look. Okay, just take the school bus. After making the decision to take the school bus, Lin Xiu seemed to hear something and looked down. Boom. The next second, there was a roar of engines coming from the underground parking lot. It seems someone has already gotten there first, and judging by the sound of the engine, the car they drove away was a school bus. What should we do? We don't have the keys to the other vehicles. Saya Takagi frowned fiercely. It's okay, we can just go straight down. They're blocked at the exit by the zombies attracted here. As long as we express our willingness to clear out the zombies, they will open the door on their own initiative. Lin Xiu made a decision quickly. Okay, I understand. This is the only way. Everyone, hurry down. Lin Xiu-kun, and Dudao-san, please clear the way. Saya Takagi nodded, understanding that time waits for no one. Click. After the door opened, everyone came out one after another. It didn't take much time for Lin Xiu and his group to rush out of the teaching building. Because just now, Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko had cleared out almost 80% to 90% of the zombies in the entire teaching building. On the school bus, Shido Koichi widened his eyes and watched in disbelief as a group of people rushed from the teaching building to the garage entrance. The purple-haired kendo girl walked in the front, standing alone against 10,000 men. No matter what kind of zombie it is, once it enters the attack range of the purple-haired girl, its head will be cut off instantly and it will fall to the ground. It's just that the pretty boy next to her that makes Shido Koichi a little unhappy. How can they be so clingy? They dare to hold hands even when facing zombies. What are student couples thinking these days? Under the gaze of Koichi Shido, the group rushed to within a few dozen meters of the garage. Then, the boy whom he regarded as a gigolo spoke. Open the door. We will clean up the zombies, and in exchange, open the door and let us in. Okay. As long as you clear out the zombies first, I'll open the door. Ziteng Haoyi opened the window and replied loudly. Hearing this, Lin Xiu shook his head. No, open the door first and let some people go up. After the zombies are cleared, let the other people go up. If you don't agree, we'll leave. You can probably tell that with our strength, we can definitely get out of the school. Once we're out of the school, any normal survivor will let us get on the bus. Lin Xiu looked like he was about to turn around and leave. Seeing Lin Xiu and his group were about to leave, Ziteng Haoyi could no longer sit still. Okay. Send some of your men over first. We'll be ready to help you open the door. Shido Koichi knew very well that the other party might not need their car. But they really need each other to deal with the zombies blocking the car. You guys go ahead, Seiko and I will be here soon. I understand, Lin Xiu-jun, you have to be careful. Bang. The metal rod in Lin Xiu's hand made a knocking sound. The distant and loud knocking sounds echoed, instantly attracting the attention of a dozen zombies in front of the car. Walk. Saya Takagi and others seized the opportunity and broke in from the side with Rei Miyamoto and Shizuka Marikawa. The school bus door opened and the three of them got in smoothly. Walk. Almost at the same time they got in the car, Shido Koichi stepped on the accelerator. The problem was solved and the zombies were attracted away. There was no need for him to let anyone get on the bus anymore. Chapter 20. Armored Vehicle of the End of the World, The Goddess is Someone Else's Dog, Part 1. Boom. The throttle is fully opened and the engine roars. The school bus knocked away the scattered zombies still lying on the windows and finally rushed out of the garage. Little devil. Good luck to you. When driving past Lin Xiu, Shido Haoyi's face was full of expression, and his smile was more relaxed than ever before. Busujima Seiko frowned and stared at the school bus that was gradually moving away. Lin Xiu-jun, what should we do? Do you want me to throw a knife and puncture the tires of the school bus? No, thanks. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Look, hasn't a car stopped? Lin Xiu pointed in the direction of the school bus. Busujima Seiko looked over and saw that, sure enough, the car was gradually slowing down and then stopped in the middle of the school. At this time, on the school bus, bang. Shizuka Marikawa picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard on Koichi Shido's hand that was holding the steering wheel. Hiss, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Shido Koichi's expression was distorted, and his whole face was about to turn into wrinkles. Teacher Jushuan, why did you hit my hand? Koichi Shido really couldn't understand how the seemingly weak Shizuka Marikawa could burst out with such powerful strength. What am I doing? I'm parking the car and letting Lin Xiu get in. Marikawa Shizuka said as a matter of course. The next second, she continued to smile gently and then raised the fire extinguisher in her hand and smashed it down again. Koichi Shido hurriedly left the driver's seat to avoid the fire extinguisher. Seeing that Shido Koichi admitted defeat, Marikawa Shizuka smiled slightly and took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. Dr. Jushuan, aren't you afraid of killing everyone in the car? Shido Koichi shouted sternly. Hearing this, Takagi Saya adjusted her glasses. According to our agreement, the car should not start until everyone is on board. If we don't keep our promise, won't everyone on the bus feel unsafe? Saya Takagi could see that Koichi Shido, as a teacher with driving skills, had already established initial prestige among these students. So, she chose to directly attack Shido Koichi's base. As she said, no one wants to follow a leader who doesn't keep his promises. Anyone following such a leader could be sacrificed. Noticing the change in the student's eyes, Shido Koichi snorted coldly and tacitly agreed to Marikawa Shizuka taking over the driving rights. Click, the door opened, and Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko quickly caught up and entered the school bus. After getting on the school bus, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission, escaping from Fujimi Academy. Mission requirements. Escape from Fujimi Academy with the person you care about. Task level, green. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Doomsday All-Terrain Armored Vehicle. Apocalyptic All-Terrain Armored Vehicle. Developed specifically for the apocalypse by a wealthy individual, this vehicle has a maximum capacity of 20. After system modifications, it features a diesel, electric, and magical three-wheel drive system, a wealth of integrated circuits, and numerous modern amenities. Note: the system only provides the coordinates of the armored vehicle. The host needs to go there to claim the reward. Seeing the apocalyptic armored vehicle rewarded by the system, Lin Xiu's expression instantly became subtle. My goodness, isn't the system too stingy? He actually needs to go and claim it in person as a reward? Anyway, let's show the coordinates of this apocalyptic armored vehicle on the map first, Lin Xiu said in his heart. Byte. The coordinates of the armored vehicle have been displayed. These coordinates are very close to the airport? I remember there was a plot character named Minami Rika near the airport. Perfect, I can take her with me when we go get the armored vehicle. With Lin Xiu's strength, he certainly doesn't need an armored vehicle to protect himself. The main reason he wanted to obtain this armored vehicle was for its symbolic significance. In the future, he will definitely build his own shelter. Placing such a large item in the shelter will greatly enhance the deterrent effect and the ability to stabilize the interior. Looking around, Miyamoto Rei saw an old acquaintance. Filial piety? Miyamoto Rei never expected that Kamuro Takashi not only managed to walk out of the teaching building, but even got on the school bus. Korea. Kamuro Takashi looked at Miyamoto Rei with complicated eyes, then looked at Lin Xiu and let out a long sigh. Takashi, I'm glad you're okay. Miyamoto Rei nodded, then sat down next to Lin Xiu. Now that Kamuro Takashi is fine, her psychological burden is lighter. As expected of the male protagonist, he was able to walk out of the teaching building even after being injured. Is this what they call world protection? Interesting. Lin Xiu glanced at Kamuro Takashi and found that Kamuro Takashi was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air. Lin Xiu did not retreat, but it was Kamuro Takashi who took the initiative to retract his exploratory gaze. When Kamuro Takamasa was feeling sad, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Looking back, it was Shido Koichi. Kamuro-san, right? The teacher has actually been keeping an eye on you. Many students have developed psychological problems since the zombie crisis. How about some tutoring? If the teacher is not mistaken, you seem to have a conflict with that classmate named Lin Xiu. It seems that he is not only the type to be rude to teachers, but also to classmates. That won't do. When the apocalypse arrives, we should all be friendly and help each other. So, would you like to tell the teacher about your troubles? Kamuro Takashi hesitated for a few seconds, but finally spoke. Teacher, you should also know that Lee is my childhood sweetheart, as for Lin Xiu. When Takashi Kamuro expressed his true feelings, Saya Takagi is thinking about her next course of action. Takashiro-san, I'm so glad you're okay. Under Saya Takagi's puzzled gaze, a little fat man walked up to her and scratched his head embarrassedly. You are? Takagi Saya Yanyi laughed. She felt that the little fat man in front of her looked very familiar. However, she couldn't remember the classmate's name no matter how hard she tried, she only remembered that he was a classmate. Takashiro-kun, don't you remember me? I'm Hirano Toda. After you hid in the closet, Takashiro-san, I was the one who led the zombies away, right? Hirano Toda looked at Takagi Saya in disbelief. He tried his best to protect Takagi Saya, but she didn't even know his name. Is that so? Sorry, maybe it's because I hid in the closet and could only hear the sound of the zombies hitting the closet, so I didn't see what you did, Hirano-san. Didn't see it, that's it? Hirano Toda gritted his teeth and stared at Takagi Saya, hoping she would give further answers. Well, anyway, thank you very much, Hirano-san, for leading the zombies away. Thank you very much. If Hirano-san needs anything in the future, I will do my best to help you. Saya Takagi wrote a blank check. After all, she couldn't write a real check. Really? Then Takashiro-kun can be my friend. Hirano Toda got stuck in the middle of his words. Like a prey targeted by its natural enemy, Hirano Toda felt cold all over and couldn't stop shaking. The little fat boy raised his head and looked tremblingly at the source of the oppressive feeling. Lin Xiu. The person staring at him, causing him to lose his voice instantly, was none other than Lin Xiu. After just a glance, Hirano Toda huddled into a ball and never dared to look up again. Toda-san. Right? Lin Xiu smiled, although you didn't go back to find Saya, but got on the school bus by yourself. However, objectively speaking, you did help Saya. If you hadn't lured the zombies away, Saya might not have survived until I arrived. But that's all your kindness to Saya goes for. If you really wanted to rescue Saya, why did you leave her alone in the closet? Lin Xiu's words made Takagi Saya frown fiercely. Yeah. According to Hirano Toda, he led the zombies away on his own and never came back. How could such a person have the nerve to say that he saved her? If Lin Xiujun hadn't opened the cabinet, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of the teaching building. After thinking everything through, Takagi Saya stood up and bowed slightly to Hirano Toda. Hirano-san, although you chose to leave afterwards, you did lead the zombies away from me. This is a favor that must be repaid. If I could return home, I would definitely find a way to repay you, Hirano-san. Hirano Toda didn't say anything, but nodded with tears in his eyes. Lowering his head, Hirano Toda covered his eyes with his hat. Because if he doesn't do this, everyone will see his bloodshot eyes. You're kidding. I saved her. Not only can you not repay me by being my girlfriend, but you can't even be my friend? As expected, B********** all like gigolos. They're all in the same group. He said he would repay me when he got home, but it was all empty promises. Damn it. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Xiu, Hirano Toda would not feel offended by Takagi Saya's words. He knew that Saya Takagi was usually like this, however, the usually arrogant Takagi Saya acts like an obedient baby in front of Lin Xiu. This attitude deeply hurt Hirano Toda. Your white moonlight goddess will not be arrogant when facing handsome guys and rich men. Instead, she will put aside her self-esteem and pursue them, just to become their toy. After realizing this, most men will break down. Chapter 21. The Scapegoat Kamuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei's Touch, Part 2. But, although Hirano Toda was extremely angry, he had no intention of continuing to pester Takagi Saya. There's nothing I can do about it, he's just such a cowardly man. While thinking about when to go to the airport, Lin Xiu suddenly felt a pair of eyes watching him. Although it was only a moment, that look was filled with extreme malice, so much so that Lin Xiu looked behind him the moment he noticed it. After turning around, Lin Xiu and Ziteng Haoyi's eyes collided in the air. Hiss. Ziteng Haoyi's heart stopped instantly. He never thought that Lin Xiu would look back at this time. Shido Koichi. Right? Lin Xiu stood up and slowly walked towards the car behind. Shido Koichi. When Ziteng Hao heard Lin Xiu address him, he frowned for a moment. Student Lin Xiu, have you forgotten what the school taught you? Respecting teachers is a basic quality for a student. Although Shido Haoyi was shocked by Lin Xiu's martial arts, he still mustered up the courage to ask Lin Xiu to respect him. He knew that if he retreated in the confrontation with Lin Xiu, he would lose more of his voice. Oh, respect your teachers? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then slowly unbuttoned his school uniform jacket. Wow, the next second, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force and threw the coat out. Due to Lin Xiu's extremely exquisite strength, the thrown coat perfectly covered Shido Haoyi's head. What are you going to do? After losing his vision, Shido Koichi fell into unprecedented panic. Due to some past experiences, he hated the feeling of losing vision the most. However, a big hand held down his head, making it impossible for him to take off his coat no matter how hard he struggled. What am I going to do? Of course I want to help you recall the scene of that night and show you how much I respect my teacher. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and picked up a fire extinguisher with a noticeable dent. That night? It was you? So, it was you who did this to me that night? Shido Koichi thought back to a few months ago. That day, he was returning home safely, but on the way, someone kicked him into an alley. Before he could see who had attacked him, he was put into a sack and severely beaten. The most important thing is that after beating him up, the other party also threatened him to give up the idea of attacking Miyamoto Rei. At first, he thought it was Miyamoto Rei's childhood sweetheart, Kamuro Takashi, who did it. After all, Lin Xiu had always been very gentle in school. Now it seems that the person who attacked him at that time was Lin Xiu. Huh? Hearing the conversation between Lin Xiu and Shido Koichi, Miyamoto Rei covered her red lips with tears in her eyes. She was asking why Shido Koichi had a bruised face for a while. She was talking about why Shido Koichi gave up the idea of threatening her and thus clamping down on her parents. It turned out that Lin Xiu had secretly gone to see Shido Haoyi. He went to see Shido Haoyi for her. Miyamoto Rei shed tears out of emotion and guilt. On the other side of the school bus, Komuro Takashi was also stunned. He was asking why Shido Haui was targeting him so much. It turned out that he was taking the blame for Lin Xiu. Originally, Komuro Takashi would never sympathize with someone like Shido Koichi. But since he was the one who took the blame for Lin Xiu, that's another matter. After thinking about it, Komuro Takashi finally gave some advice. Shu-kun, we still need manpower now. Should we keep teacher Ziteng here? After all, Mr. Ziteng is one of the few people who has driving skills. Hearing this, Lin Xiu turned to look at Komuro Takashi and smiled brightly. Originally, if Komuro Takashi had been obedient, Lin Xiu would not mind sparing his life for Komuro Always Sake. But now, since Komuro Takashi wants to join forces with Shido Koichi to fight against him, don't blame him for not remembering the friendship between their childhood sweethearts. When facing a dispute, Komuro Takashi's position is very clear as he does not stand on the side of his childhood sweetheart but on the side of his enemy. Komuro-san, are you pleading for Shido Koichi, the man who bullied you? You don't think I don't know what you're thinking, do you? You want to team up with Shido Koichi to go against me? Is this how you treat your childhood sweetheart? Looking at Lin Xiu's calm eyes, Komuro Takashi suddenly felt a little scared. Lin Xiu, you're not planning to attack him, are you? Wait, Shu-jun, aren't we childhood sweethearts? You're not going to attack me? My mother takes such good care of you, how could you? Bang! Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiu slapped Komuro Takashi in the face. Light. Under Lin Xiu's tremendous force, Komuro Takashi's neck directly rotated 720 degrees. Ah! Komuro Takashi's bizarre death pose caused several female students to scream. However, Lin Xiu only glanced at them briefly, and they quickly covered their mouths, fearing that they would make any more noise. On Shido Koichi's side, recalling the fear of being dominated by Lin Xiu and seeing Komuro Takashi being easily defeated by Lin Xiu, his psychological defenses were finally broken. Don't, Lin Xiu-kun, I was wrong, it's my fault, I shouldn't have targeted Miyamoto Rei-san, and I shouldn't have retaliated against Komuro Takashi-san. I will drive well, I will listen to you carefully, so. Do you know you're wrong? Lin Xiu chuckled and shook his head. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. Bang. With another loud bang, Lin Xiu smashed the deformed fire extinguisher on Ziteng Haoi's head for the second time. Shido Koichi's body stiffened for a moment, then gradually became limp. Bloodstains. Red blood oozed from the back of Shido Koichi's head. Fortunately, Lin Xiu had covered himself with his coat in advance, so the blood did not flow all over the floor. Teacher Ziteng, now you can finally stop making mistakes. After saying that, Lin Xiu opened the rear window, threw Komuro Takashi out first, and then threw Shido Koichi out. Pa. After rolling several times on the ground, the bodies of the two men finally came to a stop. Several roadside zombies were attracted by the collision sound of the corpses and pounced on them immediately. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, killing Shido Koichi personally. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the evil protagonist speech, green. Speech of the evil protagonist, green. When you are giving a speech, the audience will be infected by your emotions and will be more accepting of the content of the speech. The more excited you are during a speech, the louder your voice is, and the more confident you are, the more recognition you will receive. Seeing Lin Xiu throwing Ziteng Haoi out, everyone swallowed hard. When all the students were silent, a beautiful girl with long flaxen hair excitedly hugged Lin Xiu. The girl not only hugged him, but also offered her red lips. Shu-kun. Miyamoto Rei frantically grasped Lin Xiu's breath, wanting to express her love and gratitude to Lin Xiu. It turned out that without her noticing, Lin Xiu had been silently protecting her. Chapter 22. Establishing a base, Miyamoto Rei's turn, Part 3. Lin Xiu didn't kiss Miyamoto Rei for long. After just a dozen seconds, Lin Xiu let go of Miyamoto Rei, who was still responding frantically. Okay, Lee, I still need to talk to everyone about serious matters, so please restrain yourself for a moment. Miyamoto Rei lowered her head and replied softly. The fact that Lin Xiu was willing to call her Lee was enough to make her so excited that she couldn't sleep tonight. After glancing at the people who dared not speak, Lin Xiu stood in the middle of the school bus. Everyone, the peaceful daily life we used to have is completely gone from us. Previous laws and morals are completely obsolete. You and I must adapt to living in a new worldview. In today's world, survival is the most important thing. To survive, you need water, food, and even more, strength. We need to build new structures to help us access the resources we need to survive. Lin Xiu's speech lasted 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, these students had a personal understanding of the situation they were facing. Before, they still kept thinking in the mindset of students. Now, after changing their way of thinking, they realized how lucky they were to be with Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's willingness to say this means that Lin Xiu is willing to assume the responsibility of a leader. In the end times, it is so reassuring to have a leader like Lin Xiu. At least, as long as you listen to Lin Xiu, you won't be kicked out of the car. At least, as long as you listen to Lin Xiu, you can greatly improve your survival rate. Now that the world has become the apocalypse, living with a leader who has both leadership and personal military power seems not bad. After giving the big stick, Lin Xiu also did not forget to give a sweet treat. Shizuka, drive to the Bedmaster Hotel. We'll rest there and collect supplies. Yes. Understood. Shizuka Marikawa smiled adorably, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom with her jade feet in red high heels. Ong. The engine roared, and it sped away with Lin Xiu and his group. Half an hour later, the school bus stopped in front of the Bedmaster City Hotel. Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko rushed out from the front and back and quickly wiped out the zombies in front of the hotel. Next we will collect and organize the materials. There are many supermarkets and supporting living facilities near the Bedmaster Hotel. My classmate Dudao and I will first eliminate all the zombies inside. Takashiro-kun, you will be responsible for assigning tasks to everyone. Have everyone organize and classify the collected supplies and store them in a safe place. Yes. Everyone, please gather here first. I will assign different tasks based on her sports performance. Saya Takagi adjusted her glasses and raised her hands to indicate her location. Seeing that Takashiro Saya quickly entered the working state, Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. As long as Takashiro Saya's head was not confused, her leadership was the best here. The next second, Lin Xiu looked at Miyamoto Rei and Marikawa Shizuka again. Rei, you and Shizuka go find a map. See if there's a suitable island or village nearby. After collecting the supplies, we will use school buses to transport them to the target islands or rural areas. It's clear that modern metropolises can't sustain our lives forever. We need to find safe areas where we can carry out agricultural production. Yes. Miyamoto Rei raised her hand and replied excitedly. By the time Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko finished killing the zombies and everyone had collected supplies, it was already evening. In the lobby of the Bedmaster City Hotel, where the door was blocked, everyone gathered together. Looking at the various supplies piled up in the hotel lobby, everyone smiled sincerely. Next, we will distribute the meals and register the various supplies. Takashiro-kun, I'll leave this task to you. Is that okay? Yes, no problem. Leave it to me. Saya Takagi stood at attention, and the thunder in her chest shook. In just one afternoon, her leadership skills grew significantly. Although there are still some shortcomings, as long as she discusses with Lin Xiu, she can always complete the task well. By the way, Lin Xiu-kun, this is the list and detailed information of the people you and Busudao-san rescued in the hotel and the mall. I have already compiled it all. Saya Takagi took out another booklet. Lin Xiu flipped through the booklet. The registration information was very detailed and clear. These people will eat after we finish our meal. After dinner, I will assign them different tasks based on their identities and information. Oh, there's another county council member named Yukinoshita. I'll have a private conversation with her later. Seeing the counselor with the surname Yukinoshita, Lin Xiu paid special attention to him. It was a pity that the counselor did not have a daughter named Yukino or Haruno. While eating, the new member looked at Lin Xiu and his group who were eating and kept swallowing his saliva. As adults, they knew very well that everything in the past had become a thing of the past, and that boy named Lin Xiu was the guarantee of their future life. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu and his group had eaten and drunk their fill. Okay, you can eat now. After dinner, we will assign everyone a room. After getting Lin Xiu's permission, everyone was calm and lined up in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Takashiro Saya. Adults who have experienced the world are more useful than students. As long as they are given a stable environment, they can quickly adapt and participate in the workforce. After dinner, under the instructions of Saya Takagi, everyone cleaned and tidied the hotel rooms and placed the remaining supplies in the designated area. Night. After rejecting the request of the female counselor named Yukinoshita to sleep with him, Lin Xiu pulled Jushuan Shizuka into his room. Late at night, Miyamoto Rei used the door card to find Lin Xiu's room. Looking at the clothes, stockings, and high heels scattered on the floor, and then looking at Shizuka Marikawa who was already asleep on the bed, Miyamoto Rei swallowed hard. Lee, you're here? On the bed, Lin Xiu rested her head on Marikawa Shizuka's big thunder and greeted Miyamoto Rei. He was well prepared for Rei Miyamoto's arrival, because he personally gave Miyamoto Rei's room card to her when he took the opportunity to arrange the leader's room cleaning task for her. Xiu-kun. After spending the afternoon and evening together, Miyamoto Rei found that she had a new understanding of Lin Xiu. However, instead of feeling scared, she liked Lin Xiu even more. That's why she took the initiative to come to Lin Xiu's room today. Looking at Miyamoto Rei who was about to take off her clothes, Lin Xiu smiled and waved her hand. That's it, Lee. I like to see you in a sailor suit. I like to see girls swaying on me, showing off their most beautiful postures. Yeah. Miyamoto Rei replied softly. The youthful JK girl climbed onto Lin Xiu, kissing her while lowering her slender waist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Miyamoto Rei. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 4. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, the girl's plump thighs trembled uncontrollably. Miyamoto Rei's crystal white toes kept curling and stretching in her black silk stockings, stretching the black stockings. As the symbiote completely merged with it, Miyamoto Rei and Lin Xiu interlocked their fingers, her eyes rolled up uncontrollably, and tears of happiness flowed from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 23. Mutated Bird-Shaped Zombie, A Sword of Cold Light, Part 4. Pictured. Minami Rika. The next day. Early in the morning, after finishing their meal, the group continued to act according to the plan made yesterday. Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko first cleared today's jungle area, and then Takagi Saya assigned everyone the task of collecting supplies. Unlike yesterday when he only collected water, food and other supplies, today, Lin Xiu expanded the scope of supplies to include medicine, energy, tools, seeds, fertilizers and so on. After clearing the corresponding area, Lin Xiu and Jushuan Jingshang got on a collected motorcycle. Takashiro-kun, while Shizuka and I are away, the management of this place will be handed over to you and Busujima-senpai. I'll be back tomorrow morning at the latest. If you have any questions about management, you can discuss it with Ms. Yukinoshita. If you need force, you can look for Seiko and Rei. Yesterday, Lin Xiu also reincarnated Miyamoto Rei as a demon, and also shared the powerful spear talent called Heavenly Spearmanship. Miyamoto Rei is now definitely the strongest person in the shelter besides Lin Xiu and Busujima Seiko. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. Saya Takagi raised her eyebrows and looked at Rei Miyamoto in confusion. She remembered that yesterday, Lin Xiu had called Miyamoto Rei, Miyamoto-san. Why was she calling her Rei now? Moreover, looking at Rei Miyamoto's appearance, she seems to be much more beautiful than yesterday. Could it be that Miyamoto Rei has already, damn Miyamoto Rei, taking advantage of her while she was working hard, right? When she thought of this possibility, Saya Takagi's delicate face turned red. She suddenly regretted focusing so much on the shelter's affairs. After explaining what needed to be explained, Lin Xiu sat in the middle of the motorcycle and Juchuan Jingshang sat in the front of the motorcycle, and the two sped away. Woo-woo-woo-woo. On the road, Shizuka Marikawa felt the strong wind blowing in her face and Lin Xiu's dribbling skills, and shouted excitedly. Originally, Lin Xiu didn't plan to take her with her. However, after hearing that Lin Xiu was planning to go to the airport and was also going to look for Minami Rika, Marikawa Shizuka insisted on following him. After giving the reason that Minami Rika would find it difficult to agree to go with Shujun without me, Lin Xiu finally decided to take Marikawa Shizuka with her. Shu-chan, there is a little child on the wall not far ahead, behind Lin Xiu, Jushuan Jingshang reminded. Yes, I know. I've seen her. Even without the dad eye, Lin Xiu's perception was sharper than Marikawa Shizuka's. How could she not see the little loli trembling on the wall? If it's just one person, we can still bring him along. Normally, Lin Xiu doesn't bother to care about these things. He was driving a motorcycle, so he had no time to care about others. However, if it's just a loli, it's okay to bring her along. What's more, Lin Xiu had already recognized her identity through the strength of her soul. This little loli with brown-red hair is named Siri Alice. She is the little loli with a very mature mentality among the protagonists of the original plot. The other side. Airport. A dark-skinned lady with wheat-colored skin was lying at the sniper point, constantly sniping at the zombies that were blocking the plane's flight path. Bang. 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 As the sniper rifle continued to hit, Minami Rika's chest wrapped in the black uniform kept shaking, which in a sense acted as a shock absorber. Under Minami Rika's sniping, the zombies on the airport runway were quickly cleared out. The zombies have been cleared, and people can be assigned to clean the runway. After clearing the zombies, Minami Rika reported to her partners and superiors through the tactical headset. Okay, I'll report right away. Chief Police Officer Minami, you can take a rest first. On the rooftop, Minami Rika's sniper observation partner Dejima replied. Ong. Outside the airport, the roar of a motorcycle attracted Minami Rika's attention. There is no way. In today's world, there are very few people who dare to step on the accelerator so ostentatiously. Minami Rika was very interested in this, so she hurriedly took out her observation telescope and looked towards the target location. Then, she saw a scene that shocked her. A teenager is riding a heavy metal Harley motorcycle, holding a blonde Harley Davidson in front of him, and there is a child with reddish-brown hair behind him. What kind of combination is this? A sandwich combination. Wait, why does that blonde cow look so familiar? Nan Lixiang has really broadened her horizons. However, before she could carefully confirm the identity of the blonde cow, a cry of surprise came from the tactical headset. Captain Nanli, look at the sky. The sky is dark. Something is approaching the airport. It's bats and crows, so big, so fast, ah. As Minami Rika raised the telescope, she heard Tajima's screams. Damn it. Have birds turned into zombies too? That means planes aren't safe anymore. People who were boarding the plane rushed out of the plane frantically, trying to get back to the waiting hall. Bang. Bang 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 bang. A large number of zombie bats and zombie crows crashed into the tempered glass outside the waiting hall, deepening the cracks. It was here that the roar of a motorcycle caught their attention. After cutting open the barbed wire outside the airport, a heavy metal motorcycle sped across the airport runway in broad daylight. Xiaoshang. Where are you? On the motorcycle, Shizuka Marikawa stood up and called out her best friend's name loudly. This sound is... Hearing this familiar voice, Nan Lixiang shuddered and quickly turned the telescope. Damn, it's that blonde cow. It's okay that she's brainless, but does the person leading her also have no brains? Making such a loud noise is simply courting death. Minami Rika hurriedly picked up the sniper rifle and prepared to snipe to cover Marikawa Shizuka. Then, she realized that she had completely overthought. Faced with the swarming zombie bats, the boy on the motorcycle stood up and drew the long sword at his waist. Pa 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 pa. Like hail on a rainy day, the black-haired boy's sword light formed an absolute defense net, completely isolating all the zombie bats outside. FK. Is this a human? In the end, Minami Rika could only give this evaluation. After coming to her senses, Minami Rika hurriedly joined in the fight against the lost bat. However, she didn't aim at the little bats, she was aiming at the giant bat that was leading the group. Bang! The sniper bullet fired and streaked towards the giant bat. With Rika Minami's sniping skills, she can easily hit the target even if it is a moving target. However, this target is not just a dynamic target, there are also a large group of small targets around it. After passing through more than a dozen small zombie bats, the sniper bullet had lost most of its kinetic energy. In the end, the bullet that hit the giant bat only left a crater. It's just okay like this. What made Minami Rika most upset was that the giant bat had already noticed who was behind the attack and was rushing towards her. Looking at the giant bat rushing towards her and the small bats surrounding it, the corners of Minami Rika's mouth twitched slightly. Completion. She could still give it a try if it was just one giant bat, but facing a giant bat surrounded by countless small bats, she could only wait for death. While Minami Rika was standing there in a daze, a young man jumped directly in front of her from an observation port several meters high. WTF? The observation port is over 10 meters high? Under Minami Rika's shocked gaze, the young man raised the sword in his hand, and then, suddenly threw it out. Swish! The long sword pierced through everything, passed through countless small bats, and hit the giant bat that was approaching rapidly. Without any suspense, the next second, the giant bat's head fell off. Blood splattered in the air, and the giant bat's body fell on the side wall of the building where Minami Rika was due to inertia. Damn! This man is so strong. Minami Rika never thought that she, who had always been strong, would actually develop a little dependence on the opposite S**X. But, this feeling seems pretty good. Chapter 24. Royal Princess Kagura, hedging her bets? Update 1. The picture shows the Royal Princess Kagura, 10 minutes later. Lin Xiu cleared out all the zombies. In the waiting hall, all the passengers and staff who had just gotten off the plane gathered together, looking at the young man in front of them with awe and respect. Could it be that the myths and legends are true, and this young man is a god who came to Earth to save them? The scene where Lin Xiu instantly killed the plot bat was so shocking that they had to come up with such an idea. Ding! Lin Xiu placed the sword in front of him, looked around, and spoke slowly. My name is Lin Xiu, and I'm currently managing a shelter with Yukinoshita County Councilor. Who's the boss here? Seeing Lin Xiu being so rude to the royal family, a middle-aged woman who looked like a secretary showed dissatisfaction. However, before she could say anything, she was driven away by a black-haired girl with a G-style hairstyle. Don't be rude to this gentleman. After sending the secretary away, the black-haired girl in an elegant kimono bowed gracefully to Lin Xiu. I am Huang Shenlai, and I am temporarily managing this airport with the permission of my uncle. Master Lin Xiu, what brings you here? Huang is the surname of the Fuso Emperor's lineage. In other words, you are a member of the royal family? Lin Xiu glanced at Huang Shenlai. Well, it is exactly the same as his impression of the Emperor Camille in the world of Code Geass. P.S. I won't be describing too many characters outside the world of Apocalypse, I'm just looking for a mascot for the expansion of power. There will be some upgraded zombies, but they won't be too strong. Within 15 chapters, you can fight monsters and collect girls at the same time. After collecting them all, you will return to the DxD World. Yes, I am indeed a member of the royal family. I wonder what brings you here, Master Lin Xiu. Do you wish to contact the government or the self-defense forces? Huang Shenlai maintains the dignity and demeanor that a member of the royal family should have. No, Lord Kagura. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, revealing his true intentions. I'm here to protect you. As a member of the royal family, it is too dangerous for you to stay in an airport where you could be attacked by zombie bats at any time. For your own safety, please come back with me to my sanctuary, okay? Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Lin Xiu, who had just been asking who was in charge, couldn't possibly be here to protect Kagura. However, no one dared to say anything. Some people even thought that what Lin Xiu said made sense. If it really came down to safety, there was no place safer than with Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu's advice makes sense. However, I wonder if Master Lin Xiu would be willing to have a long talk with my uncle? We can contact my uncle at the airport, and we'll get a reply in half a day at the latest. The uncle that Emperor Kamiria mentioned is none other than the current Emperor of Fuso. I believe that with Lord Lin Xiu's leadership and personal abilities, he will be able to play a greater role with my uncle. Kagura planned to test whether Lin Xiu respected the royal family. If he had no intention of replacing the royal family, she could introduce him to her uncle. Let's talk about the contact later. I think it's better to protect Lord Kagura now, isn't it? Lin Xiu did not respond to Kagura's move. That's true. Uncle is very busy, so we should not disturb him easily. Kagura pursed her red lips and had to give up her original idea. This person is. Suddenly, Lin Xiu caught sight of a beautiful young woman who looked very familiar. Aunt Miyamoto Kiriko. After being named by Lin Xiu, a beautiful woman with a sexy figure and a face that was 70% similar to Miyamoto Rei stood up. Shu-jun. Is it really you? I thought I was seeing things. Where's Lee? How is she now? Kiriko Miyamoto was concerned about her daughter's safety first. Losing that fake husband who loved men was nothing, but if she lost her own daughter, she was really afraid that she would not be able to bear it. Don't worry, Aunt Kiriko, Rei is fine now, she's in my shelter. Lin Xiu glanced at Miyamoto Kiriko briefly, and his expression became more subtle. Because he found that Miyamoto Kiriko seemed still pure? System, is this also your doing? Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask. Ding. The system only cut off the possibility of marriage for Miyamoto Kiriko and others. As for the birth of Miyamoto Rei, that was the inevitable direction of the world. At the appointed time, Miyamoto Kiriko and the others will become pregnant even without a man. I see. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the statement that Miyamoto Kiriko and others will become pregnant due to fate. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu said to Miyamoto Kiriko, Aunt Kiriko, it's almost evening now, and it's inconvenient to move around at night. Tomorrow, after daybreak, we can go see Rei with Miss Kagura. Okay, I understand, Lin Xiujun, I want to go with you. Miyamoto Kiriko nodded hurriedly. Lin Xiu did not intend to abandon the airport directly. However, considering that flying is no longer safe nowadays, the role of this airport has been greatly reduced. Therefore, Lin Xiu's final arrangement was that the hundreds of people at the airport could go back with him if they were willing, but if they were not willing, it was up to them to decide for themselves. Night. Minami Rika fell asleep with mixed feelings. She had never imagined that there could be a human being that powerful. She never expected that the man was actually Shizuka Marikawa's man. Damn it, Marikawa Shizuka, you stinky cow, you said you wouldn't look for another man. How could you betray our previous vows? And you turned around and found a young and handsome man. Feeling dissatisfied with Shizuka Marikawa, Minami Rika fell asleep angrily. Late at night, there was a sound from the door, and Minami Rika woke up immediately. However, before she could react, someone covered her mouth. Liar, Shizuka Marikawa smiled and made a hush gesture. Minami Rika's mouth was covered by Marikawa Shizuka, and both of her hands were easily locked by Marikawa Shizuka's one hand. Xiaoshang, do you still remember the vows we made? You told me that if I were to find a man, that man must be one who satisfies you. I also said something similar to you. So, today I brought Shu-chan to see you. As she said this, Marikawa Shizuka smiled and held down Minami Rika, who wanted to resist. Minami Rika was surprised to find that she couldn't break free from Marikawa Shizuka's grasp. Hiss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Nan Lisheng. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 5. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. He came to see Minami Rika just to satisfy his collecting addiction and fulfill Marikawa Shizuka's wish. I didn't expect that Minami Rika has already reached the standard for the strategy. As expected, dark-skinned ladies like Minami Rika are mostly carnivorous? What? Don't you know it's rude to stop at a time like this? Nan Lisheng was displeased with Lin Xiu's sudden stop. So, she flipped over and rode on top of Lin Xiu. It was already the end of the world, and Nan Lisheng wasn't bound by her old ways. In a world where death was a possibility at any moment, she should enjoy herself while she could. Xiaoshang, this is really great. Shizuka Marikawa smiled and stroked Minami Rika's long purple hair. She had always been worried that Minami Rika would not be able to find a man in the future. Now, she finally fulfilled her childhood promise. Chapter 25. The Surrendered Princess Kagura, Part 2. The next day, Lin Xiu was awakened by a rustling sound. When I opened my eyes, it turned out to be Minami Rika. Nan Lisheng woke up at some point and was crawling towards him timidly. Last night, Lin Xiu fell asleep inside Nan Lisheng's body. After waking up, Nan Lisheng was surprised by Lin Xiu's terrifying ability, and she couldn't help but have some small thoughts. Therefore, she was hesitant to straighten her body so that the symbiont could penetrate deeper. Lin Xiu reached out to help Nan Lisheng straighten herself up. As Nan Lisheng's belly bulged again, she breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiu couldn't help but reveal a subtle smile. Xiaoshang, if you have such needs in the future, you can just tell me directly. There's no need to act like a thief. Lin Xiu's teasing expression made Nan Lisheng's delicate and mature face reveal a rare hint of shyness. Even when she was R**D by Lin Xiu yesterday, she had never been so shy. HMPH. Just by telling you, can you satisfy me? Let me tell you in advance that I'm very strong. Minami Rika shrugged her slender waist in dissatisfaction. Oh, really? Very strong? Lin Xiu did not comment. Ahem. You're still a little under the weather because it was my first time yesterday. This time I will definitely let you know how powerful I am. Nan Lisheng grabbed Lin Xiu's collar stubbornly so that she could gain more leverage. Really? Then I can only wait and see. Lin Xiu gripped Nan Lisheng's groin with his thumb and pressed his whole hand down suddenly, causing Nan Lisheng, who was still testing, to roll her eyes instantly. During breakfast, Huang Shenlai and Miyamoto Kiriko got to sit opposite Lin Xiu, and looked at Lin Xiu with interest while eating. In any case, the uniqueness displayed by Lin Xiu did indeed deeply attract them. Women are all creatures that admire the strong. The worse the environment, the more women tend to rely on the strong to survive. Now in this apocalyptic world with the outbreak of zombies, it goes without saying how terrible the environment is. Therefore, even if Lin Xiu had no intention of respecting the royal family, Kagura would be more inclined to rely on Lin Xiu. The reason why ordinary people have to obey the law is not because the law is so noble, but because the country that makes the law has violent organs to force ordinary people to obey it. Lin Xiu possesses such absolute power, he can make everyone, even all the zombies, obey the rules he sets. And she, Huang Shenlai, only needs to be a mascot with some power as before. Lord Lin Xiu, why can't I see Police Chief Nanli? Did you assign her to do an investigation mission? Kagura asked curiously. Ah, well, she is still sleeping in my room now. Lin Xiu spoke nonchalantly about Nan Lishang's current situation. So, that's how it is. Upon hearing this, both Tsugami Rikuya and Miyamoto Kiriko had a blush on their faces. They didn't expect Lin Xiu to act so quickly. After thinking for a while, Kagura slowly opened her red lips. Master Lin Xiu, do you like the type of Police Chief Nanli? I know that Master Lin Xiu's powerful genes should be passed on. However, next time, Master Lin Xiu, could you please consider me first instead of Chief Nanli? With the royal blood flowing in my veins, I will surely be able to help Master Lin Xiu give birth to a noble and powerful offspring. Kagura made an explosive statement. Miyamoto Kiriko's smile was a little stiff. She didn't expect that Kagura, who was a princess, would take the initiative to this extent. Lin Xiu smiled and looked up at Kagura. Is it really okay to make this decision without consulting your uncle and the Prime Minister? Of course it's no problem. I've always been a strong-minded kid. Besides, who else is qualified to be Master Lin Xiu's legal wife besides me? With me becoming Master Lin Xiu's legal wife, the people under Master Lin Xiu will be more obedient. Lin Xiu admitted that what Kagura said made sense. Kagura, you are such a smart person. Although your actions are splitting the bets, I recognize your determination. If there's a chance, I'll find a chance to announce this to everyone. Yes, I am honored to have the favor of Master Lin Xiu. Kagura forced a smile. Bet separately, indeed, she was placing her bets separately. In today's zombie outbreak, even the royal family may be completely cut off. In order to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline, it is the correct and normal choice to let the various royal bloodlines marry with the leaders of various factions and place their bets separately. Kagura, as a token of my recognition of your resolve, this is for you. Lin Xiu took out a bloody chess piece. Master Lin Xiu, this is my chess piece. After absorbing my chess piece, you can gain power similar to mine. But in return, your body and soul will become my property. Da, with a soft sound, Lin Xiu placed the bloody chess piece on the table. A power similar to that of Lord Lin Xiu. Kagura opened her red lips slightly, and her watery eyes kept trembling. She just wanted to be a mascot with some power, but she didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be willing to let her gain some of his power. Perhaps, this is the king's magnanimity. Master Lin Xiu, you possess the aura that makes you an absolute king in this troubled world. When Kagura reached out to take the chess piece, Lin Xiu looked up at the sky. Coincidentally, Shizuka Marikawa also ran over from a distance. Shu-chan. Something terrible has happened. Bats. And crows. There are more bats and crows flying towards the airport than yesterday. Crow? Kagura hurriedly looked outside the airport. Just as Shizuka Marikawa said, a black swarm of crows is rapidly approaching the airport. Kagura, next, let me use facts to tell you how correct your choice was. Lin Xiu stood up and walked towards the covered bridge slowly. Boost. The next second, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands appeared, and Lin Xiu's aura instantly doubled. Lord Lin Xiu, are you planning to handle these things alone? Kagura couldn't help but ask. That's right. At this stage, I'm the only one who can handle it. However, in the future, you will be the ones to deal with these problems, Lin Xiu replied. Boost. 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 As Lin Xiu walked, his strength continued to improve. When he walked onto the corridor bridge, Lin Xiu's strength had already risen to the upper demon level. A magic bullet the size of a basketball was fired. The next second, with Lin Xiu's arm as the center, a fan-shaped green light cannon shot straight into the sky. Dragon shoot. Wide area scattering version, 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, hundreds of meters. After zooming into hundreds of meters, the green light cannon completely covered the attacking zombie bats. 10 seconds later, Lin Xiu retracted the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand and calmly walked back to his table. Okay, let's eat quickly, we have to go back to the shelter after dinner. Lin Xiu's tone was quite calm, as if nothing had happened. It took a while for Kagura to come back to her senses. The first thing Kagura did after coming to his senses was to demonstrate the most standard doggies posture on the spot without caring about the dust on the ground. Not caring about the dust on her princess dress, the royal princess of noble blood lowered her head. I, the concubine, the imperial god Li, the princess of Akishino Palace, am willing to serve Master Lin Xiu for the rest of my life. From now on, your husband's life is my life. I hope Master Lin Xiu will show some favor. Chapter 26. Evolved Zombies, Sending You Pillows When You Feel Sleepy, Part 3. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu drove the Apocalypse all-terrain armored vehicle, rewarded by the system near the airport. Driven by the magic engine, the Doomsday armored vehicle roared like a monster, knocked away all obstacles along the way, and rushed towards the Bedmaster Hotel. Except for Lin Xiu and his group, other airport operations and security personnel took the airport bus to the Bedmaster Hotel. However, on the way, Lin Xiu received a call for help from Saya Takashiro. Brother Lin Xiu. There's a sister on the radio who calls herself Takashiro Saya. She said she has something important to talk to you about. Siri Alice's mission is to monitor the broadcast to communicate with Takagi Saya. According to the agreement between Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya, the two will contact each other regularly through light waves of the agreed frequency band. Siri Alice completed her task well and notified Lin Xiu as soon as she received the call. Hello. Takashiro-san. What's wrong? A zombie wave. Aren't Busujima-senpai and Rei on your side? What? Not only are there a lot of them, but there are also powerful mutant zombies. Can't we hold the line with just 2 people? Okay, I'll be right back. After understanding the situation on Saya Takagi's side, Lin Xiu immediately opened the entrance and exit above the armored vehicle. Lord Lin Xiu, is the situation over there very urgent? Do you want to take me with you? Kagura asked. She had just absorbed Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, and now she had some basic combat power. No, I'll be much slower if I carry you with me. Lin Xiu replied. Kagura, Xiaoshang, and Shizuka, when you arrive, find a girl named Takagi Saya. She will arrange for you to guard your place. As for me, I'll go back and support the defense first. The next second, a green light flashed on Lin Xiu's hand, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost, 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 boost. With the help of the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, Lin Xiu's speed continued to increase, and he flew quickly towards the Bedmaster's hotel. Soon, Lin Xiu passed the outer area of the zombie siege and landed in front of the Bedmaster Hotel. Lin Xiujun. You're finally back. Gao Cheng Saya finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her opinion, as long as Lin Xiu was there was nothing that could not be solved. Well, Saya, give me the list I asked you to compile. We're in urgent need of additional regular combat forces. As the team expanded, Lin Xiu also realized that it would be difficult to hold the defense line with only a few people. Sooner or later, he would need to build a team that was absolutely loyal to him. Okay, here's the list I compiled. It includes young women who performed well in the supply collection activities yesterday and today. Before you, Lin Xiujun, came back, I had already asked Ms. Yukinoshita to call them to assemble. Gao Chengsaya's expression was a little subtle. She knew very well why Lin Xiu added, young women, to the selection criteria. A minute later, the personnel were assembled. Lin Xiu said a few words, then gave them the slime symbiote and reincarnated them into demons. The 16 of you will hold the line under the command of Gao Cheng-san. As for me, I will go and meet the leader of this wave of zombies first. After saying that, Lin Xiu spread his devil wings and took off on the spot. Just now, when Lin Xiu was flying, he sensed several powerful auras below. When facing a zombie tidal wave with powerful zombies gathering together, it is always right to capture the leader first, because the zombie tidal wave is most likely a gathering of these high-level zombies. Yes, in the distance, Lin Xiu heard the echo of the guards. In the sky, Lin Xiu was clearing the zombie bats and zombie crows in the air while flying rapidly towards Busujima Seiko and Miyamoto Rei. Their tactics were, 2 of them took the initiative to go forward into the zombie tide, attracting high-level zombies to prevent them from directly attacking the shelter. The tactics of the 2 were very successful. When Lin Xiu flew back just now, only low-level zombies were left near the shelter's defense line, and the shelter's own armed forces could barely resist. Bang! Lin Xiu fell from the sky and landed in front of Busujima Seiko and Miyamoto Rei. Boost! 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 Dragon Shoot, Wide Area Scattering Version. Opening a 180-degree fan-shaped attack range, Lin Xiu quickly cleared out the zombies around him. Noticing Lin Xiu's arrival, Busujima Seiko and Miyamoto Rei both breathed a sigh of relief. Even after absorbing the demon pieces, their strength was only that of a high-level lower-level demon. If it weren't for the powerful defense of the reinforced slime armor, they would have collapsed long ago. After hesitating for a few seconds, Miyamoto Rei took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry, Shu-kun, when you left, Kamuro Takashi drove away the school bus while we weren't paying attention, and took away a lot of supplies. Kamuro Takashi? Isn't he dead? Lin Xiu frowned. Yes, he is indeed dead, but somehow he managed to sneak into the base and even managed to carry away a large amount of supplies and firearms with that fat guy named Hirano Toda. So, resurrection from the dead? Interesting. The next time I see him, I'll kill him completely. Lin Xiu roughly guessed what was going on with Kamuro Takashi. Now, the world of Apocalypse is going from bad to worse. A large number of zombies are evolving, and the protagonist, Takashi Kamuro, has joined the ranks of the gloriously evolving zombies. Even the heroine, Lin Xiu, noticed the strength of Miyamoto Rei and Busujima Seiko. Only 1 day had passed, and although their strength had not yet advanced, it had grown significantly compared to yesterday. In other words, it's not just the zombies and the hero who are evolving. The heroine is also evolving along with the world. Miyamoto Rei noticed Lin Xiu's gaze and shook her cockroach hair fiercely, her eyes determined. Shu-jun, you don't have to do anything. If I meet him in the future, I will definitely defeat him personally and make him pay for his sin of betraying Shu-jun. Miyamoto Rei's eyes were full of murderous intent. She thought Lin Xiu was worried about Kamuro Takashi's problem. I think that Lin Xiujun doesn't need to worry about this problem. Busujima Seiko smiled and shook off the blood on the sword. Lin Xiu was very interested in why Busujima Seiko said that. Oh, why don't I have to worry about this? Because, among the survivors we found today, there is a woman. Her name is Kamuro Aoi. Busujima Seiko replied with a chuckle. Kamuro Aoi. Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes. Kamuro Aoi is Kamuro Takashi's mother. As long as Kamuro Aoi is with us, I believe that we will meet Kamuro Takashi sooner or later. Lin Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. It just so happened that he was just wanting to see if Kamuro Aoi's situation was the same as Miyamoto Kiriko's, and Kamuro Aoi came to his door, like a pillow given to someone who was sleepy. Chapter 27. Removing the high-level zombies. You don't want me to attack Kamuro Takashi, do you? Fourth update? From the sky, it seems that only my shelter has a large number of zombies gathered here. Either the zombies are attracted to the gathering crowd, or someone is behind this. Found it. With the number of zombies decreasing significantly, Lin Xiu finally found the advanced zombies hiding among the ordinary zombies. Lickers and web spinners. What kind of biohazard? For ordinary people, evolved zombies such as lickers and web weavers pose a huge threat. But to Lin Xiu, these were just a few small soldiers still hovering in the realm of lower-level demons. Lin Xiu fired several tracking magic bullets in succession in the air. Swish, swish, swish. Under the multiplication of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, the tracking magic bullets hit the high-level zombies at an astonishing speed. Bang 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 bang. After hitting the target, the tracking magic bullets exploded one after another, blowing up the high-level zombies one after another. Below, Busujima Seiko looked at Lin Xiu with a strange look in her eyes. Lin Xiujun is worthy of being the man he likes. Both his own strength and the decisiveness he shows in killing are quite in line with Busujima Seiko's wishes. Watching Lin Xiu killing groups of zombies in the air, a large number of zombies disappearing one after another, and the evolved zombies also fleeing one after another. The dampness came from Busujima Seiko's exquisite and elegant white panties. Lin Xiu-kun is really awesome. After killing all the zombies in sight, the zombie tide finally showed signs of retreating. With no leader, the remaining zombies were quickly wiped out by Lin Xiu and his team. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu stood on the armored vehicle and returned to the shelter under the fanatical gaze of everyone. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, adult. Lin Xiu, adult. Lin Xiu, adult. Master Lin Xiu. I admire you. The huge armored vehicle gave everyone a great shock. Of course, the biggest shock must have come from Lin Xiu himself. Seeing Lin Xiu growing wings and easily killing zombies in the air, everyone was surprised and shocked at first, and then, they showed amazing enthusiasm. They knew that powerful high-level zombies had emerged among the zombie hordes in recent days. In the past, even ordinary people could hold a front as long as they could use firearms under effective organization. But, what about the future? What if more powerful zombies evolve in the future? At this time, we need strong people like Lin Xiu to lead us into the future. Standing on the armored vehicle, Lin Xiu looked around. Originally, he was unwilling to do such a thing. The life and death of others were not important to him. But, who says the more people there are in the shelter, the higher the bonus? In Lin Xiu's mind, these people were just NPCs who would help him get high bonuses in the final settlement. Although Lin Xiu did not take them seriously, they had already regarded Lin Xiu as a king, or god. Being able to evolve a higher life form in the apocalypse, what else could a Lin Xiu be but a god? Next, I want to say a few words. Lin Xiu just raised his hand slightly, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. I'm sorry for the wait, everyone behaved very well while I was gone. With our joint efforts, we managed to hold the front line and successfully dragged me back. This fight against the zombie horde is my personal victory, everyone's victory, and even more so, a victory for our Bedmaster City shelter. Even, it's a victory for humanity. Faced with the zombies, we displayed the brilliance of humanity and carried forward the ancient gene of cooperation. After giving a brief speech and using the speech of the evil protagonist, to restore morale, Lin Xiu took a look inside the armored vehicle. Kagura understood what he meant and hurried to the front of the stage and stood next to Lin Xiu. This time when I went out, in addition to driving back this car, I also brought back a VIP. From now on, she and Saya will help me manage the shelter. Kagura, come and say a few words. Looking at the elegant kimono-clad girl beside Lin Xiu, everyone started talking about it. Why do they feel that this girl looks familiar? Surrounded by the crowd, Kagura performed a royal etiquette, accepting gazes from all directions with absolute nobility and standard princess demeanor. Saya Takagi's leadership is indeed very good, but when facing big scenes and sudden crises, Kagura is still stronger. I am the Imperial Goddess, Princess Akishino. It is my honor to meet you all here as Master Lin Xiu's companion. Kagura's shocking words caused a stir among the crowd. A princess from the royal family. They were wondering why she looked so familiar. After Kagura reminded them, they all remembered. Kagura, isn't she the Princess Akishino who often appears on TV? What happened next was very formulaic. It was nothing more than using the identity of Kagura Royal Princess to give Lin Xiu another layer of gilding. After receiving the bonus from the Royal Princess, the people in the shelter's fanaticism and loyalty to Lin Xiu reached a new peak. Here, Saya Takagi, the eldest daughter of the Takagi family, represents the old aristocratic forces in Bedmaster City. The head of the Yukinoshita family, who represents the emerging aristocratic power in Chuangzu City. There is the Royal Princess Kagura who represents the orthodoxy of Fuso Shintoism. There is also Lin Xiu, who represents absolute force and absolute order. Everyone feels extremely honored to be able to work and live here, and is afraid that any poor performance will lead to them being kicked out. In the evening, Lin Xiu met with his personal guards one by one. He had no intention of eating these carefully selected beautiful girls right now. The heroine in his team hasn't finished eating yet, so Lin Xiu won't indulge in his desires so early. He just wanted to assign some more detailed tasks to his guards. Lin Xiu entrusted many things to Takagi Saya and Kagura. However, there are some things that Lin Xiu can only do by herself. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, while you are away, I will take good care of the water and food management of the shelter. When you return, you will surely find a more prosperous refuge. A girl who looked very similar to Asuna bowed respectfully and left Lin Xiu's room. After meeting with the last member of the royal guard, Lin Xiu moved on to the last item on his agenda. Dong dong dong, after a gentle knock on the door, a slender young woman with perfect curves walked in hesitantly. She is none other than Kamuro Takashi's mother, Kamuro Aoi. The reason why Lin Xiu asked Kamuro Aoi to come over was simple, it was to fill the initial ability space. I've already used up 4 of my initial ability slots. I've exchanged them for Reinforced Slime Armor, True Devil Chestpiece, Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline, and Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Considering that the zombies have evolved, it's time to get as many initial ability slots as possible to unleash your full potential. Lin Xiu raised her head and looked at Kamuro Aoi, who opened her red lips slightly as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. After a few seconds, Kamuro Aoi calmed down and spoke slowly. Shu-jun, you're looking for me because of filial piety, right? Kamuro Aoi still has a good impression of Lin Xiu. After all, she watched Lin Xiu grow up, and Lin Xiu has always been a good child who respects elders and has excellent grades. So, she didn't care too much about Kamuro Takashi's escape. Aunt Kamuro, do you think that Kamuro Takashi just left on his own? Lin Xiu chuckled and shook her head. Isn't it? Aoi Kamuro frowned her beautiful brows. Of course not. He ran away with a classmate named Hirano Toda. Not only did they escape, they also took away firearms and a large amount of supplies. Although considering the growing size of our shelter, this amount of supplies is nothing. But, for an individual, that amount of supplies is enormous, enough to meet a person's needs for more than 2 years. Lin Xiu put his hands on the table, his expression becoming more and more serious as he spoke. Is that really the case? Takashi, why did he do this? Kamuro Takashi's beautiful eyes opened slightly, looking very confused. Because he saw me using the demon wings, and because he didn't approve of me from the beginning. Lin Xiu explained calmly. Demon wings? Mr. Xiu, as expected, you have evolved just as everyone said. Kamuro always swallowed her saliva. Today, she also saw the scene of Lin Xiu fighting. That invincible posture shocked her mind, and at the same time, she subconsciously developed a sense of dependence in her heart. If possible, she wanted to stay in this shelter and stay with Lin Xiu. Then, she was told that her son had run away. Only now did she realize that not only had Kamuro Takashi run away, but he had also taken away guns and a large amount of supplies. Damn, isn't this a trap? Shu-kun, I will be responsible for finding Xiao and making him compensate for the supplies. If I can convince Xiao, can you? Aoi Kamuro's tender eyes were filled with pleading. In response, Lin Xiu just shook his head. Aunt Kamuro, I'm sorry, I can't accept this condition. As the leader of the refuge, I must eliminate those who defected in order to maintain the refuge's stability. Otherwise, wouldn't I be telling everyone that anyone can run away with the supplies from the shelter, and I won't hold them accountable? Kamuro Aoi was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. But, Shu-jun, aren't you and Xiao good friends who grew up together? Kamuro Aoi still tried to make Lin Xiu change her mind. Aunt Kamuro is right. Kamuro Takashi and I are indeed good friends. That's why I let him into my shelter, and that's why I gave him some rights to manage the warehouse. And this is how he repays me. If it weren't for the old feelings I still have in my heart, Aunt Kamuro, you would just be locked up as bait and have no right to see me at all. Lin Xiu's voice was not loud, but it was deafening. Shu-jun, can't you just let Xiao go? I will teach him a lesson. Kamuro Aoi held Lin Xiu's hands and looked at her with pleading eyes. Let him go. It's not impossible. As the saying goes, a son's failure to educate his parents is the fault of his father. Since Uncle Kamuro is gone, why don't you, Aunt Kamuro, make amends for his mistakes? As he spoke, Lin Xiu followed the hand that Kamuro Aoi was holding and slid up to Kamuro Aoi's chest. Shu-jun. Kamuro Aoi didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually planned to attack her. She was shy and indignant, bewildered and afraid, but she didn't dare to move. Just now, she finally figured out why Lin Xiu met with her alone. It turns out that Lin Xiu has taken a fancy to her. Although she had liked Lin Xiu since she was a child, that was purely the care of an elder for a younger person and had nothing to do with love between men and women. But she didn't expect that, although she didn't mean that, Lin Xiu meant it very much. Seeing that although Kamuro Aoi was shy but did not move, Lin Xiu gently lifted Kamuro Aoi's smooth chin. Aunt Kamuro, I actually like you very much. I have liked you since I was a child. Besides, aren't you and Uncle Kamuro just a couple in name only? It's just a superficial relationship, so why would you need to maintain it? Shu-jun, how did you know? Halfway through her words, Komuro Aoi realized it belatedly and stopped talking with her red lips. Aunt Komuro, now that things have come to this, I'll speak frankly. As long as you are willing to be mine, I will not hold Komuro Takashi responsible. On the one hand, it's because I really like Aunt Komuro. On the other hand, if Aunt Komuro becomes my person, then Komuro Takashi's act of defection will turn from a business matter into a family matter, and I will have a reason to shut everyone up. Well, no matter how you look at it, this is a good solution, right? There was a long silence. Half a minute later, Komuro Aoi raised her head, her already watery eyes trembling constantly. What do I need to do? This is my first time, and no, I'm not very familiar with the specific procedures. Komuro Aoi finally gave in. How to do it? It's very simple, just listen to me. Lin Xiu picked up Komuro Aoi's hair with satisfaction, feeling the fragrance in her hair. A few minutes later, under Lin Xiu's guidance, Komuro Aoi knelt down at Lin Xiu's waist, her toes in her black stockings constantly opening and closing, her watery eyes gradually turning white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Aoi Komuro. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 6. The next day, after waking up, Lin Xiu immediately used the initial ability space. Exchange system reward. True water breathing, bite. The initial ability space was used successfully. System reward redeemed. True water breathing, remaining initial ability space, 1. Because the water breathing technique has the effect of enhancing the origin of Leviathan, after switching to the water breathing technique, Lin Xiu's blood vessels dilated again. Komuro Aoi frowned and hummed softly, feeling the rhythm of Lin Xiu. Komuro Aoi felt very complicated. This is. Komuro Aoi was both shy and scared, but besides fear, she also had a hint of anticipation. Lin Xiu understood what Komuro Aoi was looking forward to and responded to her expectations with 100% enthusiasm. So, Komuro Aoi didn't eat breakfast. Chapter 28. Going to the Takashiro family, Kagura. Where did this traitor come from? Update 1. After breakfast, Lin Xiu and his group of personal guards all gathered in front of a huge map. Next, we need to integrate all the forces in Bedmaster City. Among them, the shelter at Takashiro's home is the most difficult to tackle. Mr. Takagi, what do you think? Lin Xiu turned to look at Takagi-saya. Seeing that Lin Xiu valued her so much, Takagi-saya proudly puffed out her towering chest and looked at Huang Shenlai opposite her with great pride. Humph. Did you see that? Lin Xiu-jun still relies on her the most? Ever since Kagura arrived, Takagi-saya had developed a sense of crisis. This princess was not only as capable as she was, but her status in the hearts of the other members of the shelter was also comparable to hers. Now, it's finally her time to prove her worth. The royal princess is just of noble blood. When it comes to dominating the city, it depends on her Gaocheng family. In the face of Takagi-saya's provocation, Huang Shenlai smiled without saying a word, just looked at her gently. Under Kagura's gaze, Takagi-saya slowly spoke. As I reported to Lin Xiu-jun yesterday, we have established contact with the Gaocheng family's shelter. Today, before dinner, I sent him a meeting expression at Lin Xiu-jun's instruction. The other party's reply has arrived. The head of the Takashiro family, Takashiro Soichiro, said that he is willing to meet with us to discuss the leadership of the rescue work in Chuangzu City. Saya Takagi is quite professional and serious when she is working. Even though Soichiro Takagi is her father, she calls him by his name in order to cut off her relationship with the Takagi family. Personally, Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi are indeed her parents. But let's be clear, we are talking about official business now. When talking about official business, refer to the position. In terms of official business, Takagi Soichiro and Takagi Yuriko are the leaders of the forces that have not yet been conquered by them. Okay, that's settled then. After we finish arranging things at the shelter, we'll go to the Gaocheng family at 11 o'clock sharp. Just like that, the plan to go to the Takagi family was decided. The accompanying personnel include Lin Xiu, Dokushima Seiko, Miyamoto Rei, Marikawa Shizuka, Takagi Saya, Kiri Rei, and Komuro Aoi. Rikuya Okamura, Kiriko Miyamoto, Asami Nakaoka, etc. That's right, Asami Nakaoka, the female police officer with a strong sense of justice in the original plot. During the expansion in the past few days, Lin Xiu's shelter absorbed Asami Nakaoka while absorbing survivors. However, it was not Lin Xiu who decided to bring her into the team, but Kagura. Asami Nakaoka participated in the operation as Kagura's bodyguard. After Lin Xiu and his group left, only Mrs. Yukinoshita and a group of royal guards were left at the base. In addition to the guards, several superhumans with astonishing powers have awakened in Lin Xiu's shelter. Lin Xiu has assigned each of these awakened individuals the task of defending the base. Standing on the armored vehicle, the figures of Lin Xiu and his group gradually disappeared into the distance. Lin Xiu waved to Mrs. Yukinoshita and turned to face forward. From the awakened ones emerging from the shelter, I can tell that this apocalypse world is very different from the apocalypse world I had in mind. At this stage, only high-level zombies of the lower demon level have appeared. Will there be zombies of the intermediate demon level or even the upper demon level in the future? Lin Xiu didn't care much about the fact that zombies could evolve. How far can the zombies in the Resident Evil world evolve? As long as they don't reach the Demon King level, he has the confidence to defeat them. Even if he reaches the Demon King level, ahem, doesn't he still have a chance to use Tyrannosaurus? P.S. Well, there won't be zombies that strong. The upper-level demons are the best of the best. Along the map, Lin Xiu and his team drove the armored vehicle forward relentlessly. While moving forward, Lin Xiu killed the zombies he encountered along the way. This is not because Lin Xiu is so bloodthirsty. Lin Xiu is just completing the system task of eliminating zombies. The dozen or so high-level zombies killed yesterday each provided Lin Xiu with about 500 kills, greatly speeding up the process of completing his goal. Before arriving at the Gaocheng family's mansion, Lin Xiu's zombie kill count finally reached 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 3, kill 10,000 zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortality, Blue. Immortality, Blue. Comparable to the immortality of vampires in the old times, it can quickly recover if it is just physical damage. Even if the head and heart are blown off, they can slowly resurrect. However, the resurrection speed is not fast, and their abilities will be greatly limited during the resurrection period. From a distance, Lin Xiu saw the welcoming team. Armed men holding guns stood in 2 rows, guarding the side. There was a red carpet in the middle of the road, and a burly middle-aged man and a young woman with a big body stood at the end of the red carpet. They are Saya Takagi's parents, Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi. Bang 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 bang. Several fireworks rang out in succession to show Takashiro Soichiro's courtesy to Lin Xiu and his group. Hearing the sound of fireworks, Lin Xiu frowned, but he didn't say anything and got off the car as planned. Takagi Soichiro hurried forward to meet him. Welcome His Highness Wang Shenlai, and His Highness Wang Shenlai's husband, Lord Lin Xiu. As soon as they met, Gao Chengzong gave Lin Xiu a warning. It can be seen from the fact that he put Kagura's name before Lin Xiu that his recognition of Kagura is far higher than that of Lin Xiu. That's right, he has always treated Lin Xiu as a junior since he was a child. Even though Lin Xiu has shown enough ability, he has not fully recognized him. Lin Xiu did not express any reaction to Takashiro Soichiro's contempt. Instead, Kagura's smile froze, and she even wanted to beat Takagi Soichiro to death. Where did this traitor come from? He wanted to murder her the moment they met, right? Chapter 29. Takashiro Yuriko. It's over, my daughter was kidnapped, Part 2. Master Gaocheng, thank you for your personal welcome. Kagura's tone remained the same, and there was an irresistible majesty in her smile. However, according to ancient customs, a woman must obey her husband after marriage. From now on, please, Master Gaocheng, put my husband before me. If there is anything you need to discuss with me, please be sure to bring my husband along. Takashiro Soichiro didn't understand why His Highness Kagura, who he thought was both smart and determined, valued Lin Xiu so much. Could it be that in just these few days, Lin Xiu has completely conquered Kagura? Since this is the will of His Highness Kagura, I shall obey. Master Lin Xiu, His Highness Kagura, please. Takagi Soichiro raised his hand in an invitation. At this moment, something strange happened. Oh no, Lord Soichiro, zombies are surrounding us, a defense officer reported very timely. What? Zombies? Zombies attacked us when we were welcoming Lord Kagura. It's really rude. Takagi Soichiro looked very self-blaming. Maybe it's because of the salute that Master Takagi just fired, you know, zombies are attracted to sounds. Kagura still smiled. It's okay, Kagura-sama. The zombies that are attracted by the noise are low-level zombies. If they are just low-level zombies, the Gaocheng family can quickly eliminate them. As he spoke, Takagi Soichiro drew the samurai sword in his hand. As the most determined man in Gaocheng Mansion, he became a so-called awakener shortly after the zombie crisis broke out. Really? Low-level zombies? Kagura smiled. It turned out they were waiting for her here. You're saying the salute is for courtesy, but isn't it just to attract the zombies, so they can show off their abilities in front of me and test our abilities? In that case, Kagura turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, I wonder if you are willing to reproduce the bravery you used to save me from the countless zombies that day. Among thousands of zombies, as soon as these words were spoken, both Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko Takagi showed expressions of surprise. They knew that Lin Xiu was most likely an awakener, but they didn't know that Lin Xiu was so powerful. Saving people from a horde of zombies? Even for an awakened being, that's a bit too perverted, right? Is this the reason why Lord Kagura took a liking to him? That's right. I haven't seen Uncle Gaocheng for a long time. It's necessary for Uncle Gaocheng to see my changes and progress. Lin Xiu smiled happily, drew out the katana from his waist, and looked at Takagi Saya. Takashiro-kun, haven't you always wanted to prove yourself to your parents? In this battle, I will be in charge of the front line, and you will be in charge of the command. Yes. Understood. Gao Shang Sha Ye Xing Fen Dui Dao. Looking at her daughter who was excitedly engaging in the command work, Takagi Yuriko pursed her red lips. I haven't seen my daughter for just a few days, how come she looks like she's been trained so well? Although she said that the command would be handed over to Takagi Saya, Takagi Yuriko knew very well that the initiative of the battle would definitely be in the hands of Lin Xiu. To be so happy about something like this, my daughter is really, alas. Call out. Without using the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet, Lin Xiu accelerated and disappeared in front of everyone. Takagi Soichiro raised his eyebrows and turned to the person next to him and said, Tanaka, Tamura, Nakata, Nakamura. You will guard Master Lin Xiu and help him complete the Vanguard mission. Yes. The 4 awakened ones filed out and rushed in the direction Lin Xiu left. At this time, Lin Xiu had already rushed into the group of zombies. True water-breathing landform twisting whirlpool. The blue-purple Leviathan magic was activated, and Lin Xiu was surrounded by cutting water. Sizzle, 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 the boy's figure kept flashing among the zombies. Wherever he went, the vortex of water surrounding him would clear out all the zombies there. As Lin Xiu regained more and more power, his zombie killing speed increased by an unknown amount compared to before. From a distance, Gao Chengzong looked at Lin Xiu's invincible posture and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Xiu's strength is obviously one level higher than him and the awakened ones under him. Such a Lin Xiu is indeed qualified to marry Kagura. Soon, under the command of Saya Takagi, the gathered zombies were wiped out. Before the red carpet, Takashiro Soichiro retracted his blood-stained samurai sword and bowed to the returning Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, welcome to Gaocheng Mansion. Please follow me. I have prepared a sumptuous lunch for you and Lord Kagura. Under the guidance of Soichiro Takagi, Lin Xiu and his group entered the Takagi residence. However, on the way to the main house, Lin Xiu suddenly drew his sword and threw it towards the crowd of onlookers. A flying sword attacked, and a little fat man wearing glasses was nailed flying and stuck on the wall in the distance. This is the little fat boy who rushed out of Fujimi Academy with Lin Xiu and others, Hirano Toda. Master Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Gao Chengxuang frowned fiercely. It's nothing. I'm just clearing out the traitors from my own shelter. This person drove away a lot of supplies from our shelter. If I don't clean up this traitor, how can I continue to lead the shelter? So that's how it is. Takagi Soichiro nodded. Everyone, see, this is the fate of betraying the collective. In this apocalypse, only by abiding by the rules can we survive better. Gao Chengzong did not doubt Lin Xiu's words. He was asking why the 2 students came with guns and several months' worth of supplies when they sought refuge. It turned out, they stole them from their own shelter. He, Soichiro Takagi, hates people who betray the organization the most. The next second, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand, and the katana stuck in Hirano Toda's body was summoned and flew back into his hand. It was just a normal action, but it almost scared Takashi Kimuro who was standing next to him. He thought Hirano Toda was dead and he would be the next one. Seeing that Lin Xiu didn't seem to have any intention of killing him as well, Kimuro Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had transformed into a conscious advanced zombie, he knew he was no match for Lin Xiu. But why? He had already killed me once, so why didn't he attack me after seeing me? Soon, Kimuro Takashi found out the reason, because he saw the beautiful young woman, Aoi Kimuro, following behind Lin Xiu's team. Mother. Kimuro Takashi wiped his eyes and stood there in a daze. Did Lin Xiu not attack him because he didn't want to kill him in front of Kimuro Aoi? Chapter 30. Parting on Bad Terms, Kagura's Gift, Part 3. While Lin Xiu was having a meal, Kimuro Takashi found Kimuro Aoi who was having a meal in the side hall. Aoi. Aoi. Mother. Takashi Kimuro called his mother's name softly, his voice trembling noticeably. It's great that Aoi Kimuro is still alive. That voice is Takashi. Takashi. Why are you here? When entering Takagi's mansion, there were so many people welcoming her that Aoi Kimuro didn't recognize Takashi Kimuro in the crowd. Seeing that Kimuro Takashi was still alive, Kimuro Aoi's eyes filled with crystal tears. After saying something to Shizuka Marikawa next to them, Aoi Kimuro and Takashi Kimuro went outside. Seeing Kimuro Aoi come out, Kimuro Takashi also breathed a sigh of relief. It was also very stressful for him to stay at the dining table all the time, because Miyamoto Rei was always looking at him with an extremely oppressive look. Takashi, how are you? Are you okay these days? Well, it's okay. I first escaped from school, and then went through many twists and turns, and finally came to this Takagi mansion. In order to avoid worrying Kimuro Aoi, Kimuro Takashi tried to simplify his escape route. After listening to Kimuro Takashi's explanation, Kimuro Aoi was hesitant to speak. My goodness, this is too much of a simplification, isn't it? Are you afraid that she'll worry? What about you, Aoi? Are you doing okay these days? Asked Kimuro Takashi. I'm fine these days. Kimuro Aoi paused and said hesitantly. It was more than okay. These past few days, she experienced the joy of being a woman for the first time, submitted to a man for the first time, and fell in love with the feeling of being conquered for the first time. But she knew that these were not suitable words to say to Kimuro Takashi. By the way, Aoi, why are you in this team? Did the leader of this force take the initiative to bring you along? Kimuro Takashi asked again. Yes, it was the leader of this faction who took the initiative to bring me along. The leader of this force is none other than Shu Jun. Kimuro Aoi directly stated that she had long known that the leader of the force was Lin Xiu. As expected, is that so? Kimuro Takashi gritted his teeth and glanced at the living room. That be ******* Lin Xiu, was he really planning to threaten him with her mother? Aoi, let's find a chance to escape together, shall we? Actually, I've been ostracized by the people in the Gaocheng mansion recently, and it's no longer suitable for me to stay here. In order to get Kimuro Aoi to run away with him, Kimuro Takashi told a little lie. Seeing Komuro Takashi so scared, Komuro always shed tears unconsciously and comforted him. Takashi, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I've already made an agreement with Shujun. He won't attack you. Huh? Komuro Takashi stood there in a daze. I've already made an agreement with Shujun. In other words, Lin Xiu, has he already told you about me? A hint of darkness flashed in Komuro Takashi's eyes. Judging from Komuro always expression, she probably doesn't know that Lin Xiu killed her once, nor does she know that she has turned into a zombie. Well, Shu-kun has already told me the mistake you made, Xiao. I've already convinced Shujun. As long as you're willing to apologize after returning to the camp and then be locked up for a few days, Shujun won't hold you responsible. Before he finished listening to what Komuro always said, Komuro Takashi growled. Impossible. I can't put my fate in someone else's hands, especially Lin Xiu's hands. How could Komuro Takashi go back? With Lin Xiu's intelligence, he would definitely be able to guess that he has turned into an intelligent zombie. Takashi, listen to your mother and stop being stubborn, okay? Shu-kun won't do anything to you. Komuro Aoi looked at Komuro Takashi with pleading eyes. Feeling the look in his mother's eyes, Komuro Takashi felt both angry and helpless. Kui, how can you believe what Lin Xiu said, but didn't he just fulfill his promise? Just now, he only attacked the defector named Hirano Toda and didn't attack you. Otherwise, how could you stand here and talk to me? There was some truth in what Komuro always said, but unfortunately, Komuro Takashi had no intention of listening at all. That's only now, just today, just in front of you, Aoi. Who knows what he'll do to me after we go back? I will never rely on others for my fate, Xiao Yu. Komuro Aoi was helpless and didn't know how to give advice. Final. Komuro Takashi and Komuro Aoi argued for a long time without any result, and their conversation was interrupted by Miyamoto Rei who came over. Looking at the disgusted look in Miyamoto Rei's eyes when she left, Komuro Takashi's eyes drooped again. Night. Komuro Takashi plans to talk to Komuro Aoi again. Fortunately, although his room was of a different specification from Lin Xiu and the others, it was barely on the same floor, and he was able to use the peephole to observe some of Lin Xiu's team's movements. In this way, Komuro Takashi kept hiding in his room, waiting for Komuro Aoi to come back. During this time, a large number of beautiful girls and young women passed by him. I've seen that person on TV, and I've heard from people around me that she's a princess from the royal family. So, the two people next to her are royal security. But, isn't that Aunt Kiriko? When did Aunt Kiriko become associated with the royal family? Huh? Why didn't they go back to their own rooms, but went back to Lin Xiu's room instead? As he watched, Komuro Takashi realized that they did not return to their own rooms, but instead walked towards Lin Xiu's room. Komuro Takashi was not wrong, at this time, in Lin Xiu's room. Huang Shenlai knelt on the ground, bowed respectfully, and then slowly stood up. I wonder if Lord Lin Xiu is satisfied with my gift? After standing up, Kagura asked with a smile. The gifts you mentioned are these two? Lin Xiu glanced behind Kagura. At this time, two beautiful girls in police uniforms were kneeling behind Kagura. Originally, they had no habit of kneeling and greeting when they met people, but who asked them to swear allegiance to Kagura. Since Kagura Yado was kneeling to pay his respects, they had no choice but to kneel as well. Because the kneeling posture was too tight, and both of them had good figures, the explosive figures wrapped in the hip skirts attracted Lin Xiu's attention. Yes, they are both gifts from me. Kagura used her pampered hands to gently stroke Miyamoto Kiriko's delicate face, causing Miyamoto Kiriko's body to tremble. Didn't Master Lin Xiu grant me a demon chess piece? After absorbing Master Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, I also awakened my own abilities. I can sense souls. After awakening the ability of soul perception, I discovered something interesting. Master Lin Xiu is not simply collecting beautiful girls. For example, the members of Master Lin Xiu's personal guards, before they became Master Lin Xiu's pawns, their soul power was stronger than that of ordinary people. This is especially true for Lord Lin Xiu's team. Whether it's Miss Miyamoto, Miss Marikawa, or Chief of Police Nanli and Officer Kiriko, they all possess spiritual powers far beyond those of ordinary people. It's normal for Miyamoto Rei and the others to have powerful souls. After all, they are the heroines of the world of Apocalypse. However, why do the beautiful girls in the Royal Guard also have strong soul powers? Lin Xiu was a member of the Royal Guard selected based on appearance and hard work. However, after he finished selecting, he found that the guards he chose looked very similar to the heroines of some anime. For example, there is a flax-haired beautiful girl who looks like Asuna, a white-haired beautiful girl who looks very much like Ellie, and a chef girl who looks very much like Arina Nikiri. Could it be that, because they look so similar, their soul power is stronger than that of ordinary people? Does this count as taking advantage of the other world? Chapter 31. The Collapse of Komuro Takashi, Part 4. While Lin Xiu was thinking, Kagura continued. Later, I discovered that the Awakeners in Lord Lin Xiu's team also had soul powers stronger than ordinary people. So, I have made the judgment that Master Lin Xiu selects his team members based on the strength of their soul power. I don't know, is my idea correct? Well, that's what I mean. Lin Xiu nodded. If you have to say it, Kagura was not wrong. Really? Really? Kagura's smile widened. By the way, Master Lin Xiu, could you please answer another question of mine? What's the question? Master Lin Xiu, Will you become stronger because of these people with powerful souls? I asked Miss Jushuan about Master Lin Xiu's experience in becoming stronger, and I found that Master Lin Xiu became stronger gradually. Based on this comprehensive understanding, I made this judgment. Under Kagura's expectant gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. Meeting. Really? That's great. Kagura jumped lightly in excitement. Lin Xiu's ability was destined to make him grow. He was destined to stand at the top of the world. For her, there was no better news than this. After being happy, Kagura looked back with a smile. Officer Kiriko, Officer Nikauka, did you hear Master Lin Xiu's answer? Yes, we are happy to be of assistance to Master Lin Xiu, the two replied in unison. Lin Xiu didn't expect that these two people would listen to Kagura so much. I guess it's because they're all police officers. It's normal for them to be extremely loyal to the royal family. So, the reason Kagura took Nikauka Asami as her bodyguard was because she sensed her extraordinary spiritual power? Miyamoto Kiriko and Nikauka Asami's faces flushed as they reached out and prepared to take off their uniforms. Just then, Lin Xiu called out to the two of them. Etc. What's wrong? Lord Lin Xiu. Kagura tilted her head. Could it be that Lin Xiu was a little dissatisfied with her autocratic behavior? Could it be that Lin Xiu doesn't have that kind of intention towards Miyamoto Kiriko? Isn't that right? She had observed it many times, and she was sure that the way Lin Xiu looked at Miyamoto Kiriko was not as if she were an elder, but as if she were looking at someone of the opposite S*X. That's why she made the decision today. She chose to be Lin Xiu's black glove, helping Lin Xiu do things that were inconvenient for him to do in order to gain Lin Xiu's extra favor. Under Kagura's puzzled gaze, Lin Xiu slowly spoke. No, I mean, police uniforms and stuff like that, you don't have to take them off. Lin Xiu's words left the three of them silent for a long time. A few seconds later, Miyamoto Kiriko looked at the scissors that appeared in Lin Xiu's hand and swallowed hard. It turns out that Lin Xiu, whom she has seen grow up, actually has such a perverted side. Where does he want to cut with the scissors? Master Lin Xiu, you are really a pervert. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief and gave up the idea of taking off her gorgeous princess dress. She was happy to satisfy her husband's little hobby. An hour later, after Kagura Ya and Nikauka Asami fainted one after another, Miyamoto Kiriko reluctantly accepted Lin Xiu. After integrating into a large number of symbiotes, Kiriko Miyamoto's pupils turned slightly white, and her well-trained belly bulged slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Asami Nikauka. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Miyamoto Kiriko. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 8. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the members of the Miyamoto family, Miyamoto Rei, Miyamoto Kiriko. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Fighting Instinct, Blue. Battle Instinct, Blue. As the name suggests, a powerful battle instinct that can help the host quickly use various combat and weapons. Even without any training, the host's physical fighting instinct alone is enough to allow him to defeat a burly man with the strength of an ordinary person. Just considering the bonus in intuition, it even surpasses the intuition of level B. When Lin Xiu achieved the collection achievement, Kamuro Takashi could be said to be in extreme agony. Because he found that Lin Xiu seemed to be endless. At the beginning, it was just Kagura and his group. Later, Marikawa Shizuka, Miyamoto Rei, Minami Rika, and other girls with different styles entered Lin Xiu's room, and they never came out again. When he saw Raya Miyamoto entering Lin Xiu's room, Takashi Kamuro almost couldn't help but rush out. However, he didn't expect that there would be someone bigger after Miyamoto Rei. His mother, Aoi Kamuro, also entered Lin Xiu's room at the end. Under Kamuro Takashi's questioning gaze, Kamuro Aoi took out a makeup mirror to check her makeup while adjusting her black stockings. Bang! As Kamuro Aoi entered Lin Xiu's room, Kamuro Takashi could no longer bear it and rushed out. However, when he arrived at Lin Xiu's door, Kamuro Takashi was still stunned. What could he do? Just go in and interrupt. Even if he succeeds in interrupting this time, then, what about next time? Now, Kamuro Takashi finally understood why Lin Xiu let him go. It turned out that it was his mother who protected him at the cost of herself. It turned out that Lin Xiu had changed his way of taking revenge on him. When he thought of Lin Xiu attacking his birthplace, Kamuro Takashi's mind was in a mess. He clenched his fingers tightly, and a trace of blood seeped out. In the past 2 days, he ate Shido Koichi and a large number of zombies on the road, and has eaten himself to the level of an intermediate demon. Originally, he was planning to eat Hirano Toda. He could smell the scent on Hirano Toda's body and knew that eating him would be of great benefit to him. However, even after eating so many people, Kamuro Takashi did not dare to attack Lin Xiu in Gaocheng Mansion. By then, not to mention Lin Xiu, even awakened people like Gaocheng Soichiro will attack him. Half an hour later, Aoi Kamuro let out a sweet cry and then fainted. Hearing the only sound coming out after Kamuro Aoi went in, Kamuro Takashi's eyes dimmed and he collapsed. Chapter 32. Takashiro's Enmity, Part 5, the next day. After breakfast, Aoi Kamuro still wanted to persuade Takashi Kamuro to go back and admit his mistake. This time, Komuro Takashi had no intention of communicating with her, he just looked at her angrily and walked away. In Soichiro Takagi's office, after listening to Komuro Takashi's report, Takagi Soichiro stood up directly. Komuro-kun, can you guarantee the authenticity of the information you provided? The information provided by Komuro Takashi was too explosive, and Takagi Soichiro had to treat it with caution. Yes, I can guarantee it. I am willing to use my life to guarantee the authenticity of this information, Komuro Takashi replied firmly. Okay, I understand. I'll find a way to verify it. Komuro-kun, you can leave now. Takagi Soichiro put his hands behind his back and looked at the fountain in the mansion, his heart as turbulent as a tsunami. 10 minutes later, Soichiro Takagi informed Yuriko Takagi of the information. However, the two people who always had the same judgment showed differences at this time. No, I don't agree with you doing this, Soichiro. In the face of a doomsday crisis, we should unite all the forces we can. Besides, we watched Lin Xiu-kun grow up under our watch. Even if the truth is as what Komuro-kun said, there is no need for us to act rashly. After hearing what Yuriko Takagi said, Soichiro Takagi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yuriko, are you sure it's not because he's the one your daughter has a crush on? What do you mean by your daughter? Soichiro, isn't Saya your daughter? Takagi Yuriko replied sternly. No. Who knows which wild man you and that little BCH gave birth to? I've told you everything. I haven't had S*X with anyone, and I don't know how Saya got pregnant out of nowhere. I already told you about this when you married into my family, and you accepted it. What's the point of bringing it up again now? Yuriko Takagi was very sad. She didn't expect that Soichiro Takagi would specifically focus on her scars. Did we agree on this when I married into your family? Takagi Soichiro snorted coldly. The past was the past, the present is the present. Now, after the old man's death, I am the head of the Gaochung family. The big families in Fuso have a tradition of letting outstanding men marry into the wife's family. Soichiro Takagi was the scapegoat found by the Takagi family after they discovered that Yuriko Takagi was pregnant. This kind of person who is willing to take the blame for other people's children is either extremely cowardly or extremely patient, preparing to explode in the future. Obviously, Soichiro Takagi belongs to the latter. Soichiro, it turns out that you never intended to take responsibility for Saya and me from the beginning? That's right, from the very beginning, your goal was to usurp the Takagi family, is that right? That's right. You be ******. With tears in her eyes, Yuriko Takagi raised her submachine gun towards Soichiro Takagi. However, before she could make a move, a samurai sword appeared in front of Yuriko Takagi's neck. Zuchiro, Yuriko, you are no longer fit to participate in the next operation. Let's wait until you wake up before we discuss everything. Soichiro Takagi had no intention of killing Yuriko Takagi directly, at least, he didn't have that intention now. The chaotic times had just arrived, and he had not yet reached the point of breaking away from the Takagi family and establishing a power completely of his own. He wants to use the power and reputation of the Gaochung family to build his own power. Lunchtime. Today's lunch is still sumptuous, even better than the welcoming banquet we held yesterday to welcome Kagura Ya. After eating and drinking, Gao Chunzong invited Lin Xiu and his party to go to the courtyard. Master Lin Xiu, I captured a high-level zombie today. To boost the morale of the Gaochung residents, I plan to execute it in public. I wonder if you and His Highness Kagura have time to observe the event? Oh, Uncle Gaochung has made such rapid progress that he can even capture a high-level zombie alive? Lin Xiu investigated Gaochung Soichiro's strength. Intermediate demon. Takashiro Soichiro's strength has reached the level of an intermediate demon. No wonder he can capture high-level zombies alive. The guest follows the host's wishes. Uncle Gaochung, please lead the way. Lin Xiu looked at Takashiro Soichiro deeply and said with a smile. 10 minutes later. In the Gaochung family courtyard, there is a steel cage surrounded by several layers of special steel bars. Lin Xiu, Takagi Soichiro and others were included, while the members of Takagi's residence were outside. Inside with Lin Xiu and the others was a high-level zombie imprisoned in a small cage. Seeing that most of the core members had arrived, Gao Chunzong shouted loudly. Everyone, today I'm going to show you one of the evolved species of zombies, the licker. Although the licker cannot walk upright, it can use its strong limbs and sharp claws to flexibly climb walls or roofs. Due to their excellent jumping ability and swift movement speed, even weapons with rapid fire have difficulty hitting them accurately. When the zombie tide arrives, lickers are at the top of the list of those to deal with. This is because they have extremely strong charging capabilities and can break through our defenses at an astonishing speed. From now on, when you see this kind of zombie, you must report it immediately. Papa, after delivering his speech, Soichiro Takagi clapped his hands. The next second, the small, electrified cage opened. The licker tried it out and found that he would not be electrocuted anymore, so he rushed out of the cage at an astonishing speed. Swoosh! Takashiro Soichiro flashed past the licker like a ghost, and the next second. Puff! The licker turned into pieces of red flesh and blood, and its body gradually disintegrated in the air. After killing the licker, Takagi Soichiro did not stop, but accelerated and rushed towards Lin Xiu and Kagura. Obviously, the purpose of setting up this iron cage was not to trap the licker, but to trap Lin Xiu. Ding! There was a sound of metal clashing. A pair of wings like black jade blocked Takagi Soichiro's samurai sword. Is that really the case? Looking at the black devil wings behind Lin Xiu, Gaocheng Soichiro took a deep breath. Superior. At a command, the door of the iron cage opened, and the awakened people who had been lying in ambush rushed in. Chapter 33. Go with Peace, Takagi Saya's Filial Piety, Part 1. Realizing that the visitor was up to no good, Kagura immediately shouted loudly. Master Gaocheng, how dare you assassinate my husband, back off. The senior executive Soichiro did not respond to Kagura's words, but instead looked at Lin Xiu with a very oppressive look. Lin Xiu put down the demon wings and looked at Gaocheng Soichiro with a smile. Overall, Lin Xiu was still very satisfied with Takashiro Soichiro's actions. The reason why he didn't take action against Kamuro Takashi was to let Kamuro Takashi inform Takagi Soichiro. Uncle Gaocheng, do you know what you are doing? Mr. Lin Xiu, I certainly know what I'm doing. I'm destroying the advanced zombies that have given birth to human intelligence. As he said that, Gao Chengzong gave Lin Xiu another knife. Unfortunately, it was easily deflected by Lin Xiu. Did everyone see that? This man named Lin Xiu has mutated into some kind of zombie-like creature. Even His Highness Kagura was bewitched by him. Eliminate the advanced zombies disguised as humans. Rescue Her Highness Kagura, now. Takagi Soichiro's words fully demonstrate the ancient tradition of the lower classes overthrowing the higher classes in Japan. As long as it is said that the monarch has been bewitched by a villain, he can rebel with justification. Throughout history, there are too many cases where people claim to be defending the king but actually started a rebellion. Really, you're going to defeat the high-level zombies? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Superior. At a command from Soichiro Takashiro, the awakened ones who surrounded Lin Xiu attacked him at the same time. Boost. After using the Red Dragon Emperor's Cage to increase his strength to the intermediate demon level, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. The Leviathan origin in the body was activated, and the extremely pure Leviathan magic burst out, wrapping around Lin Xiu's body and sword. True water-breathing 7th form Shizuku Ripple Strike. Shizuku Ripple Strike is the fastest stabbing technique among all the sword techniques of water breathing. Lin Xiu's water knife slashed at an angle, drawing a curve made of water flow in the field. Every time it touches an enemy, a blood flower blooms, just like ripples on the surface of water. One knife. With just one strike, Lin Xiu eliminated 1/3 of the attacking enemies. Lin Xiu felt it was a waste to use the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet against an awakened being whose strength had just reached the lower demon level. But there is no other way. When facing ignorant people, only the most primitive violence can teach them the principle of the survival of the fittest. True water breathing, Type 4, Strike Tide. Lin Xiu's arms swung back and forth like the tide, the water kept flowing, and the knife light kept flashing. Every time the knife flashes, a splash of blood will appear in the cage. Every streak of blood represents the passing of a life. After just a dozen seconds, Takagi Soichiro was the only one besieging him. At this time, Takashiro Soichiro's fine steel sword had been broken, and part of his calf was cut off during the fight with Lin Xiu. He could only sit there. No. Is this a zombie? Even if Lin Xiu evolved before other advanced zombies, he wouldn't be this strong, right? According to his speculation, humans should have started evolving at the same time as zombies? He was one of the first awakeners to break through to the second stage of evolution. Logically speaking, as a second stage awakener with a bunch of first stage awakeners, he should be able to easily defeat Lin Xiu. How? How could this happen? Standing in front of the stunned Soichiro Takashiro, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Uncle Gaocheng, I will take care of your wife and daughter. Go with peace of mind. In fact, Lin Xiu still felt sorry for Takagi Soichiro who didn't even get to eat a bite of meat. Unfortunately, his ambition was too big, and he even wanted to attack him, so he had no choice but to send him away on the spot. You. As soon as Takagi Soichiro opened his mouth, a white light flashed across his throat. Ah, so many things happened in half a minute. It was not until Soichiro Takagi died on the spot that the crowd gradually became noisy. Kagura, the rest is up to you. Lin Xiu didn't like to clean up messes unless necessary. He trained Takagi Saya and Kagura to make things easier for himself. Yes, my lord husband. You guys should be familiar with the operations of Gaocheng Mansion, right? Kagura looked at the few awakened ones who did not attack Lin Xiu. Although he would have to replace them with his own people sooner or later, considering the need to maintain the stability of Gaocheng Mansion, it would be better to promote some of the original staff first. The other side. A few minutes later, in Yuriko Takagi's room. Saya Takagi wakes up the unconscious Yuriko Takagi. Saya? Why are you here? Could it be that Soichiro has already taken action? Takagi Yuriko asked anxiously. Well, he did do it. As for the result, mother, you can go to the balcony and see for yourself. Takagi Saya replied calmly. Half a minute later, on the balcony, Yuriko Takagi looked at the bloodstains on the ground and watched Soichiro Takagi's body being carried away, and sighed with mixed feelings. Next to Yuriko Takagi, Saya Takagi handed her a bottle of champagne and a champagne knife to open the champagne. Mother, that man named Soichiro is dead. Shouldn't you open a bottle of champagne to celebrate? Saya, as Soichiro's daughter, how can you say such things? Takagi Yuriko turned around and wanted to scold her daughter for her rebellious behavior. However, she met Takagi Saya's unwavering gaze. Really, mother, are you sure this is the truth? Am I really his daughter? Facing Takagi Saya's question, Takagi Yuriko remained silent for a full half-minute before she opened her red lips again. Saya, you already know? Yeah, Takagi Saya nodded calmly. When did you find out? When I was in high school. I thought his movements were strange, and he didn't seem very affectionate with you, mother. So, I bought a hidden camera and installed it in his room. Then, I saw him taking the man back to his room. Saya Takagi's situation is different from Rei Miyamoto's. Miyamoto Rei only learned and accepted this reality after Miyamoto Kiriko and Lin Xiu established a real relationship. And she had known the truth about Soichiro Takagi a long time ago. Quote. Yuriko Takagi was silent, not knowing how to respond to Saya Takagi. Saya Takagi shook her head, smiled with relief, and raised the champagne knife in her hand. So, mother, would you like a drink? Bo. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The champagne knife cut across the mouth of the champagne bottle, the cork flew out, and bubbles splashed out, spraying all over the ground. Yuriko Takagi took the champagne glass and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Yuriko Takagi drink the drugged wine, Saya Takagi smiled happily. Yuriko Takagi noticed Sayana Takagi's slightly weird smile, and immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness. Mother, Saya will make you happy. Saya Takagi leaned close to Yuriko Takagi and whispered in her ear. Saya. You. Before Takagi Yuriko could say anything, she fell into Takagi Saya's arms. Chapter 34. Komuro Takashi's Desperate Bet. Lin Xiu's killing of Takagi Soichiro on the spot caused a huge response in Takagi's residence. Among them, the one who reacted most strongly was Takashi Komuro. Takashi Komuro has been watching from a high place, ready to witness with his own eyes the scene of Soichiro Takashiro killing Lin Xiu. Unfortunately, he miscalculated, and Takashiro Soichiro was easily killed by Lin Xiu like killing a chicken. In this regard, Takashi Komuro could only run away while cursing Soichiro Takagi as a waste. That's right, run away. Takashi Komuro realized that he absolutely could not stay in the Takagi mansion any longer. His strength is only comparable to that of Soichiro Takagi. Soichiro Takagi was defeated in seconds, and the same situation would happen if he were to take his place. If it is discovered that he was the one who leaked the information to Soichiro Takagi, he would be in great danger even if Aoi Komuro pleaded for him. Besides, he also didn't want Komuro Aoi, who was enjoying herself under Lin Xiu's crotch, to plead for him. After comprehensive consideration, Komuro Takashi made a decision. Lin Xiu, tonight, I will make you pay the price. Takashi Komuro hid in the cellar to avoid contact with everyone. As night fell, Komuro Takashi finally showed his fangs. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Komuro Takashi came to the place where the bodies of Takagi Soichiro and others were buried. What a nice smell. I can feel it. The power that will allow me to evolve is right here. The reason why Takashi Komuro came to Takagi's house is because Takagi's house is the place with the most awakened people in Beiju City. And eating the awakener can make the zombies even stronger. Lin Xiu, you didn't expect that all the awakened ones you killed would become my food. Soon, Komuro Takashi dug up a grave and started feasting. The other side. On Yuriko Takagi's side. When Yuriko Takagi woke up again, it was already night. After hearing a girl's sweet voice, Takagi Yuriko opened her eyes in confusion. Why did she feel that this voice was so familiar? Yuriko Takagi looked in the direction of the sound in a daze. Then, she saw Takagi Saya with her twin ponytails held by Lin Xiu. Saya Takagi is like a horse with reins held by its twin ponytails. When the reins are pulled back, you can see her white neck raised and her crystal jade toes clasped in white stockings. Seeing Takagi Saya with her eyes slightly rolled up but still actively turning her back to kiss Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko swallowed her saliva. She had never expected that her daughter, who she always thought was a proud and spoiled girl, would be so proactive and bold. It's fine if he did it alone, but he actually brought her along. How audacious. In reality, even if Takagi Saya was bold, she wouldn't have made up her mind so quickly. Miyamoto Kiriko and Miyamoto Rei were half-heartedly agreeing to the deal, having already made up their minds. But Takagi Saya really made the decision on her own initiative. Today, Takagi Saya learned a lot of information from Kagura. After comprehensive consideration, she finally made up her mind to bring Takagi Yuriko in as well. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Although she thought she was pretty, she was still no match for others. Facing the extremely lethal combination of Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kiriko, Minami Rika and Marikawa Shizuka, she must develop a stronger fighting style. Yuriko Takagi is a member of her strong team. Anyway, there is no affection between her and Soichiro Takagi. In addition, with the testimony of Kagura, Takagi Saya also learned that Takagi Yuriko, like Miyamoto Kiriko, was born with a natural pregnancy. Takagi Yuriko not only suffered long-term contempt and discrimination, but also never got her own happiness. As a daughter, Saya Takagi felt that she had to do something for Yuriko Takagi. So she put drugs in Yuriko Takagi's wine. Noticing that Takagi Yuriko had woken up, Takagi Saya looked at her in confusion, and then said something to Lin Xiu behind her. A few seconds later, Takagi Yuriko looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya walking towards her, and for the first time she panicked. However, before she could say anything, her body reacted before her and took the initiative to meet him. What Saya Takagi gave her was not just sleeping pills. And Takagi, actually, I have always liked you. Lin Xiu leaned close to Takagi Yuriko's ear and whispered. Perhaps you don't know why you're pregnant. Actually, it's all because of me. My future self, to some extent, interfered with the direction of the world. As she spoke, Lin Xiu touched Takashiro Yuriko's red cheongsam and touched her charming long legs. So, it's you. Yuriko Takagi opened her beautiful eyes slightly. She had thought that she might have been chosen by God. She had also thought that she might have gotten pregnant in the swimming pool by chance. But she never imagined that all this was because of Lin Xiu. Yuriko Takagi was silent for more than 10 seconds, and then showed amazing enthusiasm and initiative. Lin Xiu's words made Takashiro Yuriko completely determined. Since it was you, Lin Xiujun, who was responsible, I have no choice but to let you take the responsibility. As she spoke, Takagi Yuriko took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck and kissed her with her fragrant red lips. At the same time, her long legs were wrapped around Lin Xiu's waist. Chapter 35. The Prototype of the Holy Sword, the Evolved Giant Zombie. Third update. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Takagi Saya, Takagi Yuriko. Blank initial ability grid +2, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 10. Closing square bracket. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, collecting all the members of the Takagi family Takagi Saya, Takagi Yuriko. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Holy Sword Prototype Purple. Holy Sword Prototype Purple, the most basic Holy Sword, much stronger than the standard Sword of Light, but slightly inferior to Excalibur in the DxD World. It does not have many redundant Holy Sword abilities, only the most basic Holy Power Burst ability. However, what replaces it is endless possibilities. Any Holy Sword type weapon can be absorbed by the Holy Sword Prototype. After absorbing enough Holy Swords, the Holy Sword Prototype will evolve accordingly. Although it is only purple at this stage, the prototype of the Holy Sword has endless possibilities. It can continuously evolve and improve its quality by absorbing Holy Swords. Finally, I have a weapon that I like. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. This was the result of his 2 hours of hard work. As for Saya Takagi, it's easier to deal with her. She has always had a high favorability towards Lin Xiu, and the conditions for the capture of her were met as soon as she established an actual relationship with Lin Xiu. There are some problems with Takagi Yuriko. Although she likes Lin Xiu very much, that is the love of an elder for a younger person. She lost her virginity to Lin Xiu only because of her own self-abandonment. It took Lin Xiu 2 full hours to change Takashiro Yuriko's feelings for him from that of an elder for a younger person to that of a man and a woman. Late at night, Yuriko Takagi woke up. There was no way, she slept too much today and couldn't sleep at night. In the morning, she was knocked unconscious by Soichiro Takagi. In the afternoon, she was drugged by Saya Takagi. At night, she was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu again. If she hadn't expended a lot of energy with Lin Xiu at night, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight. Xiu-kun, you're really cute. Looking at Lin Xiu who was sleeping with her in his arms like a little child, Takagi Yuriko showed a maternal smile. As she watched, Yuriko Takagi looked at Saya Takagi who was holding Lin Xiu on the other side. Unlike Yuriko Takagi who slept soundly, Saya Takagi slept very soundly. Saya, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to cheat me. You are really getting more and more rebellious. Takagi Yuriko decided that if she found the chance in the future, she would definitely cheat me back. By the way, is Saya's choice indeed Lin Xiu-kun? That's right, Lin Xiu-kun has always been a reliable boy since he was young. Feeling Lin Xiu still soaking in her body, Takagi Yuriko felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. Lin Xiu said that the reason she became pregnant was because he interfered with the world line. In other words, she and Lin Xiu must have lived into the future, and the future Lin Xiu must be very powerful. Just knowing this, Yuriko Takagi felt an incomparable sense of security. After thinking for a while, Takashiro Yuriko slowly moved Lin Xiu's head to her chest and closed her eyes. She really liked the feeling of being snuggled up by Lin Xiu, and she even preferred to keep in contact with Lin Xiu so that she could better feel Lin Xiu's rhythm. Holding Lin Xiu, Takagi Yuriko's consciousness gradually became blurred. Just then, there was a loud noise outside the window. Xiu-kun, something seems to have happened. As soon as Takashiro Yuriko turned her head to look at Lin Xiu, she saw Lin Xiu's bright eyes. Bo. The next second, Lin Xiu pulled himself out of Takagi Yuriko's body, stretched out his hand to the side, and a holy sword shining with sacred light instantly appeared. A powerful enemy is coming, Yuriko. Take Saya and seek refuge first. I will go and meet it. Well, Lin Xiujun, you must be careful. Lin Xiu quickly dodged and Takashiro Yuriko quickly woke up her still sleeping daughter. At this time, the non-core area outside the courtyard of Gaocheng Mansion. A giant zombie over 12 feet, 3.6 meters, tall is frantically gnawing on corpses in a cemetery. What he was gnawing on were not the corpses of ordinary people, but the corpses of the dozen or so awakened ones who were killed this morning. As it gnawed on the corpse of the awakened one, the giant zombie's already huge body continued to grow larger, and soon exceeded 4.5 meters feet. Outside the cemetery, Kagura-ya and Busujima Seiko were the first to arrive. Ms. Busujima Seiko, this is the special zombie the patrol discovered. I'm counting on you. Kagura frowned fiercely, because before they arrived, most of the patrol personnel on the outer wall and the destination had been killed. You know, there are several awakened people among the outer wall patrol members. Okay, I understand. Leave it to me. I will hold on until Lin Xiu-jun arrives. Behind the giant zombie, Busujima Seiko pulled out the slime sword. Although she has not yet absorbed the demon chess piece, her strength has reached the intermediate demon level, just like Takagi Soichiro. However, even so, Busujima Seiko felt that she was no match for the giant zombie in front of her. After devouring the protagonist and a large number of awakened corpses, the giant zombie's strength has reached the peak of an intermediate demon. And it's still climbing. Draw the sword and cut. Busujima Seiko suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaving a shadow on the spot, and suddenly rushed towards the giant zombie. However, ding, a clear and distant crashing sound. The giant zombie used its muscles to catch Busujima Seiko's knife, but it made a sound like metal collision. At this moment, the aura of the giant zombie became even stronger. Superior Demon. After devouring a large number of awakened people, as well as eating Koichi Shido, Toda Hirano, and Soichiro Takagi, the giant zombie finally broke through to the upper demon level. With one kick, the giant zombie just kicked casually to the side. Bang! Under the terrifying force, Busujima Seiko was instantly knocked away, and layers of spider-like cracks were created on the wall. Puff! Even with the slime symbiote's cushioning, Busujima Seiko couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ahem. Busujima Seiko struggled to stand up, but before she could react, the giant zombie was already in front of her. At the critical moment, several water bullets flew in front of her. Leviathan style. Water explosion. Closing square bracket. Bang 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 bang. Several water bombs exploded in succession. The huge impact force repelled the giant zombie. Busujima Seiko looked behind her and saw the familiar boy. Chapter 36. Killing Kamuro Takashi and Advancing Strength, 4th update. In the sky, Lin Xiu spread his demon wings, revealing the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands, and even drew out the prototype of the Holy Sword. A superior demon, he finally met an opponent worthy of his serious attention. However, looking at the appearance of this zombie, why does it look so much like the legendary Death Tyrant? The Death Tyrants were an offshoot of the Tyrant Project, where subjects were enhanced to develop superhuman strength and agility after being exposed to the Epsilon strain. This Super Tyrant mutation increases the Death Tyrant's height to over 12 feet and develops powerful muscles. In a military experiment set in the Resident Evil universe, the Death Tyrant demonstrated terrifying resistance to small arms fire and astonishing speed, capable of single-handedly taking on entire armies. From the looks of it, this Death Tyrant doesn't have the disadvantage of an exposed heart. I just don't know if it has the disadvantage of being afraid of electric shocks. Wait, why is its soul so strong? Lin Xiu frowned and used the initial ability space to exchange for his remaining abilities. With the support of the Data Eye, Lin Xiu finally got the detailed information of the Death Tyrant. Damn, so Kamuro Takashi ate so many people. I mean, how come his soul strength is so high? But, just saying that doesn't give you the right to bark at me. As Lin Xiu raised the holy sword, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. Mission level. Blue. Mission description. After being killed, Kamuro Takashi turned into a zombie. However, due to his status as the protagonist, his intelligence did not completely dissipate. Instead, he began to actively devour various beings that had an evolutionary effect on him. After absorbing Shido Koichi and Hirano Toda, Kamuro Takashi has become the most intelligent and highest-ranking zombie in the Apocalypse world. If he is not killed now, he may eventually become a terrifying existence at the highest level of demon. Quest requirements. Kill the evolved Death Tyrant. If I don't kill him in time, he might become the highest level demon. Lin Xiu really hoped that it would show its strength of the highest level demon right now. Because, in this way, he would probably trigger a purple level task. Although the world of Apocalypse is easy, the levels of the triggered tasks are not high, so it can only be said that there are gains and losses. Let's make a quick decision. After several doublings, Lin Xiu's strength also rose to the peak of the intermediate demon. Taking out the prototype of the Holy Sword, Lin Xiu took a deep breath. Leviathan's magic power continued to flow, forming several water dragons on Lin Xiu's sword and around him. Lin Xiu's body was surrounded by water like a water dragon, and he quickly approached the Death Tyrant in the air, spinning and tumbling. With each rotation, the water dragon's flow rate becomes faster, and the aura around Lin Xiu becomes stronger. True breathing of water pickup form flowing everlastingly. Call out. Several water dragons and Lin Xiu attacked the Death Tyrant at the same time. With the Holy Sword's sharpness and sacred attributes, Lin Xiu easily cut off the Death Tyrant's right hand. Blood splattered, and red and black blood exploded. But this is just the beginning. Several water dragons rushed directly into the blood vessels of the death tyrant along the cut blood vessels. Leviathan style. Water explosion. Closing square bracket. Bang 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 bang. There were several explosions in succession, and several water dragons continued to explode after drilling deep into the blood vessels. The death tyrant instantly lost the ability to move. While watching the anime, Lin Xiu was impressed by the way the demon king Lucifer meticulously controlled his destructive magic power to eliminate the snake of Orpheus. Therefore, he also conducted special training in this area. Originally, Lin Xiu's fine control ability was still a little awkward, but after obtaining the talent of combat instinct, Lin Xiu quickly mastered it. This kind of delicate manipulation can produce unimaginable results when dealing with a giant without magic power like the Death Tyrant. But, Lin Xiu looked behind him. Even though his heart had exploded, the Death Tyrant hadn't died. He was even recovering at an astonishing speed. Immortality. That's really troublesome. Boost. Another doubling, Lin Xiu's strength rose to the upper demon level. In that case, how about trying this trick? True breathing of water pickup form flowing everlastingly. Lin Xiu did the same thing again, cutting off the Death Tyrant's left arm and right leg at the same time. But this time, Lin Xiu did not control the water dragon to explode. Several water dragons drilled into the Death Tyrant's body and blocked his blood vessels. And then there's this. Lin Xiu raised his hands high and gathered a dark purple sphere. Leviathan flow. Dissolving tide. Closing square bracket. A dark purple sphere was shot out, wrapping the body of the Death Tyrant. The tide of dissolution is an advanced technique recorded in the Leviathan technique. It can only be used when one's strength reaches that of a superior demon. It possesses amazing dissolving and digesting powers. After being wrapped in the dark purple sphere, the Death Tyrant's recovery ability and the dissolving ability of the dissolving tide formed a kind of dynamic balance. It seems that the Death Tyrant has lost his ability to move and the dissolving tide can no longer do anything to him. Unfortunately, that was the situation when Lin Xiu's power was just surpassed by this superior demon. Boost, boost, boost. Half a minute later, under the second wave of dissolution launched by Lin Xiu, most of the Death Tyrant was easily dissolved. Bye-bye. Holding the holy sword high, the sacred light continued to gather. When the light condensed to the extreme, a golden light cannon burst out. Curry stick. Although Lin Xiu's holy sword is not Ains's curry stick, Lin Xiu still named it in such a childish way. Under the divine light, the body of the Death Tyrant was finally completely destroyed. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements. Kill the evolved Death Tyrant. Mission level. Blue. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Physical enhancement blue. Physical enhancement. One chance to enhance physical fitness. Even the most basic mortal body can gain the strength of a peak lower level demon after physical enhancement. If the host's own strength surpasses that of a mortal, the increase won't be as terrifying, but it will still be quite noticeable. As the physique strengthening took effect, Lin Xiu's strength instantly broke through the boundaries of the lower level demons. At this moment, his true strength has reached the level of a genuine intermediate demon. A mid-level demon level god-destroying tool user can already kill everyone within the range of the highest level demons. If you risk your life, a fight with the Demon King is not impossible. Chapter 37 Standing on a Million Zombies, returning to the DxD World, Update 1. I am. After waking up, Busujima Seiko looked at Lin Xiu who was holding her and asked in a daze. Bushima-senpai, you just fainted due to internal bleeding, but don't worry, you're fine now. So, the high-level zombie just now has already. Yes, I have destroyed it. Thanks to you, Senior Dudao, for holding it back, I was able to arrive in time. Lin Xiu replied. Hearing Lin Xiu addressing her, Busujima Seiko's eyes dimmed for a moment. Bushima-senpai, Lin Xiu-kun, now that things have come to this, can you tell me that you call Miyamoto-san Rei, call school Dr. Ju Chuan Shizuka, but call me Busujima-senpai? Because they all have established substantial relationships with you, but I haven't. Busujima Seiko gave the answer directly. That's about it, Lin Xiu nodded. Judging from what my classmates have said about me, I should be pretty good looking. Why don't you take action against me, Lin Xiu-jun? Busujima Seiko asked curiously. Seiko, the reason why I haven't attacked you is because I believe that we will be together sooner or later. Lin Xiu changed her address at the right time. Since we're going to be together sooner or later, why bother with the present moment? It's better to let the relationship develop naturally. Busujima Seiko was very satisfied with Lin Xiu's answer. Is it because we will end up together sooner or later? Taking a deep breath, Busujima Seiko smiled sweetly. Mr. Lin Xiu, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to bear your last name. Faced with the girl's euphemistic confession full of ancient style, and seeing Busujima Seiko showing her rare girlish charm, Lin Xiu came forward and answered Busujima Seiko's questions with facts. Yes, I'm honored. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took the initiative to kiss Busujima Seiko's beautiful red lips. Feeling Lin Xiu's warmth closely, Busujima Seiko first subconsciously shrank her neck. However, after she came to her senses, she took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's neck and began to occupy the territory in Lin Xiu's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Seiko Busujima. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 11. Closing square bracket. As they kissed, Lin Xiu raised her eyebrows. Oh my goodness, before he even picked up his gun and went into battle, he heard the notification sound that Busujima Seiko had been captured. The system had long told him that physical contact wasn't a prerequisite for capturing the heroine. However, when faced with this situation, Lin Xiu was still moved. Is establishing a relationship or something just a catalyst to speed up the conquest? Lin Xiu raised his head and looked at Busujima Seiko with an unprecedented possessiveness. The beautiful Yamato Nadeshiko senior girl who looks bloodthirsty but is actually extremely pure is truly lovable. Kagura, the rest is up to you. In Lin Xiu's room. Lin Xiu took out a queen chess piece and looked at Busujima Seiko, who was holding her waist with one hand. Originally, he planned to give Busujima Seiko a knight chess piece. However, considering that Busujima Seiko was the first one to meet the conditions for capture before having physical relations with him, Lin Xiu gave up his queen chess piece without hesitation. Senior Seiko, are you willing to accept my chess piece and become a demon? Lin Xiu asked. Well, Shujun, I am willing to give birth to your child at any time. Busujima Seiko answered the question irrelevantly. Quote. Lin Xiu tilted his head. Why didn't Busujima Seiko's answer match his question? However, considering that Busujima Seiko's answer actually answered his question in a sense, Lin Xiu had no intention of asking again. Just like that, Busujima Seiko's body was wrapped in blood-colored energy, and she sank down while accepting the queen chess piece. As the symbiote continued to penetrate deeper, the purple and white kimono worn by Busujima Seiko began to wrinkle. The demure Yamato Nadeshiko slightly opened her red lips, her eyes slightly rolled up, and revealed a slightly foolish smile. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the worlds of Apocalypse. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One chance for universal bloodline evolution purple. Bite. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the pureblood Leviathan bloodline to purple. Closing square bracket. Pure blood Leviathan bloodline purple briefly described. With the pure-blooded demon blood of purple quality, one can become a top-level demon as long as he practices normally. When his potential is developed to the limit, even the super demon king level is not a dream. In terms of bloodline strength, the host is almost the same as the second-generation Leviathan, but in terms of bloodline purity, the host has already surpassed the second-generation Leviathan. Congratulations to the host for raising the quality of the succubus bloodline to blue. Closing square bracket. Succubus bloodline, blue top-tier succubus bloodline, significantly increasing attraction to the opposite S*X. If the opposite S*X already has a favorable impression of the bloodline holder, this will significantly increase their favorability. The next day, after killing Takagi Soichiro and the Death Tyrant, Lin Xiu and others successfully took over the Takagi Mansion and promoted the merger of the Takagi Mansion and the Bedmaster City Shelter. After 5 days in the Dungeon World, Lin Xiu went back to the DxD World. Because the Dungeon World can only be opened for 12 hours a day. If the time is adjusted to 10 times the speed, Lin Xiu can only come to the Dungeon World for 5 days at a time. Fortunately, Lin Xiu was able to slow down the time after returning, so in the eyes of Takagi Saya and others, Lin Xiu came back after just over 2 hours. In this way, Lin Xiu studied and lived in the DxD world during the day, and killed zombies in the Apocalypse world at night, and his time passed extremely fulfillingly. The world of Apocalypse. 15 days later, Lin Xiu's strength had risen to the peak level of an intermediate demon, and the number of zombies he had killed had reached 1 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 3. Kill 1 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Immortality purple. Immortality purple. The immortality is as strong as that of a second-generation vampire. Even if the head and heart are exploded, the combat capability can be maintained. Note. Not afraid of any sacred objects. In addition to killing zombies, Lin Xiu also reincarnated all the heroines in the Apocalypse world into demons. Lin Xiu already had a set of chess pieces as a system reward, plus the set rewarded from the underworld. Lin Xiu had a total of 30 chess pieces. 30 devil chess pieces are enough for Lin Xiu to reincarnate the heroine of the Apocalypse world and his personal guards. Miyamoto Rei and her group are the heroines of the world of Apocalypse. With the dual bonuses of world mutation and devil chess pieces, they have also made rapid progress. When Lin Xiu returned to the DxD world 15 days later, most of them had reached the intermediate demon level, and their talents were also well developed. Busujima Seiko, Queen, high-level intermediate peak. Innate ability. Sword dance. Ability description. Gain amazing bonuses when using handheld melee weapons such as swords. Combined with innate talent, you can be said to be invincible in melee combat at the same level. Takagi Saya. Bishop, beginner intermediate demon. Innate ability. Battlefield evolution. Ability summary. Able to conduct battlefield simulations with astonishing computing power. If enough information is obtained, it can even predict the future. Miyamoto Rei, Knight mid-level demon. Innate ability. Heavenly Spearmanship. Ability description. Tiandao Spearmanship, Tiandao Proxy. Gain significant bonuses when using spear weapons, making it easy to defeat the strong with the weak. Shizuka Marikawa, Bishop Beginner Intermediate Demon. Innate ability. Healing Field. Ability description. You can throw out a healing field at will. Friendly units within the healing field will be healed, and enemy units will be subject to certain restrictions. Minami Rika, Bishop High-Level Intermediate Demon. Talented ability. Dream Bullet. Ability description. Items with various attributes, including magic, fire, storm, etc., can be made into bullets and fired out. Ranged ability bonus, which provides a huge bonus when using flying props and various ranged abilities. Yuriko Takagi, Chariot Intermediate Level Demon. Talented ability. Fantasy Beast Modeling. Ability description. Can transform inanimate objects into phantom beasts under one's control. The strength of the phantom beasts is determined by their own strength and the quality of the transformed items. Miyamoto Kiriko, Knight Intermediate Level Demon. Kamuro Aoi, Knight, Beginner Intermediate Demon. Siri Alice, Knight, Lower Level Demon Peak. After 15 days passed in the Apocalypse World and 3 days passed in the DxD World, Lin Xiu, in addition to killing zombies in the Apocalypse World, put his focus back on the DxD World. Because, according to the agreement between him and Sona, he will meet with Sona tomorrow. Kang Na will most likely break off the engagement with him tomorrow. Before returning to the DxD World, for those readers who skipped ahead, I'll list the rewards the protagonist received after entering the Apocalypse World. From low level to high level. Apocalyptic all-terrain armored vehicle, green omitted. Evil protagonist speech green. During a speech, the audience will be affected by the host's emotions, and thus more likely to accept the content of the speech. The more excited the speech, the louder the voice, and the more confident the demeanor, the higher the recognition. Battle instinct blue, a natural-born fighter, proficient in various combat techniques. Once acquired, you will gain B+ level intuition. Succubus bloodline blue, a succubus bloodline that has advanced further than before the time travel. Pure blood Leviathan bloodline purple, a pure blood demon bloodline that is one step further than before the time travel. Holy sword prototype purple, a powerful sword-shaped item that can absorb other holy swords and has the ability to evolve infinitely. Immortality purple, powerful immortality comparable to that of a second-generation vampire. Even if the head and heart are blown off, the player can still maintain combat effectiveness. Note: unlike vampires, the player is not afraid of divine attributes. Chapter 38. Asia, do you want to work for me? Part 2. Pictured as Asia. These past few days, aside from going to the Apocalypse World to kill zombies at night, Lin Xiu's life in the DxD World has been pretty regular. Before going to school, Lin Xiu accidentally met Kiruika at the doorstep of her house. The two exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's intentions and engaging in combat on the spot. Kiryu Lanhua took the initiative to kneel in front of Lin Xiu and unbuckled Lin Xiu's belt. When he was in school, Lin Xiu studied and practiced at the same time as before. The Book of Leviathan, given to him by Grayfia, contains many powerful spells suitable for him. In addition, Lin Xiu also discovered that many of the spells in the Book of Leviathan can be used in conjunction with the true water breathing method. After a slight improvement, both can become more powerful than before. After school, Lin Xiu met Amano Yuuma on the overpass. In the past few days, the situation has gradually become that after Lin Xiu kissed Amano Yuuma, although shy, would respond to him. Even after being kissed, Amano Yuuma would invite Lin Xiu out on a date. After the date with Yuuma Amano, the sun had already set completely. Just then, Kiruika called him. Lin Xiujun, can you come over here? What's wrong? Lanhua, are you in trouble? Given that the relationship between the two was already quite close, Lin Xiu changed the way he addressed Kiryu Lanhua to the more intimate, Lanhua. In Lin Xiu's mind, am I the kind of woman who will only cause you trouble? Kiryu Lanhua was a little unhappy. It's my family, my family. Lin Xiujun, didn't you say you were looking for a follower with special abilities? After school today, I've been wandering around Zhuang Town, using my eyes that can see through reality to help you find talent. And guess what? I actually found a talented person who no one else wanted. Her name is Asia Aldet. Asia, okay, I get it. I'll be right over. Although he had just returned home, Lin Xiu didn't have time to rest and went out again immediately. Ah, from what Lin Xiu said, you seem to know this Asia. Kiruika was very curious. I know him, but I don't know him either. You can think of me as possessing some kind of revelation ability, able to obtain some intelligence through channels unknown to you. I learned the name Asia through my ability of revelation. Okay, anyway, Asia and I are waiting for you at my house, so come over quickly. Secretly, I persuaded you to give up your job and work for you, Lin Xiu-kun. Quote. Lin Xiu hadn't expected Kiryu Lanhua to be so capable and to have done the job he had prepared. Doesn't this make him, as a king, look stupid? Okay, I'll be right there. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiu arrived at the door of Kiryu Lanhua's house. Looking inside from the door, Lin Xiu found Kiruika at a glance. Opposite Kiruika, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was happily chatting with her. This beautiful blonde girl is Asia Aldgate. Asia Aldet, the former saint of the church, is the user of the powerful healing artifact, Smile of the Virgin Mary. In the original plot, she was exiled by the church because she could heal the devil's injuries. The fallen angel Linely stationed in Zhuang Town expressed her willingness to accept Asia, so Asia traveled thousands of miles to Zhuang Town. Lina Li can do this kind of thing, and Lin Xiu can do it too. As long as you give him a place to stay, you can get the loyalty of the top healing artifact user. This kind of lantern is hard to find even if you are looking for good things. Hey, Lin Xiu Jun. Here. Kiryu Lanhua stood up and asked Lin Xiu to sit down. Asia, this is the superior demon I told you about, Lin Xiu. After Lin Xiu sat down, Kiruika introduced him with a subtle expression. Yes, please Ms. Kiryu. Asia was very reserved and immediately lowered her head respectfully after Kiruika finished speaking. Hello, Mr. Devil, my name is Asia Aldet. I'm grateful to Ms. Kiryu for taking care of me. I hope to work for you. Asia lowered her head and closed her eyes, introducing herself awkwardly. Don't be so formal, just call me Lin Xiu. Can I ask, what did Lan Hua say to you that prompted you to make up your mind to work for me? Lin Xiu took a sip of coffee and asked with a smile. Ms. Kiryu said that the demon clan has set their sights on the fallen angels in Koho Town and will soon dispatch personnel to eliminate them. For my own safety, it would be best to find someone who can protect me long-term. I see. Lin Xiu discovered that Kiryu Lanhua was quite good at fooling people. Of course, in reality, it's not true that Kiruika is misleading. Whether in the original story or now, the Fallen Angels organization in Ku Town is destined to not exist for long. Lan Hua is right. The Fallen Angel organization in Zhuang Town won't exist for much longer. Asia, you really should make plans early. To be honest, I really need your powerful healing ability, Asia, which can even heal demons. If you'd like, you'd be welcome to work for me. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Can I ask what kind of work Mr. Lin Xiu intends to assign me? Although Asia was naive, she was not yet at the point of accepting the chess piece directly. Mainly responsible for cooking for me and treating my dependents. As for the salary, including various benefits and basic salary, it's roughly this amount. Lin Xiu handed over a contract. The underworld was quite generous, giving him a lot of assets and cultivation resources while giving him the identity of a pure-blooded demon. Therefore, Lin Xiu had enough capital to support his family. 2 million yen a month. Is it really okay to pay me that much? Asia had always lived a poor life in the church, and was somewhat frightened by the extremely high salary offered by Lin Xiu. Of course, no problem. The demon clan values contracts above all else. I'm willing to pay this price because you, Asia, are worthy of it. Of course, if you think it's too much, you can give some to Lan Hua. After all, if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have gotten this job. Lin Xiu explained. I see. Lin Xiu's fair trade attitude gave Asia great comfort. Working hard and being self-sufficient is what she has always hoped for. Okay, I understand. Then, please take good care of me from now on. Asia said, extending her hand towards the contract. As Asia is about to sign the contract. Bang! The door of Kiruika's house was suddenly blown open, and a young man in luxurious clothes rushed in. Asia, don't sign a contract with him. If Asia wants to become a demon, I'm willing to be your king and protect you forever. As soon as he broke into the door, the devilish young man with a feminine temperament said something like a confession. 2 EP Chapter 39. Asia, did I make the wrong choice? While saying something that sounded like a confession, the feminine young man walked towards Asia. When he walked in front of Asia, Asia also recognized his identity. You are Mr. Theodora. Asia was pleasantly surprised. It was such a joy to meet someone she knew in a foreign country. Yes, it's me, Theodora. Asia, I'm the demon whose injuries you treated. It's so great to see you again. The feminine young man smiled gently, looking both relieved and moved. Come to think of it, I haven't told Asia my full name yet, right? Actually, my full name is Theodora Esdeath. Like him, I'm a high-ranking demon in the underworld. Asia, since you've decided to become a demon, why not become my servant? It's better for Asia to become my familiar than to be a demon I don't know. In front of Lin Xiu, Theodora started to poach people. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's hands were filled with pure Leviathan magic. Hey, Theodora, I'm almost done with the discussion, and you're still trying to butt in. Isn't it a bit rude? Lin Xiu had roughly guessed why Theodora was here. He had most likely been following Aisha the entire time, and when he saw Lin Xiu trying to reincarnate Aisha as his own follower, he couldn't help but step forward. Well, Theodora had set up such a plan, and she certainly didn't want him to take advantage of it. Not very polite, Theodora still smiled, but her eyes were much colder. Lin Xiu Leviathan, isn't it rude of you to drag Asia into your empty team? Asia, you don't know yet, do you? This person just became a high-ranking demon, and there's no one else in the team yet. Although I have left my followers with others, I already have 14 followers. Unlike Lin Xiu, a novice who just became a high-ranking demon, I am the one who can truly protect you in the underworld. Swoosh. A magic bullet flew out from Lin Xiu's hand and flew straight towards Theodora's face. Ding. As if anticipating an attack, a defensive spell appeared on Theodora's face. You attack others without warning, as expected of a half-blood demon who has never received a proper aristocratic education. What, did I hit a sore spot? Pain. I just think that you need a new hairstyle. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Next second. Bang. The defended water ball exploded again. The explosion blew up Theodora's defensive formation and instantly blew Theodora's carefully styled hair into an afro. It happened so suddenly that it took Theodora several seconds to realize what had just happened. How dare you? How dare you use your base powers to directly touch me? Boom. Theodora's body erupted with the magical power of a superior demon, easily crushing the wooden floor beneath her feet. When the situation became tense, Asia stepped forward. Please stop arguing. Asia opened her arms and stood between the two of them. She first bowed to Theodora. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Theodora. Thank you so much, it's really a pleasure to see you again. However, since I have already promised Mr. Lin Xiu to become his dependent, I should keep my promise. Sorry. After saying this, Asia turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, let's sign the contract first. Okay, Aisha, you just need to put your fingerprint at the end of the contract. Aisha said so, Lin Xiu. There was no reason to fall out with Theodora on the spot. Asia quickly signed the contract and smiled with relief. In her opinion, the contract was already signed, so Lin Xiu and Theodora had no reason to quarrel. Okay, Asia, since you have made the decision, I can only choose to respect your opinion. Having said that, Theodora obviously had no intention of giving up. The next second, he turned and looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu Leviathan, make an offer. If Asia's side doesn't work, then he'll try Lin Xiu's side. You must be in dire need of followers right now, right? If you agree to trade Asia to me, I can immediately provide you with an excellent follower who can be used right away. How about a bishop, who's as powerful as a regular queen? Theodora made her own offer. As he made his offer, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Mission level. Blue, quest requirements, break Theodora's defense. Note. The higher the defense penetration level, the higher the bonus level. Looking at the system task that was so in line with his wishes, Lin Xiu looked at Theodora with a smile. Theodora, how about this? If you can defeat me in battle, I'll give Asia to you. How about that? Even if Lin Xiu was dumb, he knew that this would lower Aisha's favorability, but he still firmly chose to do so. If you want to pass the level quickly, you can't use the conventional method. Upon hearing this, both Asia and Theodora were stunned. Mr. Lin Xiu, Ms. Theodora, I am not your trophy, please respect my will, Asia replied immediately. To be honest, she was a little disappointed with Lin Xiu. She didn't expect that Lin Xiu would be so angry and actually use her as a bet between him and Theodora. Could it be that she made the wrong choice? Unlike Asia, who looked a little depressed, Theodora was so excited that she almost jumped up. Ha 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 ha. Okay, it's a deal. If I win, you'll have to trade Asia to me. Are we going to have a showdown? Then I'm here at the right time. At the door, a silver-haired maid arrived at the scene at some point. Grayfia? Lin Xiu glanced at Grayfia, then glanced at the book of Leviathan in the storage space. As expected, is it because of that book? Grayfia must have detected Theodora's magic through that book and rushed to the scene. Normally, it takes at least half an hour to prepare a magic array that can teleport a body across the vast world, from the underworld to the human world. Otherwise, in the original plot, Rias wouldn't have to support herself for a while after asking Sirzex for help. Since Grayfia had arrived so quickly, Lin Xiu could only assume that she had always been in the human world. Moreover, she had been keeping an eye on his situation. It seems that from now on, if it is not necessary, there is no need to carry this book of Leviathan with me. While Lin Xiu was looking at Grayfia, Grayfia was also looking at Lin Xiu with interest. Because, in just one day, Lin Xiu's strength was upgraded from the lower demon level to the intermediate demon level. Interesting, really interesting. Grayfia suddenly felt regretful for using Lin Xiu as bait to attract the old Demon King faction. Unfortunately, this was a decision made by the higher-ups in the underworld. All she could do was report Lin Xiu's current situation and see if she could try to change the current plan. Chapter 40. Duel with Theodora, Arta's Explosion, 4th update. In a different space, Grayfia stood in the center, with Lin Xiu and Theodora on either side. After taking a deep look at Lin Xiu, Grayfia slowly said, "The duel between Lin Xiu Leviathan and Theodora Astaroth will now begin. If Master Theodora wins, he will gain ownership of Master Lin Xiu's subordinate, the Bishop. If Lord Lin Xiu wins, he will gain ownership of all of Lady Theodora's chess pieces. My lords, I think you have no objection." Grayfia made the final confirmation. No objection. Lin Xiu and Theodora replied at the same time. When Lin Xiu asked about Theodora's bet, Theodora directly bet all her relatives to express her love for Asia. In his opinion, Lin Xiu had no chance of winning. He could risk his entire family and show Asia his determination, so why not? Okay, in the name of the head of the Lucifergus family, I approve of the duel. The battle begins. Grayfia gave the order, boost. At the first moment of the battle, Lin Xiu summoned the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand. Huh? Is this a divine artifact? Theodora showed a look of disgust. You're actually a divine weapon user. As expected, your pure blood is the result of a mutation. At your core, you're a lowly half-blood demon. Theodora felt sick when she thought that Lin Xiu, a half-blood demon, was actually called the purest heir of Leviathan, and the hope of the demon clan to continue its pure blood by those ancient demons. After all, Lin Xiu's extremely pure Leviathan bloodline is just a fake. Fake. Don't bark in front of a real pure-blooded demon. Complex spells appeared around Theodora, and the magic power of a high-level demon was running at high speed. Swoosh. Soon, a green magic ball flew out from Theodora's hand and went straight to Lin Xiu's face. As Theodora prepared, the Security's gauntlet flashed several times in succession. Boost. 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 Save over, power save. This time, there was no long doubling time of 10 seconds. In a short moment, Lin Xiu raised his strength to the peak of the upper demon. True water-breathing landform twisting whirlpool. Wah, 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 water. A large amount of Leviathan water wrapped around Lin Xiu. Theodora's magic ball attacked without any setbacks and was swallowed up silently by the vortex. This power has reached the pinnacle of a high-level demon. How is that possible? Theodora subconsciously took a step back. The outside world only knew that Lin Xiu defeated Rebel, but did not know the specific process, so Theodora naturally believed that Lin Xiu's strength was at the intermediate demon stage. Damn. What kind of artifact could instantly elevate the power of an ordinary mid-level demon to that of a high-level demon? This is such a rip-off. Master Lin Xiu, I never thought that in just a few days, you would develop a new use for the artifact. I am increasingly looking forward to your future. Because Lin Xiu's performance was so outstanding, even Grayfia, who should have been neutral, couldn't help but look at him with admiration. You are too kind, Lord Grayfia. I just want to become stronger as quickly as possible and gain strength that matches my status, Lin Xiu replied calmly. Currently, Lin Xiu has not yet developed the artifact to the Forbidden Hand stage. This rapid multiplication mode is a transitional state between the normal mode and the forbidden mode. It can quickly increase Lin Xiu's strength, but it cannot increase it to the upper limit in one go. Quick multiplication. After 5 times, Lin Xiu needs 50 seconds to perform the next multiplication. Considering the disadvantage that the normal mode can only double the strength once every 10 seconds, it is obvious that the fast doubling mode is the best solution before turning on the ban. How is that possible? Theodora was a little defensive. Lin Xiu was just a mid-level demon, but after using the artifact, he actually gained power beyond his own. How could he easily accept such a thing? Don't come near me, Astaroth style, magic cannon. Theodora opened her hands again, and several magic turrets placed in front began to frantically pour magic bullets towards Lin Xiu. Bang 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 bang. Countless green magic bullets flew towards Lin Xiu at the same time. However, the vortex of water has become Lin Xiu's surrounding shield. No matter what kind of ranged attack, if you want to hit Lin Xiu, you must first break through the water vortex's defense. Obviously, a spell like the magic turret, which only had firepower but no one-time terrifying power, could not break Lin Xiu's water vortex. In this way, Lin Xiu controlled the water vortex while rapidly approaching Theodora. Don't come near me. Theodora was frightened and took a step back. While maintaining the magic turret, she drew out some magic power to charge it. He also realized that without using that extremely powerful ultimate move, it would be impossible to defeat Lin Xiu with just the magic turret. Just as Theodora was gathering strength, Lin Xiu pulled out a pistol from his arms. A light gun used by a priest of the church. Boost, 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 boost. Bang. After doubling several times in a row, the light bullet was shot out at an astonishing speed. The extremely pure light bullet easily penetrated Theodora's defensive spell and hit Theodora in the face. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Under the erosion of the power of light, 20% of Theodora's face was blown off, and under the blood and flesh, the white bones were exposed. It hurts so much, 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 so much. The intense pain hit her, and Theodora's already unrecognizable face became even more distorted. How dare you dare to? Theodora raised her hands high and quickly gathered strength. He wants to use this super large magic bullet to make Lin Xiu pay the price. It's over, Theodora, Lin Xiu replied calmly. In extreme anger, Theodora used most of her magic power for the next wave of charged attacks. In this case, he could only reduce the magic input of the defensive spell. Lin Xiu, who possesses the Eye of Data, seized this opportunity at the first opportunity. Go! Lin Xiu's faith moved, and the vortex of water wrapped around his body broke away and flew towards the weak point of the defensive spell. What? Theodora didn't expect that Lin Xiu could find the weakness of his defensive formation in the first place. At this point, it was too late for him to do anything. Lin Xiu's water vortex had already arrived before his eyes. Leviathan style. Water explosion. Art. Just a blast. Bang 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 bang. A few seconds later, looking at Theodora, who was blown beyond recognition, Grayfia announced loudly. Lady Theodora is unable to fight, therefore, the winner is Lady Lin Xiu. Chapter 41. Kiruika's Confession, Latia's Arrival, Part 1. After announcing Lin Xiu's victory, Grayfia hurried to Theodora to help him heal his wounds. Asia watched the entire battle between Lin Xiu and Theodora. However, she did not feel any sense of security. Besides being sad, she only felt the sadness of being treated as an object. Sure enough, even here at Lin Xiu's place, she was treated as an object. When she thought of this, Asia's nose felt sore and big, crystal tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Asia crying, Kiruika beside her opened her arms and hugged her to her chest. Aisha, do you know? Long before I told Lin Xiu about you, he already knew your name. Huh? Why? Asia was stunned. He said he had some kind of revelation ability, so even though he had never met you, Asia, he knew your name in advance. So that's how it is. Asia nodded, not quite understanding, but she didn't understand why Kiruika told her this. Under Asia's gaze, Kiruika continued. Asia, you know what, I really like Lin Xiu. Huh? Why? Asia didn't understand why Kiruika brought up this topic. The opportunity came from last year's baseball game. Kiruika softly recounted stories from the past. Originally, Ku Wang Academy was an all-girls school. After it became a co-educational school, the school's baseball team performed poorly due to the lack of boys. Many boys were unwilling to take the initiative to practice. However, after Lin Xiu received the task of training the baseball team from the student council president, he put the entire baseball team training in perfect order. It was only later that I heard what Lin Xiu had done. On the one hand, he forced the male students to participate in training, and on the other hand, he helped them solve various life and study problems. He even set an example by arranging more than twice the training workload of the ordinary team members every day. Just like that, the Zhawang College baseball team evolved from a little-known weak team to a team strong enough to win the national championship. What I value is Lin Xiu's sense of responsibility. Even though he is self-centered, he will definitely take responsibility to the end. I believe that Lin Xiu has the same attitude towards you, Asia. Kiruika finally brought the topic back to Asia. She wanted to tell Aisha through this incident that since Lin Xiu took her in as his follower after knowing her intelligence, he would definitely be responsible for her to the end. After a long silence, Asia smiled gently and wiped the tears from her face. I didn't expect that Kiryu-san actually likes Mr. Lin Xiu. It's really unexpected. Kiruika's words did indeed greatly change Asia's opinion of Lin Xiu. Although she didn't get the high score she got in the first exam, Asia still kept her expectations for Lin Xiu. What she feared was that Lin Xiu would treat her like a commodity and trade her back and forth. However, since Lin Xiu was the type who would take responsibility to the end, she felt much more at ease. Half an hour later, when Theodora woke up again, half an hour had passed. However, he was not in a good mood, because, as soon as he woke up, he saw his cousin, Latia Astaroth. Cousin Theodora, long time no see. Latia Astaroth sends you her sincere greetings. Beside Theodora's bed, a beautiful blonde girl performed the greetings typical of nobles. Latia has blonde hair and a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her noble posture holding a folding fan makes people unconsciously want to conquer her. In terms of appearance, Latia was definitely not inferior to Grayfia. In fact, in the eyes of some nobles whose hobbies were more about girls than queens, Latia was even more attractive than Grayfia. Of course, overall, Grayfia is more charming, because Latia lacked the bonus of temperament. In terms of temperament and momentum, Grayfia was the best in the underworld, far beyond the reach of Latia, a standard noble lady. Since the transaction of chess pieces needs to be witnessed by the original owner, I can only wait for you to wake up, cousin. Latia waved her hand helplessly, and then took out the chess piece that Theodora had left with her. According to the rules of the underworld, pure-blooded demons cannot lose their virginity before marriage, and the wife who marries into the man's family is subject to extreme restrictions before marriage. Therefore, according to the customs of the underworld, before marriage, Theodora's relatives of the opposite S*X need to be placed in the hands of peers of the opposite S*X. Latia was the opposite SX relative who was in charge of Theodora's family. That was why Theodora was so unhappy after seeing Latia. Because Latia's arrival reminded him all the time that he had lost his own family. 10 minutes later, under Theodora's gloomy gaze, Grayfia completed the transfer of her followers. After transferring the chess pieces, Grayfia walked in front of Lin Xiu. Master Lin Xiu, the Demon King Akiuka said that he is very sorry for his nephew Theodora's offense against you. This set of blank chess pieces is his compensation to you. With this set of blank pieces, you can adjust your team more flexibly when participating in the raiding game. Lady Theodora has not yet signed a contract with these people due to some special reasons. You can sign it with them on your own. Of course, the premise is, you can sign a contract with them. After saying these meaningful words, Grayfia handed Lin Xiu a bloody chessboard. As Lin Xiu took over the chessboard, he heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements. Break Theodora's defense. Quest level. Blue right pointing arrow purple. Theodora was so angry that she vomited blood when she thought about these saints being snatched away before she could even make a move. Byte. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Explosion Magic, Weiwei exclusive. Explosion Magic, Megaman exclusive. This is a conceptualization of the explosion magic used by Megaman, the heroine of the Soharu world. It can be transformed into various forms according to the will of the host. Magic bullets, light cannons, beams, and even weapons. When chanting magic, the longer the chanting time, the more silly the lines, and the more determined the heart, the greater the power that can be unleashed. Note: if you don't want to say the second-year lines, you can also use the Red Dragon Emperor's boost instead. Explosion magic, and its purple-rated explosion magic. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the explosion magic. At this stage, he was lacking such a decisive and powerful spell. HMPH, Theodora said nothing, but hastily deployed the teleportation array. Having lost so much face, he certainly couldn't stay here and be laughed at. Afterwards, Grayfia and Latia also left one after another. However, both Grayfia and Latia looked at Lin Xiu with interest before leaving. Latia didn't expect that she would see the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan in the newspaper of the underworld this morning, and meet Lin Xiu in person in the evening. She had never imagined that Lin Xiu, a pseudo-pure-blood Leviathan, who was a hybrid demon, could easily defeat her cousin. Being able to easily defeat her cousin proved that Lin Xiu's strength had reached the level of next-generation family head, which was quite excellent even among pure-blooded demons. After Grayfia left, Latia walked up to Lin Xiu and said softly, "Master Lin Xiu, Master Akiuga asked me to bring you a message." When examining Theodora, he verified the information you provided through your apocalypse ability. Theodora does indeed possess the power of the infinite dragon god Ophis. The underworld has now strengthened its supervision of Theodora. However, without actual evidence, the underworld cannot directly capture a pure-blooded demon. Please forgive me. Yes, I know. I just want to give the underworld a warning. I don't mean to capture him right now. Lin Xiu knew that the set of blank chess pieces given by Akiuga was not compensation at all, but a reward for his meritorious service in reporting Theodora. By the way, although this is just my personal invitation, if Master Lin Xiu is willing, you can come to the underworld to have tea with me at any time. After saying this, Latia smiled slightly, covered her delicate face with a folding fan, and disappeared in the light of the teleportation array. Chapter 42. Former Saints of the Church, Part 2, 10 minutes later. Lin Xiu brought Kiruika and Asia back to his home. Is this what Lin Xiujian's house looks like? There aren't any paper balls all over the floor, how surprising. Kiruika had only stayed at the door of Lin Xiu's house and had never entered Lin Xiu's house. She was very interested in the furnishings and decoration of Lin Xiu's house. Asia, you know what? It's said that boys put pornographic books under their beds or in their closets. How about we go explore together later? Kiruika covered her mouth and chuckled, revealing a happy smile. What's a pornographic book? Is it the Bible? Asia was quite innocent, so innocent that she didn't even know what a pornographic book was. Huh? Asia, you don't even know what a pornographic book is? Kiruika was once again surprised by Asia's purity. Okay, let me explain to you. The so-called pornographic book is #***. Half a minute later, Asia lowered her head with a rosy face. Her little face was red and steam was coming out of her head. She suddenly regretted asking Kiruika that question. Lin Xiu did not play with Asia and Kiruika, he was preparing the summoning ritual. While Kiruika was explaining to Asia, Lin Xiu just completed the summoning ritual. Come out. Through the summoning ritual, Lin Xiu summoned the prepared followers obtained from Theodora. Soon, 14 girls with different styles appeared from the teleportation circle. They had long known that they had been traded, and they also knew that Lin Xiu was their new master. However, they obviously had no good feelings towards Lin Xiu, who was regarded as a demon. They just bowed in understanding and then looked at the silver-haired wavy girl who was in the lead. The silver-haired saint is the strongest among them and is also the queen, destined by Theodora. However, according to Grayfia, for some special reason, Theodora had not yet had the time to take them in as her dependents. The first time she saw them, Lin Xiu knew this special reason with her own eyes. Welcome to my home, former saints of the church. They actually gave their own saint a spell that would cause her to self-destruct if she came into contact with a demon. When did the church become so extreme? Oh, you can actually see the special arrangement of the church on the saint. You are quite capable. The silver-haired saint snorted coldly in response. That's right. Without the strength of a demon king, it is impossible to remove the restrictions on the church saint. And demon king level masters generally won't offend the church just to get a mere saint. So, you should give up your ridiculous plan of taking us as your followers. The silver-haired saint said in a decisive tone. Perhaps she felt that what she said was too harsh, so she added. Of course, if you are willing to keep us, we can act as your servants and help you cook or clean the room. If you don't want to keep us, you can trade us to other demons. However, I advise you to give up the idea of reincarnating us into demons and not have any contact with us. Otherwise, not only will our souls be shattered, but you will also be affected by the soul fire that burns when the ban is triggered. The silver-haired saint kindly explained to Lin Xiu the consequences of physical contact between the demons and them. After listening to the silver-haired saint's explanation, Lin Xiu tilted his head back and laughed uncontrollably for the first time. So that's how it is, ha 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 ha. Lin Xiu smiled happily. He was asking why Theodora was so vulnerable, and why Theodora joined the group of trouble before the plot time point. It turns out that it's because the little head is hard. Yes, the fastest way for Theodora to remove the restrictions on these saints is to join the group of disaster. After joining the Scourge, Theodora can betray the demon clan, use the resources obtained from the Scourge to increase her strength to the highest level of demon, and then use Orpheus's snake to temporarily increase her strength to the level of Demon King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the Demon King Akiuga to help him lift the ban, right? If he really asked Akiuga, one of the 4 great demon kings, to help do such a thing, Akiuga would definitely beat him to death on the spot. Hearing what you said, you have already figured out Theodora's purpose, Lin Xiu continued to ask. HMPH, he's just a scum demon who used the church's system to make the church expel the saint. Everything he does is an act, the silver-haired saint shouted sternly. Lin Xiu was very satisfied with the silver-haired saint's answer. Okay, in that case, why don't you explain to Miss Asia why you and she are here? Lin Xiu pointed at Asia who was stunned beside him. Asia? Could it be the saint known for her healing abilities, Asia Aldet? The silver-haired saint was familiar with the name Asia? Yes, I am Asia Aldet, Saint Olivia, please, tell me everything I need to know. Asia's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at the silver-haired saint. No matter how dumb she was, she must have noticed something through the large number of saints present. That Theodora, had she been deceiving her from the very beginning? Chapter 43. The God of the Bible is dead, the reincarnation pond of all worlds, Part 3. With the explanation of the silver-haired saint, Asia finally knew the true identity of Theodora. She remembered correctly that these female relatives that Lin Xiu had taken from Theodora were all famous nuns or saints in the church. Theodora first came into contact with them, then deliberately revealed her identity as a demon, allowing the church to expel them. As for his goal, it was these saints themselves. If they didn't have restrictions that would harm both parties or even burn themselves if touched by demons, Theodora would have attacked them long ago. Asia's emerald-like pupils kept trembling, and big drops of hot tears flowed out of them, flowing across the girl's holy face. Etc. Asia suddenly realized something and looked towards Lin Xiu. Ms. Kiryu said that Mr. Lin Xiu has the power of revelation, and knew my name before he even met me. Could it be that everything that has happened so far is within Mr. Lin Xiu's expectations? Asia's words were like a bomb, sending waves through the Saint Lady team. Huh? Apocalyptic powers? Are they the apocalyptic powers that only saints possess in church legend? This demon named Lin Xiu actually made this bet knowing Theodora's information? I heard from Saint Sister Griselda that only with the Lord's approval can one unlock the so-called apocalyptic power. Could it be that this Lord Lin Xiu has gained the Lord's approval in his demonic form? He gained the Lord's approval as a demon. Wow, this demon is truly amazing. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, not expecting that he would suddenly become the focus. Could it be that these saints thought he was a good man who saved them from danger? Don't look at me like that. I took you from Theodora just to PS her off, Lin Xiu explained sincerely. At least, before he confirmed that these saints had not been abused by Theodora, he had never thought of giving birth to Theodora. He just wanted Theodora to break through the defense as much as possible so that he could get a higher system evaluation. Puff. Seeing Lin Xiu acting like he didn't want everyone to think of him as a good person, the originally indifferent saints couldn't help but laugh out loud. They had seen countless people say that they were good people, but Lin Xiu actually took the initiative to say that she was a bad person, which was really different. Okay, everyone, stop laughing. Saint Olivia was also unable to hold it in, but she still managed to speak out to stop everyone's somewhat outrageous behavior. Since Asia said so, she naturally preferred to work under Lin Xiu in the future. Since she was going to work under Lin Xiu, she naturally didn't want to have any awkward relationship with the new boss. Lin Xiu suddenly discovered something. He was good with one girl, and could barely handle 2. However, when the number of girls grows to more than 10 digits, he is powerless. When the number of women increases, the trouble will increase exponentially. Lin Xiu understood very well why these saints were like this. On the one hand, they had been suppressed in Lataya for too long and needed to be released. On the other hand, they thought he was a good person, so they were more casual when they got along with him. Lin Xiu decided to use actions to let them know whether he is a good person or a bad person. Asia, come here and absorb this chess piece. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out a bishop chess piece. Didn't I just say that? The saint of the church has a restriction in her brain. Not only can she not become a devil's follower, she can't even have contact with the devil. The silver-haired saint frowned. Well, you did say that. But do you think I would just believe what a saint from a hostile force says? Lin Xiu asked back. Olivia was silent. She admitted that Lin Xiu was right. While Olivia and Lin Xiu were staring at each other, Asia took the initiative to stand in front of them. Mr. Lin Xiu, I'm willing to prove this at the cost of getting injured. Isn't it just that she will be seriously injured after coming into contact with the devil's chess piece? Although Asia is a little afraid of pain, she can also burst out with extraordinary courage when necessary. Asia's eyes flashed, and she reached out and pressed on the ready demon chess piece. Soon, the demon chess piece transformed into blood-colored energy and poured into Asia's body. During this period, nothing unexpected happened, and Asia's face didn't show any pain. Everything went so smoothly. 14. After completing her reincarnation, Asia subconsciously extended her wings. Looking at the black jade-like devil wings behind Asia, all the saints were stunned. How is that possible? Wasn't there a ban? Could it be that the church is lying to us? But that's impossible. Miss Latia has also contacted us, and we've personally verified this many times. Wait, I suddenly thought of a possibility, if I'm not mistaken. Olivia looked at Lin Xiu excitedly. Well, you guessed right. Lin Xiu also looked at Olivia, and they both spoke at the same time. Because Lord Lin Xiu is a demon recognized by the gods, Olivia. Because the God of the Bible is dead. Lin Xiu. The two gave completely different answers. Is the God of the Bible dead? At this, all the saints present were stunned and their brains froze instantly. The Lord God is dead. How is that possible? The Lord God is clearly still blessing us with good news. Of course, Asia was unwilling to believe Lin Xiu's statement. Seeing this, Lin Xiu explained calmly. It is not the God of the Bible himself who has given you the gospel, but the belief system left by the God of the Bible. After the death of the God of the Bible, the belief system barely operated under the protection of the four seraphim, but it became much more fragile than before. It's not just the belief system. The holy and demonic systems and artifact systems originally maintained by the God of the Bible have also experienced many problems. The holy and demonic systems have become fused, and artifacts have become more prone to bugs. Many of you should be able to use the blessing power on demons, right? It's fine if this matter isn't exposed. Once it is, in order to maintain the stability of the faith system, the church will have no choice but to expel you. This is the truth behind your expulsion. It's all connected, it's all connected. Why did the church expel them indiscriminately? Why does Lin Xiu, a demon, possess the divine power that only saints possess? Why was Lin Xiu able to reincarnate the Saint Aisha into a demon? All this is because the God of the Bible is dead. Silence. Dead silence. All the saints fell into a dead silence. Lin Xiu walked past the church saints one by one and came to Asia. He carried Asia back to his bedroom in a princess hug. As he said, he was never a good guy. 14. With a soft sound, Lin Xiu threw Aishi onto the bed. Asia looked at the unfamiliar ceiling, her eyes still broken. It wasn't until a burst of pain hit Asia that she seemed to realize something. Her beautiful green pupils instantly dilated and a tear fell from her eyes. After coming to her senses, Asia's little feet wrapped in white socks were slightly bent and stretched, and the bedsheets were torn into pieces. The blonde girl's slender white legs were closed weakly behind Lin Xiu, and occasionally tapped lightly, like fruit swaying on a branch. In the original story, Asia was sad after learning about the death of the God of the Bible, but she was not heartbroken. Because, at that time, Asia already had someone she loved and a new companion. But now, Asia just has a good impression of Lin Xiu, and is far from considering him as her spiritual support. Therefore, Lin Xiu decided to speed up a bit and fast forward directly to Emperor Wen of Wei. After making the blonde nun Asia his own, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, to possess the shattered Saint Aisha, becoming her new spiritual pillar. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, purple. Reincarnation Pond of All Worlds, purple. A powerful resurrection item. Throwing the flesh and soul fragments of the dead into it can take away their ownership from the underworld and resurrect them. Note. You cannot revive someone who is stronger than you. Judging from the system prompt tone, the repair was quick and effective. Half an hour later, under the erosion of Lin Xiu's symbiote, Asia finally responded for the first time and hummed softly. This soft hum was no longer filled with despair, but instead carried a hint of joy and reluctance. This shows that physiological needs can sometimes replace psychological needs. Having lost her faith in the gods, Asia naturally developed a sense of dependence on Lin Xiu, the only person she could rely on now. However, Lin Xiu does not want a toy that obeys her orders. So, he leaned over to Asia's ear and whispered, Asia, I like you. Whether gods exist or not, I love you. The straightforward confession brought a hint of hope to Asia's eyes. Really, it's great that Lin Xiujun likes her. Seeing that Asia subconsciously hooked her legs around his waist, Lin Xiu continued. As I said, the God of the Bible has been dead for a long time. However, in the absence of the God of the Bible, the world has continued to exist, and people have continued to live normally. Rather than believing in the God of the Bible, we should rely on our own efforts to survive. Rather than relying on the God of the Bible to spread the gospel, we should make the world a better place through our own efforts, isn't that right? Under Lin Xiu's persuasion, Asia's originally lifeless eyes lit up again. Yes, the gods have passed away, but they are not gone, and those beautiful visions are not gone. She must inherit the will of the God and make this world a better place. Lin Xiujun, although you are a bad guy who forcibly possesses a girl, you are right. Even if the Lord God has passed away, we cannot stand still. Really, you're such a bad guy. Lin Xiu thought that Asia had a good opinion of him and should keep it up. That's right, big bad guy. After saying this, Asia took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu, bit Lin Xiu's shoulder, and felt Lin Xiu's breath. The girl's slender but well-shaped body trembled violently like a sieve, and her delicate toes almost tore her white socks. Chapter 44. Evolution. Dragon Eater, the truth about Lucifer. When Lin Xiu pulled himself out, Aisha had already fallen asleep. Seeing that Asia had lost her fighting ability, Kiruika, who had been watching the battle from the side, moved Asia away and slowly sat in front of Lin Xiu. Lin Xiujun, shattering the saint's faith and then becoming her spiritual support yourself, isn't that too cunning? Why, Lanhua, are you going to expose my evil deeds to Asia? Lin Xiu smiled lightly and reached out to hold Kiryu Lanhua's slender and stylish waist. Not to mention that Kiruika wouldn't do that, even if she did, Asia wouldn't react. Because she had already accepted the fact that Lin Xiu was a bad person. Kiryu Lanhua in turn pressed down Lin Xiu's hand and smiled provocatively. HMPH, that's right, I'm going to expose your evil deeds. Lin Xiu-jun, you don't want Asia to hate you, do you? So, you have to listen to me, really? Then it seems I have no choice but to accept your threat, Lanhua. Lin Xiu reached out and brushed across the soles of Kiryu Lanhua's feet. As Lin Xiu's fingers brushed across, the uniformed girl in black stockings and knee-high socks trembled. HMPH, just accept my threat. So, until I'm satisfied, Lin Xiu-jun, you have to listen to me strangely. Kiryu Lanhua curled the corners of his mouth slightly, held Lin Xiu's tie with satisfaction, and slowly sank down. Kiryu Lanhua had always liked Lin Xiu, and now that Lin Xiu had awakened her succubus bloodline, the moment she sank her waist, Kiryu Lanhua's green pupils gradually turned white due to the extreme psychological and physical sensations. Lin Xiujun, you really are a bad person. Having said that, the next second, Kiruika took the initiative to interlock her fingers with Lin Xiu and kissed her. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, the dance of a nymphomaniac and a saint, purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Artifact evolution, evolution direction, Dragon Eater, purple. Artifact evolution, evolution path, Dragon Eater. After acquiring the 677 Dragon Eater evolution path, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet can strengthen itself by devouring various dragon-related objects. The artifact, previously fixed in place, now has the potential to advance. Lin Xiu didn't have the time to think about how much stronger the artifact would become with this evolution. He just enjoyed Kiruika's initiative and felt her touch and charm, which were completely different from Asia's. The other side. Underworld. In Lucifer, the capital of the Demon King, Grayfia is giving a work report to the Demon King Lucifer. 10 minutes later, Sears X stretched. I didn't expect that Lin Xiu-jun would gain enough strength to defeat a pure-blooded superior demon so quickly. Looking at it this way, using him as bait to lure the old demon lord Leviathan is a bit of a waste. Yeah, I think so too. Grayfia nodded. When we made our decision before, we didn't consider anything other than the pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline. Now, since Lin Xiujun has demonstrated his powerful divine stationary, we can no longer treat him as an ordinary pure-blooded demon. An ordinary pure-blooded superior demon and a pure-blooded superior demon who can use the god-annihilating tool. These two concepts are completely different. Alice, I even think that he is qualified to inherit the throne of a certain demon king, Grayfia said seriously. Hearing Alice's name, the red-haired devil smiled helplessly. Putting aside whether he can inherit the throne of the demon king, could you please not casually mention my nickname? It's okay in my office, but if you still call me by my nickname in the outside world, it will be a big deal. HMPH, why, are you so afraid to show your true self, Alice Gremory? Grayfia called the demon king by his nickname rudely. Because, as a victim, she has the right to express her dissatisfaction. The demon lord Sears X Lucifer, whose real name is Sears X Gremory, and whose nickname is Alice Gremory. Under the education and intervention of the first generation of Gremory, Alice concealed her identity since childhood, walked the world as a man, and forged a firm friendship with her current reformist partners. In the end, Alice and her friends overthrew the second-generation Demon King who attempted to start another three-way war and became the new 4 Demon Kings. And she, Grayfia, also became acquainted with Sears X during the Demon Civil War and had a very high degree of favorability towards him. No matter how you look at it, this is a script that is extremely kingly. It's a pity that this script has a huge inherent flaw. The male protagonist is not the male protagonist. After the war, realizing she couldn't hold off any longer, Alice told Grayfia the truth. After learning the truth, Grayfia was stunned. As time passed, Grayfia finally accepted the fact that Alice was actually a girl. However, there was still a considerable degree of dissatisfaction in her heart. Okay, you can call me whatever you want. Demon Lord Alice has always been indulgent towards Grayfia. There was no way, because she really owed Grayfia. Wrapped in a crimson glow, Sotsig's figure gradually changed. A few seconds later, a red-haired lady appeared in front of Grayfia, whose figure and appearance were no less beautiful than Grayfia. The regal Demon King costume, flowing crimson hair, cold blue eyes, and aloof demeanor made him look just like Rias, who had grown up to become a Demon King. Grayfia looked at Alice's face, which was very similar to Rias's, and a hint of pity appeared in her originally cold eyes. In her opinion, Alice, who has the devil in her heart, will be nailed to the throne of the devil and devote her life to the devil. The most hateful thing is that Alice not only locked herself up, but also locked herself up. In the eyes of the underworld, she and the devil Lucifer are already tied together. As long as Alice's identity is not exposed, she will lose her freedom forever like now. Etc. Grayfia suddenly thought of a possibility. Alice cannot let go of the burden of being the Demon King because she is the strongest of the Demon Clan and has the responsibility to continue the Demon Clan. But what if someone from the Demon Clan becomes stronger than her? After losing the title of the strongest Demon Clan, and the sense of responsibility to dedicate my life to the Demon Clan, not only Alice, but also I can find true liberation. Demon Queen Alice did not notice Grayfia's abnormality. She was still thinking about how to treat Lin Xiu. Grayfia, you're right. If Lin Xiu dies before he grows up, it will be a huge loss for the entire demon clan. Having said that, we have spread the news of the return of the pure-blooded Leviathan throughout the underworld. By now, whether it is the ancient demons, the reformists, or the old demon kings, they should have all received the news. Even if we change our stance on Lin Xiu, the old demon king faction will not give up their plan to attack Lin Xiu. All I can do is reduce the workload on you so you can spend more time in the human world, that's all. Alice saw it clearly. That's true. Grayfia sighed. I can only hope that Lin Xiu can become stronger as soon as possible. As long as he can hold off for 30 seconds, I can get there in time. Then, we'll be able to wipe out the remnants of the old demon king's faction. On the other side, Lin Xiu's side. On the surface, Lin Xiu, Asia, and Kiruika just slept together for one night. But in fact, after completing the achievement of double takeoff, Lin Xiu brought the two of them into the world of Apocalypse. After completing the main quest, Lin Xiu will be qualified to bring the quests from the DxD World into the Apocalypse world. Moreover, the time flow rate of half a day being equivalent to 5 days is really too good to miss. During the few days he stayed in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu didn't know how many times he had filled Asia and Kiruika with alcohol, which greatly alleviated Asia's shattered faith after she knew the death of the gods. Facts have proven that physical pleasure can indeed soothe the wounds of the soul. During the days they lived in the world of Apocalypse, Asia and Kiruika's worldviews were reshaped. They didn't expect that Lin Xiu actually had the ability to travel through the world, and they didn't expect that Lin Xiu was using his power to help people in the other world. As expected, Lin Xiu was chosen by the gods. His revelation wasn't a bug in the system. The gods saw his uniqueness and granted him the revelation. Even outside this world, Lin Xiu is using his power to help others, save the world, and fulfill the will of the god. I can't fall behind either. With this thought in mind, Asia responded to Lin Xiu with an unprecedented tolerance that night, and even took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu in her arms, unwilling to let go all night long. During the time that Lin Xiu temporarily went to the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu's home was not peaceful. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu was sleeping with Asia and Kiruika in her arms. The next second, as if realizing something, Lin Xiu also opened his eyes. There's something unusual happening in my home in the DxD world. Is someone trying to break into my home? After taking a look at Asia and Kiruika who were still sleeping, Lin Xiu touched their hair and opened the door to the DxD world. DxD World. Lin Xiu's home. Two fallen angels were tiptoeing around the living room. These two fallen angels, one wearing white stockings, the other wearing black stockings, one with blonde twintails, the other with long straight blue hair, one is a lowly, the other a mature lady, they seem to be a perfect match. Are these Lanali's two fallen angel companions? Lin Xiu recognized these two fallen angels. The blonde fallen angel was named Middle and the blue-haired fallen angel was named Calvana. Both of them were extras in the original story. After confirming that the visitor was not a demon king from the old demon king faction, Lin Xiu directly returned to the DxD world. Pa. The main lights in the living room came on, and the two tiptoeing fallen angels froze in their tracks. Shit. Were we discovered? That's not right. With Lin Xiu's strength, how could he possibly discover them? Looking at the two fallen angels with slightly stiff smiles, Lin Xiu smiled and raised his left hand, and Long Zai's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost. 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 Save over, power save. After 6 consecutive increases, Lin Xiu's strength directly broke through to the highest level of demon. When fighting Theodora, Lin Xiu didn't use his full strength. The highest level demon. How is that possible? Feeling the terrifying aura from Lin Xiu, Middle and Calvana swallowed hard and almost collapsed to the ground. Ms. Middle and Miss Calvana, since you are here, why don't you leave? Come chat with me for a while. Lin Xiu smiled brightly. Chapter 45. The Surrendered Fallen Angel, Asia has changed her color, Part 1. Absolute strength brings absolute fear. Middle and Calvana knew that Lin Xiu was not someone they could contend with. So, they decisively chose to give in. 10 minutes later, under Lin Xiu's interrogation, Middle and Calvana confessed all the information they knew. Is it really because of Asia? Because I took Asia away, Lanali is so anxious to get her back. Lin Xiu touched his chin. He had roughly guessed this before he came back. That's right, if it weren't for Asia, there would be no need for them to come to him. If Lanali wanted to attack him, she wouldn't ask her two fallen angel companions to do it. In addition to Asia's affairs, Lin Xiu also obtained important information from Middle and Calvana. The squad. All the fallen angels in Zhuang Town have joined the squad. Looking at the snake of Orpheus confiscated from the two people, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. Even these two extra fallen angels were assigned to Orpheus's snakes. How widespread are the snakes of the misfortune group now? While Lin Xiu was lost in thought, the blonde Lolita fallen angel timidly raised her hand. Master Lin Xiu, we have confessed everything you asked us to confess. Can you please let us go? The blonde Loli blinked her deep blue eyes, looking very cute and begging for mercy. Give you a way out? It's not impossible to give you a way out, but... Lin Xiu took out 2 bloody chess pieces. This. Middle and Calvana fell silent. Why, you don't want to be my followers? Then it seems that I can only... Yes, of course we are willing, Before Lin Xiu finished speaking, Middle and Calvana hurriedly took the chess pieces. Under the cover of blood-red light, the two quickly completed the demon reincarnation. Wow! 2 pairs of demon wings spread out, and Middle and Calvana looked at each other in surprise. Because, after absorbing Lin Xiu's demon chess piece, their strength was directly increased from the initial intermediate demon to the peak of the intermediate demon. Lord Lin Xiu, from now on, I will definitely work hard as your follower. Middle jumped up excitedly. Well, from now on, Master Lin Xiu's will is our will, and we will definitely not let Master Lin Xiu down for promoting us. The blue-haired Queen Calvana also knelt on one knee and spoke seriously. Such a simple and crude direct improvement is really terrifying. In the DxD world where strength is supreme, Lin Xiu's generous move directly won the loyalty of the 2 fallen angels. By the way, Lord Lin Xiu, have you known for a long time that Amano Yuuma is actually Lanali's pseudonym? Middle hesitated for a while and finally asked this question. Well, I already knew she was a fallen angel, Lin Xiu replied calmly. Then why did you agree to become Lanali's lover? Middle was even more puzzled. Because I like her very much. Don't you think she's cute and charming, even though she's naturally arrogant and yet has to pretend to be an innocent girl in front of me? Lin Xiu really likes Amano Yuuma. It can be said that Amano Yuuma is the most beautiful girl in the DxD world who can give him the feeling of first love. Is that so? Middle and Calvana breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Xiu said so, it means that he will not kill Lina Li. Lin Xiu noticed the mood changes of Middle and Calvana. The fact that there can be such emotional changes shows that there is some basic friendship between them. Let me tell you about the next plan. Middle, Calvana, I want you to return to Lanali and complete the task I assigned you. I want you to keep Amano Yuuma stable while gathering more information about the misfortune group. Got it? Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Middle and Calvana stood at attention and gave a loud assurance. After sending Middle and Calvana away, Lin Xiu returned to the world of Apocalypse, continuing to kill zombies in practice during the day, and lingering with the heroines at night. It was not until the said return time that Lin Xiu and the other 2 were teleported back to the DxD world. The next day, dong, 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 Lin Xiu was awakened by a knock on the door. Master Lin Xiu, it's time for breakfast. After saying this, the silver-haired Saint Olivia opened Lin Xiu's door. Then, she saw Asia and Kiruika lying on Lin Xiu's bed. Ah, bang! Before Lin Xiu could say anything, Olivia closed the door again. It's already the second day, Lin Xiu pulled away reluctantly. Noticing Lin Xiu's departure, Aisha frowned, feeling an unprecedented sense of emptiness. The silver-haired saint's scream just now did not wake her up, but after Lin Xiu left, Asia woke up immediately. After waking up, recalling her performance last night, Asia's face flushed seductively. She remembered that it was she who took the initiative to ask Lin Xiu to hold her like this all night long, because only in this way could she feel fulfilled and happy. Half an hour later, half an hour after the silver-haired saint knocked on the door, Lin Xiu and the others reluctantly got up. At the breakfast table, the silver-haired Saint Olivia looked at Asia with a complicated expression. She hadn't expected that the Saint Asia, whom she had always thought was pure and innocent, would be so bold. Isn't it a bit too much to cling to each other all the time? However, what Olivia didn't expect was that what she thought was one night was actually 5 nights. In the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu has been entangled with Asia and Kiruika for 5 nights. Otherwise, given Asia's purity, it is impossible for her to change colors so quickly. After breakfast, Lin Xiu set off for school. Olivia, I'll leave the house to you. Generally speaking, you won't have any combat missions, but I want you to take care of the house. Please rest assured, Master Lin Xiu, we will definitely take good care of the family. The silver-haired girl's resolute smile was mixed with a hint of helplessness and relief. The reason for this is that they are already very familiar with the process of being a slave. From being a saint in the church to being a maid, they can only sigh that fate is so fickle. It was easy because Lin Xiu's house was not very big, much smaller than the castle they cleaned at Lataya's place. Komio Academy. At lunchtime, after finishing lunch, Lin Xiu arrived at Kang Na's door on time. Looking at Lin Xiu who arrived in time, Kang Na put down her raised white and plump thighs and nodded with satisfaction. After pouring tea for Lin Xiu, Kang Na went straight to the point and said, Mr. Lin Xiu, you should have heard from Leah why I came to see you today, right? Lin Xiu took a sip of tea and glanced at Kang Na in surprise. Wasn't Kang Na too straightforward today? Facing a straightforward person, Lin Xiu's reply was equally straightforward. Well, Rias said that the underworld planned to arrange a marriage between you and me, and you, Sona, planned to cancel the engagement. Well, Lin Xiujun, what do you think? Are you willing to cancel this engagement? Kang Na pursed her red lips slightly. She liked Lin Xiu very much. After all, Lin Xiu was one of the few opposite sexes who could match her academic performance. However, for Lin Xiu's personal safety, it is better to cancel the engagement. Under Kang Na's gaze, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his ears. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the stage-type plot mission, Sengya strategy. Closing square bracket. Quest level. Purple right pointing arrow gold. Mission description. Under the arrangement of the underworld, Kang Na and the host have a marriage contract. However, Kang Na is well aware that this marriage contract will not benefit the host in any way and may even bring disaster to the host. Therefore, even if it might damage the host's reputation, Sona decided to cancel the engagement. This way, the host would have more chances of survival. Such a good girl is really hard to find even with a lantern. Quest requirements. Defeat Kang Na Purple in terms of intelligence and strength, and obtain Shang Na's active service gold. The system task verified Lin Xiu's idea. Sona is not Rias. Kang could tell at a glance that the reason the underworld wanted her to enter into a marriage contract with Lin Xiu was to lure the old demon king into action. Sona is Seraphla's sister. Seraphla's position as the demon king of Leviathan was taken from the old demon king, Leviathan. The situation is now very clear. Lin Xiu was discovered to have pure Leviathan blood. The underworld gave Lin Xiu the title of Orthodox Leviathan. Then, the underworld allowed Lin Xiu, who had the title of pure Leviathan, to enter into a marriage contract with the sister of the current demon king Leviathan. In this situation, if the old demon king Leviathan does not take action, it would be equivalent to handing over the title of orthodoxy to the current demon king. This is something the old demon king faction absolutely cannot accept. That's why Kang Na wanted to cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. After the engagement was broken off, the probability of either Lin Xiu or her being attacked would be much smaller. Even if she was attacked, Lin Xiu would most likely be kidnapped and her life would not be in danger. Kang Na, I know what you are thinking, and I also know that you are doing this for my own good. Lin Xiu said slowly. So, Lin Xiujun, you agree. Kang Na breathed a sigh of relief. It would be easy if Lin Xiu agreed. As long as Lin Xiu agreed, she could act with Lin Xiu to fool those old guys. But, I refuse. Lin Xiu changed the subject. Ha. Kang Na's red lips parted slightly, with an expression of disbelief. She didn't understand why Lin Xiu refused. Lin Xiujun, do you know what you are saying? If you accept this marriage proposal, you may be attacked by the 5.8 or old demon king faction at any time and anywhere. I know, right? If you can figure it out, then I can figure it out too. Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. Since you know, then why don't you agree to cancel the engagement with me, Lin Xiujun? Kang Na couldn't help but ask. Because, I like you, Tana. Is it okay to take some risks to marry the one you love? Lin Xiujun, you are totally unreasonable. I don't know if it was because of shyness or anger, but a rare blush appeared on Kang Na's face. Let me make it clear in advance, Lin Xiujun, even if you don't agree, I will force you to break off the engagement for the sake of my own safety. Kang Na planned to use a hard approach if soft tactics didn't work. In order to save Lin Xiu's life, she could only ignore Lin Xiu's will temporarily. Oh, really? Are you doing this for your own safety? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. According to my perception, Grayfia has been in the old school building these past few days. If Grayfia is in the old school building, how could your life be in danger since you have been living in Zhuang College? Lin Xiu asked back. Kang Na was silent. She didn't expect Lin Xiu's perception to be so sharp. As Lin Xiu had said, Grayfia had been at Zhuang Academy for the past few days. If the old Demon King faction attacked them, Grayfia would be the first to act. Chapter 46. The Demon Girl's Cosplay Costume, The Relationship of the Three Wings Part 2. Kang Na sighed deeply and looked at Lin Xiu with a look of helplessness and confusion. Helpless because, she didn't expect that even after talking to this point, Lin Xiu was still unwilling to cancel the engagement with her. The doubt is because, in Kang Na's opinion, since Lin Xiu and she had a similar IQ, he couldn't be the kind of reckless person who would put himself in danger just to marry a beautiful girl. Mr. Lin Xiu, since you know all this, why are you unwilling to cancel the engagement with me? Kang Na bit her red lips lightly and looked at Lin Xiu with a puzzled look. In response to this, Lin Xiu's response remained the same as always. Didn't I tell you? Because I like Sona. Quote. Upon hearing this, Kang Na immediately turned off the microphone, and her delicate ears turned a beautiful pink. She was shy and confused. Even if you like her, you wouldn't do this, right? Besides, how could she remember Lin Xiu and Lei Baier saying something similar? Could it be that Lin Xiujun says this to everyone? When Kang Na was silent, a familiar voice suddenly came. Humph. Don't even think about eating swan meat, you toad. Sona-chan will definitely break off the engagement with you. Suddenly, a projection appeared on the desk, and a beautiful girl with twin ponytails wearing a pink magical girl costume jumped up. The girl with twin tails is named Seraplu Leviathan. She is Sona's sister and also, the Demon King Leviathan of the underworld. Although she is a Demon King, Seraplu's attire does not have the dignity of a Demon King at all. Because, she was wearing a magical girl costume holding a pink magic wand. Under the pink magical girl skirt, a pair of pink and black stockings fit tightly to the thighs, making the white jade-like absolute area even more eye-catching. If no one had been told in advance, no one would have thought that such a young and lovely girl would actually be the Leviathan Demon King of the underworld. Although Seraflor did not personally intervene in Sona's engagement, she has been paying close attention to it. On this day when the showdown was officially about to begin, she even asked Kang to narrate the conversations between them. Oh, Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the projection of Seraflor on the table. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the evil quest. Quest level. Gold. Task description. A beautiful girl who likes cosplay, but whose true identity is the Demon King. Even among all the beautiful girls in the world, she is definitely the most unique one.
What's more, this demon girl also has multiple attributes such as older sister, sister complex, and L***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************'Q Looking at the system task that was suddenly triggered, Lin Xiu was silent for several seconds. Because he discovered that the system's tasks always reflected his true inner thoughts. Long before he traveled through time, Lin Xiu had thought that if he traveled through time, he would definitely play cosplay games with Seraflor, and after playing the game, he would collect the cosplay costumes she wore. As expected, I am a pervert. Lin Xiu discovered that his compatibility with the evil protagonist system was too high. Seeing Lin Xiu's silence, Kang Na thought that he was intimidated by the power of the Leviathan Demon King and did not dare to speak casually. With a sigh, Kang Na made the final decision. In short, I must cancel this engagement. Since you, Lin Xiujun, are unwilling, I have my own way of doing things. During these 3 days, Nina has already completed the process. As long as she can complete the process correctly, she can cancel her engagement with Lin Xiu. First of all, this. Sona took out an exquisite chess set. Lin Xiujun, I have requirements for my husband. Only if he meets my requirements in every aspect will I recognize him as my husband. Yeah, then excluding factors other than intelligence and strength, what is your impression of me? Lin Xiu asked directly. Excluding these 2 factors, Kang Na looked at Lin Xiu. Well, Lin Xiu's modeling is indeed top-notch. If you, Lin Xiujun, hadn't said those words to Miss Rebel before, I think I would have liked you very much. Kang Na has completely remembered that Lin Xiu also said similar words of confession to libel. Therefore, there was a hint of criticism in her words. I've already said something similar to Rebel, so I shouldn't say it to her again. Does she look like the type of woman who would share a man with someone else? Lin Xiu understood the meaning of Kang Na's knocking and shook his head with a smile. I see. But, I do like Rebel. Say something against my heart just to gain Sona's approval. This is really not my style. Kang Na found that Lin Xiu completely ignored her nagging words and expressed himself freely. Such a free Lin Xiu really made her helpless, but also really, made her envious and admired. Born into a high-ranking demon family, she had never been able to express herself so freely. Anyway, let's start a game. An hour later, looking at his chess pieces that were killed to pieces, Kang Na began to doubt his life. Including the game half an hour ago, she has lost 2 games in a row. She remembered that Lin Xiu was only relatively proficient in chess and had never received any special training. How could he have beaten her twice in a row? Kang Na, have you forgotten something? Lin Xiu took a sip of black tea leisurely. Even before my bloodline awakened, I was able to tie with you in terms of grades. After my bloodline awakened, it's normal for my brain to evolve a bit, right? Lin Xiu's brain has indeed evolved, but this alone is not enough to completely suppress Kang Na. Lin Xiu was able to achieve this level thanks to Takagi Saya. Using the battlefield deduction ability borrowed from Takagi Saya, and the super high computing power trained through the data eye over the past 10 days, Lin Xiu easily defeated the chess-skilled Sona. Okay, I admit that I'm no match for Lin Xiu in chess. However, the demon clan has always prioritized strength. Lin Xiujun, I will only accept you as my fiancé if you beat me in the rating game again. Kang Na said this with some embarrassment. However, for the sake of Lin Xiu's life, she still spoke out firmly. As soon as Kang Na finished speaking, the door of the student union was opened, and a very beautiful young woman with silver gray hair walked in. Lord Kang Na, your application to the underworld has been responded to. I will be the referee of the rating game between you and Lord Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu looked at Grayfia, who suddenly appeared with a subtle expression. Is this Grayfia? He pops up every time there's a match to referee, so he's obviously Captain Dragonfly. In Grayfia's different space, Lin Xiu and Kang Na summoned their respective followers. Grayfia already knew the situation of Kang Na's family very well. However, what surprised her most was Lin Xiu's family situation. All of them are beautiful girls. And there are quite a lot of them. How long had it been since Lin Xiu acquired the chess pieces? How long had he found so many followers in just a few days? Even if he didn't care about quality, wasn't that too fast? Damn, what kind of time management guru? Kang Na suspected that Lin Xiu went around picking up pretty girls after school. At this stage, Lin Xiu already has 3 sets of chess pieces. The latest set of chess pieces I got was given to the Saint Maid group at home. For the remaining 2 sets, Lin Xiu gave the soldier pieces to the beautiful girl guards of the Apocalypse World, and the other pieces to the heroines of the Apocalypse World. The group of chess pieces that Lin Xiu brought here now were the most suitable for fighting among the 2 sets of chess pieces, excluding the soldier pieces. According to the system rules, after Lin Xiu brought the heroines from the Apocalypse World here, the system automatically granted them legal identities in the DxD World. Now, their official identity is citizens of the bed owner city next to Zhuang City. Beside Sona, Zhen Luo Chunji adjusted her glasses. President, it seems that the followers that Lin Xiujun has found are not chosen randomly. Especially the purple-haired girl in the lead. I sense the aura of a strong person from her. Yeah, I feel that too. Sona nodded. She knew that Zhenluo Chunji's feeling was correct. These beautiful girls are not just random companions, but a mature team with combat effectiveness. The Apocalypse World had already evolved. When Lin Xiu last left, the top-tier bereaved families in the Apocalypse World had already risen to the level of mid-level demons. However, Busujima Seiko was stronger, and her strength had reached the peak of the intermediate demon at that time. Now, although the speed at which the zombies in the Apocalypse World grow stronger has slowed down a lot, Lin Xiu estimates that the Apocalypse World can still breed zombies of the highest demon level. In other words, the heroines of the Apocalypse World are likely to quickly grow to the highest level of demons along with these zombies. Of course, right now, their strength is roughly at the mid-level demon level. Queen Seiko Busujima, first level upper level demon. Chariot Takagi Saya, intermediate level demon. Chariot Takashiro Yuriko, intermediate demon peak. Knight Miyamoto Kiriko, high level intermediate demon. Knight Miyamoto Rei, high level intermediate demon. Bishop Minami Rika, intermediate level demon. Bishop Shizuka Marikawa, intermediate level demon. In addition to basic strength, the heroines of Apocalypse have also awakened their own innate abilities, Qian Lijiao. When killing zombies, Lin Xiu often uses abilities such as Saya Takagi's battlefield simulation, Seiko Busujima's sword Ranbu, and Rei Miyamoto's heavenly spearmanship. It can be said that with the abilities gained from the heroines of the Apocalypse World, Lin Xiu has become a small hexagonal warrior capable of both long-range and short-range attacks. In fact, if we only talk about healing ability, Asia is definitely stronger than Marikawa Shizuka. However, considering the coordination and proficiency issues between teams, Lin Xiu still prefers to use the original team of the Apocalypse World. Because they have accumulated rich combat experience in killing zombies. Saya, I'll leave this battle to you. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Lin Xiu looked at Saya Takagi. Well, Shu-jun, just leave it to me. Saya Takagi raised her thumbs up. After 20 days of experience in the world of Apocalypse, she has grown into a qualified leader. By the way, if I win, Shu-jun, remember to give me a reward, I want. As she spoke, Takagi Saya leaned close to Lin Xiu's ear and whispered. Perhaps it was because Takagi Saya's breasts were too full. When she was whispering with Lin Xiu, her breasts naturally pressed against Lin Xiu. Of course, neither Lin Xiu himself nor Takagi Saya cared too much about it. She, Lin Xiu, and Takashiro Yuriko had already formed a three-way relationship, so there was no need to provide such Lola Chapter 47. Red-haired welfare girl Leah's successive failures of Sona third update. However, Gao Cheng Saya and Lin Xiu don't mind, but there are always people who mind. In the distance, Kang Na looked at Lin Xiu and Takagi Saya angrily, his eyes as sharp as torches. That BCH, why are you putting your breasts so close to me? Kang Na's feelings at this moment can be summed up in one word. These foreign gangs are so rude. How can you just let someone touch your chest right away? What Kang Na didn't expect was that not only were the foreign gangs rude, but the local gangs were also quite rude. Counting from 3 days ago, Rias has been giving Lin Xiu benefits for 4 consecutive days, either burying her chest in his hand or resting her head on his knees. She is much more open than her. Now, the red-haired welfare girl who often gives benefits to Lin Xiu was sitting in the old school building watching the game. She was also quite puzzled. When did Lin Xiu find so many followers? After the preparations were completed, both parties were teleported to their respective home camps. Now, the rating game between Master Lin Xiu Leviathan and Master Kang Na XD will begin. The winner will have the power to decide the marriage between the two. The battle will be fought at Kuo Academy. Lord Sona's main base is the Student Council, and Lord Lin Xiu's main base is the old school building. The side whose king is defeated will be considered the loser. The game begins. After announcing the start of the competition, Grayfia's figure gradually disappeared into the alien space. In Lin Xiu's main camp, Takagi Saya waved her hand, and her chest trembled. Everyone must act according to the plan I have drawn up. First, Mother. Her ability, Beast Creation, allows her to transform inanimate objects into living things under her control. Mother, you need to stay in this formation and create fantasy beasts of different attributes. You will then send the designated fantasy beasts to different battlefields at designated times. Yes. After confirming her mission, Yuriko Takagi transformed the table in the old school building into a wooden mythical beast on the spot. Then there's Ms. Rika Minami and school Dr. Marikawa. Saya Takagi looked at the pair of best friends again. Ms. Minami Rika's ability, Dream Bullet, can transform various objects into bullets and shoot them out. School Dr. Juchuan's treatment area possesses powerful healing abilities, but the larger the treatment area, the weaker the effect. You two will go to the rooftop of the old school building to observe and gather information about the battlefield. After receiving my order, Ms. Minami Rika will use her abilities to launch the mythical beasts created by her mother or the healing fields of school nurse Marikawa to different locations on the battlefield for battlefield support. As for school Dr. Marikawa, just cooperate with Ms. Minami Rika and continuously create projectiles transformed from the healing field. Learn. Minami Rika raised the sniper rifle. She liked the feeling of controlling the battlefield from a high vantage point. Finally, there's Seiko, Rei, and Aunt Kiriko. Seiko has the strongest charge and combat power in the team, and Rei and Aunt Kiriko are also suitable for frontal combat. Seiko is responsible for protecting the main camp, preventing enemy infiltration, and protecting Mother and Minami Rika, the core of the team. Auntie Rei and Aunt Kiriko, Each of you will lead a team of mythical beasts and attack the enemy from both sides. I will determine what kind of psychic beasts you need and add psychic beasts of corresponding attributes to your team at the appropriate time. When the battle situation becomes critical, I will arrange for Ms. Minami Rika to shoot Seiko Senpai to the corresponding battlefield for quick support. Do you understand? I understand. Miyamoto Kiriko was the first to respond. As a police officer, her combat skills have always been very high. The last one is me. I will be stationed at the main camp with Shujun and communicate with everyone through the communication spell. If we can't communicate, I'll send orders via Ms. Minami Rika's special bullet. Everyone, let's go. The Tsunere pink-haired girl displayed the demeanor of a mature leader. Yes, the women were all accustomed to Saya Takagi's command and took action quickly. As for Lin Xiu, he said he wouldn't move, and he wouldn't move until he won. After everyone left, Takagi Saya immediately used her battlefield simulation ability to digitize Juu Academy. A dozen seconds later, a battlefield chessboard appeared in front of her and Lin Xiu. The cursors representing different characters moved quickly on the map and quickly arrived at the location designated by Saya Takagi. After setting up the battlefield chessboard, Gaocheng Saya climbed onto Lin Xiu without stopping and kissed Lin Xiu's ear. Shu Jun, isn't it time to fulfill what we just agreed on? Saya, aren't you afraid that being intimate with me will affect the situation on the battlefield? Lin Xiu shook her head. It must be said that Takagi Saya is becoming more and more playful after being let go. It's okay. My brain has evolved to the point where I can make subconscious judgments based on the battlefield situation, so. Just as Gaocheng Saya said, even though Lin Xiu held her like a child, she was not greatly affected. Even though her eyes kept rolling up, Gaocheng Saya continued to issue correct instructions to the surroundings. The scouting beast has come into contact with the enemy's vanguard. According to the information sent back by the reconnaissance beast, the scout we first encountered was named Nomura Ryoko, her class was soldier, and her strength was at the peak of the lower demon level. If your strength isn't that of an intermediate demon, you can directly arrange for Miss Minami Rika to snipe you. 10 seconds later, bang, bang, with the two gunshots from Minami Rika, Nomura Ryoko was the first to fall. A few minutes later, after receiving the report from Miyamoto Rei, Saya Takagi's eyes slightly receded. Rei encountered the enemy's main force. It was the chariot, Yura Tsubasa, with a powerful defensive artifact, and Kusashida Riya following behind her. As expected, it's just as I thought. People like Kang Na who like to use tactics like to gather intelligence before the real decisive battle. However, I won't give you the opportunity to gather intelligence. Saya Takashiro gave orders while kissing Lin Xiu deeply. Judging from the situation of the battle with the two, Kusashida Riya belongs to the enemy's information position. Ms. Minami Rika, launch the phantom beast that can release poisonous mist to the battlefield where Miyamoto Rei is, and at the same time, cast a healing field towards Miyamoto Rei. Learn. Bang 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 bang. After several consecutive gunshots, a thick black mist rose from the cafeteria entrance. These black mists were collected when they were fighting against high-level zombies in the apocalypse world. They have a very strong weakening effect when dealing with opponents below the upper-level demons. Soon, the weaker Riya Kusashida fell to the ground and was stabbed by the poisonous phantom beast, thus losing her combat capability. After Kusashida Riya fell, Yura Tsubasa didn't hold on for long either. Although she was not weak, she was clearly no match for Miyamoto Rei, who possessed the Heavenly Spear technique. Moreover, the Iris also had the support of a healing field and mythical beasts. Bang! With a heavy thud, Yura also fell into the poisonous fog. In front of the cafeteria, Shinra Tsubaki, who had received the support order, just arrived and saw the scene of Yura Tsubaki's defeat. Just as he was about to attack Miyamoto Rei, the communication array beside her ear gave the order to retreat. Tsubaki, cancel the previous support order. Prioritize dealing with the enemy's elusive sniper. After 2 consecutive defeats, Kang Na also realized that Lin Xiu had a master who could control the battlefield situation. After thinking about it, Sona identified Minami Rika as her first target. Nan Lixiong is undoubtedly the core of Lin Xiu's team. At least, one of the core members. Soon, the location of Minami Rika was guessed. Tsubaki, let's both attack together and quickly drive away the sniper on top of the old school building. Kangya adopted an extremely risky king-forward strategy. There is no other way, we must quickly eliminate Nan Lixiong. If Nan Lixiong continues to fight like this, she will be left alone sooner or later. Above the old school building, Busujima Seiko has been waiting for a long time. Sure enough, you guys are here after all. Busujima Seiko drew her katana and rushed forward with a fighting look on her face. Although Sona and Tsubaki had both reached the peak of upper-level demons and were clearly stronger than her, she felt no fear at all. All she had left was a thirst for battle. Sizzle. After cutting open Sona's water ball and inflicting a knife wound on her body, Busujima Seiko was attacked by Shinra Tsubaki. Art. The black enhanced slime symbiote instantly expanded, perfectly defending against Shinra Tsubaki's magic bullet. Ha! Sona had never imagined that Busujima Seiko actually possessed a powerful artifact that could easily defend against attacks of the same level. Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to attack with force. Tsubaki, hold her back first. Kang Na has realized that Lin Xiu's team is far more complete than hers. Healing, assisting, supporting, frontal combat, battlefield control, everything. And her team is still in the process of being formed, and has not yet formed sufficient coordination. If we delay it any further, it will only be detrimental to her. Therefore, even if it costs her something, she must break the perfect coordination of Lin Xiu's team. Righto. After finally breaking through the blockade of the mythical beasts, Kang Na's attack was blocked by the slime barrier. The one who opened the slime's automatic defense barrier this time was Shizuka Marikawa. Marikawa Shizuka's barrier level is not as high as Busujima Seiko's, and cannot completely block the attack, but it can offset most of the attack power, preventing her from being seriously injured. Quote. The healing field under Marikawa Shizuka's feet shrank instantly. Under the concentrated treatment in the healing field, Marikawa Shizuka's injuries were fully healed in just a few seconds. Bang 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out in quick succession, with healing bullets and magic bullets hitting Seiko Busujima and Tsubaki Shinra respectively, causing the originally balanced battle to quickly turn in Seiko Busujima's favor. Chapter 48. Weapon Concept Empowerment, Demon Girl Visits, 4th Update. Damn it. The fighter plane I just created is completely wasted. After Marikawa Shizuka was injured, the group of phantom beasts launched a suicidal attack on them like mad dogs. Sona could only watch Marikawa Shizuka recover. Sona discovered that if she wanted to finish off Marikawa Shizuka in one go, she would have to accumulate strength for a long time, but Minami Rika and the mythical beasts wouldn't give her that chance at all. So, she could only continue to fight like this. So far, all the decisions she made have been correct. But even so, it can't save her from defeat. She lost due to the quality and coordination of her followers. A few minutes later, Miyamoto Rei and Miyamoto Kiriko dealt with the other relatives of Sona and joined in the siege of Sona. Although Sona and Tsubaki are very strong, they cannot withstand the other party's continuous treatment. Sizzle. Miyamoto Rei's spear pierced Sona's wings. With his wings injured, his body poisoned, and his magic power almost exhausted, Sona's body fell directly from the sky. While falling, Sona caught a glimpse of Shinra Chunji who was falling with her. It seems that even if you put in some effort, you can still win. In the center of the playground, all of Kangna's followers were gathered in a poisonous fog array in the playground. Although none of them left the stage, all of them lost their ability to move. A few minutes later, the poisonous fog dissipated, and the familiar young man appeared. Lin Xiujun, you defeated me but didn't let me leave. Was it to humiliate me? Kang Na frowned fiercely. In response, Lin Xiu just smiled and shook his head. No, Kang Na, I'm here to give you another chance. As long as you can defeat me, you can also win the battle. 22 inches. As he spoke, Xiu threw a healing field towards Sona and the others. 3 minutes later, surrounded by the green light, Sona and his followers fully recovered. As long as I can defeat you, that is to say, Lin Xiujun, you plan to defeat me and all my followers by yourself. Kangya pursed her red lips slightly, with mixed feelings. At this point, she naturally wouldn't say that Xiu was arrogant. However, she couldn't just give up. Come on, Lin Xiujun, let me see just how far you can go. Outside the battlefield, looking at Kangya who was risking everything, Grayfia shook her head helplessly. She had witnessed the battle between Lin Xiu and Theodora, and if she was just a higher-level demon, she would obviously not be Lin Xiu's opponent. Beside Grayfia, Rias's azure eyes shone with a strange light. Because in her opinion, Lin Xiu's ability to have this kind of strength is most likely due to her. Are you kidding? Lin Xiujun completed his awakening on her thigh, right? If not because of her, who else could it be? With this, the problem with Ruzel should be solved. Rias curled her red lips slightly, imagining the free life after breaking off her engagement with Rui Shonger. Lin Xiu sighed. After receiving Kang Na's response, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared on Lin Xiu's hand. Boost. Red aura bursts out. The green gem sparkles with dazzling brilliance. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Open hollow corner bracket Red Dragon Emperor's armor close hollow corner bracket. Boosted gear scale male. The Red Dragon armor is instantly put on. After 20 days of training in the world of Apocalypse, Lin Xiu not only gained the strength of a high-level intermediate demon, but also successfully opened the Forbidden Hand of the Dragon Emperor. Looking at Lin Xiu's red dragon armor, Kang's pink eyes widened slightly. Such a powerful spiritual power. Such a powerful dragon spiritual power has surpassed the upper demon level and reached the highest demon level. Lu Xiujun, this is? Kangya asked after swallowing. This is the Forbidden Hand form of the Red Dragon Emperor's cage. Sona, it is precisely because I possess sufficient strength that I dare to accept your engagement. How about trying a strong attack? Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, making an invitation gesture. Asterisk 7. Kang Na bit her teeth lightly and said, just give it a try. Ha! Kang Na raised his hands high, and powerful water magic surged. The Seedy family's exclusive technique was quickly constructed. A torrent powerful enough to shatter mountains is gathering. For a full half-minute, Lin Xiu didn't make any blocking moves. Half a minute later, the surging water stream hit the red dragon armor head-on. Sizzle. Luo Shu stood still, like a helpless adult enduring a child's water gun attack. Everyone, come together. Junluo Chunji frowned and called all her followers to come together. AJ. Bang, bang, bang. Various attacks landed on Lin Xiu, making various noises. In response to this, Lin Xiu did not respond at all. She just stood there and said what she had to say. Sona, I know you care about the fact that I confessed my feelings to Ravel. But, this is me. When it comes to emotional matters, I'm always straightforward. Of course, if you still can't accept the real me, I agree to temporarily break off the engagement with you. The reason I showed you the forbidden hand is because I wanted to tell you that to do extraordinary things, you must be an extraordinary person. I am such an extraordinary person with the determination and strength to achieve my goals. Huh, Kang Na was stunned. Does Lin Xiu mean that if he wins, he will cancel his engagement with her? Could she say that after seeing Lin Xiu's strength, she had already had some inkling of acceptance? Art. Kang Na has not responded yet. Lin Xiu then proceeded to the next step. Okay, it's almost time to end. A colorful black ball condensed in Lin Xiu's hand. This black ball is the explosion magic from the Suching world. Explosion. There is no bonus or multiplication, it is just the simplest and fastest instantaneous explosive magic. Bang! A black sphere descended from the sky, and a dazzling stream of magic completely enveloped Lin Xiu and Kang Na's team. A few seconds later, Grayfia's voice finally arrived. Lord Kangya and his followers have all left the stage, therefore, the winner is Lord Lin Xiu. After taking a look at the disappearing Kang Na, Lin Xiu's figure also gradually disappeared in the battle space. He deliberately didn't give Kang Na a chance to speak. Because, what he wanted was never a Kang Na who would accept the marriage contract with him. What he wants is a Kang Na who can accept her having a harem. If he were to sign a marriage contract with Kang Na now, wouldn't that give Kang Na a legitimate excuse to interfere with his harem? At this time, you should play hard to get. After defeating Kang Na, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his head. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the stage-type plot mission, Sang Na strategy. Closing square bracket. Quest requirements. Defeat Sona in terms of intelligence, strength, rating game, etc. Quest level. Purple. This has effectively shocked Kangna's young mind, letting her know that there are always better things, increasing the likelihood of her accepting the host's harem. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Weapon Concept Endowment Demon Breaker. Weapon Concept Endowment Demon Breaker. Anything with the concept of a weapon can be temporarily endowed with the attribute of Demon Breaker by the host. After obtaining the magic breaking attribute, one can easily break the defense of alien energy within 2 levels. However, if the opponent is too strong, the magic breaking effect may be partially reduced. Half an hour later, the treatment was completed and Kangya slowly opened his eyes. However, the person she saw was not Lin Xiu, whom she wanted to see, but her best friend Rias. Hey, Sona, it looks like you've fully recovered. Rias greeted her best friend with a smile. 17. Sona didn't say anything, but just tilted her head, breaking eye contact with Rias. She saw a hint of amusement in Rias's eyes. Rias must be mocking her ignorance and incompetence displayed during her battle with Lin Xiu. So, she simply turned a blind eye to it. Seeing that Sona disliked her so much, Rias had no intention of trying to please him. By the way, Kang Na, I have good news to tell you. Having said this, Rias subconsciously raised the corners of her mouth. While you were unconscious, Lin Shujun had already submitted a petition to the underworld to dissolve the engagement. Congratulations, you have achieved your goal. Now, the engagement between you and Lin Shujun has been cancelled. Quote. 187. Sona didn't say anything, just rolled her eyes at Rias. Rias didn't get angry about this and continued to attack with a smile. The goal has been achieved, so why aren't you happy at all, Kangya? Could it be that, after seeing Lin Shujun's abilities, you suddenly regretted it? Don't want to break off your engagement with him anymore? Normally, Rias wasn't this aggressive. But, who could blame Kang Yongwenshi for losing so much that it was just what she wanted? Not only was he defeated by Lin Xiu, but before being defeated by Lin Xiu, Kang Na was also defeated once by Lin Xiu's followers. Sona, who always considers herself a strategist, was finally crushed by someone else's IQ, which made Rias, who had always been regarded as a fool by Sona, very happy. The corners of Kangna's mouth twitched slightly, and his heartbeat was a little irregular. Rias, could you please leave for a moment? I need to rest. Her response was to simply order them to leave. Okay, I won't say anything more, okay. Anyway, you should just take good care of your injuries first. It's not shameful to lose to Lin Shujun. After all, Lin Shujun is a pure-blooded demon who possesses a god-annihilating tool. After comforting Kang a little, Rias turned and left. However, her words seemed to open the door to a new world for Sona. Yes, the reason why Lin Shujun is so powerful is because he has Shengsha. In terms of his true strength, Lin Shu-kun hasn't even reached the level of a high-level demon yet. If I could also possess a divine weapon, no, not a divine weapon, but a powerful divine weapon. Kangna's brain quickly became active. The other side. In Lin Xiu's home, Lin Xiu was sitting facing each other with a beautiful black-haired girl. The black-haired beauty has cute twin ponytails and wears a youthful magical girl outfit that is very appetizing. The one who came was Seraflu Leviathan, Sona's sister, the Leviathan demon king of the underworld. Chapter 49. The incarnation of God, the Demon King's facial cleanser, Update 1. Pictured as the demon girl Seraflor. Please. Lin Xiu smiled and poured tea for Seraflor. Seraflor glanced at Lin Xiu, then tilted her head back and drank the hot tea in one gulp. Come on, do you have anything to tell me about Sona-chan? Seraflor said in a very unpleasant tone. It was normal for her to be rude to Lin Xiu, because Lin Xiu had given her dear sister a good beating. If Lin Xiu hadn't said that he had something closely related to Kang Na to tell her, she would never have come to Lin Xiu's house. Lady Seraflor, you should already know about Sona's situation. But I think there's something you don't know yet. What's up? Actually, many newspapers in the underworld have invited me to do interviews regarding this ratings game. Huh, inviting you for an interview. Seraflu couldn't help but stand up. Yes, she should have thought of this earlier. The breaking off of Kang Na and Lin Xiu's engagement is such a big deal that it will definitely attract a lot of media attention. These newspapers invited me to do an interview about the breakup of my engagement with Sona, and the remuneration was quite generous. Lady Seraflor, as you know, I have just obtained the status of a pure-blooded demon, and training resources are very scarce. Their invitation is very attractive to me. Huh, are you threatening me? Seraph narrowed her eyes, her pink pupils reflecting a gleam of light. No, how can it be called a threat? I just want to make a deal with the Demon King. Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. Exchanging resources for what you need is the foundation of social relations. So, if Lady Seraflu can satisfy my other needs, I can certainly change my story and say that Sona defeated me and broke off our engagement. Okay, tell me, what are the conditions for you to change your words? Seraflor admitted that Xiu's conditions were also very attractive to her. It's very simple. Just put on some magical girl outfits and take some photos with me. Ha! Looking at the several exquisite costumes gradually appearing in front of her, Seraflor's expression underwent a rather complicated change. First I was surprised, then confused, and after thinking it over, it became a sudden realization. You just said, to take a few photos with you. In other words, can you also do cosplay? Seraflor asked the question that concerned her most. Of course I can cosplay. I really like cosplay. Lin Xiu waved his hand, and several sets of men's clothing appeared in front of him, including Demon King costumes, Taoist costumes, mechanical armor, and everything else. Okay, I agree. After seeing Lin Xiu's cosplay costumes, Seraflor waved her hand and directly agreed to Lin Xiu's request. Xiu-chan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect Xiu-chan to love cosplay as much as I do. That's awesome. Seraflu buried Lin Xiu's head in her chest and shook it left and right excitedly. Normally, Seraflor would never do such an outrageous act. But now, under the dual effects of the excitement of finding a like-minded person and the succubus bloodline, Seraph always has an urge to love Lin Xiu fiercely. After burying her face in Lin Xiu's for half a minute, feeling the heat on her chest, Seraflay finally realized what was happening and let go of Lin Xiu's head a little embarrassedly. Okay, let's get started. Pipe, quote. Lin Xiu shook his head. Seraflor had shaken his face with the cleanser, and his brain was about to be mixed up. But I have to say that the Demon King's facial cleanser does have a unique flavor. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu's home. Lin Xiu and Seraflor wore cosplay costumes and kept changing their movements in front of the camera. In front of the two of them, the silver-haired Saint Olivia pressed the shutter button with a look of doubt in her heart. What did she see? A legitimate current Demon King Leviathan, and a legitimate old Demon King Leviathan, are cosplaying. And, they seem to be having a lot of fun. As expected, after the death of the great god, has the world also gone crazy? Olivia suddenly felt a little regretful that she had learned a full set of life skills from Latia. If she knows everything, doesn't that mean Lin Xiu will give her all the work in the future? However, considering that she would not have a headache when praying even if she was reincarnated as Lin Xiu's follower, she has firmly regarded Lin Xiu as a relative recognized by the gods. This recognition from the gods, which transcends belief systems, is precisely why he became a saint. Since they were all saints in her family, Olivia had no choice but to approve of Lin Xiu's hobby. First this set, then this set. Blue, yellow, pink, black, white. Seraflor kept changing her magical girl costumes. Not only her own, she even started pointing fingers at Lin Xiu. Xiu-chan, I think this white set goes really well with your Taoist robes. Come on, show me the ancient sword techniques from the east. I can also do the killing moves. Xiu-chan, stupid. Black has to go with black, right? I've already changed into a black, darkened magical girl costume, why don't you change into a Demon King costume? Seraflu had a lot of fun and took the initiative to give Lin Xiu a lot of benefits, such as holding hands, touching thighs, interlocking their fingers, and occasionally touching each other from the front or back. During the most intimate moments, she even let Lin Xiu rest his head directly on her elastic, white thighs. However, it was a little strange that after the lap pillow, Seraflor refused to do anything intimate no matter what. The level of physical contact between the two people directly regressed to the level of holding hands. It wasn't until Seraflor changed into the cosplay costume she had just worn that Lin Xiu understood why Seraflor was behaving strangely. Well, there is a clear light and dark boundary on Serafoli's white panties. It is obvious that she reacted during the contact with him. It was precisely because she was aware of her own reaction that she was unwilling to continue to have close contact with Lin Xiu. It's so shameful to react to a boy who just broke off his engagement with his sister. Seraflu didn't expect that she had just changed out of the water-stained clothes and Lin Xiu found an opportunity to put them away. When Lin Xiu put the cosplay costume into his own exclusive space, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission. Quest requirements. Obtain a set of Seraflu's original cosplay costumes. Quest level. Gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. God's Incarnation, Dwarf Vamana. Incarnation of God. Dwarf Vamana. One of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu to save the world. Origin myth. In Indian mythology, the greatest Asura king in history, Pali King, inherited the will of his ancestors, unified the 3 realms again, and drove out the gods. The gods had no choice but to pray to Vishnu for help. In order to regain the sovereignty of the sky, space and earth from the demon Pali, Vishnu transformed himself into a dwarf and begged him for 3 steps of land, at the horse sacrifice meeting in Pali. The devil Pali thought the little dwarf was nothing special, so he agreed to hand over the land within 3 steps of him. Unexpectedly, Vishnu returned to his original form, took 2 steps across heaven and earth, then stopped and left hell to the devil, a metaphor for the sun crossing the universe in the morning, noon and evening. Effect of God's avatar. Effect 1. Can disguise itself as other entities, making it almost impossible to detect. Effect 2. You can change your body size at will. When it becomes smaller, your own consumption will decrease. When it becomes larger, your own consumption will increase. The specific combat power will also undergo subtle changes with the change of body size. Effect 3. The power of the contract. All promised promises will be fulfilled. Effect 4. Ability to transcend all spatial limitations. By leveraging the power of the avatar to its fullest potential, even worlds and time can be transcended. Note. The usage is partly similar to God's power, and partly similar to the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. It took Lin Xiu a while to read through such a long string of system prompts. As expected of a quest refreshed from the Demon King, I've gotten something good this time. As a golden level incarnation of God, the only thing that can be compared to him is the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. In addition to its own strength, Lin Xiu was also satisfied with the effect of this incarnation of God. Possessing this incarnation of God means that he can cross the barrier and the big world at any time. In the future, if he encounters a powerful enemy that is difficult to fight, he can always activate the incarnation of God and run away. This is extremely important for Lin Xiu, who is under the threat of the old Demon King. After receiving a satisfactory system reward, Lin Xiu devoted herself to the cosplay activity with Seraflu. Seraflu was right, he really did like cosplay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Miyamoto Rei to keep her school uniform on when they were having S**X. However, unlike Seraflu, who simply loves cosplay, Lin Xiu likes cosplay because he thinks it can enhance the charm of girls and himself, and can also add a lot of fun when doing serious work. Of course, if we just talk about whether he likes it or not, he does like cosplay. Perhaps it was because she realized that he was not lying that Seraflu was willing to play with him. 3 hours later, Lin Xiu and Seraflu had a lot of fun and took all the necessary poses. Thanks to Lin Xiu's efforts, although Seraflu's willingness to get close to him did not return to the level of knee-to-knee pillow, it was barely raised to the level of interlocking fingers. Huh. Seraph wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled with satisfaction. Shu-chan, after I get back, remember to send me a copy of all the negatives. I'm going to carefully select some and add them to my magical girl Milky collection. I'm going to give it a good look. Seraflu wants to announce to the world that she has found a like-minded person. Those demons who look down on cosplay have no taste. Okay. I understand. My equipment has a very fast burning speed, and it will definitely be completed before you leave. Lin Xiu was a little surprised, as, revealing some of the photos he took with Seraflu, was part of his plan. However, before he could take any action, Seraflu had already taken the initiative to help him complete his plan. Soon it was time to say goodbye. Although Seraflu wanted to play with Lin Xiu for a while longer, she still had work to do as the Demon King. She has already spent several days with Lin Xiu today. If I don't go back in an hour, I won't be able to finish the work even if I work overtime at night. Before leaving, Lin Xiu noticed Seraflu's reluctance and told her a good news. What, Shu-chan, are you willing to come to the underworld to play with me every day? But, whether it's the cross-world technique or the train to the underworld, it takes at least an hour to prepare, and a round trip is 2 hours, plus the cosplay. How much time does it take? Don't you have other things to do during the day? Looking at Seraflu's puzzled look, Lin Xiu knocked her head hard. Bang, I'm just going to play with you for a while. Who told you that I have to play for so long every day like today? I've awakened the ability to cross worlds. I can reach the underworld in seconds, not an hour. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took Seraflu's hand. Don't resist, just let your body move with me. Swoosh. The next second, the two appeared in the Demon Lord Leviathan's territory. Wow, Shu-chan is awesome. Now we can play together more often. 17. In her excitement, Seraflu rewarded Lin Xiu generously, leaving a lot more milky fragrance on his face. Chapter 50. Golden Immortality. Qualifications for the Son of the World, 4th update. Pictured. Seraflu. Before leaving, Seraflu remembered something very important. By the way, Shu-chan, can I take the clothes I'm wearing today back home? Before parting, Saraflor asked for her clothes back. She really didn't want to leave her water-stained clothes with Lin Xiu. Well, no. Lin Xiu refused with a smile. Saraflor, those clothes are also part of the price you have to pay. Saraflor then realized that besides taking cosplay photos, collecting her cosplay costumes was also one of Lin Xiu's goals. No, Lin Xiu's original goal might have been to collect her clothes. 13. Saraflu didn't expect Lin Xiu to be so perverted. When she thought that Lin Xiu might pounce on her clothes and smell them fiercely after returning, Saraflor's face flushed like an attractive red apple. HMPH. Xiu-chan is a pervert. I won't play with you for at least 7 days. Saraflu decided to ignore Lin Xiu for 7 days to express her dissatisfaction with her. Looking at Saraflor, who left angrily with her twin ponytails swinging, Lin Xiu smiled and said loudly to her back. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said clearly. I will come to see you on time after get off work tomorrow. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Saraflor paused. The next second, she swung her twin ponytails even more vigorously. From the smile that unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth, it could be seen that Lin Xiu's answer made her very happy. The next day, it was time for Sarah to get off work. Before she even got off work, the demon girl's 2 jade feet were already stomping on the ground anxiously. Dong. The bell rang and Lin Xiu appeared. Seraph's mouth curled up subconsciously, then quickly calmed down. After putting away her smile, Saraflor immediately turned her head away and puffed up her face. HMPH. Didn't I tell you? I won't play with you within 7 days. Saraflu said angrily. Saraflu, did you say that? Sorry, I only remember saying I was coming to find you. I must put into practice what I have said. By the way, I heard there's an audition for a magical girl show on XXTV today, and it's in 60 minutes. As I recall, it takes at least an hour to get from the underworld to the human world, right? Is there anyone who has the ability to reach the human world within an hour? Lin Xiu meant something. Since you are a man who keeps his promise, I will forgive you. Now, take me to the audition. Saraflor took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, and in turn held Saraflor's hand tightly. The next moment, the two of them disappeared into the underworld. By the way, that TV station is looking for an actor for a male role. Would he like to apply together? It would be a bit boring just to sit there and wait for Saraflor's audition. The audition went smoothly. With Lin Xiu and Saraflor's looks and acting skills, both of them successfully got the roles they wanted. However, what Lin Xiu was most concerned about was, after the audition, Saraflor actually bought the TV station. Haven't you passed the audition? Is there any need to buy it? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Of course I need to buy it. Only in this way can the TV station fully cooperate with Lin Xiujun and I's schedule. Then why didn't you buy the TV station from the beginning? Of course it's because. Okay, you don't have to say any more, I already know the answer. Before Saraflor could finish her words, Lin Xiu covered her mouth with her hand. Saraflor, you probably feel that relying on buying a TV station to pass an audition is a sign of insecurity and unworthy of a magical girl, right? Correct. Saraflor gave a thumbs up. As expected of Xiu-chan. You really understand my feelings. Saraflor found herself becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xiu. In the next few days, Lin Xiu resumed her daily life. A week passed. During this week, Lin Xiu's life remained the same. Study and practice hard during the day, go on dates in the evening, and return to the world of Apocalypse to fight monsters at night. Of course, the specific arrangements are different from the previous few days. On the one hand, he now had a new date, Saraflor, and a new event called filming on his schedule. On the other hand, Lin Xiu found that Leah was less and less concerned about giving him benefits. Once, when he entered the old school building, Rias had just finished bathing and was wearing only a white shirt and a red thong. Second rate. Even so, Rias didn't care and let Lin Xiu rest his head on her thighs. Finally, it's Amano Yuma's side. Amano Yuuma has also evolved to the point where she will actively kiss him before meeting and parting. It can be said that the progress is very fast. Another 7 days passed in the DxD world, and 35 days passed in the Apocalypse world. During these 35 days, Lin Xiu moved the shelter to a larger rural area and began to plant some crops that were easy to grow and had a relatively short maturity period. On Kagura's side, she successfully used her own influence and Lin Xiu's military force to control most of the self-defense forces and control the rights of most of the island nation. There was no way, the strength displayed by Lin Xiu was simply too terrifying. After an explosion magic was cast, before he could take the initiative to negotiate, the top leaders of Fuso took the initiative to lick him. Bang! After all the living people were evacuated, Lin Xiu threw an explosion magic directly towards Tokyo. Looking at the numbers that kept rising in the system, Lin Xiu felt happy. At this moment, his body seemed to have flipped a switch, and he naturally broke through to the upper demon level. After ascending from a high-level intermediate demon to a primary-level superior demon, Lin Xiu even felt confident that he could face a demon king-level expert alone. After Tokyo, Lin Xiu went to several other international metropolises that had already cooperated with him and completed evacuation. After a few bursts of magic, Lin Xiu finally heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Kill as many zombies as possible within 3 months. Completion stage. Stage 4, kill 100 million zombies. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortality Gold. Immortality Gold, the immortality is as powerful as that of a true vampire. It can turn part of the body into mist. Even if the body is completely destroyed, as long as a trace of mist still exists, it can slowly recover. Note: the immortality rewarded by the system is different from the immortality of vampires and is not afraid of any sacred items. After acquiring the third gold-rated ability, Lin Xiu became more relaxed. In a good mood, Lin Xiu went straight to sleep with him in the same bed. Not only the heroines of the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu also pulled the guards who looked like anime heroines to the bed. However, what surprised Lin Xiu a little was that halfway through the battle, Siri Alice took the initiative to sit on him. Although her petite and cute body was constantly trembling, Siri Alice looked unprecedentedly happy and satisfied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, becoming Siri Alice's father. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Talented ability, fatherly love is like a mountain, green. Talent ability, fatherly love, green. When facing a Lolita-type character, you will gain their extra attention and love. After coming to her senses, Lin Xiu could only gently stroke Siri Alice's smooth back, helping her to adapt to the situation as much as possible. While holding Siri Alice's waist, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, collecting all the true Apocalypse worlds. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Apocalypse World, Son of the World Qualification Gold. Apocalypse World, Qualification of the Son of the World. After collecting all the heroines, the host becomes the Son of the World recognized by the world consciousness. As the Son of the World, the host can change the rules of the world to a certain extent. In addition, the host can also consume part of the world's origin to unlock the life form of the life form selected by himself. After the life form is unlocked, the life form will grow to the growth limit of the world in one go. Note 1. When unlocking the life forms of the original male and female protagonists, there is no need to consume the world origin because it has been unlocked once. Note 2. The growth limit of the Apocalypse world is Demon King level. True Apocalypse World Full Collection. Lin Xiu hadn't expected that the system had even stricter conditions for full collection. But, Demon King level. It's nice to have the expectation of growing to Demon King level. At this stage, most of the heroines in the world of Apocalypse have been promoted to the level of superior demons, and the strongest one, Seiko Busujima, has even been promoted to a high-level superior demon. Although there is still a long way to go before reaching the Demon King level, Lin Xiu is quite satisfied with the fact that he can gradually grow into a Demon King level expert in the future. As for changing the rules of the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu felt that this matter was worth his careful study. Bite. The host has completed the hidden mission in the Apocalypse world and is searching for the next copy world. Remaining search time. 240 hours calculated in main world time. Search target. Intermediate copy world. After 240 hours, please click the system to view the search results. While conquering the next dungeon world, the host can also continue to complete the main quest in the Apocalypse world. Come to think of it, I haven't completed the main quest in the Apocalypse world. Lin Xiu remembered that he still had a main task of building a shelter in the Apocalypse world that had not been completed. There's no way around it. The main quest to build the shelter will take half a year to complete, and it's only been less than 2 months since the apocalypse, so it's still too early for the completion. Ultimately, it can only be blamed on the fact that he completed the hidden mission too quickly. According to the system, completing hidden quests are all main quests. As long as one of these two conditions is met, a new dungeon world can be unlocked. An intermediate dungeon world, I wonder what kind of world I'll get. When Lin Xiu was thinking about what world he would draw, the detection array he set up in the DxD world suddenly produced feedback. Rias, why is she at my door in the middle of the night? Lin Xiu's doubts only lasted for a second. You came to me in the middle of the night, it could only be because of that incident. Well, if Rias doesn't come, wouldn't all my arrangements be in vain? After roughly cleaning up the mess in the Apocalypse world, Lin Xiu quickly returned to the DxD world. Chapter 51, Marrying Seraflu. The Red Dragon Emperor evolves. Third update. After returning to the DxD world, Lin Xiu just opened the door when Rias rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Before Lin Xiu finished serving her tea, Rias took the initiative to push Lin Xiu onto the sofa. Looking at Lin Xiu beneath her, Rias's azure eyes were filled with helplessness. Lin Xiujun, do you know? Something big has happened. Big thing. What big thing? Lin Xiu, haven't you been cosplaying with Sarah Yetai Renju lately? Yes, that's right. Lin Xiu nodded. That's the bad part. I've already seen Lin Xiu-kun and Seraflu-sama in 2 magazine issues and a TV program preview. It would be fine if I was the only one who saw it, but the key is, the Demon Council believes that the current Demon King Leviathan and the old Demon King Leviathan are a perfect match, and they plan to allow you, Lin Xiu, to marry Lady Seraflu. When she said this, Rias completely collapsed. She never imagined that the person she should be on guard against is not Kang Na, but Kang Na's sister. Where can you overtake on a curve like this? But what's the point if she doesn't want to? Judging from the compatibility between Seraflor and Lin Xiu, nothing can better bridge the conflict between the reformist demons and the old demons than getting them married. The old demon and the old demon king cannot be lumped together. The old demon kings are the descendants of the first 4 demon kings, and the old demons are the ancient demons and their descendants who followed the first 4 demon kings. To the old demon king faction, Lin Xiu is an absolute mortal enemy and a hypocritical Leviathan. But for some old demons from ancient times, as long as Lin Xiu's bloodline is pure enough, he is the true heir of Leviathan. The old demons have always believed that the reformist demon kings should not expel the old demon kings, but should set up a reservation for them in the underworld. Because of this incident, there have been many conflicts between the reformist demons and the old demons. Now, finally, a major event has emerged that both sides agree on. Once Lin Xiu and Seraflor marry and give birth to offspring, the conflict between the old demons and the reformist demons will be greatly bridged. They would even support the descendants of Lin Xiu and Seraflu to inherit the position of Demon King Leviathan. The offspring of the pure-blooded former Demon King and the powerful current Demon King is a natural-born heir to the Demon King. Have things actually developed to this point? Lin Xiu looked very surprised. However, in reality, this incident was not at all beyond his expectations. He had already done extensive research on the rules and situation of the underworld, and he took the initiative to promote this matter after clarifying his own situation. Even if Seraflor hadn't dragged him onto the show, he would have taken the initiative to leak out some of the photos that he had selected. Of course, Rias didn't know that this matter was initiated by Lin Xiu, and continued. Yes, it's that serious. Once you, Lin Xiu-kun, and Lady Seraflor are engaged, there will be no chance for you to interfere with my engagement. Rias knew Serafla's character very well. Although Seraflor has never been very enthusiastic about the idea of marriage, as a pure-blooded demon, she also agrees that she should pass on her bloodline. It was fine if she didn't have a suitable partner before, but once she identified Lin Xiu as a suitable marriage partner and agreed to marry her, it was too late. Seraflor is not Sona. Lin Xiu was able to defeat Kang Na and cancel the engagement between them. But defeating Seraflor, even though Rias has great confidence in Lin Xiu, she doesn't think that Lin Xiu can be a match for Seraflor within a year. She can't wait more than a year. Phoenix's family decided to complete the engagement ceremony before she graduated from high school. Once the engagement ceremony begins, it will be even more difficult to change the engagement. So, Rias made a bold decision. Lin Xiu-jun, let's take advantage of this opportunity and make this a done deal. As she spoke, Rias directly held Lin Xiu's hand and placed it on her chest. Feeling the warmth from Lin Xiu's hand, an alluring blush appeared on Rias' face. Mr. Lin Xiu, you must like me and want to marry me, right? Rias's face was as red as clouds, and her beautiful blue eyes were full of water. Well, I like Rias, and I will never allow you to marry anyone else. Lin Xiu replied firmly. Well, after receiving a satisfactory answer, Rias breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I know that you, Lin Xiujun, are a lustful boy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so many lovers of the opposite S***X. But I don't care. If it's just a female follower, not a female pure-blooded demon, I can totally accept it. Leah doesn't care if Lin Xiu has any relatives of the opposite S***X. What she wants is Zhongkong's absolute position. Therefore, Rias simply ignored the fact that there was an ambiguous incident between Lin Xiu and Ravel. Okay, Lin Xiu-jun, are you going to take the initiative or am I going to take the initiative? At times like this, I still respect the boy's wishes. Rias licked her red lips, her mouth feeling a little dry. I think it's better for both of us to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Lin Xiu sat up and held Rias's slender waist, which was both voluptuous and soft. Okay, then, we'll both do it together. Rias lifted her waist slightly, her heartbeat accelerating to its limit. She could already feel Lin Xiu's pulse through the intimate connection between them. The strong pulse, the scalding blood, and the captivating aura of Lin Xiu quickly transformed Rias's body into a state perfect for reproduction. Just then, a silver-gray teleportation array unfolded on the floor of Lin Xiu's house. Is it Grayfia? Lin Xiujun, seeing Grayfia coming, Rias immediately fell into hesitation. She really didn't have the courage to continue in front of Grayfia. Leah retreated a little, but Lin Xiu would never retreat. It's okay, Rias, just leave it to me. I'll take care of it. Lin Xiu took the initiative to bite Rias's red lips. At the same time, the hands that were holding Rias's soft waist also changed the direction of their force and pressed down suddenly. Hiss. Before she could feel her first kiss, Leah felt a strong tearing pain. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, having a fait accompli with Rias in front of Grayfia read. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Artifact Evolution True Security's Gauntlet. Artifact Evolution True Security's Gauntlet evolved the ownerless dragon soul within the artifact, raising the dragon soul's power to a level surpassing that of the Securite in his lifetime, sub-dragon god level. Strength stratification. From low to high, humans and ordinary life forms. Low-level demons, Lost Demon, Lost Priest, and Hyodo Issei at the beginning. Intermediate demon, the beginning of Bayan and Kiba Yudo, Turkey kicks most of Cell's followers. High-level demons Rias, Sona, Razor, and the normal combat power of young pure-blooded demons. The highest level demon, 8-winged angels, fallen angels, etc., the full-grown strength of a pure-blooded demon. Demon King class 10 Winged Angel Fallen Angel, Dragon King class Dragon, Modern Old Demon King. Super Demon King level 12 Winged Angels, Fallen Angels, the titled Dragon King, Demon King Seraphal, Demon King Falbiwan, the nine-tailed fox Yasaka who draws on the power of the earth veins, the first and second generation of the old demon kings, and the main gods of some pantheons. Special class. Transcendence. A term for beings that have surpassed the limits of their species in some way, their strength lies somewhere between the Super Demon King and the Supreme God level. Weak transcendence, such as Li Zebum, can be defeated by the demons, while powerful transcendence, such as the Demon King Lucifer, are comparable to the world's top 10 supreme gods. Main god, lower limit to be determined, upper limit is the 3 Indian gods, some powerful main gods, most of the top 10 gods in the world are in this category. Dragon level, same level as the main god level, but a bit stronger, the second dragon D-Drake, surpassing the limit of the Dragon King and reaching the realm of the dragon. Sub-dragon god level, Beast King, god of the Bible, the upper limit of the evolved true red dragon emperor's strength. Dragon God level, Infinite Dragon God, Red Dragon God Emperor, Sky King Lugatime, Sea King Dramato. Super Dragon God level, the first of the 7 stars of Rahu, Zhuang. Evil God level. X-World Evil Gods, Ghosts, Demons. Looking at the man and woman hugging each other tightly in front of her, Grayfia pursed her red lips slightly and the corners of her eyes kept twitching. Well, she was still late. Lin Xiu was much bolder than she had imagined. Glancing at the bloodstains beneath Rias's body, Grayfia revealed a visible distress. After all, Rias had grown up under her care. Grayfia sighed and spoke slowly. Lady Rias, you lost your virginity before marriage. Aren't you afraid that the Phoenix family will take action against you? Or do you and Master Lin Xiu have the confidence to face all the phoenixes of the younger generation? Who? It took Rias a while to recover, and she replied in a low voice. Grayfia, I know the consequences of losing my virginity before marriage, and I am willing to bear the consequences of losing my virginity before marriage. That's why I came to find Lin Shujun today. Isn't it just the love-seizing technique? With Lin Shujun's current strength, he's more than enough to deal with Ruzel 637 and his followers. The love seizure law that Rias mentioned as part of the underworld marriage law, and can be understood as the demon clan's premarital misconduct response method. Most pure-blooded demons will not accept new marriages once they give birth to mixed-blood demon offspring with other races. Therefore, in order to prevent the loss of pure blood, the demon clan has established extremely strict rules. Among them, losing virginity before marriage is the biggest taboo. If the two parties have already signed a marriage contract, taking the example of a woman losing her virginity before marriage, the underworld has different rules for different people who lose their virginity. If a woman loses her virginity to a mixed-blood demon before marriage, that mixed-blood demon will be executed directly, unless that mixed-blood demon defeats all members of the man's family. If the woman loses her virginity to a pure-blooded demon before marriage, the pure-blooded demon will not be executed, but will also need to defeat the man and all his peers in his family. If the above requirements cannot be met, the mixed blood demon will be executed, and the pure blood demon will become a servant of the man's family for 1,000 years. It is precisely because of such strict regulations that the demon clan has been able to maintain the purity of its bloodline for thousands of years. It was precisely because of this law that Theodora needed to leave those saints with Latia. For pure-blooded demons who enter into a marriage contract, the law of seizing love is extremely harsh. However, the demon clan did not completely seal this hole. If you have the ability, you can use your own strength. He fought hard to the point that even the love seizure law recognized this marriage. After all, if a demon can defeat an entire generation or even an entire family of pure-blooded demons, then his bloodline should be passed on. 19. Speaking of the love-stealing method, Grayfia sighed again. She knew that this was what Rias was thinking. Indeed, the love-seizing technique has extremely strict requirements for mixed-blood demons, requiring them to defeat an entire family of pure-blood demons. However, since Master Lin Xiu is a pure-blooded demon, you only need to defeat the demons of the same generation or all of their followers in the man's family. However, even so, I don't think Lord Lin Xiu has a very high chance of winning. Why? Rias was puzzled. Given that Lin Xiu had shown strength that was enough to crush Sona, why did Grayfia think that his chances of winning were slim? Chapter 52. Quasi-Demon King Level Phoenix. Gulifei is in trouble, 4th update. Glancing at Lin Xiu, who was enjoying herself with her eyes closed, Grayfia continued. Rias, you probably don't know yet, right? Recently, a batch of special breakthrough items appeared in the underworld. Riser Phoenix has used them to break through to the highest level of demon. Speaking of this breakthrough item, a hint of worry appeared between Grayfia's brows. The highest level demon level. Rias gasped, her chest pressure instantly rising. Lin Xiu felt a surge of relief, then held his breath, concentrating on guarding the door. Yes, the highest level of demon, Ji Ya nodded. The pure-blooded Phoenix bloodline of the upper demon stage has not been refined yet, but the Phoenix bloodline of the highest demon stage has been refined, and its dominance is even greater than that of the same level. Riser's brother, Laval, is a good example. He's only a quasi-demon king, yet he manages to place in the top 10 of the rating game rankings, which is packed with demon kings. Although his strength has not reached the demon king level, he can still be among a group of demon king level masters. This proves that Laval has the strength to fight against the old demon kings before reaching the demon king level. Quote. Quote. Rias's expression suddenly darkened considerably. She believed that Lin Xiu could defeat the highest level demon phoenix once, twice, 5 times, 10 times, but she found it hard to believe that Lin Xiu could defeat Ruzel 100 times. When Rias thought that Lin Xiu might be held accountable by the Phoenix family, she felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't be so impulsive. She should wait until Lin Xiujun becomes stronger before making any plans. Lin Xiu noticed Rias's loss, so he took the initiative to tie up Rias's long red hair. Leah wanted to say something, but what greeted her was Lin Xiu's kiss. Quote. Quote. The moment she came into contact with Lin Xiu, Rias subconsciously plunged into a deep kiss with Lin Xiu. A full half-minute passed before Rias opened her eyes again. Lin Xiujun, what should we do? As a pure girl who had just lost her virginity, Rias showed an unusual attachment to the opposite S*X who took her virginity. Rias, don't worry, isn't he just a top-level demon? Let alone the highest-ranking demon, even if it's the demon king, I will defeat him. In order to calm Rias's anxious mood, Lin Xiu slightly revealed his aura. A higher-level demon. Grayfia raised her eyebrows. It's only been 11 or 12 days since Lin Xiu awakened. He actually broke through from a low-level demon to a high-level demon. Pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, so terrifying. Now that Lin Xiu-kun has become a superior demon, I think, Rias, you don't have to worry about your marriage to Riser anymore. With Lin Xiujun's strength, coupled with the god-destroying tool, he can still defeat the pure-blooded phoenix of the highest demon level. Grayfia gave her own judgment. Rias let out a long sigh, and the anxiety in her eyes disappeared instantly. Sure enough, her Lin Xiujun would never let her down. Rias, didn't I tell you before? I'll become fishy if I come into contact with someone I like. So, you also contributed to my rapid advancement to the upper demon level. Lin Xiu stared into the red-haired girl's eyes and said seriously. So that's how it is. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Leah's eyes were filled with tears. Even though the pain in her lower body had not subsided, she hugged Lin Xiu tightly with all her strength, as if she wanted to rub Lin Xiu into her body. Lin Xiu patted Rias's head lovingly, then turned to look at Grayfia. Miss Grayfia, please inform the Phoenix family that I am willing to accept a love battle at any time. Rias, I'm determined. Grayfia didn't expect Lin Xiu's determination to be so firm, and was stunned for several seconds. She decided to retract her previous judgment that Lin Xiu was a lustful person. Well, if you can win the battle for love, the entire banquet world will approve of your marriage to Rias-sama. However, could you give me a specific time so that I can arrange the corresponding matters? Asked Grayfia. When exactly? The sooner the better. I don't want to keep Rias waiting too long. As soon as Lin Xiu finished speaking, Rias's eyes were filled with tears, and she took the initiative to offer her red lips. Xiu Jun. I knew Xiu Jun wouldn't let me down. Quote. Rem. As she spoke her confession, the red-haired girl shed tears. Previously, when Lin Xiu kissed her, Rias had simply passively responded. But this time, she responded furiously, feeling Lin Xiu's presence and expressing her deep love for him. For a young girl who has never been in love, Lin Xiu's direct statement of willingness to meet any challenge is too devastating. Unlike Rias, who was very comfortable and absorbed in the moment, Grayfia was completely numb. Are all young people nowadays so unrestrained? Just pretend she doesn't exist, right? Even though Grayfia was right next to her, Rias became even more presumptuous. It's okay. Although today is a dangerous day, it's okay. Because, even if I have to drop out of school, I am willing to give birth to Lin Xiujun's child. Fi fix it. Sure enough, you can't see me. The corners of Grayfia's mouth twitched slightly. After realizing that she was just a light bulb, Grayfia quickly deployed a teleportation array under her feet. This place is simply not a place for human beings to stay. Singles have no human rights. When she thought about how Rias was someone she had watched grow up, and how she hadn't even become a woman yet, she felt a mix of emotions. Etc. On the way back to the underworld, Grayfia suddenly remembered something, and her silver-gray pupils dilated slightly. In just 11 or 12 days, Lin Xiujun raised his strength to the level of a superior demon. In the future, Lin Xiujun will at least be able to become a demon king level expert, and even surpassing the demon king level is not impossible. Can a god slayer with a true strength that reaches or even surpasses the demon king level defeat Alice and make her realize that the heavy burden of the future does not rest solely on her shoulders? The Alice that Grayfia mentioned is Rias's older sister, Alice Grimoire, original name. In terms of appearance, Alice and Rias are 80% to 90% similar, both of them are top-notch beauties. However, in terms of temperament, Alice is far superior to Rias. Her position as a demon king and her top life form give her a very strong temperament bonus. Since Lin Xiu-kun likes Rias, he should also like Alice, who is 90% similar to Rias, right? Lin Xiujun is lustful, there is no doubt about that. Can I use Alice as bait to motivate him to work harder and defeat Alice as soon as possible, thus freeing Alice? After Alice is defeated, both she and I can be freed from this cursed fate. Opening square bracket, closing square bracket. No, that's not right. What am I thinking? This idea is truly too crazy. If I'm not careful, it will cause unrest or even chaos in the underworld. Grayfia hurriedly shook the strange thoughts out of her mind. Although she gave up the idea of pimping for Alice, there was one thing Grayfia would never give up. That is, Alice has been carrying the future of the underworld for too long, and it has been too difficult. If this continues, her mental state will be in trouble sooner or later. She must do something for Alice. After thinking for a long time, Grayfia finally came to a fairly reliable conclusion. Let's put aside the issue of Lin Xiu working hard to marry Alice. It's okay to let Lin Xiu help Alice share some of the work as her brother-in-law. However, this will have to wait until Lin Xiu at least demonstrates Demon King level strength. This battle for love with the Phoenix family should be an opportunity. As she thought about it, Grayfia always felt a little uncomfortable. After sensing it for a while, a rare blush appeared on Grayfia's face. It's all because of that little Rias. Seeing that made me react. With a sigh, Grayfia took off her black lace underwear and put on a new one. From the cabinet full of conservative maid outfits and bold lingerie in her closet, we can see that she is actually the type who is conservative on the outside but passionate on the inside. Yes, unlike the original plot, Grayfia in this world has remained a girl until now, so it is normal for her to show off her depression. Although she felt depressed, Grayfia really hoped to be free from her current fate. Neither she nor Alice can go on like this. 3 days later. Underworld. The devil leads Lucifer. Sona accepted Rias's invitation and went to the territory of the Demon King Lucifer to watch the battle for love launched by Lin Xiu against Ruzel. The reason why the battle was fought in the territory of the Demon King Lucifer was because the target of the battle was the sister of the current Demon King Lucifer. Quote. I never thought that Lin Xiu would dare to challenge the pure-blooded Phoenix, the highest level demon. The Phoenix family released the news in advance, so before the war officially started, everyone knew that Riser had been promoted to the highest level demon. As for Lin Xiu, the public in the underworld only knows him as the pureblood Leviathan. However, the fact that he dared to challenge the Phoenix family showed that he was very confident in his own abilities. Pureblood Leviathan, pureblood Phoenix, and the Demon King's sister, a battle for love. There's combat, a third party involved, and the current Demon King versus the old one. The communication elements are fully utilized. Therefore, the tickets were sold out the moment they were open for sale, and many of the audience members in the stadium now got their tickets through scalpers. Of course, with Kang Na's identity, he doesn't need to buy a ticket. In front of Demon Lord Leviathan's private room. Sona-chan, are you here? Come in quickly. Glancing around, Serafla hurriedly pulled Sona into her own private room. Sona nodded and looked at Seraflor with a complicated look. Because she discovered that the reason why Seraflor acted so disgusted with Lin Xiu in the early stage was because Lin Xiu was her fiancé at that time. Just talking about personal preference. Seraflu actually doesn't hate Lin Xiu, she even likes him very much. Sona could see that Seraflor was not participating in the event with Lin Xiu for political reasons, but she really liked cosplay and also liked playing with Lin Xiu. Thinking of this, Kang Na's mood became even more complicated. Because, if we ignore Seraflor's personal tendencies and only analyze it from a realistic perspective, she and her sister have become love rivals. Kang Na never said that she didn't like Lin Xiu. She broke off her engagement with Lin Xiu only for Lin Xiu's safety, not wanting him to become the target of the old Demon King because of her. Who could have imagined that after just a dozen days, Lin Xiu would have acquired enough strength to challenge the Supreme Phoenix? Moreover, playing nice with her sister will also attract attacks from the old Demon King. In this case, wouldn't her engagement be cancelled in vain? Therefore, at this moment, Kang Na's mood can be summed up in one word: damn it. Chapter 53. Battle for the Bride Part 1. Sister, don't you often play cosplay with Lin Xiu? In your opinion, is there any hope for Lin Xiu this time? After sighing, Kang Na still took the initiative to ask. This is a question, Seraflor thought for a moment and asked back. Sona-chan, what do you hope will be the outcome of this battle? Do you want him to succeed, or do you want him to fail? To be honest, Seraflor was unsure whether she could get engaged to Lin Xiu. If the underworld arranged for her to marry Lin Xiu, she would accept it. If the underworld doesn't make any arrangements, she doesn't care. She cares more about her sister Sona's thoughts than her own. Because she discovered that Kang Na-chan might care about Lin Xiu more than she thought. In the center of the venue, the host with a trendy hairstyle is warming up the atmosphere. Dear viewers, welcome to watch this channel on time. I'm XXX from the XX family. This battle will be hosted by me. One side is the legendary immortal Phoenix. On one side, it's the noble pure-blooded Leviathan. Today, they have come here to fight for the right to marry the underworld princess, Rias Sama. Witnessed by the Demon King and a host of pure-blooded demons, they are engaged in an ancient battle for love. Everyone, is there any script that is more authentic and eye-catching than this? What's more, this is not a script, this is what really happened. In order to present a wonderful battle for everyone, the Phoenix family has specifically requested not to conduct the traditional battle for love between all the relatives. Therefore, this battle for love will be conducted in the form of a rating game. Before the battle officially begins, let me introduce this commentary, Achuka Beelzebub, the demon lord of the underworld. As soon as the host finished speaking, the image of the green-haired devil Akuka appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Akuka, and I'm very happy to be the commentator for this battle. Closing square bracket. Lord Akuka, would you like to do a pre-war analysis with all of us? In your opinion, which pure-blooded demon lord will win? The host was warming up the audience as planned. Me, I believe Lin Xiu-kun can defeat Ruzal-kun. Akuka smiled and gave his personal opinion. Ouch, why would Lord Beelzebub make such a hasty judgment? Could you please explain your reasoning, Ajuka-sama? Reason. Akuka lifted the microphone slightly. The reason is simple. As long as the bloodline is pure enough, a pure-blooded Leviathan can defeat a pure-blooded phoenix of the same level. At first glance, Achuka is stating facts and making a point. But in reality, Achuka's words were a major political statement. He and Alice wanted to take this opportunity to tell all the demons that the pure-blooded Leviathan they had discovered, supported by the Demon King, was the real pure-blooded Leviathan. As for those old demon lords Leviathan who escaped from the underworld, they are nothing more than fake creatures with impure blood. After listening to Akuka's explanation, the host immediately realized that this was an opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Big news. From Master Akuka's words, we can learn that Master Lin Xiu Leviathan also possesses the strength of a supreme demon. Perhaps, today we will witness the pureblood phoenix being defeated in a battle of the same level. The official battle will begin in 15 minutes. Now, let's watch a commercial. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. At this time, Nick's exclusive room was empty. Ravel looked at her brother in confusion. Her brother wasn't referring to Racial Phoenix, who was going to fight Lin Xiu, but rather, the eldest son of the Phoenix family, Lavar Phoenix. Lavar Phoenix, a pure-blooded Phoenix at the quasi-demon king level, the next head of the Phoenix family, and a top 10 young master in the raiding game. However, now, this Laval intends to temporarily become his brother's queen and join the battle for love between his brother Ricer and his rival. Brother Laval, why are you doing this? Rebel asked in confusion. Across from Ravel, Laval looked at his sister helplessly. Of course it's for you, Ravel. Didn't you say that Lin Xiu confessed her love for you? When you talked to us about Lin Xiu, you couldn't hold back your smile. This is the first time I've seen you so happy about your body. But now, the man who told you that he liked you is starting a battle for love for another woman. I'm going to ask him myself, to see if he's really playing with your feelings. Laval's voice was calm but firm. Hasn't Master Lin Xiu already made his choice? Why is there any need to ask him? Although she said it was nonchalant, Ravel's eyes felt sore and she looked like she was about to cry. Of course I did. Ravel, is it really necessary to lie to your brother? You only accepted it on the surface, but deep down you're still upset, right? Laval's voice was gentle. Ravel murmured softly. Was her expression that obvious? That's why I want to test him for you. Test? Test what? Ravel was puzzled. Of course, it's to test whether he has the courage to take responsibility for the little princess of the Phoenix family. Brother, what do you mean? Hearing this, Rebel's tears could no longer be held back, and slowly flowed down her smooth and delicate little face. 15 minutes passed quickly. In the center of the venue, the host announced enthusiastically. Now, both players have been teleported to their corresponding positions. The judge is Lady Grayfia Lucifer, the agent of the Demon King Lucifer. In the different space, Grayfia was still wearing that conservative maid dress. As Lin Xiu said, Grayfia is obviously the captain of the Dragonfly in the DxD World. She is always there wherever there is a competition. Now, the raiding game between Master Lin Xiu Leviathan and Master Ricer Phoenix will begin. The victor will have the right to marry the next head of the Grimoire family, Rias Grimoire. The battle will be fought at Zhawang Academy. Lord Ruzal's base camp is the Student Union, and Lord Lin Xiu's base camp is the old school building. The side whose king is defeated will be considered the loser. On behalf of the 4 Demon Kings, I hereby acknowledge the launch of this love war and respect its outcome. The game begins. In order to cope with this competition, Lin Xiu specially pulled back the maid group from the Apocalypse world. More than 10 days had passed since Lin Xiu last recruited someone, and 5 times as long had passed since Apocalypse. Busujima Seiko's strength has risen to the peak of the upper demon level, and the strength of other heroines in the world of Apocalypse has also roughly reached the upper demon level. As for the 8 maid members who were transferred over, their strength generally fluctuated between high-level intermediate demons and peak-level third-level demons. Within 1 minute after the start of the game was announced, 5 waves of teams rushed out of the old school building. Each of these 5 waves of teams was led by Lin Xiu's soldiers, followed by a large number of fantasy beasts, created by Takashiro Yuriko. After being promoted to the upper demon level, Takagi Yuriko can create intermediate demon level familiars at an astonishing speed. So, within a minute, 5 groups of mythical beasts rushed out of the old school building. Lin Xiu sent out 5 soldiers, attacking Rusai from 5 different directions. Apparently, Lin Xiu intends to engage in a head-on power showdown. Let's see how Riser responds. What? Riser even sent followers in 6 directions. It's impossible for either side to know the other's tactics before reconnaissance begins. In other words, both players unanimously chose the aggressive tactic. They met. The 5 soldiers sent by Lin Xiu and the 6 soldiers sent by Rusair have met. Unstoppable. From the moment the battle began, Lin Xiu's followers coordinated with the group of monsters, perfectly suppressing Ruizel's followers. When the two reconnaissance teams met, a battle quickly broke out. Lin Xiu's personal guards, armed with magic swords of different attributes, easily broke through the magical attacks and defenses of the Ruizel soldiers. Unlike the host who was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, Akuka saw through the trick right away. Demon breaking. Lin Xiu Jun actually equipped all of his followers with magic swords with demon breaking properties. No, it seems like it's not just a weapon. In the scene, several magical beasts with a metallic sheen bit through the magic barrier. They bit into pieces the various weapons of Riser's followers. During this period, there were no obstacles. Apparently, these magical beasts following Lin Xiu's followers also possess the ability to destroy magic. Lord Razor, 6 soldiers, exit. Half a minute later, Tongweilei's voice rang out. After the result of the battle came out, the host was stunned for several seconds. It was the first time he encountered such a one-sided battle. 6 in total. Lin Xiu's 5 soldiers defeated Rusai's 6. Even though one of the soldiers faced off against 2 of Riser's followers. However, she still completed the mission brilliantly. The most impressive part of this battle was undoubtedly Lin Xiu's group of monsters. Lord Akuka, would you mind introducing some information about these monsters to the audience? The host looked at Akuka. These monsters. Akuka supported his chin with both hands, and a large amount of data flashed through his mind. These monsters were probably created by Lin Xiu's followers. Created. Could it be that contestant Lin Xiu possesses the legendary god-destroying tool, created by World of Warcraft? The host was quite well educated and knew about the existence of the second young master's god-destroying tool. No, it wasn't created by Warcraft. Akuka shook his head. Monster creation isn't that weak. As a divine destroyer, monster creation can create monsters far more powerful than itself. Furthermore, it can customize the various attributes of monsters. The magical beasts that Lin Xiu Jun can create should not be stronger than the user himself. I see. However, even if they are only mid-level demon-level monsters, stacking them together can be enough to provide a powerful threat to high-level demons. The host nodded. Yes, the threat does exist, and it's quite significant. If I'm not mistaken, the materials used by Lin Xiu Jun to create the Warcraft should be magic swords of various attributes. Using magic swords of different attributes, Lin Xiu Jun can cause restrained damage to enemies of different attributes. The ability to create magic swords of various attributes, plus the ability to transform non-living things into living things. Lin Xiu Kun combined these two abilities to create life with various attributes, a miracle that only a divine destroyer could accomplish. Akuka gave a very high evaluation of this Chapter 54. Rias's virginity is mine, Lin Xiu. Second update. As Achuka said, Lin Xiu's main camp is in the old school building. Kiba Yumi is constantly creating magic swords of various attributes. Lin Xiu took over the magic swords created by Kiba Yumi and gave them the demon breaking attribute. After being enchanted, Takashiro Yuriko will transform these magic swords with the power to break the magic into fantasy beasts. As early as knowing that Takagi Yuriko's ability was to give life to inorganic matter, Lin Xiu wanted her to cooperate with Kiba Yumi. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xiu temporarily exchanged Kiba Yumi from Rias. Because, after knowing that Ruzel's strength has reached the highest level of demon, Lin Xiu intends to fully demonstrate his own strength in this raiding game. It is not only about personal strength, but also about showing the strength of your team. Some old demons would support him because of his pure demon bloodline, but some old demons would not release the eagle until they saw the rabbit. This time, Lin Xiu was going to win over the faction that would not release the eagle until it saw the rabbit. My demon lord level strength should be enough to make those old demons who are not diehard followers of the old demon lord turn to me. The strength of those old demon kings who defected to the underworld was only around the demon king level. If they truly possessed strength beyond the demon king level, they wouldn't have defected. Lin Xiu Kun, we've detected the presence of a superior phoenix here. Should we send out a phantom beast that can restrain a pure-blooded phoenix? Takagi Saya reported. No thanks, I'll go there myself. If it comes to the aura of a higher-level phoenix, then it can only be Revel. As for Revel, let him handle it himself. Speaking of which, Revel's progress is quite fast. In just over 10 days, she's already reached level 22, a high-level demon. On the rooftop of the old school building, Lin Xiu spread his demon wings and used the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet to accelerate himself, and soon arrived at where Label was. In front of the laboratory building, the girl with golden twintails is being besieged by Lin Xiu's followers. A black-haired girl who looked very similar to Kuroyukihime was leading a group of water and death attribute familiars to attack Rebel continuously. The moment he saw Rebel, Lin Xiu knew why her strength improved so quickly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, collecting the fragments of the world core. Task level. White right pointing arrow color. Task description. In order to weaken the world consciousness of the DxD world, invaders from outside the world spread a large number of world core fragments into the DxD world. After absorbing the world core fragment, the life form can unlock its own life form, but it will also become an existence separated from the DxD world. If this continues, and a large number of powerful beings use the world core fragments from other worlds, the world consciousness of the DxD world will be greatly damaged. When facing invaders, it will not even be able to produce its own sons of the world to fight against them. Mission requirements. Defeat all fragment holders that encounter the host and extract the world core fragment from their bodies. Note: as long as the fragment holder loses the ability to resist, the host can use the power of the system to complete the extraction. Ding. This mission is a special mission. It will not draw new system rewards, but will strengthen the system rewards the host has already received based on the strength of the defeated target. Off-world invaders. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. The invader who launched the invasion of the DxD world could only be the evil god of the X world. In other words, the evil god of the X world is invading the DxD world by eroding the strong people of the DxD world. Also, according to the system, the qualification of son of the world he obtained in the world of Apocalypse is probably inexplicably related to the core of the world. Can it be said that the reason why those who obtain the world core can become stronger is because the world judges them to be protagonists, like Miyamoto, Rei, and others? Bite. The host can think of it this way. Although not as good as the real protagonist, those who obtain the world core fragment can also obtain the effect bonus similar to the pseudo-protagonist. Is that really the case? After reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiu felt even more depressed. Because he knew very well the nature of the strong in the DxD world, even if he told them the truth, there would definitely be many people who would use it without hesitation. When the time comes, I will have no choice but to punish them. While Lin Xiu was lost in thought, Libel also noticed his arrival. Rebel pursed her red lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally asked. Master Lin Xiu, why did you start a war for Lady Rias's affections? Rebel didn't understand. Wasn't it just a dozen days? How could the relationship between Lin Xiu and Rias develop so deeply? Or, had he and Rias already been secretly in love long before Lin Xiu awakened his pure-blooded demon bloodline? Impossible. Based on what Rebel knew about Rias, and her nobility and pride, it was impossible for her to fall in love with Lin Xiu, who was still an ordinary person. So, Rebel was confused. What was going on? Why? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. First of all, of course, it's because of the Phoenix family. If the Phoenix family hadn't planned to complete the engagement early, I wouldn't have started a battle for my love so early. Of course, there are also some personal reasons. I really like Rias, and Rias likes me too. It's human nature not to want the person you love to marry another man. This alone is enough for me to launch a war against the Phoenix family for my love. Seeing that Lin Xiu did not hide her love for Rias at all, tears welled up in Rebel's blue eyes. Then, Master Lin Xiu, everything you said to me was a lie. Even though her twin tails were pulled, Rebel not only did not hate Lin Xiu, but instead she felt an unprecedented excitement. Originally, she was thinking about enrolling in Kuo Academy to improve her relationship. But she didn't expect that before she could really make a move, Rias had already taken the initiative. Looking at the aggrieved Rebel, Lin Xiu was silent for several seconds. He didn't feel guilty, he was just surprised. He and Rebel didn't have much close contact, did he? Was Rebel really that aggrieved? As expected, Rebel's attribute is she's only impressed by men who treat her roughly. Seeing Lin Xiu's silence, Libel thought he admitted that he had feelings for her, so the blonde girl continued. Master Lin Xiu, unless you give me a reason that I cannot refuse, I will not give up. Boom. As she spoke, Rebel unleashed an explosive flame, instantly repelling the surrounding monsters. Magical beasts with the Demon Breaker attribute can indeed break magical attacks, but they cannot resist the pure physical force generated by the explosion. Is there no reason to refuse? I already took Rias's virginity, so I can't bear to see her get engaged to someone else. As this reason, enough. Lin Xiu replied calmly. Ha, Rias Sama's first time. Such explosive remarks made Rebel freeze in place for a moment. Not only Rebel, the entire venue went crazy because of Lin Xiu's speech. Oh, what did Lin Xiu say? In excitement, the holder stood directly on the chair. Based on what Lin Xiu said, if he loses, he will definitely become a servant of the Phoenix family for 1,000 years. However, the fact that Lin Xiu was so forthcoming about this also shows that she is confident in her chances of winning. In the Demon Lord Leviathan's private room, Sona looked angrily in the direction of Rias. She knew it was like this. The two of them must have already established a substantial relationship. Otherwise, given Lin Xiujun's usual style, how could he make such a risk-free choice? However, Sona only believed that Rias and Lin Xiu had a relationship, and did not believe what Lin Xiu said that he got Rias's virginity. The situation must be the other way around. It must have been Rias who seduced Lin Xiu. Otherwise, according to Lin Xiujun's personal preferences, he should prefer playing with his elder sister. Speaking of elder sister, he couldn't help but glance at Han Lefelu several times. Seeing that she didn't care too much about Lin Xiu's explosive remarks, Kang Na breathed a sigh of relief. Seraflu didn't care about this matter, which meant that she had no intention of being with Lin Xiu at all. Lin Xiu's words had an explosive effect in the venue. However, outside the venue, on the battlefield, there was someone who was really about to explode. After getting Lin Xiu's coordinates, Ruzel rushed to the scene immediately. Then, he heard Lin Xiu say that he had taken Rias's virginity. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He originally thought that Rias wanted to use Lin Xiu's power to get out of the engagement. Who would have thought that Rias had an affair with Dacheng before marriage? He was immediately cuckolded. Lin Xiu Leviathan, how dare you? You've brought shame to the Phoenix family. I'll make you pay. Boom. The Phoenix fire of the highest demon level erupted, dyeing most of the sky red. Wait, Brother Ruzel, I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Libel still had something to ask Lin Xiu. However, at this moment, Rui 950 Sayer could no longer listen to what his sister said. Rebel, step back, your business is secondary. This time, it's my home turf. Boom. After spitting out a vortex of flames to trap Revel, the flaming wings behind Riser exploded, rushing towards Lin Xiu at an astonishing speed. Phoenix style. Phoenix strike. Facing the aggressive Riser, Lin Xiu raised his left hand slightly, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost, 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 boost. Save over. Using the rapid multiplication technique, Lin Xiu's strength was instantly raised to the peak of the highest level demon. True water-breathing land-form twisting vortex. What? Before he could react, Ruizer ran head-on into Lin Xiu, who was enveloped by the water. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. If it were ordinary water, it would have been completely evaporated by Phoenix's destruction long ago. But Lin Xiu's water is the purest Leviathan water. With the purity of Lin Xiu's bloodline, it is completely enough to suppress the Phoenix fire of the same level. So now instead, it was the flames of Resser that were being continuously devoured by the water of Lin Xiu. Just like that, Lin Xiu and Rui Sai one was wrapped in the spherical water flow, and the other was wrapped in the bird-shaped flame. One water, one fire, one red, one blue, they clearly divide the sky into two halves. Of course, due to the suppression of Lin Xiu's blood purity, Ruzel's half of the sky is constantly shrinking. Entering the turbulent blue vortex, Lin Xiu said slowly to Rui Hainer who was close to him. Raisel, I want to correct you. Only after you have your engagement ceremony will you be qualified to say that I am bringing shame to the Phoenix family. As for now, I'm just fighting against the ancient rules of the underworld with the person I love. Pa. Having said that, Kun Shu snapped his fingers. Several humanoid shadows flew out from around Lin Xiu and rushed into Ruzel's Phoenix fire. Leviathan Flow Water Explosion. Water Explosion is an advanced version of Water Explosion, with stronger explosive power and the close combat ability of human form. Chapter 55. Haig, the chess piece of evolution, who wants to have a child. Pictured as Haig, knowing the capabilities of the pureblood Leviathan, Riser certainly wouldn't just sit there and wait for the water demon shadow to approach. Humph. Quibbling. What ancient rules of the underworld? That's the marriage contract the underworld made for Rias and me. Ruzel snorted coldly, and a surging golden flame enveloped his body. Phoenix style. Flame vortex. Ruzel was very tough talking, but unfortunately, that was all he had left now. Even if he became the highest level demon, he would definitely not be a match for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's water demon shadow entered Ruzel's Phoenix true flame. Only slightly eroded by the flames, these shadows quickly arrived in front of Ruzel. Bang 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 bang. After several consecutive explosions, the red gold flames in the sky dimmed instantly. It appeared. The host excitedly stepped on the table with one foot again. As the demon Lord Achuka said, pure Leviathan water can suppress the Phoenix fire. Lin Xiu, she's truly shown us what a true Leviathan heir is. From this simple and crude speech, it can be seen that this host is actually a stooge of the reformist devil. After all, everyone knew that, except for Lin Xiu, no other pure-blooded Leviathan could suppress a Phoenix of the same level. Ahem. Achuka coughed, drawing attention to him. The purity of Lin Xiu's bloodline is indeed noteworthy, but the most noteworthy thing is Lin Xiu's magical weapon. Lin Xiu's situation is rather unique. His pure demon bloodline wasn't innate, but rather a result of a mutation. Therefore, he possesses many artifacts that only reincarnated demons and half-blood demons possess. Judging solely from the fact that Lin Xiu possessed a divine weapon, he was undoubtedly a half-blood demon. However, from Achuka's words, it can be seen that the current demon king considered Lin Xiu, whose bloodline had been purified after mutation, to be a pure blood demon. Artifact. Indeed, after using that red gauntlet, Lin Xiu's strength instantly increased from the previous upper demon level to the pinnacle of the highest demon level. Master Achuka, do you have anything to tell us about contestant Lin Xiu's magic weapon? The host asked again. Speaking of Lin Xiujun's divine weapon, I actually know some information. Achuka paused. After being recognized by the four demon kings, Lin Xiujun's artifact is called Red Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand. The cage hand contains a powerful dragon soul of the heavenly dragon level, which can increase the host's strength to an incredible level in a short period of time. The Securute's Gauntlet. Could it be? The host gasped. Yes, it's the Securute's Gauntlet, one of the 13 divine annihilators. Achuka gave the most official acknowledgement. In a strange space within the ancient eastern country. Looking at the red caged hand, a silver-haired young man leaned back and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. The Red Dragon Emperor. It's actually the Red Dragon Emperor. With his status as the Red Dragon Emperor and his mutated pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, this Lin Xiu is qualified to be my nemesis. Wally was very happy. He had been waiting for his nemesis for a long time. He considered himself the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history, and destined to defeat this generation of Red Dragon Emperor. If his opponent was too weak, wouldn't his achievements be meaningless? Valley, please respect yourself. I think this Securite is not in a good state. D-Drake seems to have become even stronger than him. The White Dragon Emperor warned Valley. The White Dragon Emperor's feeling was correct. After being strengthened by the system once, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was indeed stronger than before, and had reached the level of surpassing Tianlong. CCFE, becoming stronger. Isn't that better? The strengthened enemy is the best catalyst for me. If he can do it, why can't I? If I face him, I might be able to unleash the White Dragon Emperor's power to a new level. Okay, Valley, if it were you, you might be able to unleash my power to a whole new level. The White Dragon Emperor truly had confidence in Valley. It had been a long time since he had encountered a host whose true strength surpassed that of the highest level demon. With Valley's bloodline and level of hard work, he will at least become a peak demon king in the future. This strength is enough to fully unleash his Tianlong level power. By the way, Haig, I also want to thank you for pulling me over to watch the live broadcast. I originally thought it was just a boring fight over a woman, but I didn't expect to get news about the Red Dragon Emperor. It's really a pleasant surprise. Valley turned to look at the black-haired girl wearing a black kimono. The black-haired girl has black cat ears on her head and two black cat tails behind her waist. She looks mature and charming yet cute and playful. Hearing Valley's thanks, the black-haired girl named Haig waved her hand with a playful look on her face. You're welcome, meow. Anyway, I've already achieved what I wanted to achieve, meow. Since the Red Dragon Emperor is right beside Bai Yin, I think, Valley, you would be happy to go with me to pick up Bai Yin, right? Haig knew Valley too well. Going with her would mean facing the Securite, and a pure battle fanatic like Valley would definitely not miss this opportunity. No problem, when do we leave? Wally stood up and prepared to pack his luggage. Coincidentally, Azazel was also looking for him, so he could do several things at once. Don't be too anxious, meow. Kuroka rolled his eyes at Valley. Sure enough, she shouldn't have expected anything from Wally. By the way, Valley, let me ask you one last time. If you're not interested, I'll go find the Red Dragon Emperor to have a baby, meow. Haig asked with a pout. HMPH. Not interested. It's up to you whoever you want to have children with. All I want now is to finish my work quickly and go find Lin Xiu. Quote. So, a man whose mind is only focused on fighting is really. Haig sighed. Once we get that item called the core of evolution, we'll set off. Not long after Haig finished speaking, a monkey monster walked in from the door. Yo, Wally, the two parties to the transaction have arrived. It's time for us to intercept them. Hee, this treasure is worth 5 drops of phoenix tears. One more can buy the old man's golden cudgel. I want to see what's so special about it. HMPH, I heard it's a breakthrough item that can help people break through their realm. Wally snorted coldly. Only the weak would choose to use this kind of breakthrough item to become stronger. I would never use such a thing anyway. After the research is completed, whoever wants to use it can use it. Go. Get to work. As he spoke, Valley spread his 8 demon wings and flew towards the nearest teleportation point at an astonishing speed. The other side. The scene of Lin Xiu's battle. After the magic shadows of the water demon exploded one after another, Riser's breath suddenly weakened. A-hole. Boom. The blazing flames broke through the mist and Riel escaped. Although his figure was staggering and in a mess, he had not lost his fighting ability. The Phoenix clan has a strong ability to recover, there is no way they would be defeated by this level of damage. Unfortunately, Ruzel's defeat was inevitable. Under the cover of fog, Dasho has arrived in front of him. Ha! With a loud thud, Lin Xiu suddenly grabbed Ruzel's shoulders and continued to pour the purest Leviathan magic into Ruzel's body. With Ruzel's body as the center, water vapor continuously overflowed. Woo! Riser let out a roar of pain he had never heard before. To the pure-blooded Phoenix, fire is life. Life is fire. As long as the Phoenix fire is not extinguished, they will continue to be resurrected. But on the other hand, as long as the Phoenix fire is extinguished, even if they are not dead yet, half of their lives will be directly removed. Don't come near me. Ruzel grabbed Lin Xiu's arm, leaving a deep nail mark on it. After his strength was greatly weakened, this was all he could do. Although it was just a last-ditch effort, I admit, Riser, you didn't bring shame to the Phoenix family. Lin Xiu's goal was only to defeat Riser, and he had no intention of making enemies with the Phoenix family, so he didn't go out of his way to humiliate him during the battle with Riser. From the perspective of maintaining the honor of pure-blooded demons and the reputation of his family, Riser has done a good job. Therefore, Lin Xiu was also willing to give him the final respect. He let Riser pinch his arm and did not move his hand, which represented his fighting spirit. While keeping his hand held by Ruzel, Lin Xiu took out a silver metal object with his other hand. That is a holy cross. The water of Leviathan can cause physical damage, but this alone is not enough to defeat the pure-blooded Phoenix, whose strength has reached the highest level of demon. To defeat the Phoenix after its bloodline refinement, it is necessary to inflict excessive physical damage while also inflicting equal levels of mental damage. What Lin Xiu is doing now is to make up for this mental damage. Boost, 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 boost. Under the amplification of the Red Dragon Emperor, the silver holy cross bloomed with a terrifying sacred light. By Rassel Phoenix. Bang. With a loud thud, Lin Xiu's fist hit the center of Ruzel's body. Almost instantly, Riser lost consciousness due to excessive mental damage. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the core of the world. Quest level. Purple. Collection object. Rassel Phoenix. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Closing square bracket. Bite. The true devil chess piece, blue, has been upgraded to the unconventional chess piece, purple. Exceptional chess piece. The product of the evolution of the true demon chess piece, it has the power to break the original race limit and become stronger. While breaking the racial limits, it can also enhance the original ability and talent of the chess piece user. The stronger the luck of the user, the more they appear in the plot, and the greater their talent improvement. Note. As the king, the host can use the abilities of the followers and have complete control over them. As long as the user is in an irresistible state, the chess piece can be forcibly implanted. In addition to its powerful effect, it is also extremely concealed. The host can adjust the appearance and data of his own chess pieces to make their data identical to those of the demon chess pieces. As long as he does not summon too many chess pieces at once, he will never be exposed. All of the host's chess pieces will automatically transform into exceptional chess pieces upon coming into contact with the exceptional chess piece board. Chapter 56. The Second Wife, the Demon King level Red Dragon Emperor. Fourth update. After helplessly letting go of Lin Xiu's arm, Ruzel fell straight from the sky. During the fall, Riser's breath gradually weakened, and soon, his strength returned to the peak of the upper demon. Brother Riser. Revel quickly spread her phoenix wings, trying to catch Riser. However, before she could catch Ruzel, a red-gold flame came from a distance at an astonishing speed. Although the flame was much farther away from Wrestle than from Revel, it caught the falling Wrestle before Revel. After a few seconds, the flames dissipated and a blonde young man in a burgundy suit appeared at the scene. The blonde young man was 70% similar to Riser, but his temperament was much more mature and his aura was much stronger than Riser's. The person who came was Levar Phoenix, the brother of Riser and Rebel. What? It's Levar Phoenix. The host didn't expect there would be so many hot spots today. Levar Phoenix, a top 10 expert in the ratings game. Unexpectedly, he's become a follower of his younger brother, Riser, and is participating in this battle for the throne. Is the Phoenix family's so-called ratings game just a cover? Are they trying to win a love battle where they have to defeat all of their peers from the other family? The host almost said that this behavior was shameless. He could guess what the Phoenix family was thinking. If Riser could win, Chinbul would definitely not intervene. On the other hand, if Ruzel can't beat Lin Xiu, then Laval will take the lead. This kind of behavior of wanting to save face and get what you pay for is indeed shameless. It's a pity. Laval really doesn't think so. At this time, in the battle space of the rating game. Brother Laval. Seeing Laval coming, Rebel first breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second she became anxious about another thing. Brother Laval is not planning to fight Master Lin Xiu, right? After seeing through Revel's worries, Laval smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Revel, I won't do anything harsh to the person you like. Can you take care of Ruizel first? I have something to say to Lin Xiujun. After saying this, Laval waved his hand and threw his unconscious brother towards Revel. After a flurry of activity, Revel quickly spread her flaming wings and caught Wrestle. After handing Ruzel over, Yevil slowly walked towards Lin Xiu. As they walked, Laval said slowly, Lin Xiujun, you are excellent, beyond the Phoenix family's imagination. The underworld and the demon clan have always been very tolerant of outstanding people. So, I would like to ask Lin Xiujun a question on behalf of the Phoenix family. Please answer it seriously. Mr. Lin Xiu, was what you said to Rebel Phoenix during the blood test true? Do you really like my sister? Lin Xiu didn't expect Laval to ask this. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, Laval's test. Quest level. Purple. Task description. Out of a sense of responsibility for his sister, Laval temporarily becomes the queen of his younger brother, Riser. He planned to personally ask the host whether what the host said to his sister Libel was true. If it is not true, he will personally seek justice for his sister Rebel. However, if it is true, he is also happy to witness the future of young people. Quest requirements. Defeat Levar Phoenix and gain his recognition. Good boy, am I being beaten by my uncle? Can this be considered an uncle? If it were an ordinary person, he would have been sweating profusely because of this Shura scene. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be wondering if Rias would be angry because of his answer. But, Lin Xiu has never been an ordinary person. Lin Xiujun, have you thought of the answer? Do you like it or not? Laval asked cautiously. Of course I like it. Lin Xiu replied without hesitation. Okay, as long as you like it. Seeing Lin Xiu's quick response, Laval smiled. Since you like Rebel, I am here to betroth Rebel to you on behalf of the Phoenix family. From now on, Rebel is your second wife, ranking below the Grimoire princess. Rebel, you should be willing to marry Lin Xiujun, right? Quote exclamation mark quote. Ravel hadn't expected the situation to take such a dramatic turn. The situation changed so quickly that she couldn't react. 10 or so seconds later, Ravel, with an alluring blush on her face, made a sound as faint as a mosquito's. Well, I do. After receiving his sister's reply, Laval smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Lin Xiu. Okay, in that case. Lin Xiu-jun, let's fight a battle that will show you all your strength. In the underworld, as long as you have the strength, you can get everything you want, even your wife. For my sister's happiness, I won't say anything like you can only marry Ravel if you defeat me. But the necessary ceremony still needs to be carried out. Since you plan to marry 2 wives, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Phoenix family will betroth Ravel to you. However, I can't let you lose your fighting spirit too much. If you win, I can assign all the Phoenix family members who are in custody with Ravel to you. The followers that Laval mentioned, who were staying with Rebel, were actually the group of beautiful girl followers in the original story of Wrestle. The situation of the Phoenix family is rather special. These dependents were collected and traded by the Phoenix family for their descendants before marriage. Before Russell officially got married, those beautiful girls could only be considered his quasi-dependents, not his real dependences. It was for this reason that the Phoenix family could decide to give them away as gifts. Okay, it's a deal. After realizing that he had another big gift package to open, Lin Xiu replied immediately. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiu-jun actually has such a strong interest in women. As your future brother-in-law, I still want to remind you that although women are good, you should not forget your personal cultivation. Strength is the foundation of everything. Let me be clear, if you, Lin Xiu-kun, lose, I want you to confess your love and propose to Ravel in front of everyone in the underworld. That should be no problem, right? Laval's condition is very pertinent. No problem. Lin Xiu found that talking to adults was much more comfortable than talking to minors. Laval is much more mature in dealing with people than Russell. With this move, Laval not only saved the Phoenix family's lost face due to the broken engagement, but also made his sister's relationship complete. It could even showcase the strength of the Phoenix family and their new son-in-law. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After realizing that Laval was giving him a chance to make a name for himself in the underworld, Lin Xiu no longer hid his strength. Boost. The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet reappeared, emitting a crimson dragon aura. The emerald gemstone's radiance dyed the surrounding sky emerald green. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Securute's armor. Boosted gear. Scale mail. Everyone was attracted by this rare hand-free mode. Although in the later plot, the ban is nothing. But in the early stages, forbidden hands are an absolute taboo. If used in normal mode only, the Securute's gauntlet can only increase the host's strength to that of a quasi-demon king. However, after activating the forbidden hand, the Red Dragon Emperor can increase the host's strength to the Super Demon King level, which is equal to the 4 Great Demon Kings. Demon King level. After being measured by the machines in the venue, contestant Lin Xiu's strength has now reached the Demon King level. The host jumped directly onto the table. To be precise, it's a mid-level Demon King. Akuka corrected with a smile. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with the strength displayed by Lin Xiu. The intermediate Demon King. The god-destroying tool actually possesses such terrifying power. Lin Xiujun, is this why you dare to challenge the Phoenix family? Here, on behalf of the Phoenix family, I hereby acknowledge your title as the most legitimate heir of Leviathan. In the future, you will surely restore the glory of Leviathan. This was the first time Laval made a clear political statement. To the public, this may just be a little encouragement from the Phoenix family to their son-in-law. But for the major pure-blooded demon families in the underworld, the Nyx family's statement is of great significance. Because, the Phoenix family is the richest family in the underworld. While other families were still pooling their money to buy the evolution core, the Phoenix family had already spent a fortune to purchase 3 evolution cores. The Phoenix family is so wealthy that they can leverage extremely huge political power. In the past, the Phoenix family belonged to the old devil. Now, after the reformist demon lord came to power, the Phoenix family has actively cooperated with the reformist demon lord and even sent their own son to join the Grimoire family. The Phoenix family's statement largely represents the attitude of the old demons of the realist faction in the underworld. Phoenix style. Wings of flame. Flames shot up from Laval 1.2, and wings of flames hundreds of meters long enveloped the entire sky around it. Although this flame is also very powerful, it is obvious that Pival's strength is not at the level of a great demon king. Unlike his younger siblings, Laval did not use the so-called evolution core. The truly powerful have always been very averse to breakthrough items like the core of evolution. Before thoroughly investigating all the information about the core of evolution, any powerful person who has expectations for his future will not use such a suspicious item. Alright, come on, Lin Xiu-jun, let me see your true strength. Let me see what you can do. Laval had no intention of engaging in a close-range bayonet fight with Lin Xiu. On the one hand, given the purity of Lin Xiu's Leviathan water, it was too dangerous to get close to him. On the other hand, his goal was not to defeat Lin Xiu, but to show Lin Xiu more strength in front of the underworld, so, Laval directly waved the huge phoenix wings. Fan towards Lin Xiu. Really? Then please be careful, brother-in-law. Lin Xiu called him, brother-in-law, very naturally. Then, the next second, Lin Xiu raised his right hand slightly and snapped his fingers. Instant explosion magic. Activate. Explosion. Bang. Chapter 57 Lin Xiu is the most suitable person for breeding in the underworld Part 1. A burst of magic immediately obliterated the half of the sky where Laval was. A dozen seconds later, Laval was reborn in the flames of the phoenix, looking at Lin Xiu with lingering fear. Although the previous attack did not kill him instantly, it was almost there. If he was just an ordinary quasi-demon king level expert, he would have been defeated by that blow long ago. He originally thought that Lin Xiu had been very ruthless when he beat Rui Sayer, but he didn't expect that he would actually stop. So, it seems that Lin Xiu didn't use his mid-level demon king strength to crush Ruzel from the beginning, which means he was giving face to the Phoenix family. Mr. Lin Xiu, I thought you would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to press on and win. Laval spread his phoenix wings again. Didn't we agree to demonstrate our strength? If we just pour the water of Leviathan directly, this battle would be too boring. As he spoke, Lin Xiu lightly raised the golden holy sword in his hand, and a sacred aura filled the air. This is a holy sword. Laval certainly recognized the holy sword. He was surprised by how Lin Xiu could hold the holy sword with such indifference. And it seemed like the sword was responding to him. Yes, this is the holy sword. Lin Xiu raised his left hand slightly and removed the hand-binding armor on his left hand. Then, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force with his right hand, letting the holy sword pass through his left palm. Sizzle. Under the sharp edge of the holy sword, Lin Xiu's skin was broken and blood gushed out quickly. However, in just 5 seconds, Lin Xiu completed the entire process of stopping bleeding and recovering. This is. Laval's eyes widened. He was not surprised by Lin Xiu's recovery ability, which was no less than that of Phoenix. He was surprised. How come Lin Xiu didn't suffer any damage even though he was clearly scratched by the holy sword? This is one of the results of my mutation. Lin Xiu calmly replied 22. Everyone knows that I am a divine weapon user, which means I can't be a born pure-blooded demon. Yes, my pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline is a mutation. Although its purity exceeds that of all pure-blooded Leviathans, it is indeed a mutation. That last sentence, surpassing all pure-blooded Leviathans, is redundant, UB***********D, by the members of the Old Demon Lord Leviathan faction who were watching the live broadcast. Under the watchful eyes of the underworld, Lin Xiu continued. The bloodline mutation not only brought me high-purity Leviathan bloodline, but also allowed me to overcome the weaknesses of the demon clan. It's just a thought, but I think the child born to me, Rias, and Ravel would inherit this part of my characteristics. At this point, Shokai's true intentions are revealed. Of course, he didn't take out the holy sword to beat his brother-in-law up with it. The reason he took out the holy sword was to tell all the demons that his bloodline was the most worthy of being passed down. He is qualified to be the only one in the underworld who breaks the rules. In the exclusive room of the devil Lucifer. In just a dozen seconds, Demon King Alice and Grayfia reached a conclusion. Lin Shujun is right. His bloodline should indeed be passed on. If Lin Shujun and his descendants could intermarry with other families from generation to generation, after thousands of years, the entire demon clan would have eliminated their weakness of divine power. Demon King Alice rarely showed a hint of excitement. After making the decision, Alice looked at her sister in her wedding dress with a hint of apology. Rias, I'm sorry to have to put you in this situation for now. Quote. Rias looked helpless. She had just accepted the fact that Lin Xiu would marry Rebel under Grayfia's guidance. After all, the Phoenix family was willing to let Rebel be a concubine, so she had no reason to refuse. Who knew that the situation would change again? Rias knew very well how attractive the idea of removing the restraint of holy power was to the demon clan. Lin Xiu-kun, could this be intentional? Although she felt some dissatisfaction in her heart, she quickly suppressed it. Because her core demands were not threatened in any way. Even if some pure-blooded demon families sent a wife to Lin Xiu, it would definitely not affect her status. Of course, being unhappy will still be very unhappy. The bottom line has just been lowered, and now it needs to be lowered again. Anyone would be unhappy. However, Rias was a good girl after all, and it wasn't long before she lowered her bottom line again and started to consider Lin Xiu. Considering that Lin Shujun may marry several wives who are ranked below me in rank, I need to help him manage his household affairs. One person's strength is inevitably insufficient, so it is necessary to build a small group. Thinking of this, Rias came up with several candidates. First is Ravel, then Sona. Well, Kana seems to be the only daughter in the family. Let's forget about Kana. On the battlefield, Ravel and Rias, who were watching the battle, had the same thought. The first thing she thought of was to win over Rias, the eldest daughter-in-law. However, besides Rias, Ravel also had her own plans. She thought of her friend who she had played with since kindergarten, the silver-haired girl with twin ponytails who was as pretty as her, Aluka. Aluka, whose full name is Aluka Graciolapos, is one of the strong contenders for the next head of Graciolapos. In the original story, after the bad boy of Graciolapos was traumatized by Saraward, Aruka was the next head of Graciolapos. However, at this point, the young demons haven't held a unified meeting yet, so the bad boy hasn't been beaten to a pulp by Sarahord yet. Currently, Aluka is only a candidate for the next head of the Graciolapos family. Since he didn't become the next head of the family, in Ravel's opinion, there was a possibility that he could be wooed. So, while her brother was fighting, Ravel was completely lost in thought, thinking about the future members of her small group. Rias and Ravel's concerns were not unfounded. In fact, after knowing that Lin Xiu would not be restrained by the divine power, many pure-blooded demon families began to have ideas. Although they wouldn't marry off a descendant of the next family head's caliber, they could marry off other direct bloodlines, right? If there are really no extra direct purebloods, then collateral blood is also possible, right? When everyone was shocked and thinking about the facts revealed by Lin Xiu, the battle in the space also reached a white-hot stage. The incarnation of God, Vamana. With the power of the three-step god Vamana, every ordinary step Lin Xiu takes seems to be able to cross mountains and rivers. Sizzle, sizzle. One step forward, draw the sword. Step back to avoid the attack. Take another step forward and stab with the sword. It was clearly just the simplest attack routine, but Laval had almost no ability to fight back. The reason is simple, the gap between attributes and abilities is just too big. Lin Xiu clearly didn't use Leviathan water to suppress Lavar's phoenix fire, but the battle still fell one-sidedly in Lin Xiu's favor. There is no way, the holy sword's suppression power on the demon clan is too strong. Moreover, this was a holy sword whose divine properties had been multiplied countless times by Lin Xiu's use of the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. 2 minutes later, Laval recovered from the wound that was still burning due to the holy power of the holy sword. Laval's situation is different from Ruzel's. Lin Xiu first poured a large amount of Leviathan water into Ruzel, causing sufficient physical damage and then sufficient mental damage. But on Laval's side, Lin Xiu did not use the water of Leviathan to extinguish his flames, but only used the holy sword to continuously cause him mental damage. Physical damage can be recovered through phoenix fire, but mental damage cannot be recovered quickly. After being slashed by Lin Xiu for hundreds of times, Laval's head gradually became dizzy and he almost stumbled and fell from the air. Brother Laval, I think there's no need for us to continue fighting, right? Lin Xiu just wanted to show his strength and attract more investment. Since he has become a relative of the Phoenix family, there is no need to offend the Phoenix family anymore. After all, now, the Phoenix family's reputation is also his face to some extent. Lin Xiu's idea was good, but unfortunately, Val didn't intend to accept his suggestion. Lin Xiujun, a Phoenix man never gives up halfway in a fight. Besides, Lord Lin Xiu, I've experienced far more brutal battles than this. His Majesty Belial, known as the Emperor, wasn't as indecisive as you. From now on, when you're battling an enemy, you absolutely must not let your guard down until you hear the notification sound signaling their defeat. Laval really regarded himself as his brother-in-law, and was still teaching Lin Xiu until now, so that he could have a correct concept of fighting. The His Majesty Belial, mentioned by Laval refers to Dehauser Belial. Dehauser Belial, with his powerful strength, became the number 1 in the rating game ranking and was awarded the title of Emperor, which is comparable to the 4 Demon Kings. Dehauser's abilities are very similar to Li Ziwime's. If Li Ziwime, who possesses the ability to invalidate artifacts, is the artifact user nemesis, then Dehauser is the characteristic nemesis. Because the characteristic of Dehauser's magic is worthless. When fighting against the 707 demons who had awakened their magical properties, Dehauser could easily render their magical properties worthless. Whether it's the regeneration characteristics of the Phoenix family or the regeneration effect of the Phoenix tiers, Dehauser can make them all worthless. During the battle with Dehauser, Laval's Phoenix fire was rendered worthless. In that battle, he was defeated without even a single resurrection. In his opinion, that battle was much more brutal and difficult than the battle with Lin Xiu. Okay, since you think so, brother-in-law, I can only respect your will. Lin Xiu reluctantly put away the holy sword. The next second, Lin Xiu reached out his hand towards Grayfia. Boost, 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 boost. The green gems shimmered continuously, dyeing the entire sky with the green glow of the Red Dragon Emperor. Buzz, 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 buzz. 1 floor, 2 floors, 10 floors, 20 floors, hundreds of floors. Lin Xiu's explosion magic is Su Qing. A conceptualized version of the explosion magic used by the world's heroine, Megaman. When chanting magic, the longer you chant, the more silly the lines, and the more determined you are, the greater the power you can unleash. Ms. Grayfia, please leave your current coordinate point within 10 seconds. Lin Xiu reminded very friendly. Grayfia's pretty face darkened instantly. Oh my god, he's coming for her, right? Without any hesitation, start eating right before the tongue. Boost, 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 boost. Exclamation mark closing square bracket. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. Explosion. Bang. 5 seconds after Grayfia opened her eyes, her original coordinates were completely enveloped by the explosion magic. The boundary of the explosion magic continued to expand, and finally, expanded in front of Laval. completely engulfing Laval's figure. The power of this move has surpassed the Demon King level. Grayfia opened her beautiful eyes slightly. She didn't expect that Lin Xiu could still surprise her. Chapter 58. The Holy Sword That Kills the Demon King, The Kiss of the Oath Part 2. A full half-minute later, a faint flame ignited on Laval's body, pulling him back from the brink of death. After resurrecting, Laval looked at Lin Xiu with lingering fear. Well, he still underestimated Lin Xiu. If he were in the center of the explosion, even if he was a quasi-demon king-level phoenix, he would be on the verge of death. Lin Xiu just told him that he felt there was no need to fight because he really didn't want to hurt him. Mr. Lin Xiu, if it were you, I believe you would be able to lead the underworld to a more powerful future. Boom. After forcing himself to hold on and make another political statement, Laval's remaining strength was instantly drained away and he collapsed. While Laval was speaking, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Laval's test. Quest requirements. Defeat Lavar Phoenix and gain his recognition. Quest level. Purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the Holy Sword That Kills the Demon King incomplete. The highest ranking sword spirit, whose full name is Guardian God Terminus Est. However, it is not the original body in its prime, but a power clone that carries the original body's consciousness. Since most of its power is sealed in the spirit world, it can only exert 1/10 of its original power. Note. The original Esther nominally possessed the power to break curses, but in reality, she stored within the Holy Sword the curse of the engulfing spirits, the resentment and vengeance of the elves annihilated by the Holy Sword. When the curse exceeded its stored limit, it would begin to backfire upon the body of the Holy Sword's contractor. The Holy Sword summoned by the system eliminates this drawback, and the host can transfer the curse power stored in the Holy Sword at any time. Byte. The Holy Sword prototype and the Demon King slaying Holy Sword remnant have been successfully fused. The host's Holy Sword prototype quality is upgraded to purple gold. Since Esther is the first Holy Sword with independent consciousness to be fused with the Holy Sword prototype, Esther will serve as the main consciousness of the Holy Sword prototype from now on. The Holy Sword That Kills the Devil. It's a good weapon expansion. Considering the enemies I will face in the future, the blue-level sword prototype will eventually be insufficient. According to the system's scoring standards, a blue-level Holy Sword can only be used to deal with Demon King-level enemies at most, while Super Demon King-level and above enemies are very difficult to deal with. Overall, Lin Xiu was quite satisfied with the Holy Sword that killed the Demon King. In addition to its decent power, what impressed Lin Xiu most was that it also came with a cute silver-haired loli named Esther. If it wasn't so inconvenient here, Lin Xiu really wanted to summon Esther to conduct a live experiment to see how shy she would be if she touched her feet. The other side. Not long after Ruzel woke up, he witnessed Lin Xiu's explosive magic with his own eyes. Seeing that his brother was almost in a dying state, Riser hurriedly looked towards Grayfia. Lady Grayfia, I choose to surrender. Without any hesitation, Ruzel chose to admit defeat. Judging from the current situation, I don't know how much Lin Xiu held back when fighting him, and how much face he gave him. At this point, Ruzel no longer felt any resentment towards Lin Xiu. All he felt was gratitude towards her. The demon clan respects the strong in this way. Contestant Ruzel admits defeat, therefore, the winner is contestant Lin Xiu. Grayfia announced with a dark face. The reason why her face was dark was because, although there was no clear evidence, Grayfia always felt that Lin Xiu was trying to tease her just now. Even if they wanted to control the explosion range to prevent Laval from getting too seriously hurt, they didn't have to detonate it in her direction, right? There are so many directions you can choose from with Laval as the center, why do you have to choose her direction? All along, Grayfia thought that she had matured to the point where she would not get angry at other people's jokes. Unexpectedly, today she almost failed because of the junior Lin Xiu. Grayfia didn't delve into the reason, she just thought Lin Xiu was trying to play a trick on her. Perhaps she herself didn't even notice that after witnessing the battle between Lin Xiu and Leah, she had an unusual level of attention towards Lin Xiu. In addition to the attention and expectations in terms of strength, there is even attention and expectations in terms of gender. The purple-level succubus bloodline certainly wouldn't allow a super demon king-level being like Grayfia to fall in love with Lin Xiu directly. However, it is still possible to attract Grayfia's attention a little and make her curious about Lin Xiu. At this time, Grayfia was thinking about a deeper question. Since Lin Xiu-kun wanted to tease me during the battle, then he might have done it on purpose that day at Rias's place, right? When she thought that Lin Xiu might be more excited because of her presence, and when she thought of Rias's eyes constantly rolling up, Grayfia felt strange all over. In a high-end ward, Laval frowned and opened his eyes. After barely propping himself up, Laval saw Ruisel lying in the VIP ward with him. Although Riser didn't fall down directly like Laval, he also suffered extremely serious injuries and needed to recuperate. Seeing Laval wake up, Ruisel turned his head to look at the bed next to him with some surprise. Brother Laval, you woke up just in time and didn't miss Ravel's most important moment. Ravel's most important moment. Laval suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked towards the TV. On a huge TV screen, Rias and Ravel, two beautiful pure-blooded demon girls, dressed in holy white wedding dresses, stared at the boy walking towards them with tears in their eyes. According to the rules of the love-seizing law, the winner of the love battle will hold an engagement ceremony on the spot after the battle. That's why Rias put on her wedding dress early in the morning and waited in her brother's room. However, the difference from previous battles for love is that there are two brides this time. Rias and Ravel, both wearing wedding gowns representing the Grimoire and Phoenix families respectively, stood at the end of the red carpet. On the other side of the red carpet, Lin Xiu, wearing a quasi-demon king costume specially customized by the underworld for the heir of Leviathan, approached the two brides in their gorgeous attire. The so-called quasi-demon king is certainly not a quasi-demon king in terms of strength. Quasi-demon king refers to Lin Xiu's identity as the Leviathan heir, which is equivalent to the quasi-demon king of the underworld. After the reformist demon king unified the underworld, he did not kill all the descendants of the old demon king, but still gave them the status of quasi-demon king. However, the old demon kings who had always been treated as demon kings were of course unwilling to accept the quasi-demon king treatment. They chose to escape after only living with the reformist demon king for a period of time. Of course, it is impossible for Lin Xiu to have such a mentality. For him, this meant picking up the identity of a quasi-demon king for free. The status of a quasi-demon king is lower than that of a demon king, and it doesn't sound good to say it out loud, but it's still better than a reincarnated demon or an ordinary pure-blooded demon, right? Furthermore, he has demonstrated sufficient value in United Front work. A young warrior who had just awakened and reached the level of a demon king was enough to be the target of both the reformist demon king and the old demons. For Lin Xiu, the identity of Leviathan's heir is just a stepping stone, a shortcut identity that is much more convenient than that of an ordinary demon. Anyway, he will eventually reach the highest position. As long as he has the strength to face the assassination of the old Demon King faction, the identity of quasi-demon king can only bring him benefits. For example, now, Lin Xiu could feel that many female demons were looking at him with fiery eyes. If he was just an ordinary reincarnated demon, he would definitely not be treated like this. Lin Xiu walked all the way to Rias and Ravel, knelt on one knee, and took out two rings engraved with the Leviathan emblem from his pocket. In front of Lin Xiu, two girls wearing gorgeous wedding gowns of different styles stepped forward and stretched out their delicate hands wrapped in white gauze gloves. Slowly and firmly, Lin Xiu put the engagement rings on the slender white fingers of the two girls. After standing up, Lin Xiu glanced at the two beautiful girls who were already moved beyond words, and slowly spoke. Rebel, your brother Laval and I made a bet that if I lose, I will have to confess my love for you in front of the entire underworld. In my opinion, this bet is quite unnecessary. Because, expressing my love to the person I like is what I should do. Mixed. Ravel lightly covered her red lips, her azure eyes trembling constantly. Rias and Ravel, I like you guys. Perhaps, I've liked you guys even earlier than you think. I have never been a devoted person, I just stubbornly pursue what I want. Thank you for your willingness to understand and accept me as I am. Lin Xiu said this because before the engagement ceremony began, the devil Lucifer announced something important. It was decided by the current head of the family, Venelana Grimoire, and the first-generation Grimoire that Rias Grimoire was temporarily stripped of the position of the next head of the family, and the next head of the family would be the first child born to Lin Xiu and Rias.
Generally speaking, the next head of the family cannot marry and can only accept a son-in-law. For example, even if Riser could successfully marry Rias, his offspring could not have the surname Phoenix, but could only have the surname Grimoire. This decision of the Grimoire family can be said to have given Lin Xiu enough face. On the one hand, after being dismissed as the next head of the family, Rias was given to Lin Xiu. On the other hand, the Grimoire family only requires Lin Xiu and Rias's first child to inherit the position of head of the family, which means that the Grimoire family tacitly accepts the fact that other children can take Lin Xiu's surname.
After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Leah smiled helplessly and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay. I already knew that Lin Xiujun was a lecherous boy. Lady Rias is right. If Lady Lin Xiu wasn't lustful, why would he pull someone's hair when they first met? Ravel also chuckled and wiped the tears from her eyes. Hearing Rias and Ravel's comments about him, Lin Xiu smiled helplessly and continued. In short, you are both my favorite people, and I am very happy to marry you both at the same time. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, from now on, please take care of me. Shed tears of happiness. Well, Lin Xiujun, I am willing to marry you. But if possible, please don't be too fickle from now on. Although I can accept you having multiple wives, not everyone can marry you. With, Rias pursed her red lips and reminded him as the legal wife. Leah C has long accepted the fact that Lin Xiu may have a partner in the future, but she hopes that Lin Xiu will not be too indulgent in this regard. Brides, please kiss the groom you both accept. Grayfia reminded from the side. Grayfia's mood was very delicate. While the underworld does have prescribed etiquette for one person to win multiple brides, rules are one thing, and experiencing and hosting it in person is another. After Grayfia finished speaking, Rias and Ravel looked at each other, then rushed towards Lin Xiu together. One red and one gold, the two beautiful girls presented their charming red lips together. Although it didn't last long, this ritual kiss still left a very deep impression on Lin Xiu. Chapter 59. So, Grayfia is still a novice. Third update. Witnessing a rare three-person wedding, the entire venue was set off by waves of enthusiasm. At the positions of the four great demon kings, Demon King Lucifer and Demon King Akuka looked at each other and applauded together. In the VIP seats, the reformist demons and the old demons, who were originally clearly divided, also stood up and applauded. Even in the ward, Laval patted his brother on the back and smiled happily. Of course, some people are happy and some are unhappy. At this time, in the human world, in Zhuang Town, the residence of the fallen angels, Amano Yuuma watched the live broadcast with some doubt in his heart. Depend on. Lin Xiu got married. She was happily dating Lin Xiu yesterday, and today he got married. Now it's all right. There's no need to investigate what's so special about Lin Xiu Jun. The Securute's gauntlet, the legendary divine annihilation tool. This is why he's being targeted by the fallen angels higher-ups. Linely was lying on the sofa in a Zheyu-like posture, her eyes wandering, as if she was thinking about life. Next to Linely, a slender blue-haired lady shook her head. Lena Lee, isn't it just that the person you like is getting married? Why are you so upset? Ha, hearing this, Linely couldn't help but sit up. Who told you that I like him? Don't you like him? Then who was the person who asked me last night, if I wear black stockings, would boys like me? Your twin sister. The blue-haired Queen Calvana sneered back. Quote. Amano Yuma's face first turned red with a smile, then she replied with a stiff neck. Yes, that's right, it's my twin sister. It was, Amano Yuuma, who asked, not me. Linely said. You were looking for Lu Xuan, what does it have to do with me, Zhou Shuren? Anyway, we can't stay in Wangjun any longer. As she said that, Linely struggled to get up and prepared to divide the luggage. You go back to your Gao Laozhuang, and I go back to my Liusha River. Why do you say that? I see you like your Lin Shujun very much, don't you? A fallen angel with blonde twintails asked while eating a lollipop next to Linely. First of all, with the strength he has shown, it is too dangerous for us to stay with him. Secondly, he's about to get married. Even though I have a soft spot for him, I wouldn't go so far as to cling to a married man. Linely asked back coldly. Hearing this, the blonde Lolita Middled spat out the lollipop in her mouth. So what if he's married? Considering his status as a pure-blooded Leviathan, it would be strange if he wasn't married, right? Linely was silent. Shit, that seems to make sense. As a pure-blooded Leviathan, Lin Xiu would have to arrange a marriage for him sooner or later. How could she have forgotten this? Sure enough, is she still too obsessed with the dating game between her and Lin Xiu? Seeing Linely wavering, the blonde fallen angel Loli smiled slyly and continued. Hey, Linely, tell me, if you tell Lin Shujun your true identity, will she accept you? Tell him my true identity. Was there any need to tell him? Should she expect Lin Xiu to forgive her and take her in? Sorry, she doesn't need it. You don't want to betray the fallen angels and the group of disaster, do you? Linely always felt that there was something wrong with the stance of these two companions. Linely, what you said is not quite correct, because, haven't we already joined the group of disaster and betrayed the fallen angels? Calvana reminded. No, we didn't betray the fallen angels. We were simply using the resources of the misfortune group to achieve our goals. Linely has always considered herself a noble fallen angel who rebelled against the gods. How could she possibly admit that she has betrayed the fallen angel clan? Linely, you seem to have made a mistake. Middled suddenly exerted force with her little mouth and bit the lollipop in her mouth into pieces. To the fallen angels, we are only here to gather intelligence in Zhuang Town. We can certainly retreat. But the trouble group is different. The reason they contacted us is that they hope to use us to lead Lin Shujun to a secluded place, so that he can avoid falling into the trap of the Demon King. Once we sever our relationship with Lin Xiu, we will lose our greatest value to the misfortune group. Quote. Middle placed her tender little white hands across her neck, her meaning was very clear. Ding 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 ding. Just after she finished saying this, Lee's communicator used to contact the disaster group rang. After taking a look at the caller, Linely picked up the communicator with a gloomy look. She was indeed very unhappy. But what can she do if she is unhappy? She is just a humble worker. After more than 10 seconds, Ying Li put down the communicator with a gloomy face. Here comes the mission. The misfortune group requires us to lure Lin Xiu to the next city within a month. This sudden task undoubtedly confirmed what Middle said. To the misfortune group, their greatest value is to be used as tools to lure Lin Xiu. Mission. Middle licked her red lips. I guess the old demon kings from the misfortune group saw Lin Xiu's fight today, so they're getting a little restless. If this trend continues, after a while, even if you, Linely, successfully lure Lin Xiu over, the old Demon King faction won't have the strength to kill or capture him alive. Linely, what is your choice? Quote. Linely's red lips parted slightly, her eyes more confused than ever before. 014909322 Filu 131411041. The dream finally came to an end. On the other side, Lin Xiu's side. Since Lin Xiu's castle in the underworld was still under construction, after the engagement ceremony, Lin Xiu temporarily went to the Grimoire family and accepted the Grimoire family's hospitality. At dinner time, a beautiful young woman with long flaxen hair who looked very similar to Rias smiled and raised her glass to Lin Xiu. You are Lin Xiu-kun, right? From now on, Rias will be under your guidance. Yes, Madam Venelana, I will definitely make Rias happy. Lin Xiu replied respectfully. To achieve happiness. Hearing Lin Xiu say that he would make her happy, Leah recalled the scenes of the past few nights, and her face gradually turned red. Lin Xiu is a lustful person, but Rias's desire in this regard is no less. Even after the battle is over, she is unwilling to let Lin Xiu leave and insists on letting Lin Xiu hold her in his arms all night to sleep. Venelana noticed Rias's reaction and smiled playfully. By the way, Lin Xiu-jun, as Rias's mother, I hope you can promise me one thing. Whatever it is, I will do my best to achieve it. I hope you and Rias can have offspring soon. Huh, what are you talking about, mother? Rias's face became increasingly rosy, and she immediately turned into a steam princess. Of course I'm talking about your most important life event, right? If you don't have children, do you think you'll have to be the head of this family forever? Venelana turned to look at Rias, her eyes suddenly becoming much colder. Rias, I'm willing to stay on as head of the family for a few more decades because of you. If you don't give birth to a child to inherit the position of head of the family within 100 years, do you expect me to stay on for another 100 years? Quote. Facing her mother's scolding, Rias's momentum instantly weakened. No matter how you look at it, she was wrong to lose her virginity before marriage, so she had no confidence to speak in front of Venelana. Okay, mother, please stop blaming Rias. Searzek still dotes on her sister, and even though things have developed to this point, she has no intention of blaming Rias. Lin Xiu-kun, do you know why mother asked Rias to give birth to offspring as soon as possible? Why? Lin Xiu was also very curious about this. Because, me, Suzekis replied softly. Question mark quote. Ah, are you saying that since you inherited the Demon King's throne, you can't inherit the Grimoire family's position as patriarch? No, it's not. Sargex shook her head. Mother placed her hopes on Rias because, after my bloodline mutated, I lost my fertility and could no longer give birth to Chi. Sargex did not tell Lin Xiu that she was actually a woman, but instead said that she was infertile. After hearing the news, Lin Xiu was silent for a long time, not knowing how to react. Sargex smiled helplessly and continued. Thousands of years ago, Lilith, the mother of demons, intertwined with this world, dividing the various laws of heaven and earth and giving birth to the demon clan. Therefore, each pure-blooded demon clan has its own bloodline ability. Among them, the Gimenriga is the most special one. Because the ancestors of the Grimoire family inherited some of the inbreeding abilities of Lilith, the mother of demons. The self-fertilization ability of the demon mother Lilith. Lin Xiu glanced at Lia's. These past few days, when he was feeling Rias's cavity pressure closely, he did feel that Rias was subtly different from other beautiful girls. At first he thought that all pure-blooded demons in the demon clan were like this, but now it seems that this should be the racial talent of the Grimoire family. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Sargex continued. The abilities the Grimoire family inherited from Lilith, the mother of demons, are incomplete, and have several drawbacks that cannot be ignored. First of all, the Grimoire family cannot reproduce through normal means and can only produce offspring through self-production. Secondly, the Grimoire family can only produce offspring once in their lifetime through self-fertilization. That's why mother asked Rias's firstborn child to inherit the position of head of the family. In the end, the Grimoire family could only produce female offspring. My situation was special, so even though I was born, I lost my fertility. This engagement between Rias and Riser is an attempt by the Grimoire family after seeing the situation between Rias and me. Since twins were born, does that mean the Grimoire family's bloodline has evolved to the point where it can produce offspring with other pure-blooded demons? To verify this, the Grimoire family, which has never married into other families, will choose to marry into the Phoenix family in this generation. As that's so, Lin Xiu sighed deeply. He finally understood why Grayfia reacted so strangely when she saw him and Rias doing it. It turns out that Grayfia is not a chick. Chapter 60. World Core Collection, Bomb Princess Ubeluna, 4th update. Lin Xiu was just surprised by the facts about the Grimoire family, and the next second, he heard an even more powerful system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, the future of the Grimoire family. Closing square bracket. Quest level. White right pointing arrow color. Mission description. Due to the incomplete inheritance of the power of the demon mother Lilith, the Grimoire family is trapped in a family curse that prevents them from spreading. The succubus bloodline rewarded by the system has the ability to allow any creature to enter a reproductive state. As the only one who can help the Grimoire family prosper, the host must contribute his own meager efforts. Task requirements. Solve the infertility problem of the Grimoire family members. Closing square bracket. Note. When facing the weakened bloodline of Lilith, the mother of demons, the succubus bloodline can only be effective against objects of the same level. The current host's succubus bloodline is blue, which means it cannot solve the fertility problems of Grimoire family members whose bloodline purity is purple. Ding. This mission is a special mission. It will not draw new system rewards, but will strengthen the host's existing system rewards based on the strength of the corresponding Grimoire members. Cough cough cough. As expected of the evil protagonist system, this was the first time Lin Xiu had seen such a bizarre and exciting mission. Blue-level succubus bloodline can't solve purple-level infertility problems. Let me see Venelana's strength first. 4, 5, 3, Venelana's bloodline is undoubtedly purple, and her strength has just reached the Demon King level. I expect that other members of the Grimoire family will not be weaker than Venelana's bloodline. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu made a quick decision. I've decided. From now on, I'll have to look for those who possess the core of the world. The reason for this is that Lin Xiu also has a long-term mission for the core of the world. As long as you are lucky enough to draw the succubus bloodline, for special enhancement, you can upgrade the succubus bloodline from blue level to purple. Then you can. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu decided to give the Grimoire family a shot of prevention first. Ms. Venelana, if I say that I possess the ability of apocalypse, and that I just used it to see several children of Rias and I in the future, would you believe it? Lin Xiu's expression was very serious. Venelana raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Can you solve the bloodline problem of the Grimoire family in the future? For the first time, Venelana had an obvious change of emotion. Ahem, that's it. Miss Maid over there, could you please come over here for a moment? Lin Xiu looked at the maid serving beside her. There was no other way. Rias's bloodline was purple gold, and Venelana's bloodline was purple. He could only choose one of the maids to practice with. Yes. After glancing at Venelana and getting her permission, the maid walked over to Lin Xiu. Pa. With a gentle sound, Lin Xiu held the maid's hand, and then, he used all his strength to activate his succubus bloodline. After a cry, the maid collapsed to the ground. A few minutes later, after finishing her inspection, Venelana released the maid's hand. She discovered that, just because of the contact with Lin Xiu, the maid had directly entered a reproductive state. While Lin Xiu was not paying attention, Venelana directly held Lin Xiu's hand. Mr. Lin Xiu, can you use your ability on me again? Venelana's eyes were filled with heat. Actually, I've already used it. Sorry, my ability is still limited at this stage. After all, in terms of my own strength, I'm still just a high-level demon. It was the first time that Lin Xiu faced such a fiery gaze. Is that so? After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Verana returned to the village feeling disappointed again. Yes, she was a little too anxious. Lin Xiu said that he and Leah would have children in the future, but that didn't mean he had the ability to solve the problem now. Mr. Lin Xiu, if you and Rias can give birth to several offspring, you will be the benefactor of the entire Grimoire family. Venelana made a solemn promise. Venelana's high expectations for Lin Xiu weren't due to her desire to have a child, she was so excited mainly for the sake of family honor. Throughout history, the strength of each generation of the Grimoire family's head has been quite powerful, at least to the level of Demon King. However, because they were not allowed to marry out of the family's family or have a second child, the Grimoire family's status in the underworld was not high until Sazek's ascended to the throne of the Demon King. There's no way. Other pure-blooded demon families can give birth to more than 2 children in each generation, and they also have a large number of branches. With more people, there is more power, and they can severely suppress the Grimoire family. After showing her abilities, Venelana became even more enthusiastic towards Lin Xiu. After dinner and some entertainment, Venelana locked Lin Xiu and Rias in Rias's room in order to get them to have offspring quickly. I'm sorry, Lin Xiu-kun, my mother is very concerned about the inheritance of the Grimoire family's bloodline. Rias felt overwhelmed when she thought that the hope of the entire family inheritance rested on her. It's okay. Actually, I just want to get closer to you, Rias. Lin Xiu hugged Rias from behind skillfully and put his hand directly into the side of her dress. Although Rias was shy, she had never refused Lin Xiu's request for intimacy, so she just licked her red lips to make the touch better when Lin Xiu kissed her later. At this moment, a blonde baby came out from under Rias's bed. As that's so. Then Master Lin Xiu, can you add me in? Rebel, when did you come? Rias thought she had gone back after dinner. Rebel, you're just in time. Lin Xiu carried Rias directly towards Rebel. Rias, look, Rebel is wearing her wedding dress from last night, do you want to try one on too? Lin Xiu reminded with a smile. Quote. Asterisk 7. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu would have to satisfy Rias once before getting her to agree to such a shameful request. But now, with the addition of a competitor, Rias's acceptance of this kind of thing has instantly increased a lot. Perhaps this is what is called involution. To Lin Xiu's surprise, Rias not only put on the wedding dress, but also used her own experience to help Rebel, fulfilling what she called the duty of a wife. Rebel, from now on, you are mine. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, I am yours. Rebel, wrapped in the holy wedding dress, trembled slightly and slowly sat down. Death. The pain was unprecedented, and Libel's already petite body became even more tense, making Lin Xiu experience an unprecedented feeling. Lin Xiu licked the tears from the corners of Rebel's eyes, took the initiative to kiss the girl's red lips, and at the same time stimulated his own succubus blood. With the help of the succubus bloodline, Rebel's body entered the most suitable state for breeding the next generation, and the pain was greatly relieved. After recovering, Rebel took the initiative to let Lin Xiu hold her golden twintails. It seems that Lin Xiu's first meeting with her left a very deep impression on her. Having the person she loves hold her favorite part of her body, Rebel felt an unprecedented happiness, her eyes rolling up uncontrollably. 10 pairs of silky feet also stepped on the rocking car behind Lin Xiu. Soon, Under the effect of Lin Xiu's symbiont, the two beautiful girls in gorgeous white wedding dresses fainted and lay on the bed, each holding Lin Xiu from either side and falling asleep. Taking advantage of Rebel's distraction, Lin Xiu removed the evolution core from her body. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the world core and gaining a corresponding level enhancement. Task level. Blue. Collection object. Rebel Phoenix. Bite. The data eye, green, has been upgraded to the data eye, blue. Data eye, blue, the evolved data eye can observe the principles of the world more clearly and intuitively. Lin Xiu didn't expect that Rebel's defeat was just the beginning. Not long after she left, a lady with long burgundy hair emerged from the teleportation circle. I am Yubeluna, and I have come to serve Master Lin Xiu on the orders of Master Rebel. The Queen Yubeluna, wearing a cheongsam, knelt on one knee and spoke softly. You're the Queen of Rebel. You said Rebel asked you to come. Lin Xiu pulled herself away from Rebel and looked at the purple-haired queen in front of her with a world-class mind. Yubeluna, the Queen of Wrestle in the original plot, is known as the Bomb Princess, and is good at explosive magic. In the raiding game initiated by Rias to Riser, Yubeluna and Akano staged a queen showdown. Yubeluna was no match for Akano, but when she was about to be defeated, she used the Phoenix Tears to heal her own injuries and successfully defeated Akano, who had already exhausted his magic power. In the original story, Yubeluna is the Queen of Razor's followers. But now, Yubeluna does not belong to Wrestle, but is a quasi-dependent that the Phoenix family has left with Rebel and is going to hand over to him when Wrestle gets married. Anyway, these followers were prepared for the pure-blooded Phoenix who was getting married. Since they were of no use to Riser, they could be used by Rebel for now. It would be very embarrassing for a pure-blooded demon to get married but still not have his own followers. As soon as Yubeluna arrived, Lin Xiu was attracted by her long legs and world-class breasts. In terms of strength, although Yubeluna is not as good as Akano, she is still a very good level among the upper-level demons. However, in terms of appearance, Yubeluna, who has a strong aura of a queen and is as mellow as red wine, is no weaker than Akano. Yes, I am Lady Rebel's queen. Yubeluna's figure is quite explosive. In terms of size, she is even more amazing than Rias. So much so that she just nodded slightly and put her chin into the full World Cup. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Yubeluna explained respectfully. Lady Rebel has given orders to me and my followers. She said that if she and Lady Rias cannot satisfy Lady Lin Xiu, she requires us to satisfy Lady Lin Xiu after her. Even though Yubeluna had prepared herself mentally when Lin Xiu won, she still couldn't help swallowing after seeing the miserable state of Rebel and Rias. Really? Then come over here. Lin Xiu certainly accepted anyone who came. Yes, I am honored to serve Master Lin Xiu. As she spoke, Yubeluna unbuttoned her cheongsam, preparing to free her perfect body wrapped in it. However, Lin Xiu stopped her action. No thanks, Yubeluna, you should just wear this cheongsam. Master Lin Xiu means. Yubeluna tilted her head. I think cheongsams can enhance women's charm. If we really need to remove obstacles, we can just remove them, right? Quote. Yes, I understand. After understanding Lin Xiu's intention, Yubeluna put on the cheongsam again with an unprecedented rosy face. Chapter 61. All the Phoenix family members are gathered, and you won't invite me to the party. Update 1. Yubeluna, I really like your mature temperament but pure personality. Since this is your first time, how about leaving it entirely to me? Quote. I am honored to receive the favor of Master Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu gently lifted Yubeluna's slender waist and gained the loyalty and purity of this bombshell princess. Half an hour later, Yubeluna was defeated. However, as she said, Libel gave orders to her followers, requiring them to serve Lin Xiu well after she lost her fighting ability. Coincidentally, Lin Xiu's combat power in this area is almost unlimited. So, 1, 2, 3. Rebel's followers emerged from the magic circle one by one, losing their ability to fight. In this process, Lin Xiu fully experienced the charm of beautiful girls of different styles. If they are arranged by job level, they are roughly as follows. Queen. Yubeluna, a queen wearing a cheongsam, with world-class long legs and a big chest. Isabella, a legitimate queen wearing shorts and a black armor-like tube top, and wrapped in one-piece black stockings. In the original story, she was defeated by Hyodo Issei. Tank. Shui Lan, who has a bun hairstyle and uses a short stick as a weapon, is a Huxia-style beautiful girl who conforms to the Japanese stereotype. Bishop. Mei Nanfeng, wearing a kimono and having a traditional Japanese hairstyle, is a beautiful girl like an ancient Fusong princess. Knight. Koromane, who is dressed in hard armor and looks very heroic. In the original plot, she is a beautiful girl with navy blue hair who was defeated by Kiba in a sword fight. Knight. Sirius, wearing a racing-style one-piece battle suit. The white suit was wrapped in navy blue lines, which perfectly highlighted his figure. Soldier. Mira, a beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a red 22 and white combat uniform. She is the weakest of the followers, but in the original story, she still managed to instantly defeat the untrained Hyodo Issei. Soldiers. Shulia, Marion, and Brent. In the original story, the trio was defeated by Kiba using his advantage on the field. Two of them were wearing maid outfits, and one had Maya-style dark skin. Soldiers. Iru and Naru, wearing Japanese gymnastics uniforms, are two green-haired beauties whose weapons are chainsaws. In the original story, they chase Hyodo Issei with chainsaws. Soldiers. Ni and Lee, twin cat girls, with one red and one blue hair, wearing very revealing JK uniforms. The temptation of the uniforms plus the style of the twins are unforgettable. At first, Lin Xiu called people over one by one, but after calling the two twins, Lin Xiu couldn't stop and put everyone on Rias's big bed. After the two groups of 4 beautiful twin girls fainted, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all of Phoenix's followers' gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Unnamed Spellbook Gold. Unnamed Spellbook Gold legend has it that this legendary grimoire contains all the magic in the world, and its priceless value. Even newly invented spells are recorded in it. Originally owned by the 8 Desire Kings of the DxD World, it is currently unknown whether this item is a world-class item. The unnamed mantra instrument awarded by the system can automatically record all the techniques in that world whose quality is above the unnamed mantra instrument's level cap. Note: Gold level unnamed spell documents can include all spells including those at the main god level and below. Unnamed spell book. Lin Xiu was not very interested in the magic, but he was very interested in the unnamed spell book. Because, according to the system, rituals work by driving one's own power to coordinate with the rules of the world. In the other world, you can only use magic power and cannot use the techniques in the DxD world. But if I had the unnamed spellbook, I would be able to know all the spells of the other world right away. The effects of the spells are varied, including cleaning spells, teleportation spells, barrier spells, sealing spells, silencing spells, and expelling spells. A large number of spells can play a very convenient role when needed. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu hugged Rias, who felt the most comfortable. He closed his eyes, felt the pressure in Rias's cavity, and studied the unnamed spell book in his mind. Overall, Lin Xiu had a great time tonight. However, some people are not very happy. Lin Xiu was fine next door. The Demon King Alice, who had returned to her true form, just smiled slightly and then threw herself into her work. But one level above Lin Xiu, Grayfia felt unwell when she heard the sound coming from below. Even though she took the initiative to open a hole in Lin Xiu's barrier, even though she took the initiative to peek at Lin Xiu's battle situation. But, isn't Lin Xiu going a little too far? Rias and Ravel were fine, but they even called Ravel's followers over. Are men's desires really that insatiable? And, is that kind of thing really that comfortable? Looking at the dozen or so people burning on the big bed, Grayfia pursed her red lips and slowly reached under the maid's skirt. The next day, Himahima Akano arrived at Rias's door early in the morning. Hee, Rias, I'm here to wake you up. Himahima Akano planned to accidentally see Rias and Lin Xiu hugging each other, and then tease Rias. Righto. Click. After gently opening the door, more than a dozen beautiful girls who had fainted into sleep came into view, causing Akano to freeze in place for a moment. She traveled through time. It took Akano half a minute to come back to his senses and find Rias among a large group of beautiful girls with different styles. Well, it turns out she didn't travel through time, it's just that Lin Xiujun and Leah had a party last night. Good God, why not invite her to the party? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem appropriate to call her to this kind of party. While Akano was in a daze, Tacheng Kitten passed by the door and noticed Himahima Akano's face gradually turning red. What's wrong with Akano-san? She remembered that this was Rias's room. Did Akano-senpai come here so early to wake up Rias-chan? But even if I wake you up, you have to stand there in a daze, right? Driven by curiosity, the kitten from Tacheng also walked towards Rias's door. And then, she and Akano both froze in place. Question mark. This is so hard to look away. What attracted the attention of the kitten in Tacheng the most was a pair of beautiful twin girls, one red and one blue, with cat ears and cat tails. Because, she is also a cat. To be precise, she possesses the cat demon bloodline, which can be called royal bloodline, and is a top cat demon standing at the top of the Nekomata clan. Seeing his own kind on Lin Xiu's bed and smelling the scent of them entering Estrus, the Tacheng kitten's body softened and he almost collapsed to the ground. Finally, Zhu Naixian came to his senses and saw that the kitten next to him was not in a good condition. He quietly took the kitten away from the scene. Click. After closing the door gently, Zhu Nai took the kitten and tiptoed out of Liu's big room. When they arrived at the corridor, they looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Akano-senpai, those people should be Rebel Phoenix's followers. Didn't Master Laval of the Phoenix family say that if Lin Xiu-kun could defeat him, he would let these relatives marry along with Ravel as her dowry? Zhu Nai thought of the fight in bed between Lin Xiu and Laval yesterday. So that's how it is. But, even if it's a dowry. Well, Kitty, you're right. Even if it was a dowry, Lin Xiu-jun acted too quickly. Zhu Nai said with a wry smile. Who would have thought that Rias's evolution was much faster than hers? She was shy because of her teasing a few days ago, but today she has evolved to the point of accepting sleeping in the same bed with her. Azuna-senpai, do you think Rias-sama will let us go with Lin Xiu-senpai? Because he had just smelled the estrus of his own kind, the kitten's mind was confused. Akano was silent for a few seconds, then reached out and patted the kitten's head, saying comfortingly. How is that possible, kitten? Look, of those people on the bed, Rias and Rebel are Lin Xiu-kun's fiancés, and the others are the agreed dowries. Although the speed is a bit fast, this is how their relationship should be. As for us, Rias has always been very gentle. How could she possibly ignore the wishes of her followers? Yeah, that's right, I was overthinking it. The kitten breathed a sigh of relief. During the meal, Kaneko and Akano behaved as usual. However, they were both aware that something had quietly changed. Yesterday, they just heard Leah say that Lin Xiu was a lustful man. Today, they witnessed Lin Xiu's lustful behavior with their own eyes. Talking about it and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different things. Rias didn't notice anything unusual about Akano and Kaneko, but instead she and Lin Xiu were feeding each other lovingly. As for Lin Xiu, he certainly knew what Xiaomao and Zunai saw. However, the situation was rather awkward, and he couldn't say anything, so he could only wait for Akano and Kaneko to leave on their own. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu decided to take precautions first. Rias, didn't I tell you before that I have the so-called divine power and that we will have several children in the future? Well, I did say that, but, Lin Xiu-jun, why did you suddenly bring this up? Rias's face gradually became red. Let's talk about this tonight. Could it be that Lin Xiu-jun wanted it so early in the morning? No, Rias, that's not what I meant. Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. Well, he was said to be lustful, but it turned out that Rias was no less lustful. Actually, last night I received a revelation related to me and the kitten. With me, Kitty pointed at herself doubtfully. She had never expected that she would become the protagonist of Lin Xiu's story. That's right, this apocalypse is related to me, to Xiaomao, and even more to Xiaomao's sister Haig. Lin Xiu added. Haig. As soon as the name Haig came out, Grayfia, who was eating, immediately raised her head. Sister Haig. Why did Senior Lin Xiu suddenly bring up Sister Haig? Generally speaking, don't apocalyptic abilities require related circumstances to trigger? Kaneko looked at Rias. Could it be that Chief Rias told Lin Xiu? I didn't tell him that, Rias denied hastily. After confirming that it wasn't Lias who told Lin Xiu the information about her, Kaneko cast a questioning look at Lin Xiu. Chapter 62. Haig and Baiyan, Kenga's Enlightenment Part 2. Under the kitten's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly said, Kaneko, you misunderstood Rias. She never told me about you. The reason I know your sister is because, the White Dragon Emperor. White Dragon Emperor. The kitten tilted its head. Who is the White Dragon King? The White Dragon Emperor is the Red Dragon Emperor's mortal enemy. Every Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor host will fight each other until one of them dies. Lin Xiu said calmly. When I received the revelation, this generation's White Dragon Emperor was not alone. He was accompanied by several powerful companions. Your sister Haig is a member of the White Dragon King's team. Sister Haig, she's the White Dragon King's companion. After learning this information, the kitten's pupils kept trembling. Because, before she got the name Tacheng Kitten, she had another name, Baiyan. The white sound that corresponds to the black song. More than 10 years ago, there were two stray cats in the underworld. The big black cat was named Haig and the small white cat was named Baiyan. The two cats lost their parents when they were young. After losing their parents, the two sisters depended on each other for survival and were led by a high-ranking demon from the branch of the Nabali royal family. Because of her outstanding potential, her elder sister Haig was reincarnated as a follower by her master using two demon bishop chess pieces. After becoming a demon, Haig's talents in sorcery and magic gradually emerged, and his power became out of control. In the end, the out-of-control Haig killed his master and became one of the most dangerous, rogue demons. This is the truth that Kaneko knows. Her sister Haig lost herself in power, killed her master, abandoned her, and became a stray demon. After Haig escaped from the underworld, Kaneko accepted the protection of the devil Lucifer and became a follower of Rias, vowing never to develop the power of the cat and goblin clan again. Kaneko had always been worried, fearing that Kiruika still had a possessive desire for his sister, and that Kiruika would come back and forcibly take her away from Rias. Therefore, when Xiaomao learned that Lin Xiu had received the revelation related to her sister, she was so surprised and scared. That's right, Kitty, your sister Haig is indeed a companion of the White Dragon King. And, if I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before the White Dragon Emperor brings Heijie with him and comes to us on his own initiative. Lin Xiu concluded. Why? Rias couldn't help but ask. I think it's because Lin Xiu-jun used the power of the Red Dragon Emperor during the live broadcast. Zhu Nai replied with a wry smile. Rias looked at Kaneko with an apologetic look in her eyes. So, she was the one who actually tricked Kaneko. Otherwise, it would take a long time for the news that Shu was the Dragon Emperor to reach this generation of Bai Nihu Chen. The kitten pursed its red lips slightly, its face pale. She felt sick at the thought that Sister Haig might attack with the White Dragon King in the near future. Mr. Lin Xiu, how strong is this generation's White Dragon King? Can you deal with him? Compared to the kitten, Venelana cared more about Lin Xiu's affairs. She knew very well that Xiaomao's attitude and strength did not play a big role in this matter. The most important thing was Lin Xiu. As long as Lin Xiu can defeat the White Dragon King, then even Kiruika won't be able to take the kitten away from Rias. Well, if I were to face the White Dragon King right now, I could only guarantee that I wouldn't lose. Lin Xiu replied after thinking for a while. This generation's White Dragon Emperor is actually stronger than Lin Xiujun. Grayfia was also surprised. He's not that much stronger than me, he just started practicing earlier than me. Just give me a month and I'm confident I can easily defeat him. As that's so, that's good. If Lin Xiujun encounters any difficulties, you can always come to me or Searzex. We will arrange support as soon as possible. Grayfia reminded. Yes, if necessary, I will take the initiative to ask for help. Lin Xiu accepted Grayfia's kindness with a smile. Of course, in reality, Lin Xiu didn't feel that he needed the support of the Demon King Lucifer or Grayfia. Because, if he can't win, he can just run away. The golden level, Vamana, the incarnation of God, can easily transcend all spaces and restrictions below the sub-dragon god level. After explaining to Grayfia, Lin Xiu looked at the kitten again. Kitten, it is precisely because we are facing a certain crisis that I want to make a request of you. Can you remove your limitations and begin cultivating your own cat-mantling bloodline? Quote question mark. The kitten bit its red lips lightly, a trace of struggle flashing in its eyes. If you're worried about losing control like your sister Bai Yin, please trust me. With my strength, no matter how out of control you get, kitty, I'm confident I can suppress you. Half a minute. After a full half minute of silence, the kitten slowly nodded. Okay, I will try to develop my own bloodline. Lin Xiu is actively preparing to fight his old enemy, and Xiaomao is unwilling to put all the responsibility on Lin Xiu's shoulders. Okay, that's good. Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it didn't make much difference to him whether the kitten was willing to practice or not. He didn't expect the kitten to play any decisive role anyway. However, Lin Xiu didn't want the kitten to become a cowardly cat demon. He wants to help the kitten grow up and resolve its emotional issues. He wanted to win Xiaomao's heart even more, and it would be best if he could put both Xiaomao and Haig sisters on his bed. So, now Lin Xiu is preparing for his dream. Kitten, this is for you. Lin Xiu threw a seal engraved with the emblem of the Demon King Leviathan at the kitten. What is this? The kitten gave Lin Xiu a puzzled look. This is a quick way to contact me. Lin Xiu explained. If you encounter Haig or any other difficult enemy, use this to contact me, and I will definitely rush over as soon as possible. Senior Lin Xiu, are you trying to say that as long as I contact you, you will come to me immediately? The kitten smiled helplessly. Kitten, can you try? Lin Xiu chuckled. He knew that Xiaomao had no confidence in whether he could arrive in time. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xiu will use facts to tell Xiaomao. He, Lin Xiu, always puts his words into practice. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiu, Rias and the others stayed at the Grimoire house for a while before returning to the human world. Komio Academy. Student Union Room. Rebel hugged Lin Xiu's arm and bowed slightly to the girl with glasses in front of her. Hello, sir. I am Rebel Phoenix. In the coming days, I will transfer to this Zhuang College as Master Lin Xiu's fiancé. Please take good care of me. Well, your admission procedures have been completed. Here is your student ID. From now on, you are a student of Zhuang College. Sona handed her student ID to Rebel with a complicated expression. At this moment, she was thinking about a serious question. If she were like Rias, letting her mother be the head of the family for decades or even centuries, and then letting her child inherit the position of head of the family after she gave birth to a child, would her mother actually want to beat her to death? After seeing the speed of Rebel and Lin Xiu, Sona finally realized her own problem. Her awareness is not enough. She didn't have the courage and execution to actively pursue what she wanted like Rebel, nor did she have the guts to lose her virginity before marriage like Rias. Therefore, it has led to this half-baked ending. The more I think about the fact that Lin Xiu's original fiancé was me, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's her fault. If she had believed in Lin Xiu from the beginning and believed that Lin Xiu could quickly become stronger, she would not have taken the initiative to cancel the engagement with Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Xiu and Rebel off from the student union room, Sona's gaze gradually changed from dim to firm. What if there is no man? After deciding on her dream, she had already made preparations not to get married. Because no young male demon would dare to marry a fiancé like her who dares to shake up the system of the underworld. The reason why she lost her last fiancé was, on the one hand, because she used chess to severely despise his intelligence, and on the other hand, because she directly said, "Your own dream." After witnessing Kang Na's terrifying IQ and grand dreams, Kang Na's previous fiancé chose to run away. Originally, Kang Na thought that Lin Xiu, whose IQ was similar to hers, might be her dream-chasing partner, and even her partner. But now, since Lin Xiu is engaged, there is no possibility for her and Lin Xiu. In this case, she will devote her energy to her career. Just in time, the artifact transplantation technology and the evolution core are about to be obtained. If possible, I hope to gain the strength of a demon king before the gathering of young demons in the underworld. Considering the uproar that Lin Xiujun caused in the underworld this time, if I can also obtain the same demon king level strength as Lin Xiujun, it will be of great help in realizing my ideal. Although Kang Na does not advocate absolute personal strength, she also admits that when the level gap reaches 2 levels or more, almost all strategies and tactics will become ineffective. Even if she doesn't like to actively crush others, she has to prevent others from crushing her. The Black Evil Dragon King's divine artifact clone, although it's far inferior to Lin Xiujun's divine destruction tool, it's enough to allow me to gain considerable strength in the short term. Kang Na decided to start transplanting the artifact once he got the evolution core. The other side, Lin Xiu's side, after finishing the date with Yuuma Amano, it was already evening. At night, after feeding his 2 fiancés, Lin Xiu fed all his relatives. Feeling happy, Lin Xiu soaked in Asia's body, waiting for the system's time travel to end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the 10 days were up, Lin Xiu immediately activated the system's copy function. Bite. The host's strength is detected to be a high-level demon, extracting from the intermediate dungeon world. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate dungeon. Kill the Red Eyes world. Host, are you going to the dungeon world now? The world of Akame killer. Of course I'll go. Long before she traveled through time, Lin Xiu had many dissatisfactions with this world known as sister killing. Now that he had the opportunity to change the world with his own hands, Lin Xiu naturally couldn't let it go. The world of Akame killer is finished in more than 40 chapters, and the drafts saved are almost finished with the world of Akame killer. Chapter 63. Traveling through the world of Akame slashing and awakening the birth ability function, 3rd update. Ding. Heading to the world of Akame killer. The host will obtain an identity similar to but different from the original protagonist. After the story begins, the host can awaken the memories from the other world. Although you cannot awaken your memories in advance, you can set the direction of action for your unawakened memories, thereby changing the past plot to some extent. Before officially opening the dungeon world, please select your own initial abilities. The Akame world is an intermediate world. The host can choose 3 initial abilities, or 3 opportunities to use the full power of the body. If the host needs to increase their initial ability space to quickly become stronger, they can also choose to capture the heroine. Each time you conquer a female protagonist, the host will gain an initial ability space. There are certain requirements for favorability in capturing the heroine, and it is not enough to establish a real relationship. Please consider your actions carefully when capturing the heroine. After completing the first world strategy, the system unlocks the birth ability feature. The host can project some low-level abilities into the past, awakening some of their powers at birth. Is it possible to be born with some abilities? Lin Xiu touched his chin. There is no doubt that this matter is of great significance. Because, if he had some innate abilities at birth, he could have played a greater role before the plot began. The world of Akame killer is different from the world of Apocalypse. The world of Apocalypse was just an everyday world before the plot began, so it didn't matter even if Lin Xiu didn't awaken any abilities. But in the world of Akame killer, if he had not gained a certain level of strength before the plot began, he would have been unable to undo some of the things he wanted to undo. Lin Xiu is not yet going to put all his hopes on the system's proactive correction. Bite. Yes, after completing the first world, the system's travel mode unlocks more functions. The host can exchange 1 initial ability space for 1 birth ability space. However, due to the energy limit of each system traversal, the upper limit of the birth ability space is blue. If the selected system reward level exceeds blue, the upper limit will automatically be locked within the blue evaluation range. If you want to fully unlock it later, you can spend the initial ability space to exchange for the advanced ability. Closing square bracket. Okay, that's good. I chose Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline and Unmarked Spellbook as my initial abilities. Lin Xiu chose these 2 abilities after careful consideration. First is the Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline. Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline is an ability that will only be effective in the later stages. If he can possess it from childhood to adulthood, he will be able to obtain the power of a superior demon level from the beginning. Then there is the unnamed mantra book. Since he could awaken his abilities ahead of time, Lin Xiu also wanted to use these extra 10 years to hone his own skills in manipulation and research and development. Rather than simply conquering the world, it is also important to make good use of the time before awakening when opening the dungeon world. In this way, if you directly exchange the purple level Leviathan bloodline after awakening the memory, you should be able to obtain the starting body strength of the highest level demon level. With the true strength of a top-tier demon, and then exchanging it for a Securute's gauntlet, you'll basically be invincible in the world of Akame slashing. After asking about some system details, Lin Xiu officially activated the copy world function. Bite. You are heading to the dungeon world. Kill Akame world intermediate difficulty. Birth ability. Pure blood Leviathan bloodline, blue unmarked spell book blue. Initial ability. None. The remaining initial ability space can be exchanged or converted at any time. Lin Xiu did not exchange the remaining initial ability space for birth ability. After all, unexpected events happen. If he is not strong enough when he needs to rescue someone, he can still use his original strength to make up for it. Host, please set the pre-crossing action mode according to the main mission. The main mission is as follows. Main mission 1. Within 2 years, establish your own power. This can be a village, a town, a capital city, or even an empire. Note. The more heroines there are in the host's faction, the greater the total number of people, and the higher the reward bonus. Main Mission 2. Collect as many Imperial and Ministerial tools as possible within 2 years. Note: the more Imperial and Ministerial equipment you collect, the higher their quality and the higher the bonus. Establishing your own power and collecting Imperial artifacts. That really fits the main storyline of the Akame/world. The world of Akame Killer is not a beautiful world no matter how you look at it. The 1,000-year-old empire has reached its end. The entire imperial system is corrupt, the class structure is rigid, and it is on the verge of death. The rulers who could be called the scum of the world unleashed their malice on the entire empire with the imperial capital as the center. Where there are people who create malice, there are naturally people who fight against malice. For example, Night Raid. Night Raid is the protagonist of the world of Akame Killer and is the organization that stirs up the situation in the world of Akame Killer. In this age of injustice, Night Raid chooses to slay the wicked. Use absolute violence to achieve justice that order cannot achieve. Although they do not think this assassination method is just, they believe that the path they are practicing is correct. For the birth of a new empire, they were willing to carry out assassination, the most dangerous, most shameful task that was destined not to be recorded in history. Of course, in Lin Xiu's opinion, the night attack was not right, nor was it just. It was just a helpless choice. The world of Akame Killer has paid too much to overthrow the empire. Not only was the revolution incomplete, leaving behind a large number of governors from the previous dynasty, but it also brought in a large number of foreign enemies. In this situation, even if a new empire was established, the entire imperial system would be extremely fragile. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu set up the action mode before his memories of the Akame/world were awakened. Pre-awakening action mode. Mode 1. Try to save the heroines who died or lost their virginity before the plot begins. If necessary, you can use your original strength once. Mode 2. Try to develop your own village and make it more prosperous, and try to expand your territory without attracting too much attention from the empire. Mode 3. You can actively establish relationships with some heroines, but there's no need to develop a relationship beyond just a romantic one, and you shouldn't focus entirely on finding a heroine. You need to devote more than half of your energy to developing your territory and cultivating yourself. Note: Mode 1 has the highest priority, followed by Mode 2, and Mode 3. World travel begins. After a flash, Lin Xiu's figure disappeared in an instant. Bite. The journey was successful. Please complete the main quest of Akame/world as soon as possible. The results of the pre-awakening action mode are as follows. After traveling through time, you acquired an identity similar to Tatsumi's and became Ilyas, Sao, and Tatsumi's childhood sweetheart. However, unlike the other three, you are not a native of the village, but an abandoned baby picked up by the village chief. Because you have a very special aura and carry a magic book made of very noble materials, the old village chief treats you as an abandoned child of the nobility. Although the conditions in the village are extremely limited, the village chief still gave you the best educational conditions. Requesting flowers. As you grow older, the magical qualities in you begin to gradually emerge. First, it's literacy and arithmetic. In just 1 month, you've completed all the academic work you should have completed before adulthood. As for the spells, after the village chief discovered your talent, he reminded you that you've been carrying a magic book since childhood. Through the unnamed mantra, you learned the techniques of the world of Akame/. Since the unnamed mantra is blue level, the techniques you learned aren't particularly advanced. However, even so, your knowledge of techniques still allows you to crush the Akame-chan world. After all, most of the Akame-chan world's practitioners are physical cultivators. As you grew older, you used the techniques you learned from the unnamed spellbook to create a lot of influence in the world of Akame. At the age of 5, your strength reached the peak of the lower demon level, and you tried to use the spirit gathering formation for the first time. Under the influence of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was enriched. As a result, that year, the crops in the village had a good harvest, and the people were healthy and rarely fell ill. After confirming that this was due to your technique, the village chief immediately appointed you as the next village chief. After obtaining the status of a village chief, you begin to transform the village, using your brain and hands to help the village reform. Salt making, iron casting, glass burning. Under the economic wave brought by the technological revolution, the village quickly developed into a town. The local mayor personally met with you and sealed the town in the name of the old village chief, naming it Chang'an Town. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the old village chief is merely an agent. The city lord has effectively handed over the management of Chang'an Town to you. This year, you're 7 years old, and your strength has just reached the level of a mid-level demon, surpassing many powerful beings. Using your magic, you can even fight against some Imperial tool users. As you grow older, you begin to learn the world's most advanced techniques, the 11 Imperial weapons. That's right, whether it's an Imperial weapon or a vassal weapon, these powerful weapons are primarily made of rare materials, supplemented by techniques. After studying the technique, you repaired the city lord's household utensils. The city lord was so impressed that he recommended you to the governor. The prefect is the lord of the provincial capital and holds immense power. The next level above him is the governor, who governs the entire province. The governor has given you the Imperial artifact to repair, and is extremely concerned about the increase in grain production in Chang'an. You sense the governor's greed, but before you could act, someone else attacked him. The governor of your state, Tiaoli, discovered the reason why the governor had invited you over and quickly used the dirt he had to apprehend the governor who was about to attack you. You realize that the Tiaoli prefecture governor is a man of ideals and ability, and you proactively cooperate with Tiaoli prefecture to develop Chang'an town and the entire Longxi prefecture. P.S. The governor of Tiaoli is the former minister attacked by Liwa in the original plot, and is now serving as the governor temporarily. The governor of Tiaoli prefecture admires you very much. Not only has he delegated many powers to you, he has also asked his daughter to take the initiative to contact you. The Tiaoli governor's daughter, Chong Mao, is a little girl who loves to wield spears and sticks, and she talks nonsense about wanting to protect her father when she grows up. In response, the Tiaoli governor can only helplessly pat his daughter's head and then casually invite you to dinner. When you were 10 years old, the governor of Tiaoli province was promoted to a central government position due to his meritorious service in governing. In a very short time, he became an imperial minister. Later, with the recommendation of Minister Tiaoli, you were promoted to the lord of Chang'an City at the age of 12. This Chang'an City is the product of the original Chang'an town, developed by you. Factory. Chapter 64. Emperor Fernina, Queen of Insects Marad Part 4. The picture shows the little Emperor Funina. When you were 15 years old, with the advice and recommendation of the ministers in Tiaoli, the Longxi prefecture capital was renamed Chang'an Prefecture, and you were officially promoted to Chang'an Prefecture Governor. However, as fate would have it, the same year you turned 15, the previous emperor passed away, and a new emperor ascended the throne. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the new emperor was the least favored, little princess, Funina. When Lin Xiu read this part of the memory, his expression suddenly became subtle. What does it mean that the new emperor is called Fernina? Funina, the water goddess Funina. Lin Xiu had seen the portrait of the little emperor, and he looked exactly like the water goddess Fernina in Genshin Impact. If I remember correctly, the little emperor's scepter and uniform were both French. French, ranked 16th, and also looks like Funina. There are really too many buffs on the ground. This setting was simply born to be beheaded. Lin Xiu's thoughts only paused for a moment. After complaining about the emperor girl's name, Lin Xiu continued to receive the memories before awakening. A new emperor chooses his own ministers. After the new emperor ascended the throne, Minister Tiaoli chose to retire. However, before retiring, he strongly recommended you to General Bud, saying that you are the one who can shoulder the future of the empire. The new minister was named Ernest. After taking office, he took advantage of the young emperor to amass wealth, making the already fragmented empire even more miserable for the people. Chang'an is one of the states closest to the ancient Western Kingdom. In order to further develop the market, you traveled west to open up trade routes. While dealing with the ancient Western Kingdom, you were targeted by a singing girl named Cosmia. Unfortunately, she had just obtained an imperial weapon and was easily defeated by you without even being able to resist. 22. When you were 16, the minister took notice of your imperial repair skills and demanded that you hand them over. You claimed that only you could repair the damaged imperial and ministerial tools, and refused to hand them over. The minister harbors resentment towards you and has sent out assassins from the imperial army to forcibly seize the imperial artifact repair technology. However, by this time, your strength had risen to that of a superior demon. Even the imperial assassination force was powerless against you. After considerable effort, you successfully repelled them. However, it's not just the empire that's targeting you, there's also an assassination society called Oberg that's targeting you. In order to obtain your special technology that can increase crop yields tenfold, the Oberg Assassination Society has chosen to cooperate with the Imperial elite group. Each party will gain what they need. After receiving this memory, Lin Xiu didn't know what to say. I remember that in the original story, the Empire's elite assassination squad and the Oberg Assassination Society killed a large number of each other. I never thought that in this world line, they would choose to unite to fight against me. Lin Xiu had already guessed why the Oberg Assassination Society wanted to assassinate him. Most likely, it's because of the agricultural technology he has. The technology that can increase crop yields tenfold is of little use to the Oberg Assassination Society, but it is of absolute significance to the rebels. As long as they obtain this technology, they can quickly accumulate power with a very small territory and overthrow the empire in one fell swoop. But it's useless. The reason these seeds can increase their yield tenfold is because I have set up special spirit gathering and rainfall formations throughout Chang'an. If you don't have a spirit gathering array or a rain falling array, and you only have spirit seeds, and you sow them on land devoid of spirit energy, they will turn into ordinary seeds in just 10 days. Faced with the siege of two major killer groups, you are in an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, you awakened a special power, and a red gauntlet appeared on your arm. Although it's only a blue-level Securities gauntlet, the upper limit of the blue evaluation system reward is quite high, reaching the Demon King level. After using the Securities gauntlet, you gained a layer of crimson armor, and your strength reached that of a beginner demon lord. Using your absolute strength, you repelled the attacks of two major assassin organizations and captured several of their members. They are Akame's companions in the Elite Seven, Cornelia, Bonnie, and Tsukushi. Hei Tong's partner in the Assassination Force Reinforcement Team, Yin. The leader of the Oberg Assassination Society, Mellard Oberg, referred to as Mela. Members of the Oberg Assassination Society, Barbara, Chelsea and Taiko's mentor Taiko. After being captured by you, you allowed them to participate in the production and construction of Chang'an, allowing them to see the difference between the Chang'an you governed and other places in the empire. As time went by, the young girls' minds softened and they began to believe that you were doing the right thing. However, Barbara, the elder, and Mellard, the leader of the association, continued to eat and drink for free and refused to obey orders. During this period, Chelsea, who had escaped by chance, originally wanted to come back to save her companions. However, after seeing the happy life of the people in Chang'an and the fact that you had spared the lives of those assassins, Chelsea took the initiative to reveal her true identity and chose to surrender. After training Chelsea, you sent her to the Revolutionary Army as an undercover agent. When you were 17 years old, the Empire sent an Imperial edict, requesting you to come to Beijing to report on your duties. After making some general arrangements for the territory, you took Cornelia, Cosmia, and Murad to the Imperial capital. Cornelia is the eldest sister of the Elite Seven and one of the core members of the Elite Seven. Murad is the leader of an assassination society. She's incredibly powerful, even defeating a young Esdeath. It's because of your encounter with her that you've used up one of your initial ability slots. After taking these two core members of the team away, you won't have to worry about what the other Elite Seven or the Assassination Society members are doing in Chang'an. As for Cosmia, she is the singer you took in from the ancient Western country. She is mainly responsible for odd jobs. At this moment, you are on your way to the Imperial capital. The world of Akame Killer. On the way to the Imperial capital, Lin Xiu stopped and digested his memories of the past 10 years. Seeing Lin Xiu pause, Mellard smiled playfully. What's wrong? Didn't you insist on accepting the Imperial edict and reporting to the capital? Why are you backing off now? Could it be that, you, who have always been fearless, are afraid? That's right. Although you are very powerful, no matter how you think about it, you will never be a match for Esdeath. How about this, we go back directly and raise the flag of rebellion against the Empire. Once we conquer the world, I'll give you half of all the beautiful girls, and you half. How about that? Mellard patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, acting like a good brother. If you ignore her appearance and only look at the way she and Lin Xiu are arm in arm, and hear her words that she wants to share all the beauties in the world with Lin Xiu, anyone would think she is a man. But in fact, Mellard is a very charming lady. If Ice Queen Esdeath is the boss-level character in the main story of Akame ga Kill, then Minister Queen Mera is the boss-level character in the legendary story of Akame ga Kill. Mera, the Insect Queen, whose full name is Merald Oberg, is the female leader of the Assassination Society Oberg and the strongest enemy, encountered by the Imperial Assassination Force in the Sun and Moon Swamp. She can control dangerous insects according to her will. After using secret techniques, Mera can even gain a supernatural rebirth ability. In the prequel to Akame ga Kill, if Mera had not left most of the insects to her subordinates, Akame would have died at her hands. As the top female villain boss, Esdeath is very charming, and Murad is no less so. Murad wore a purple-black dress that was both elegant and revealing. The bodice featured a deep V-neck or off-the-shoulder silhouette, highlighting her mature feminine curves. The hem was asymmetrical or high-slit, and paired with fishnet stockings and high-heeled boots, she reinforced her identity as a mysterious assassin. A golden chain or insect-shaped decoration is wrapped around the waist, symbolizing the ability to control dangerous insect-shaped species. The long straight black hair is naturally scattered, with slightly wavy ends, covering the white and shiny shoulders and back. There is a noticeable teardrop mole under his left eye. His eyes are sharp and have a lazy and playful feeling. They are often half-closed or sideways, revealing the confidence that he is in control of everything. The dark purple lip makeup looks both seductive and dangerous, and combined with the subtle, alluring smile that often hangs on the corner of his mouth, he creates the image of an elegant predator, with a lazy posture but hidden murderous intent. It's a pity. Such a female villain whose charm is comparable to Esdeath's, actually likes girls. To be precise, the stronger a girl is, the more likely she is to win Mela's heart. In the assassination society she manages, most of the killers are beautiful girls. It is hard to say whether this is a killer group or a harem group that Mera has built for herself. P.S. Mellard can also be called Mela. Mela sounds better, so I will use this name from now on. The lily is just a setting, there will be no situation where the wings are tangled. The lily in the later story is written for the purpose of breaking the lily. If that were all, Mera could only be described as a queen-type Yuri character with some unique characteristics. However, she achieved an achievement that attracted the attention of all lesbians in the world. She almost captured both the righteous heroine Akame and the villain Esdeath at the same time by herself. Akame used her identity as a Beauty 940 girl to get close to Mera in order to carry out the assassination mission. For this purpose, she also said a lot of sweet words to Mera. As for Esdeath, she had a face-to-face confrontation with Mera when she was a teenager. In that duel with Esdeath, if Mera had not taken the initiative to let go, the final winner would undoubtedly be Mera. The reason for letting her go was very simple. Mera was N and she just liked extremely beautiful girls like Esdeath. It's a pity that times have changed. A few years passed, and although Mela's strength had improved, she did not focus all her energy on becoming stronger. If she were to face Esdeath again, Suela really had no confidence. HMPH. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and slapped away Malad's hand on his shoulder. Mira, I remember how many times I've told you that your bugs are useless to me. Have you not given up on using bugs on me? That's right, Mila would not easily touch a man. The reason why she patted Lin Xiu's shoulder just now was to put an insect poison in his body. Unfortunately, the energy level of this world. The power was too low. As soon as the insect poison entered Lin Xiu's body, it was swept away by the Leviathan magic in his body. Most of the masters in the world of Akame Killer are physical cultivators. They have powerful physical strength, but their energy utilization level is very low. Therefore, as early as when he was a mid-level demon, Lin Xiu could rely on his magic advantage to fight against the Imperial weapon users who were as powerful as the upper-level demons. Now, Lin Xiu's power has reached the level of a high-level demon. Even without any item bonus, he is enough to compete with Brad, who is more powerful than ordinary Imperial tools. Hand. Of course, if that's all, it's not enough to fight against the insect Queen Mara. Last time, if Lin Xiu had not used his true strength in time, he would have died at the hands of Mila. Therefore, Lin Xiu also set up special measures against Mila. The next second, Lin Xiu clenched his palm slightly. Hiss. Mela's heart, which was beating normally, suddenly stopped beating and she fell to the ground powerlessly. After capturing Mila, Lin Xiu placed a large number of restrictions on her so that he could control her even if he lost his power. Controlling Mara's heart by infusing the Leviathan water into her body is one of Lin Xiu's many methods of controlling Mara. Chapter 65. Cornelia, you don't want Akame to be in danger, do you? Pictured as Mela, holy son Lin Xiu, no woman would like a man who can't even take a joke. Mela covered her chest, her words full of dissatisfaction. Really, can you be considered a woman? Lin Xiu chuckled and asked back. Huh, why can't I be considered a woman? If you are willing to capture Kai Tong, I can let you experience my charm as a woman. Mela slightly opened her elegant yet revealing purple-black Indian-style dress, revealing a pair of long, glowing white legs that were very eye-catching. However, Lin Xiu didn't buy it. Being able to say such things means that Mela is just using her body as a bargaining chip. Cosmia, come and keep me company tonight. Let's show Mira whether I am a man or not. Me. Cosmia was surprised and delighted. She had been with Lin Xiu for so long and had always thought that Lin Xiu was not interested in women. Otherwise, why would he not make a move on her? Who would have thought that today she would be the first to achieve a happy ending with Lin Xiu? Cosmia, why her? Mila glanced at Cosmia. She admitted that Cosmia was pretty good among ordinary women, but how could she be compared with her? In her eyes, Cosmia is a singer. Why would Lin Xiu choose Cos, 363, Mia over her? In terms of temperament, she is definitely more powerful, right? Because she likes me, Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. 11. As that's so. In this respect, I really can't compare to her. Mela was silent for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Cosmia is a singer rescued by Lin Xiu from an ancient Western country. She was Lin Xiu's captive, and the two of them naturally have different levels of affection for Lin Xiu. Okay, you should go to sleep first. As he spoke, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and gently tapped Mila's chest, refreshing the Leviathan water in her body. These, periodically refreshed, Leviathan waters are Lin Xiu's trump card for controlling Mara. Every 24 hours, these Leviathan waters will conduct a detection. If Lin Xiu is dead, they will blow Mara to pieces. So, just now, Mila really just wanted to play a joke on Lin Xiu. She would never take action against Zhu Shu until she found a way to deal with the Leviathan water. Cornelia, I leave her to you. Okay, I understand. Cornelia pursed her red lips, gave up asking Lin Xiu what he was going to do with Cosmia, and carried the insect Queen Mara aside. After Cornelia and Mela left, Cosmia couldn't wait to hug Lin Xiu and offered her red lips. She had always thought that Lin Xiu was a Puritan who didn't like women. After all, there were so many girls around Lin Xiu, but she had never heard of Lin Xiu making a move on anyone. Now, Lin Xiu's first choice was her. This feeling of happiness filled Cosmia's body, so she was very proactive throughout the whole process. Without Lin Xiu's guidance, Cosmia sat down on her own. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Cosmia. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability spaces is 4. Closing square bracket. In the original story, Cosmia is a singing diva who was found guilty by a witch judge in a Western country. She is a pervert who loves to toy with men. However, after Lin Xiu got involved, the plot changed. Since Lin Xiu went to the ancient Western country very early, Cosmia was taken in by Lin Xiu when she was a teenager. All along, Cosmia has been working hard in Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital, and has never revealed her nympho side. However, perhaps because she originally had the attributes of a nympho, after combining with Lin Xiu, she became more and more uncontrollable, as if she wanted to rub Lin Xiu into her body. Cosmia felt the ultimate happiness and satisfaction, and she was about to break down. However, this made life difficult for the two people standing by. Cornelia just pretended to fall asleep, and Mela woke up half an hour later. Listening to the sweet voices coming from them, the two looked at each other. Cornelia's eyes were full of helplessness, while Mela's eyes were full of desire. Hey, Cornelia, do you want to make a deal with me? Mela asked softly with a smile. What deal? If I meet your companion Kai Tong again in the future, I can let her go and choose to capture her alive. Even if she is captured by Lin Xiu, I will ask Lin Xiu to spare her life. Is it really possible? Cornelia was very tempted by Mela's conditions. She knew very well that although they were both captives, Mila's status was much higher than hers. After all, Lin Xiu still needed Mila to control her assassination society. If Mera is willing to help, Kai Tong will definitely survive. Of course you can, but I also have conditions. Melito revealed his true intentions. You should know that I like girls, right? So, my condition is, you have to stay with me for one night. Mila was really made uncomfortable by Lin Xiu. Quote. Cornelia blushed slightly and fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded slowly. Okay, remember to keep your word. As she spoke, Cornelia closed her eyes, looking as if she was willing to take whatever she wanted. Righto. The next second, Lin Xiu's voice came from my ear. Cornelia, since you're willing to make a deal, how about changing the transaction partner to me? After hearing Lin Xiu's voice, Cornelia looked up and saw Lin Xiu holding her in a train bento position. Her little face instantly turned red. Hey, Lin Xiu, don't go too far. How could Mela watch her own fat being taken away? Snatching food from a tiger's mouth is too much. Lin Xiu merely raised an eyebrow, and the next second, the Leviathan water in Mila's body instantly boiled, causing her to faint again. Seeing that Mela fainted again, Cornelia's face became even redder. It was okay with two people around, but if she was alone, she really couldn't bear it. But in the end, Arnelia made a decision. Okay, if you, Mr. Lin Xiu, are willing to sit down with me and agree to let Kai Tong go, I'm willing. Cornelia is the leader of the assassination unit and has the responsibility to protect her younger sisters. Moreover, she had also seen the situation of Chang'an City, managed by Lin Xiu and knew that Lin Xiu was a good person. Therefore, she did not have too much resistance. Okay, Cosmia, you come and help Cornelia. Yes, I understand, Cosmia smiled slyly. Normally, girls don't want other girls to participate in their first time. But Cosmia was different. After the Nympho switch was turned on, she felt unprecedented stimulation and excitement. With the help of Cosmia, the symbiote penetrated Cornelia's black yoga pants, causing Cornelia's beautiful golden hair to suddenly fly back. Although he got Cornelia, Lin Xiu did not hear the system prompt sound. That's right, although Cornelia recognizes that he is a good person, she has not yet fallen in love with him. While soaking in Cornelia's body, Lin Xiu opened the system page. System, exchange for Succubus Bloodline, Blue. Byte, Succubus Bloodline, Blue, has been successfully redeemed. After exchanging the Succubus Bloodline, Lin Xiu licked Cornelia's tears of pain and spoke softly. Cornelia, right now, this is the only way I can get you. Once I complete my goal, I will give you a formal wedding ceremony. Mr. Lin Xiu, are you willing to marry me? Cornelia's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had originally thought Lin Xiu was just playing with her, but she had never imagined that Lin Xiu actually planned to marry her. Cornelia grew up in the world of Akame killer and was quite conservative, so after hearing that Lin Xiu would marry her, her original helplessness instantly disappeared. Seeing Cornelia gradually soften, Lin Xiu continued. Well, yes, I like you, or rather, I like you all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spared your lives. It is precisely because I like you that I want you to know that you are walking on the wrong path. It is impossible to maintain power by relying solely on such a despicable means as assassination. If you want to win the hearts of the people, you must take the most correct path. I hope that you can help me so that everyone in this world can have enough food to eat and wear clothes, and no longer suffer from hunger and cold. I also hope that the girl I like can become my wife. But I'm sorry, I'm a very greedy person, so I may not have only one wife. Lin Xiu stated his goal. This goal is not grand, but it is precisely because it is not grand that Cornelia is willing to believe that what Lin Xiu said is true. Since joining the elite assassination team, they have witnessed too many tragedies. It doesn't matter, even if it's just a concubine. I'm willing to help Mr. Lin Xiu. Cornelia squeezed her plump thighs slightly and said firmly. Isn't it inappropriate to call me Mr. Lin Xiu now? Lin Xiu chuckled and asked back. Then, call me husband. Cornelia's heroic face showed such a shy attitude for the first time. Before I marry you, you can just call me Lin Xiujun. Lin Xiu touched Cornelia's soft golden hair and replied. Yes, Lin Xiujun. Mr. Lin Xiu, I believe you are on the right path. I am willing to help you achieve your goals, and I am also willing to be your wife. From now on, please take care of me. After saying this, Cornelia hesitated for a few seconds and then offered her red lips. Feeling Lin Xiu's breath, Alnaria felt both happy and at ease. In this way, not only Kai Tong, but also the future of other elite team members captured by Lin Xiu was guaranteed. Cornelia heard clearly that Lin Xiu said that she liked you guys. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lin Xiu said. Rather, it was strange for a capable man like Lin Xiu to have only one wife. 10 minutes after Cornelia proactively responded to Lin Xiu heard the system prompt tone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Cornelia. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability spaces is 5. Closing square bracket.
3 EP Chapter 66. Exchange for the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Queen Mira expresses her sorrow, Part 2. The next day, Mira got up with dark circles under her eyes. After getting up, Mila looked at Lin Xiu with an unprecedented resentful look. Because, half an hour after being knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu, she woke up again. After waking up, Mila felt terrible when she saw the two beautiful girls showing extremely happy postures under Lin Xiu. Depend on. You're trying to steal her, right? You're such a jerk. She had already negotiated the terms, how could someone cut her off halfway? Mira? It seems you slept well last night. Lin Xiu noticed the dark circles under Mila's eyes, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After getting up, Lin Xiu walked straight to the insect Queen Mira and extended his hand to her without hesitation. Oh, are you still planning to attack me? There was a hint of temptation and threat in Mila's lazy expression. If Lin Xiu dares to attack her, she will let Lin Xiu know the consequences. However, the result was not what Ping Mila expected. Lin Xiu just touched her chest lightly, and the next second, a large amount of blue-purple liquid gushed out of her body. That was the special energy that Lin Xiu had infused into her to control her. It turns out that Lin Xiu wasn't trying to play with her, but rather removed the restrictions on her. What do you mean? Instead of feeling relieved, Mila took several steps back. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. She didn't believe that Lin Xiu was some kind-hearted man who would enter saint mode after having S*X and be so kind as to let her go. Wait, is this man trying to silence someone? But, isn't that right? If you want to kill someone and silence them, can't you just detonate the special energy in her body? Because Mira had lived a very comfortable year at Lin Xiu's place, and hadn't used her brain for too long, her brain, which was originally smarter than Esdeath's, had somewhat degenerated. If I tell you that I now have the strength to crush you, and therefore I no longer need these methods, would you believe me? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. The next second, he snapped his fingers, lit the charcoal fire under the breakfast pot, and started making breakfast. Huh? Why? It's only been one night, how can you make such great progress? Mela was very dissatisfied. Okay, don't think too much, go wash up quickly, and then come back for breakfast. Of course, you can also try to escape. However, I will catch you myself. As punishment, I will spank you hard every time you are caught. Lin Xiu raised his hand, as if ready to punish you at any time. HMPH, Mela snorted and went to wash up first. After washing up, she did not run away. Instead, she obediently returned to Lin Xiu and had breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiu spread the devil wings behind him and continued to rush towards the Imperial capital. Just like before, Lin Xiu held Cornelia in his left hand, Cosmia in his right hand, and Mela on his back. Of course, there are some things that are different from before. After the baptism last night, Cornelia and Cosmia were not shy when Lin Xiu held them, and they took the initiative to get close to Lin Xiu. Tisk. Mela noticed the changes in the two people and let out a sharp, tisk. Okay, stop cutting, I'm going to speed up, boost. In Lin Xiu's hand, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared. Yesterday, the reason why Lin Xiu acted so hastily against Cosmia and Cornelia was certainly because he coveted their bodies, but the main reason was to unlock his own strength as quickly as possible. After obtaining an initial ability space, Lin Xiu first exchanged for the Succubus Bloodline. Then, Lin Xiu used the Succubus Bloodline in his own actions to quickly improve Cornelia's favorability, thereby obtaining a second initial ability space. After obtaining the second initial ability space, Lin Xiu immediately exchanged it for Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. It was precisely because he had unlocked the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands that Lin Xiu dared to take the initiative to remove the shackles from Mera. A Demon King level Red Dragon Emperor is enough to ensure Lin Xiu's absolute safety in the world of killing the Red Eyes. As long as Lin Xiu is not dead, even if other heroines die, Lin Xiu can use the Reincarnation Pool, or Devil Chess Piece, to pull them back. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Male. Green spiritual energy burst out, and a red dragon armor appeared on Lin Xiu's body. Boom. After the Forbidden Hand transformation, Lin Xiu's originally high-speed flying figure turned into a shadow. In order to avoid disturbing others and exposing his tracks, Lin Xiu deliberately covered the area around him with a magic circle to conceal his body. High above the sky, Mila rode on Lin Xiu's waist and touched Lin Xiu's red armor curiously. Yes, that's it. The strength of this crimson armor even surpassed her butterfly form after using the secret technique. Cocoon transformation. Last time, Lin Xiu used this crimson armor to successfully capture her. Since she was caught by Lin Xiu using the Forbidden Hand, Mila has always been very concerned about it. However, after being captured by Lin Xiu, she never saw Lin Xiu use this armor again. Even if he doesn't encounter a strong enemy, Lin Xiu still needs to practice daily to avoid getting rusty, right? Lin Xiujun, is it because you are proficient in using this armor that you took the initiative to remove the restrictions on me? Mila asked while stroking the red dragon armor. You could say that, also, you don't need to try to cast a spell on me. You can't even handle me in my normal state, let alone me in my forbidden mode? As he spoke, Lin Xiu pinched Mila's plump thigh hard. Hiss. Mila was slightly shocked and gave up the idea of continuing to test Lin Xiu. Perhaps because Lin Xiu exchanged for the succubus bloodline yesterday, Mila did not object to Lin Xiu pinching her thigh. Instead, she continued to express her interest in Lin Xiu. Hands-off mode is that the name you gave your secret technique. Every Imperial weapon user has his or her own secret technique. Mara had a preconceived notion and directly mistook Lin Xiu's divine weapon for an Imperial weapon. Secret technique. This move of mine can be called a secret technique. The secret techniques of the Imperial tool user cannot be used for very long. As for me, although I can't use the Forbidden Hand 24 hours a day, I can still maintain high-intensity combat for 12 hours, Lin Xiu said meaningfully. Is that so? Then I can't drown you with the sea of insects? What a pity. Mara looked very regretful. Yeah, it's such a pity. However, if you insist on trying, I can wait until you're fully prepared, like storing the bugs for a few months, before accepting your challenge. It's just that the conditions are the same as last night. If I win, I will punish you. Haha. Punish me? Mela covered her red lips lightly and smiled happily, living up to her previous lazy look. Lin Xiujun? Do you really want to conquer me so much? You've fallen in love with me, and you want to vent your desires on me, right? Mila understood that what Lin Xiu did was nothing more than to dissolve her resistance and try to conquer her heart, just like what he had done in the past 10 years. RTU. Regardless of whether Lin Xiu's method was appeasement or training, she was really interested in Lin Xiu. Although Mila didn't think it was possible for her to fall in love with Lin Xiu, she admitted that Lin Xiu was indeed the most special man she had ever met in her life. Request flowers. 0 He. Maybe he can accomplish as great a feat as the first emperor. This is how the insect queen Mara evaluates Lin Xiu. Bang. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, Lin Xiu and his group descended from the sky. Just after landing, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, The Hospitality of the Noble Girl Arya. Task level. Blue, quest description. After traveling to the world of Akame Killer, how could you not see the legendary noble girl Arya, who can change her face without blinking a bean?
Quest requirements. Punish the noble girl Arya and her family. Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the Imperial capital.
This prosperous city surrounded by several high walls is the legendary Imperial capital. I wonder how many innocent souls are buried within these high walls. After putting the 3 people down, Lin Xiu began to arrange the next stage of tasks. You will stay at the post station in front of the Imperial capital for a while to complete the formalities for officials to enter the capital. As for me, I will first open the teleportation array from the Imperial capital to Chang'an. 0 The teleportation array is one of the many arrays in the Akame-chan world that Lin Xiu learned through the unnamed spellbook. It was precisely because of the support of a series of magic arrays such as the teleportation array, spirit gathering array, lighting array, and rainfall array that Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital was able to develop so rapidly. Apart from anything else, just relying on a teleportation array to carry out commercial activities across the country without the need for long-distance transportation is enough for Lin Xiu to make a fortune. Today, Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital can rival 3 large provincial units with just 1 county. There is no way the new governor of Longxi Prefecture is a close confidant of former Minister Tle Minister. As a member of the same faction, he will only strongly support Lin Xiu in developing Chang'an capital. If it develops well, the entire Longxi Prefecture will benefit and his relocation speed will be faster. Because Lin Xiu had specifically set the development direction of try not to attract the attention of the Empire during development before traveling through time. Therefore, there has never been a special teleportation array set up near the Imperial capital. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu set up the fixed teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, and under the mist of light, several beautiful girls walked out of the teleportation array. The leading girl with long black hair is named Xiao, and she is Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. Under Lin Xiu's training, Xiao became his agent. When he was away, it was Xiao who helped him manage Chang'an. Unlike the young girl Xiao in the original plot, Xiao now has more temperament of a superior. Of course, in front of Lin Xiu, she was not the childhood sweetheart who had always admired Lin Xiu. Bang! As soon as she appeared, Xiao hugged Lin Xiu tightly. Xiu-jun, are you okay along the way? I missed you so much. Well, Xiao, I missed you too. In front of a bunch of beautiful girls behind him, Lin Xiu hugged Xiao. Of course he knew that Xiao liked him. Unfortunately, due to the settings before the time travel, before awakening the memory, Lin Xiu would subconsciously get close to all the opposite S**X, but would also maintain this closeness under the actual relationship. This is true for Cosmia, and even more so for Xiao. Xiao was a little surprised by Lin Xiu's proactive response. Normally, although Lin Xiu would not refuse, they mainly talked about work. Could it be that Lin Xiujun has changed his gender? Enjoy. Xiao hugged Lin Xiu even tighter. Chapter 67. The Submission of Girls, The Effect of the Supreme Imperial Tool, Part 3. The picture shows Bonnie, Akahima's former teammate. He wears a pair of pants with strong lower body strength and tights similar to hot pants or yoga pants. Lin Xiu and Xiao's display of affection deeply stung the girls behind them. Of course, Xiao did not come alone this time. She was accompanied by a large number of bodyguards. They were Bonnie, Shikushi, Jin, and Teiko. Bonnie, one of the Elite Seven, is a brown-haired girl who blindly follows her father, Gozizi. She has a nice figure and a slender body, and you can tell she's been well trained just by looking at her figure. It's a pity. She's not very smart. Tsukushi, also a member of the Elite Seven, is a petite beauty with a baby face and large breasts. She has a close relationship with Akame, possesses excellent eyesight, and is skilled in shooting. In the original story, due to differences in beliefs, she betrays Akame when she is persuaded to leave the Empire together, and dies in a duel with her. Jin, a member of the enhanced team and a classmate of Kuroniko, has always aspired to join the elite team. She is a strong-willed, green-haired, black-eyed beauty. In the original story, Jin encounters the insect queen Mera during a battle against the Oberg Assassination Society. She is implanted with insect eggs by the insect queen, causing her to explode and die. After the plot change, Lin Xiu saved Yin, who was nearly killed by Mila. Because of this, Yin's favorability towards Lin Xiu is the highest among all the girls. Teiko, a disciple of Barbara, a veteran member of the Assassination Society, and a friend Cornelia met by chance while soaking in a hot spring. However, due to their different perspectives, Teiko killed Cornelia after a fierce battle in the original story. Later, she was killed by Akame while attempting to assassinate her. After the plot change, Lin Xiu took advantage of the battle between Miyoko and Cornelia and captured both of them in one go. Although being captured was uncomfortable, Mio felt much better when she saw her master Barbara and leader Murad being captured one after another. If the leaders were captured, she wouldn't have to fight Cornelia over the issue of position 22. Overall, Miaozi is still very grateful to Lin Xiu. After witnessing it with their own eyes for more than a year, most of these girls chose to surrender. There was no way. They were all kind-hearted girls with a sense of justice. After seeing Lin Xiu's advanced policies and the happy lives of the people, they could not convince themselves not to join. Anyway, with Lin Xiu's strength, they can't resist, so they might as well devote themselves to the industry they want to invest in, fighting for the people's happy life. Compared to assassinations, they are more satisfied with tasks such as combating bandits, maintaining public order, and searching for wanted criminals. The most stubborn ones are Barbara and Mela. Unlike the young girls who can easily change their ideas, they are old-fashioned and their ideas are not so easy to change. Therefore, when Lin Xiu left Chang'an capital, he took Mila with him on purpose to prevent her from causing any trouble while he was away. Feeling the fresh scent of Seiyu's hair, Lin Xiu touched Seiyu's soft black hair. Okay, Seiyu, I know you miss me, but it's not appropriate to hug me like this right now. Huh? After coming to her senses, feeling the gazes from all directions, Seiyu's face flushed and she quickly let go of Lin Xiu. Ah, Lady Lin Xiu and Lady Sao are really in love. Tsukushi stuck out her pink tongue and showed a very playful smile. Seiyu, the next period of time may be quite difficult for you. I have decided to develop trade routes in and around the Imperial capital from now on. Really? Shujun, have you finally made up your mind? Okay, I'll act according to the plan right away. When Jiu heard that Lin Xiu had finally started the next plan, his eyes flashed and instantly became fierce. Under Lin Xiu's long-term influence, Seiyu has already possessed amazing leadership. First, silver. You go back to Chang'an and tell all officials above the city lord level to develop trade routes and dump silver in the area near the Imperial capital according to the previously designated plan. And then there's Teiko. Go back to your master, Barbara, and place those trained official security personnel in the caravan. Although the distance to the Imperial capital has been shortened significantly, the caravan still needs to complete the final section of the connecting route. Under Seiyu's arrangement, everyone acted in an orderly manner. However, Lin Xiu interrupted halfway through the conversation. Seiyu, you can also take Mera into consideration. Mera has been managing the Assassination Society for so long, so she should be able to alleviate a lot of your pressure. Shu-kun, are you talking about Mera? Merald, the former leader of the Assassination Society? Ah, seeing that she was named by Lin Xiu, Mila's lazy eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Lin Xiu, you don't think I'm the type who will just obey you, do you? Lin Xiu certainly didn't think Mila would obey, but he had a way to make her agree. Mira, if you're willing to help, I can grant you the right to move freely around the Imperial capital. Hearing this, Mela licked her red lips, her eyes slightly gloomy. You mean, you can bring me back anytime you want? That's the meaning, but it's not the main point. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Mira, you will want the right to move freely in the Imperial capital. Because your favorite Akame and Esdeath will appear in the Imperial capital. Huh? Hearing these two names, the corners of Mela's mouth relaxed and her saliva almost flowed out. Akagiri is the night raid's ace killer, often active around the Imperial capital. Esdeath is the great general of the Empire, and she always returns to the Imperial capital after every battle. Well, are you willing to help? Mela hesitated for only a moment and then immediately agreed. Since Lin Shujun needs my help, as a prisoner, I can only reluctantly help. Who told Lin Shujun to be a rough man? Perhaps because she had received news about Akame and Esdeath, Mera rarely gave Lin Xiu a wink. Of course Lin Xiu directly ignored Mela. He knew very well that, at least at this stage, it was absolutely impossible for Mela to fall in love with a man. If you want to conquer the insect queen Mera, you must proceed step by step. After arranging everything that needed to be arranged, Lin Xiu soared into the sky again and disappeared into the horizon. Several layers of clouds were broken in the sky of the imperial capital, but no one was seen. Finally, Lin Xiu stayed on the innermost palace. The reason why Lin Xiu came here was simple: he planned to directly control the little emperor. Why can't he do what the minister is capable of? After controlling the little emperor, Lin Xiu will find it easier to do anything. At that time, Lin Xiu could even call back the former minister of Tieli. Maintaining his stealth, Lin Xiu searched the palace for a while. The more Lin Xiu searched, the more he sighed. The world of Akame kill was too mixed. The first emperor of the empire was based on Qin Shi Huang. The empire's territory is based on ancient Huaxia. There are foreign ethnic groups in the north, west and south, and it is currently in the process of brutal killing and ethnic integration. Even the highest officials of provincial administrative units were governors in ancient times in the east. Of course, compared with the eastern elements, there are definitely quite a few western elements in the world of Akame kill. The architectural style of the imperial capital is western, and Hu Palace is western. There were maids and guards in the palace, but no eunuchs, which was also western style. Even the little emperor himself was western style, or to be more precise, French style. In the air outside the windowsill, after finding the emperor girl's room, Lin Xiu admired the emperor girl's lazy posture of taking a nap on the big bed from the window. On the big bed, a girl who looked very much like the water goddess Huang Nina was taking a nap in a very awkward manner. She was clearly taking a nap, but she was still wearing a crown and a cape. However, what attracted Lin Xiu the most were her white knee-high socks and white pleated skirt. Seeing the white safety pants under the emperor girl's short skirt, Lin Xiu shook her head regretfully. Safety pants, what a bad civilization. Next, just walk over and hypnotize the little emperor. Lin Xiu slowly flew towards Funina. However, just as she landed on the balcony, the blue-haired girl who was taking a nap at noon suddenly woke up. She looked towards the windowsill. Who? Huh? Were you discovered? Lin Xiu frowned and just remained invisible and stopped where he was. No one? The imperial girl glanced doubtfully at the windowsill, then turned back to continue her nap. After waiting for half a minute and seeing no movement from the imperial girl, Lin Xiu continued to walk towards her. However, before reaching the front, Lin Xiu stopped. Because his way was blocked by a transparent barrier. Lin Xiu frowned. In the original storyline, there was indeed a scene where Akame reached the throne but was blocked by the protective shield. I originally thought it was a protective shield that would only be activated after the Supreme Imperial Gear was activated. It seems that even if the little emperor is not prepared at all, this protective shield surrounding his body will protect him. Then, how about just releasing the hypnotic gas? Following the breeze outside the window, Lin Xiu sent the hypnotic gas into the little emperor's room. A few more minutes passed. In Lin Xiu's perception, there was no sign of any change in the emperor's daughter's life form. The first emperor is indeed the first emperor. The supreme throne even has a function to automatically protect the driver? After trying many methods, Lin Xiu finally chose to give up. Another 10 minutes later, through the flow of energy around the emperor girl, Xiu finally determined the condition of her transparent shield. Without a doubt, this is the effect of the Supreme Imperial Throne, the most powerful imperial weapon created by the first emperor. Surpassing the Demon King level protective barrier, the first emperor's generosity is truly magnificent. Without using Tyrant Dragon, it's almost impossible for me to break this barrier, unless this barrier is lowered by one level, from Super Demon King to Demon King. Lin Xiu would not waste this only chance to dominate the dragon on the little emperor. Before he learned how to use Ba Long, Lin Xiu would not easily use up the number of times he could use Ba Long unless his life was in danger. From the perspective of energy source, the energy of the Supreme Throne comes from the little emperor. The young emperor possesses a strong dragon energy and national destiny. The Supreme Emperor's throne absorbs the dragon energy and national destiny from the young emperor to maintain the barrier. In other words, if you want to weaken the Supreme Throne, you only need to weaken the empire and destroy it. The people's hearts and dragon energy of the country are enough. It seems that in the original plot, the reason why Tatsumi and Will were able to defeat the young emperor was because rebellions broke out everywhere, the revolutionary army entered the capital, and the entire empire was on the verge of collapse. Before I raised the banner of rebellion, the Chang'an capital, that I managed, as part of the empire, also provided a lot of dragon energy and national fortune to the empire. Am I shooting myself in the foot? Wait, besides the little emperor, there seems to be another source of dragon energy? Lin Xiu looked towards another dragon energy vein. Through the palace wall, Lin Xiu saw an old man eating meat crazily. Minister? Forget about the little emperor, but Minister Ernest has actually tied himself to the fate of the empire? Wait, that seems to be true. In the original plot, when the Supreme Emperor's protective shield was automatically defending itself, even the minister was covered by it. Lin Xiu frowned and flew away from Haoguan. It seems that this is forcing him to rebel. Chapter 68. Fishing Law Enforcement, Punishing the Noble Mother and Daughter, 4th Update. The picture shows the blonde noble girl named Arya who took Tatsumi in the original story. Night. Lin Xiu was wandering aimlessly on the streets of the imperial capital. While walking, Lin Xiu sent instructions to Xiao. The general content is also very simple. Lin Xiu wants Xiao and others to instill the concept of Lin Xiu supremacy into the people when governing Chang'an capital. In short, loyalty. Lin Xiu needs the people to be loyal to him, not to the empire. In this way, when Lin Xiu needs it, these national fortunes that originally helped the growth of the Empire's dragon energy will turn into the greatest harm to the Empire. After walking for half the night, Lin Xiu still didn't meet the person she wanted to meet. It seems that if you're not the male protagonist, it's really hard to trigger the event when needed. With a sigh, Lin Xiu prepared to return to the post station and continue fishing the next day. Just then, click, with a soft sound, a carriage stopped beside Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and turned to look behind him. Finally he took the bait, and it was worth it for him to wander around the Imperial capital at night for so long. With a soft sound, white boots tapped the ground and a blonde girl jumped down from the carriage. Lin Xiu looked at the uninvited girl. There was no doubt that she was an extremely cute and beautiful girl of the highest quality. The girl is dressed in luxurious clothes and exudes a noble and elegant air. Under her delicate and lovely little face is an equally delicate and lovely light blue bow. The dark blue corset outlines the slender figure, and a light blue suspender dress moves gracefully in the wind. Below the slender waist, the girl's white boots are small and cute, and above the white boots are her white calves that are like works of art. In this regard, Lin Xiu's rating is, well, very jade. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, the blonde girl opened her red lips slightly and spoke slowly. Hello, sir, are you from out of town? Ah, I am indeed from another place. Lin Xiu replied 123. Hearing Lin Xiu's answer, the noble girl Arya smiled warmly. Are you from outside? You look very worried, are you in trouble? The blonde noble girl had a soft voice, and her blue eyes were full of tenderness and care. Ah, I have encountered some troubles. I was wondering how I could stand out and be appointed a high-ranking official by the Emperor. Lin Xiu told the truth. Ha ha ha, this gentleman is truly ambitious. He's just arrived in the Imperial capital, and he's already thinking about being summoned by His Majesty. Arya thought Lin Xiu was the kind of fool who wanted to get rich overnight. Sir, if you don't mind, could you please come to my humble abode for a chat? Actually, my family is a noble family in the Imperial capital. I think I should be able to help you in some way. After all, my family still has some influence in the Imperial capital. Arya extended her hand to Lin Xiu and smiled slightly, fully releasing her affinity and charm. Is that so? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Improper? How could that be? My mother and I love chatting with people outside the Imperial capital to broaden our horizons. Seeing that Lin Xiu seemed a little hesitant, Arya took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. Sir, the nights in the Imperial capital are very cold. Even for your own health, you shouldn't stay here for too long, right? As she spoke, Arya also gave Lin Xiu a wink. Since you say so, I have no choice but to obey your command. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and agreed. After arriving at the home of the noble girl Arya, Lin Xiu found that the situation was not what he had imagined. I remember that Arya has a father, but the current situation is that Arya lives alone with her mother, Countess Rosa. Also, there aren't that many corpses in their basement. Instead, it's all CCEH, drugs and young girls.
In other words, the plot line of the Apocalypse World has also undergone similar changes as the Apocalypse World. However, if their goal is to use drugs to control young girls for their own amusement, then why did they come to me? Lin Xiu glanced at the reflection in the window. After awakening his succubus bloodline, his appearance and temperament became even more extraordinary. Shit, could it be that they are planning to? When he thought of this, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xiu's idea was correct. Because of the change in the world line, Arya's mother, Madame Rosa, was pregnant by heaven and suffered from contempt and indifference. In the end, Rosa randomly found an incompetent old count to marry in order to avoid gossip. After the Earl's death, Rosa temporarily inherited his earldom, preparing to pass on the position when Arya grows up. However, as she gained power, Rosa, who already had an abnormal temperament, gradually let herself go and began to vent her malice towards the weak.
After getting tired of playing with the maids at home, the Countess and Arya set their sights on those naturally beautiful girls from other places. Originally, they would never attack men, but Lin Xiu's temperament and appearance were so amazing that Arya, as a teenager, was very moved. After returning to the mansion, the Countess accepted her daughter's suggestion and prepared to add Lin Xiu, a handsome boy, to her collection. Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline made the Countess feel an unprecedented sensation, so she made up her mind, she must take Lin Xiu down. On the dining table, Lin Xiu clinked glasses with Arya's mother. Ah, Mr. Lin Xiu is truly knowledgeable. It seems that I, a little woman who has always lived in the Imperial capital, have too little experience. The Countess exclaimed in sincere admiration. She considered herself knowledgeable, but she still felt that she was not as knowledgeable as Lin Xiu in many aspects. No, not at all. I'm still far from that. I'm still young and need to learn a lot about the ways of the world and all kinds of experience, Lin Xiu said modestly. Shu Jun, you know so much. Arya folded her arms across her chest, her crystal blue eyes full of admiration. Knowing so much and with his impressive fighting skills, Shu Jun will definitely be able to carve out a name for himself in the Imperial capital. The blonde girl fiercely waved her small fists in her white sleeves. Yes, I think so too. Here, I would like to congratulate Lin Xiujun in advance. The Countess smiled gently and toasted Lin Xiu. If I hadn't known that their whole family was perverted, I'd probably have been deceived, right? Lin Xiu sighed. Thank you for your blessing, Countess. I will definitely work hard. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He knew there were sleeping pills in the wine glass, but he drank it without hesitation. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 flavors are tasted. Not only did Lin Xiu not fall down, but the Countess and Arya became increasingly abnormal. The Countess's eyes gradually became blurred, her body temperature gradually rose, and her skin turned an unusually delicate red. Are you saying? The Countess looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. Yes, it's me, Countess. I put drugs in your wine glass, which is why you became like this. Lin Xiu replied while pouring herself a glass of wine. Quick, someone come. Boom 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 boom. As soon as the Countess finished speaking, the female guards fell to the ground one by one in front of her. Seeing all her guards fall, the Countess's eyes, originally full of desire, couldn't help but show a hint of fear. She never thought that one day she would become someone else's prey. Who are you? A mere country bumpkin definitely can't possibly possess such strength. Me? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you? My name is Lin Xiu. The governor of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. Are you the prince of Chang'an? The Countess knew Lin Xiu's name, but she never connected Lin Xiu with the king of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. King of Chang'an? Lin Xiu frowned. When did he get this nickname? He had been known as Lin Xiu the supernatural power, and Lin Xiu the holy sun, since he was a child, but this was the first time he heard of the title, King of Chang'an Lin Xiu. Hearing this title, Lin Xiu was not happy at all, but was frightened. After all, the Countess was only a high-ranking noble in the empire. She knew his title of King of Chang'an, which proved that the title had long been known throughout the imperial capital. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Xiu put the matter behind him. His mentality now is very simple. At worst he can just rebel. If he is not forced to rebel, then he will follow the plan and erode the empire step by step. The empire consisted of more than 20 provincial-level units, and the Longxi prefecture, under his control, possessed a terrifying power capable of rivaling the might of 9 provinces. Furthermore, before leaving, Lin Xiu had instructed Xiao and the others to secretly develop 3 or 4 surrounding states. In a year or 2, Lin Xiu could build up a terrifying force in these states that would be enough to overthrow the entire world. Countess, from what I understand, your physique must be very special. You gave birth to a child without any contact with a man, right? How did you know? The Countess was shocked and terrified. More than a decade had passed, and these things should have been buried in the dust of history long ago. If I say that it is because of me that you have such a special experience, would you believe it? Because of you? How is that possible? The Countess frowned. Although you may not want to believe it, it is true. If I'm not mistaken, you had a special feeling when you saw me, right? This is the so-called proof. Huh? What kind of proof is this? The Countess was already quite mature and would not change her mind just because of what others said. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe it. I will use facts to make you believe it. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As for now, I'm looking forward to seeing how long you can hold on. As Lin Xiu said, the Countess was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiu only released a little of his succubus bloodline when the Countess pounced on him without stopping. Because it was her first time, the Countess couldn't even undress Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, who allowed you to call me like that? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and held down the Countess's hand that was groping around. Driven by instinct, the Countess quickly lowered her bottom line. Call me master, Lin Xiu replied calmly. After a few seconds of hesitation, the Countess finally called out this name. Master. Master. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, lifted the Countess's fair and smooth chin, and combed her hair as if he were smoothing a pet's fur. However, the Countess didn't care about these things. She just sat down next to Lin Xiu at the fastest and most amazing speed. Chapter 69. True Secret Sword Skills, Not Knowing You're Wrong, but Knowing You're Going to Die, Update 1. The other side. On the side of the noble girl Arya. Because she drank a drink and the Countess drank wine, generally speaking, drinking a drink is much bigger than drinking wine. So, until late at night, Arya woke up with her head covered. Then, she saw Lin Xiu hugging Rosa in a trained bento position. Lin Xiu smiled slightly when he saw Arya wake up. Rosa, I think Arya still needs some teaching, what do you think? Lin Xiang looked at the Countess in her gauze pajamas. The Countess chuckled and nodded. Yes, master. Rosa will educate Arya well. After a night of education, the Countess has calmly accepted the title of master. After listening to Lin Xiu's order, the Countess took out a white princess dress and a pair of high-quality white stockings. Mother, what are you doing? Arya looked at the Countess in disbelief. Did she just listen to that man? In just one night, it was like he had become a completely different person. Of course, I'm going to help you change into decent clothes so that you can serve your master. Arya, don't you think pajamas are too rude? The Countess said as a matter of course. But, aren't you also wearing pajamas, mother? Arya was already a little confused and actually asked such a question. You're talking about this. The Countess glanced at her pink gauze nightgown. Actually, I've changed several sets, and this is the last one I change. Huh? The blonde noble girl expressed her incomprehension. Although she wanted to struggle, she was forced to put on a white dress and pantyhose under the Countess's suppression. Damn it. How come mother is so strong? What medicine did she take? If I told you she took an elixir that could build muscle and bones, enhance her physique, and beautify her complexion, would you believe it? Lin Xiu walked in front of Arya and looked at her with the same eyes as if she were examining an object. Well, not bad. Although she is very willful and even vicious, the temperament she has developed since childhood makes her a good match for this outfit. No matter how stupid Arya was, she knew that her fate was now in Lin Xiu's hands. Without any hesitation, Arya knelt in front of Lin Xiu, regardless of her delicate knees. Lin Xiujun, I know I was wrong. No, please don't. The blonde noble girl knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. It could be said that she was truly pitiful. To this, Lin Xiu's answer is, Arya, you don't know you're wrong. You just know you've become a weak person and can no longer control others. The countess looked at her crying daughter and smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Arya, I believe, what are you talking about, mother? Arya noticed the strange smell on the countess. If she guessed correctly, it should be. Okay, Arya, be good and sit down. The countess stroked Arya's golden hair gently, acting like a gentle lady. Under her arrangement, Lin Xiu held the white silk feet of the noble girl Arya in his hands. Lin Xiu held the blonde girl in his arms like a baby, as if she was holding a cute human-shaped doll. The noble girl Arya opened her red lips slightly, saliva dripped down, and her beautiful blue eyes couldn't stop rolling back. The countess held the blonde girl's face in her hands, her smile calm and gentle. Sizzle, with a mischievous intention, Lin Xiu moved his hands on the girl's jade feet and gently tickled the soles of the white silk noble girl's feet. Arya's two white silk feet kept shaking due to the tickling attack. If the touch of a young woman is as soft and gentle as water. The girl's touch was like jelly, delicious and elastic, making people want to eat it in one bite. Lin Xiu is a person who likes to drink water and eat jelly. While eating the rice bowl, Lin Xiu heard two system prompts. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest, Hospitality of the Noble Girl Arya. Quest requirements. Punish the noble girl Arya and her family. Mission level. Blue right pointing arrow purple, punish both mother and daughter, and free the girls in the house who are controlled by drugs. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, a random melee skill enhancement opportunity. Bite. The quality of True Water Breathing, blue, has been upgraded to True Water Breathing, purple. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the noble mothers and daughters, purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Secret Sword Skill. Secret Sword Technique. A secret sword technique from Kurage Nikki, with 7 major moves that can handle almost all combat situations. The host's secret sword skills are no longer limited to swords. Even if there is no sword in his hand, only claws, or even only his own body, he can still display the mystery of the secret sword skills. If you can push it to its limit, you can even gain the powerful power of its own purple rating. Ding! Secret Sword Technique has been successfully integrated with True Water Breathing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword skill, True Secret Sword Skill, Water. When the host performs True Secret Sword Technique, Water, they can add different breathing techniques to the Secret Sword Technique according to their needs. When using breathing techniques, they can also use corresponding Secret Sword Techniques according to different situations. Did you acquire 2 purple level sword skills in a row? Indeed, as the enemies I face become stronger, my sword skills need to be refined. The blue level, True Water Breathing, can be used to its full potential to deal with opponents at the highest level of Demon King. However, when facing an opponent whose strength exceeds that of a Demon King, blue level sword skills are somewhat useless. After fusing these 2 purple level sword skills, I shouldn't have to worry about melee combat until I reach the Lord God level. In a good mood, Lin Xiu gave up the idea of educating Arya and her daughter all night, and just fell asleep in her arms. The next day, the sun rises as usual. Everything seems to be unchanged, but in fact, changes have already taken place quietly. Feeling refreshed and ready to work, after soaking in the body of the blonde noble girl for a whole night, Lin Xiu finally got up in the morning sunshine. As soon as Lin Xiu woke up, he heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, the first meeting with Yi Shi. Task level. Blue, mission description. The Countess's family used drugs to control a large number of girls. Although these girls have been rescued by the host, Night Raid is obviously unaware of this information. Tomorrow, the Night Raid will continue as planned, targeting Mrs. Rose's residence. Mission requirements. Complete the first meeting with Yi Shi and successfully survive from Yi Shi. Looking at the system task that was suddenly triggered, Lin Xiu almost laughed out loud. He suddenly had a feeling that the system only awakened after I became an emperor. Survive the Night Raid. The situation was obviously the opposite. He wasn't thinking about how to survive Yi Zai's hands, but Yi Zai was thinking about how to survive him. Requesting flowers 0. But, is it tomorrow night? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? No. Maybe this isn't a coincidence. Lin Xiu didn't care too much. He continued to arrange the development plans of Chang'an and Longxi Prefecture while waiting for the night to fall the next day. 2 days later. After 2 nights and 2 days of thorough education, the noble girl Arya's education process has reached its final stage. In the end, she was able to call out, Master, and Dad, without any burden, names that she had never been willing to call out before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Noble girl Arya and Countess Rosa. Blank initial ability grid plus 2, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 7. Facts have proved that Lin Xiu's idea was correct. The reason why the night raid changed the attack time was because of him. The next day, the headquarters was attacked at night. Najashitan gathered all the night raid members at the table. Pa. A portrait was placed on the table by Najashitan. The boss. Who is this person? Is he our assassination target this time? The blonde lady Leona rubbed her hands together, looking ready for hunting. No, he is the target we are going to rescue. Najashitan shook her head. Rescue people? When did we take on this business? Aren't we the night raid organization? Brand asked while combing his hair. Yes, we are a killer organization, but the premise is that we are a killer organization supported and established by the Revolutionary Army. Najashitan reiterated. Rescuing this man and persuading him to join the Revolutionary Army is our most important task now. Put aside all other tasks. Tonight, we must mobilize all forces. Everyone mobilize? Is the target of this mission so strong? Ma Yin put down the pink ponytails she was fiddling with and became serious. You know, all of their night raiders are Imperial tool users. Although they usually go on missions in pairs, that is to ensure mutual support. If you really want to complete an assassination mission, in most cases, one person is enough. Boss, are you sure this person needs us to save him? At the table, a beautiful girl with long straight black hair wearing a JK uniform looked serious, because she knew the person in the portrait. This man named Lin Xiu wiped out the Empire's elite assassination team, the Enhanced Assassination Team, and the Assassination Society Oberg. Kai Tong didn't understand why a top-notch expert like Lin Xiu needed them to save him. That's right, the one we want to save is him, your old acquaintance, Kai Tong. As for why we need to save him, when she said this, Najashitan's eyes became subtle. Yesterday, our spies reported that he had entered an evil noble family. After investigation, it was found that the noble family was extremely evil, often abducting women from other places and then using drugs to control and play with them. He has been inside for 2 days. During these 2 days, he has not appeared in the outside world. The staff at the inn also said that he has not returned. Although he is very powerful, we cannot rule out the possibility that he was drugged. Based on the evidence so far, I can only conclude that he had a setback. Najashitan didn't know that Lin Xiu had a lot of fun during the 2 days she disappeared. Rice bowls and the like are not only delicious but also filling, so why not eat them? Chapter 70. Kai Tong and her former companions who were taken away by cattle, Part 2. The picture shows Hill, a girl with purple hair and glasses. So, who is that person? Lubbock listened for a long time but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask. That person is the governor of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. Najashitan slapped the table and replied loudly. Lin Xiu? I seem to have heard of this name. Zaire, the purple-haired, big-breasted, bespectacled girl, tilted her head. Seeing Hill's dazed look, Marin held her forehead helplessly. Hill, don't I often buy you premium cakes from Chang'an? We even specifically asked about the cake-making method, and the owner said that the cake-making technique was invented by Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an. Damn it. This Lin Xiu is so evil. To empty my wallet, she invented such delicious food. Marin touched her empty wallet and gritted her teeth. Main, don't blame your love of spending money on others. Najashitan stretched out her mechanical hand and hit Main hard on the head. Bang. The severe pain hit her, and Marin instantly crouched down with her head in her hands to defend herself. In addition to Main, another member of Night Raid also complained. Is it him? It turns out to be him. The green-haired youth, Lubbock, looked at Lin Xiu's portrait and grabbed his messy hair fiercely. Boss. This Lin Xiu is the culprit that caused my bookstore to close down. When Lubbock thought about how he had lost all his money, he felt a pang of pain in his balls. Hal, Lubbock, your bookstore closed down? When did it happen? Najashitan was very surprised. How could such a good bookstore close down? Wouldn't that mean they lost a base of operations? 22. Lubbock paused and said with some embarrassment. Sorry, boss, I haven't had time to report to you yet. Because of the recent rise of a printing press and innovative papermaking technology, my bookstore has gone bankrupt. Lubbock's expression was full of resentment. If they just can't sell books, they shouldn't go bankrupt, right? Najashitan frowned. Huh? How is that impossible? Those limited edition books were sold when our country was on the rise and prices were high. I even took out a loan for this. Now it's good. Thanks to the promotion of the new printing and papermaking technologies, a book that was originally worth 1,000 gold is now worth less than 10 gold. If my strength wasn't up to par, I would have been torn to pieces. Najashitan was completely speechless. If you can't even pay back the money you borrowed, how can you blame others for promoting technological reform? Lubbock, borrowing is risky, so be careful when investing. How about this, I'll give you some money privately and you go to another bookstore. This time, you absolutely cannot engage in operations like hoarding and leveraging. Najashitan said earnestly, Boss, you're the best to me. Lubbock was very touched and wanted to give Najashitan a warm hug. Facing the oncoming Lubbock, Najashitan threw the iron cup in her hand. Bang! With a loud crash, Lubbock was shot down in the air. Lubbock, don't misunderstand me. As the boss of the Night Raid, I can't let everyone lose their base of operations in the Imperial capital. Najashitan gave Lubbock an oppressive look. Humph. If Lubbock hadn't made such a reckless investment, how could the bookstore have gone bankrupt so easily? Hearing this, Lubbock touched the big bump on his head with joy. Ahem, thank you, boss. After discussing for a while, Najishitan slapped the table. Bang, tonight, we must rescue Governor Lin Xiu. As everyone has seen, Governor Lin Xiu possesses immense personal abilities. Even we in the Imperial capital have been greatly influenced by him. It's such a waste to keep such a talent in the Empire. We must recruit him to join the Revolutionary Army. Najishitan is not only proficient in combat, but also well versed in politics and knows the importance of top talents like Lin Xiu. Boss, what if Commander Lin Xiu is not in danger and is maintaining his combat effectiveness at its peak? Kai Tong asked seriously. As the only person present who had fought with Lin Xiu, she knew very well how powerful Lin Xiu was. In her opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Xiu to be deceived by the so-called evil nobles. Then, let's take him back to the Revolutionary Army, let him continue to shine for the people. Now let's start working on a specific strategy. Najishitan simply skipped some of the more difficult questions. Late at night, the Countess's residence. The moon tonight is very round. Under the bright moonlight, several figures crashed into the Earl's mansion. Rushing in the front is a beautiful black-haired girl wearing a JK uniform. Under the moonlight, the girl's well-trained thighs reflected the bright moonlight. The white and tender thighs are constantly crossed, which is very eye-catching. As if noticing the peeping from the darkness, Kai Tong stopped. Everyone, be careful. If the mission has no chance of success, we must withdraw immediately. Before entering the core area of the mansion, Akame warned seriously. The blonde, animal-eared older sister beside her remained silent on this. Kai Tong, this Lin Xiu prefect is indeed very powerful, but we are not pushovers either. Just because he can beat your former companions doesn't mean he can beat us. Leone looked confident. After all, Akame's former companions used vassal weapons, while the Night Raid members used Imperial weapons. The two are simply not on the same level. Looking at the confident Leona, Akame could only hold the demon sword Murasama tightly in her hand. Just as they were about to go deeper. Bang! The main door of the mansion suddenly opened, and a young man with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out. Under the moonlight, the young man with bright eyes and white teeth smiled slightly. He was just standing there, but it seemed as if he had attracted the attention of the entire world. Welcome, everyone from the Night Raid. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xiu looked at the people in front of him slowly. Dangerous JK beauty with long black straight hair, Akagi. Brand, a muscular man wrapped in armor. Leone, the wild blonde animal-eared older sister. There was also a purple-haired and bespectacled girl named Hill who had just nearly tripped over the steps at the door. These people are the vanguard of the night attack. The rest of the people, such as Lubbock and Maine, should be on the sidelines performing support tasks. When Lin Xiu was looking at the members of Night Raid, the members of Night Raid were also looking at Lin Xiu. Are you Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an? I thought your portrait was beautified, but I didn't expect you to be even more handsome in person. Although the Leone people are rough, their aesthetic taste is still very good. The portrait of Lin Xiu they got was what Lin Xiu looked like a year or two ago. Now Lin Xiu has not only grown up a lot, but also unlocked the succubus bloodline, and her charm has increased by more than one level. Ms. Leona, it is my honor to receive your praise. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of Night Raid immediately became alert. Because Leona has never been on the wanted list, how did Lin Xiu know her name? After taking a look at Leona who was breathing heavily, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at Kai Tong. Kai Tong, we're old friends, why don't you say hello to me? The red-eyed man was ruthless and said little, and directly drew out the demon sword Murasama. Lin Xiu, we're here today to take you away. With your status and abilities, it's too dangerous to stay in the Imperial capital. No matter how powerful you are in your local area, you can't possibly defeat the minister at the highest level of power in the Empire. In order to prevent you from being persecuted due to your status as a former minister's disciple, Night Raid will be responsible for sending you to a safer place where you can better utilize your abilities. Akame's statement was very formal. Lin Xiu laughed out loud on the spot. Ha ha ha, I really admire the Revolutionary Army for being able to make kidnapping people sound so glamorous. Don't you think about it, if I hadn't been prepared to fight the minister, would I have come to the Imperial capital on my own initiative? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Kai Tong's knife flesh drooped a little. Regardless of whether it is feasible or not, she still admires Lin Xiu's courage to come to the Imperial capital to confront the ministers. Even if you, Governor Lin Xiu, are prepared, we cannot allow you to remain in the Imperial capital. Apart from anything else, General Esdeath alone is not someone you can defeat. Rather than being meaninglessly tortured by the minister, I would rather you join the Revolutionary Army and raise the banner of rebellion against the Empire together with those oppressed by the Empire. The Empire is rotten from within. It must be overthrown from the outside in order to truly regenerate this country. Kai Tong's expression was firm and her voice was very contagious. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu has long passed the stage where she can be easily impressed by others. 533. Akato, is this the speech technique that Najishitan taught you? Kai Tong was silent. Lin Xiu killed the game with just one sentence. What else could she do except remain silent? Although she did not copy Najishidan's reasons, she was indeed deeply influenced by Najishidan. Kai Tong's betrayal of the Empire was a long process, and she was influenced by a series of people and events, including what she saw and heard, the reminder from the Assassination Society leader Mera, the advice from Chang'an Governor Lin Xiu, and the dream of former Imperial General Najishidan. During this period, because Akame stayed with Najishida the longest, she was the most deeply influenced by Najishida. Normally, Lin Xiu wouldn't want to waste time talking to Kai Tong, but since he had promised Cornelia, Lin Xiu still had to persuade her before taking action. Akato, don't you think you've said the wrong thing? It's not that I should go to your side, but that you should come to my side, just like your former partner. Sample, Pa. Lin Xiu clapped his hands lightly, and several figures walked out from the shadows behind Lin Xiu. These girls are all Akame's former companions, Cornelia, Bonnie, and Tsukushi, you guys. Akaji is very excited. She was so happy. She thought all her companions were killed by Lin Xiu. She never thought that there would be a day when they would meet again. However, it was too early for her to be happy. As she looked at him doubting her life, Tsukushi took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's arms, letting Lin Xiu's arms be sandwiched between her plump breasts. That's right, Kai Tong, we are now working under Master Lin Xiu. Seeing Tsukushi being so bold, Akahime frowned fiercely. Sure enough, have you surrendered? Hearing this, Bonnie, wearing the official uniform, Yuji pants, stood up. Kai Tong, we are not surrendering. We have simply witnessed Master Lin Xiu's dream and ability, and have chosen to realize his dream together with Master Lin Xiu. Kai Tong, how about you come and join us? Master Lin Xiu is the one who can truly protect us and guide us to grow. Bonnie also extended his hand towards Akame. Chapter 71. Kai Tong's Shyness vs. Night Attack, Part 3. The picture shows Akahime's former teammate Cornelia. Bonnie was originally the member of the elite assassination team who admired Goziki the most. He almost regarded him as his own father and obeyed his orders. However, after a year of transformation at Lin Xiu's place, Bonnie has transferred his worship of superiors and fatherly love to Lin Xiu. There was no way around it. Whether in terms of personal ability or appearance, Lin Xiu was far superior to Goziki. Plus, Bonnie was easily influenced by others, so this kind of change was common. The last person to speak was Cornelia, the leader of the group. Akato, I sincerely hope you can come to our side. Master Lin Xiu's path is the most correct path. Cornelia sincerely extended an invitation to Akame. But I refuse. This was not the method of rebellion that Kai Tong liked, so she chose to refuse directly. I believe that only external forces can give the Empire a new life. As long as Governor Lin Xiu remains the governor of the Empire, he will not be able to change the Empire from within. I see, Cornelia smiled in relief. Is this why Akame is unwilling to join? Kai Tong, what if I told you that Master Lin Xiu has decided to rebel against the Empire? Kai Tong raised her eyebrows. What did she hear? Lin Xiu is planning to rebel against the Empire? Are you kidding me? Okay, Cornelia, Akame has been influenced too much by Najishidan. I don't have the time to debate every single point with her. I'll just capture her and send her to Chang'an. Let her live with the people there for a while, and she'll figure it out herself. Indeed, this is the only way. Cornelia sighed. I'm sorry, Master Lin Xiu, I've caused you so much trouble with Kai Tong. As compensation for your trouble, as she spoke, Cornelia stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Xiu a girlish kiss in front of Akame. Looking at Cornelia's silly expression of sticking out her tongue, Akame silently raised Murasama. At this point, she could only assume that all these former partners were in Lin Xiu's pocket. Come on, swoosh. The next second, the red pupil turned into a shadow and flew straight towards Lin Chong. At this moment, a brilliant emerald green light flashed on Lin Xiu's hand. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Male. Boom. Under the storm created by magic power, Kai Tong was blown back several meters. A few seconds later, looking at the extremely familiar red armor in front of him, Shatong's red pupils instantly contracted. Everyone, beware. Chang'an Governor Lin Xiu once wore this armor and captured Murad, the leader of an assassination society. After donning this armor, his strength is at least equal to Esdeath's, he might even surpass her. Kai Tong originally thought that Lin Xiu's armor was a restricted secret technique that could only be used a few times. Otherwise, why did Lin Xiu wait until the very end to use it last time? Now it seems that she made a mistake in judgment. Lin Xiu didn't use it last time because the probability was simply because he hadn't mastered the control yet. Now, more than a year later, Lin Xiu has completely mastered this mysterious Imperial weapon. The war is about to begin. Wail. A golden beam of light took the initiative and blasted towards Lin Xiu with precision. Marin thought she would not have a chance to fight today. After all, her pumpkin cannon was very powerful and could cause serious injuries if she wasn't careful. Who knew that the target was actually wearing a thick layer of armor? Judging from the aura and energy level, Lin Xiu's strength is definitely above brand. Since the target is powerful and its defense seems quite impressive, she can join the battle without any worries. OJ, with a slight sound, Lin Xiu raised his hand to block the sniper laser cannon. Not even a wisp of white smoke rose, and Lin Xiu's forbidden hand armor was still as shiny as new. With just this one strike, all members of the Night Raid realized the strength of this target. Hill. Cover me. After saying this, Marin fell from the sky, and Lin Xiu raised the replaced automatic rifle barrel. Asterisk. Hill hurried towards Maine, carrying out his escort mission to protect Maine as usual. At the same time, bang 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 bang. Dozens of golden energy bullets continuously gushed out from the muzzle of Marin's gun. RO1 hash. Ding 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 ding. Just like last time, the golden light bullets hit Lin Xiu one by one, and then dissipated one by one. Even though indulgence seems to have no effect, Maine will not give up the attack. They also have armor-type Imperial equipment. In their night raids, to deal with this Imperial equipment, you need to continuously inflict damage to shorten its duration. The other members of the night raid also understood this, so the remaining people quickly attacked Lin Xiu. Rushing in the front was Brand the 100-Man Slayer, also wearing an armor-type Imperial weapon. As the top warrior who almost single-handedly killed the 3 Beast Warriors, in the original plot, Brand possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary Imperial weapon users. Although he doesn't have many energy attack methods, in terms of physical attack capabilities alone, Brand has reached the highest level of demons. Come out. Red-backed Shrike. Drawing out a blood-red spear, Brand launched a head-on charge towards Lin Xiu. Who? Facing the aggressive Brand, Lin Xiu simply raised his right hand slightly. Ding! What? Seeing Lin Xiu pinching his red-backed Shrike with just 2 fingers, Brand's eyes almost popped out. He had thought that Lin Xiu might be able to block his attack, but he didn't expect Lin Xiu to be so carefree. Don't underestimate my burning passion, who? Brand roared, wielding the red-backed Shrike, and launched a frantic attack on Lin Xiu. As the team's vanguard, even if he's no match for Lin Xiu in close combat, he'll still do his best. Because only in this way can he create opportunities for his companions to win. Facing such a desperate Brand, Lin Xiu's choice was to respect his efforts. Come out, Esther. Following Lin Xiu's call, a white light flashed in his hand, and the sword that could kill the Demon King, filled with a sacred aura, appeared. Just by looking at its noble appearance, you can tell that this is definitely a top-notch weapon. AJ, the sound of dozens of weapons colliding continuously. During this process, Brand has been frantically changing his position and offensive methods. As for Lin Xiu, he just stood there and swung his sword naturally. After dozens of powerful collisions, several gaps appeared on Brand's spear, while Lin Xiu's holy sword was still as bright and clean as new. The other members of the night raid seized the opportunity created by Brand and attacked Lin Xiu simultaneously within a second. Above Lin Xiu, Leone clenched his fists and slammed them downwards. Bang! The ground where Lin Xiu was standing was hit hard, but Lin Xiu was still standing there calmly. On the other side of Lin Xiu, Kai Tong suddenly kicked, trying to kick Lin Xiu away so that Brand could escape the embarrassing situation of having to fight with Lin Xiu with a knife. Even though Kai Tong's melee combat ability was good and had reached the highest level of demon-level melee combat, she was facing Lin Xiu. Facing Lin Xiu, a powerful opponent who could easily suppress Brand, Kai Tong had just kicked out when Lin Xiu grabbed her leg. No, not just held in the hand. Under Kai Tong's shocked gaze, Lin Xiu even took off his hand armor and began to grope directly at her calves. Well, I've wanted to touch Akame's legs since I was watching anime. From now on, it seems that Akame's lower body is also quite exquisite. Her thighs are well trained but not overtrained, and they are perfectly shaped. Her calves are also slender and delicate. I just wonder what the shape and texture of her jade feet wrapped in black silk stockings under her small black shoes will be like. Asterisk 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 kr. Kai Tong bit her red lips. She had never imagined that the Governor Lin Xiu would turn out to be such a jerk who liked to flirt with girls. It's bad enough that he flirted with her former teammate, but he actually planned to flirt with her? But why? She had a feeling that made her continue. Because Lin Xiu took off some of his hand armor when he was feeling the charm of Kai Tong's legs, the heat from his hands was continuously transferred to Kai Tong's whole body through his calves and thighs. Such a hot hand. Is this a man's hand? Is this what Cornelia and the others feel every night? When Kai Tong was shaken by the impression of Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline, she heard Mayon's voice. Akato. Bend down, Flat Bridge. Zol. After being reminded by his companion, Kai Tong's eyes instantly became clear. With the good flexibility she had trained since childhood, Kai Tong instantly pressed her waist backwards, forming a perfect plank bridge posture. Boom. Just as Kai Tong finished bending down, a thick golden beam followed her waistline and blasted towards Lin Xiu. While Kai Tong was bending down, Lin Xiu saw the scenery above her slender waist through the gap in her uniform. White underwear. Very simple, white underwear without too much decoration. Plus white panties. Alas, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Kai Tong was indeed a very pure girl. Kai Tong, who was bending down, noticed Lin Xiu's eyes and showed a rare hint of shyness. Because this time it wasn't Lin Xiu who did anything, but she was the one who took the initiative to give Lin Xiu the benefits. Normally, Akame would never have such feelings when facing an enemy. But she had just witnessed Cornelia and Lin Xiu being intimate, and was also affected by Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline. Kai Tong felt hot all over when she thought that if she was caught, Lin Xiu would probably do something similar to her. Main's artillery fire is powerful, loud, and extremely accurate. The only drawback is that it can't break Lin Xiu's forbidden hand armor. However, the power of this luminous cannon is much stronger than before, and has reached the highest level of demons. Lin Xiu looked up and saw that while he was touching her legs, Ma Yin had already left the sniper position. Precisely because it was so close to him, the romantic turret, pumpkin, displayed a power far beyond its normal capabilities. It was obvious that mine had deliberately approached him, because only in this way could the romantic turret pumpkin's characteristic of the more dangerous the user, the greater its power, be fully utilized. Chapter 72. The Manufacturing Method of the Supreme Imperial Tool, Part 4. Pictured as mine. Now is a time of unprecedented crisis, roar, pumpkin. Because Lin Xiu noticed her, Ma Yin's crisis escalated to a new level. Boom. With the help of this more powerful bombardment, Kai Tong, Leone, and Rand finally managed to break away from Lin Xiu. Retreat. At Kai Tong's command, the three of them dispersed instantly. The battle just now had made them realize that Lin Xiu was no easy opponent to defeat. Fighting him in the Imperial City was simply too dangerous. Even if they wanted to defeat Lin Xiu, they should have chosen a more advantageous location and made careful plans before proceeding. HMPH. Want to escape? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, and the blue-purple Leviathan water continued to flow out behind him. Several magical water shadows instantly took shape, and then, exploded. Leviathan style. Water explosion. In the other world, you can't use those spells that rely on the rules of the world, but moves like this one that rely on magic and the energy of heaven and earth can still be used. Careful. Kai Tong felt an extremely dangerous aura from these evil shadows. However, it was too late. The demon level, water demon explosion, has exploded. Bang 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 bang. Careful. Faced with this situation, Brand, who had the strongest defense, did not hesitate at all and directly stood in front of Akame and Leona. Squeak. When the smoke and dust cleared, Brand's, haunted, was shattered beyond recognition and looked like it would disappear soon. Brand, Leone was a little speechless. It's a pity that they didn't have time to be hurt. After the previous wave of demonic shadows dissipated, the next wave of water demon explosion attacked them again. Kai Tong, you guys go quickly, I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Brand immediately made a decision, took out his spear again and rushed towards Lin Xiu. While Kai Tong was hesitating, several broad silk threads flew from afar and tied behind their backs. Lubbock, who had been wandering outside, noticed that the battle situation was not good and rushed to support. Swoosh. As the silk thread exerted its force, Akagi and the others were quickly pulled away from the battlefield. Leaving Brand alone? Isn't that too disrespectful to me? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, and four more demonic shadows flew out from behind him, flying towards the four people in the air at the same time. In the air, Hill looked at the water monsters flying towards them, his eyes stern, as if he had made up his mind. Call out. A flash of white light passed by, and Hill swung his imperial weapon, proactively cutting the silk thread behind him. Secret technique. X-scissor. Ecstasy. The purple-haired girl with glasses held the imperial weapon in front of her, and the scissor-shaped imperial weapon shone with dazzling light. On the one hand, she hoped to use the imperial weapon's large size and sturdy properties for defense. On the other hand, she also hoped that the light she emitted could cover her companion's evacuation. Hill. Marin realized that Hill intended to stay behind to cover their retreat, and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't even have the ability to support Hill, because just as she was about to raise her imperial weapon, she lost her aim due to the brilliance of Hill's imperial weapon. Bang 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 bang. Continuous explosions. Bang. Bang. There were two sounds of people falling to the ground. Brand and Hill were charred all over and fell heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Brand and Hill covering their retreat, the other members of the night raid finally managed to evacuate the mansion. Lin Xiu looked at Brand and Hill lying on the ground, and had no intention of continuing to pursue the night raid. Leaving two people behind would already meet the minimum requirements of his plan. A few seconds after Yi Shu left, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission, the first meeting with Yi Shi. Mission requirements. Complete the first meeting with Yi Shi and successfully survive from Yi Shi. Mission level. Blue right pointing arrow purple, complete the initial meeting and defeat the night raid, capturing 2 prisoners. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing and repair. Encyclopedia of Imperial Instruments Manufacturing and Repair, the encyclopedia used by the first emperor to manufacture Imperial instruments. Using the Encyclopedia of Imperial Instruments Manufacturing, as long as the corresponding dangerous materials are available, the corresponding Imperial instruments can be manufactured. Even without taking down all the night raid members, I can still get a higher level reward? It seems that when I complete the main storyline mission, I am required to meet the standards of the original protagonist. But, the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing. To be honest, Lin Xiu felt that this reward was inappropriate. Is the Imperial tool comparable to the divine gear, the root? Besides, if a person has the ability to create an Imperial weapon, then he does not need an Imperial weapon to enhance himself. Forget it. Let's just consider it as a prerequisite for learning divine artifacts. If I can thoroughly understand the methods of manufacturing Imperial artifacts, I might be able to find a new way to develop a divine artifact different from the one used by the God of the Bible. With the thought of, since I'm already here, I might as well not waste it, Lin Xiu roughly read the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing. You don't know until you see it. After taking a quick look, Lin Xiu really found something good. There's actually a method for making the Supreme Imperial weapon in here? That's quite interesting. Lin Xiu touched his chin. He had personally experienced the all-round Super Demon King level protection that the Supreme Imperial weapon provided to the Emperor of the Empire. This level of shield and power would be useful to him even if he returned to the DxD world. The only problem is that the Supreme Imperial weapon requires the blessing of dragon energy and national destiny. Even if I become the new Emperor of the Empire, will the dragon energy and national destiny of the Akame slashing world still be effective after I return to the DxD world? Ding! The power of the system can transcend time and space. As long as the host completes the strategy for the world of Akame slash, the host can maintain the Dragon Chi state at any time. Well, looking at it this way, it seems like a direction worth developing. Shu Shi had the idea of creating a Super Demon King level Supreme Imperial weapon. Hill sighed. In the fire of the explosion, Hill lost consciousness. By the time Hill was awakened by the sweet voices of young girls, it was already late at night. Hill opened her eyes drowsily and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw 3 girls with different styles and a handsome boy. It's late at night, why don't they sleep? With strong curiosity, Hill moved a little closer. But there was no other way. It was late at night, and without glasses, it was a bit too difficult for her to recognize the person. As he got closer, Shell finally saw more clearly. A blonde older sister in black stockings was burying her head in a man's face. Next to her, a short flaxen-haired lowly girl was groping the boy's chest. As for the person sitting on the boy, there was a brown-haired girl wearing tight pants. Hill could see that the brown-haired girl's legs and feet had been trained for a long time. Not only were they full of explosive power, but their shape was also both voluptuous and beautiful. Hill was not mistaken. The brown-haired girl was named Bonnie, and she was the most powerful of Akame's former teammates in terms of lower body training. In fact, her servitor's tool was also the Yuji pants, which were designed to enhance lower body strength. Of course, after Lin Xiu's transformation, the Yuji pants became more powerful, the side effects were reduced a lot, and it even had the function of deformation. Therefore, Bonnie was able to maintain the state of equipping the Yuji pants at this time. After all, it already had the deformation function, and he only needed to control it to extend the part not covered by the tool. How can someone sleep in tight pants? That's weird. With great curiosity, Nier took the initiative to approach the 4 people. It was not until the distance was about 3 meters and he smelled the increasingly strong odor around him that Hill realized something was wrong. She finally remembered who these 3 girls were. They were Akame's former teammates. Judging from the current situation, they all have close relationships with Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an. Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an? Thinking of this, Hill finally realized why he saw such a scene. In order to protect her companions, she took the initiative to stay behind to cover their retreat. Then, she was seriously injured by the explosion and passed out. So now, why is she here now? Hill noticed the purple jumpsuit she had never seen before. It seemed to be made of the same material as her stockings. It felt very high-end, breathable and skin-friendly. However, because the material was translucent, Hill's face flushed with curiosity. Lin Xiu noticed that Hill had woken up, so he slowly put down Bonnie's well-trained and plump thighs. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the results of the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing and repair. With this book, Lin Xiu has evolved from being able to barely repair some of the less damaged Imperial tools and Ministerial tools, to being able to repair and transform most of the Imperial tools and Ministerial tools. The reason why it is most, instead of all, is because Lin Xiu does not lack materials of some dangerous species. Fortunately, Lin Xiu himself has the top material of Strengthened Slime Symbiote. In terms of its adaptability to magic and its own strength, the Strengthened Slime Symbiote even surpasses the materials of most subordinate instruments and is almost equal to the materials of Imperial instruments. Point 0. The Yuji pants that Bonnie is wearing now are the result of Lin Xiu using the Enhanced Slime Symbiote to strengthen them. After strengthening, Bonnie's Yuji pants has surpassed most Imperial tools in strength, and its various functions have also been greatly enhanced. For example, now, Pony's belly is still slightly bulging because of Lin Xiu's symbiont, and the Yuji pants still remain elastic and silky. It was precisely because of Lin Xiu's upgrade of their vassal tools, coupled with Pornelia's guidance, that Bonnie and Tsukushi took the initiative to sacrifice themselves tonight. Before Hill woke up, Tsukushi had already lost his fighting ability and was warming up to recover his strength. Cornelia, on the other hand, has always fulfilled her duties as the big sister, striving to make the first experience as pleasant and relaxing as possible for the 2 good sisters. Ms. Hill, are you awake? Lin Xiu pulled herself out of Bonnie's body and turned to look at Hill. Hill looked at Bonnie, who had fainted with his eyes rolled back, and then glanced at Tsukushi, who was licking Lin Xiu's fingers. Even though she had no relevant experience, she felt a little dry in the mouth. Are you Mr. Lin Xiu? Hill licked his dry lips and swallowed. Yes, that's right, it's me. Lin Xiu didn't expect she. I was quite surprised that I addressed him as Mr. Lin Xiu. Is this the reason you captured me and made me wear these clothes? 3. Huh? Hill tilted his head. What does yes and no mean? You'll know why in a few days. But now, I hope Miss Hill will take the initiative. Lin Xiu lay on Cornelia's lap, leisurely waiting for Hill to climb up. Hill pondered for a long time, with tears welling up in his eyes. Mr. Lin Xiu, I think you are a good person. Even if you don't use such coercive means, there will definitely be many girls who like you. Why do you have to use such coercive means to gain a girl's purity? Because I like beautiful girls like Hill. If you like something, you must get it. This is my life motto. Also because Miss Hill is the stubborn type. When dealing with stubborn people, I always prefer to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Apparently, the rather clueless Hill was the type to stubbornly stick to his guns. To deal with someone like that, it was more efficient to establish a fait accompli first and then open up to them. Chapter 73. Hill's Turn, The Emperor's Reward, Part 1. X. Mr. Lin Xiu, can you give me a foot of white cloth? Tears streamed down Hill's face. Obviously, she was asking Lin Xiu to give her a dignified death. Lin Xiu already had a solution for this. Miss Hill, what if I say I'll spare Brand's life if you take the initiative tonight? Huh? Hill was stunned. What did Lin Xiu just say? It's not just Brand, it's the same with the other Night Raid members. As long as you serve me well today, Miss Hill, I will not kill any member of the Night Raid who falls into my hands in the future. What do you think of this condition, Ms. Hill? When facing people who value partnership, you have to threaten them in the name of partnership. Okay, Mr. Lin Xiu, it's a deal. After just a few seconds, Hill made a decision and climbed onto Lin Xiu. Although she and Lin Xiu were separated by a layer of purple one-piece stockings, she felt an unprecedented shame. One-piece stockings and the like were still too advanced for a girl who grew up with medieval ideas. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu's mind moved, and the slime symbiote on Hill's body quickly reshaped. Although she did not remove the original purple, 400, body stockings, Lin Xiu added the cheongsam that Hill was originally wearing. Huh? Zaire looked at the lavender cheongsam that had been recovered on her body in surprise. Did Lin Xiu use some special tricks to transform her clothes? But since she's already been given her usual cheongsam, why not take off that purple silk one piece? Zaire didn't quite understand, but she thought this was probably Lin Xiu's interest. Since Lin Xiu had already dressed her in her usual cheongsam, she no longer needed to be shy and slowly lowered herself down. Hill was clearly the type who couldn't aim. Luckily, she was covered in Lin Xiu's slime symbiote. Besides being able to transform into clothing and aid the user in attack and defense, the slime symbiote could even adjust the user's posture. The pain came, and crystal tears appeared in the corners of Hill's eyes. His delicate toes curled up slightly, and he collapsed on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was not too proactive. He really enjoyed the lively service of a pure girl like Zaire. A few hours later, Hill's limbs were already weak, but she was still moving her slender waist with the help of the slime symbiote. At a certain moment, Lin Xiu grabbed the purple-haired girl's waist and hips and pressed down suddenly. The soft purple stockings stretched outwards due to the bulge of her belly, but they still fit her body. Hill had to admit that these were the finest clothes she had ever worn. Feeling Lin Xiu's rhythm, Zaire smiled gently and took the initiative to kiss Lin Xiu for the first time. She felt that she seemed to have figured out some things. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck: Bonnie, Chikushi, and Hill. Blank initial ability grid +3. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 10. Except for Lin Xiu, who was a little surprised. He hadn't used many tricks before you had already reached the lowest strategic level. Until the next day, Zaire was still relentless and kept pestering Lin Xiu, acting as if she wouldn't let Lin Xiu leave her body. When Lin Xiu asked her why, she also gave her own reasons. Mr. Lin Xiu, you probably just want to give me a reason to live, right? Just like you gave these girls from the Imperial Assassination Squad a reason to live. No, Hill, you're wrong. Cornelia and the others are different from you. You were simply forced to accept reality, but Cornelia and the others, in my territory, have experienced a spiritual and cognitive sublimation, and have gained new ideals. They like me and agree with my ideals, so they came to me last night. As she said this, Lin Xiu skillfully patted Hill's voluptuous butt. So, Mr. Lin Xiu, you like me? Hill's beautiful eyes widened slightly. I do like Hill, and I'm really tempted by her body. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful girl? I see. Although Mr. Lin Xiu's words were a bit blunt, I did feel Mr. Lin Xiu's affection for me. Hill smiled slightly. She could tell from Lin Xiu's eyes that Lin Xiu really liked her. As long as he understood this, Hill could convince himself to accept Lin Xiu. After all, Hill's ideas were still stuck in the Middle Ages, and it was easy for her to accept a man being unfaithful. By the way, Hill, didn't I tell you yesterday? If you are willing to serve me, I will let your other companions go. Well, Mr. Lin Xiu, you said so. What's wrong? Hill tilted his head. Nothing, just to save their lives, I need you to go back to the Night Raid base. Hill. Huh? She was completely confused. Was Lin Xiu going to let her go? I do want to let you go back, but not now. Don't worry, I won't let you be my spy. I just want you to bring a message to them, and some things. After arranging Hill's task, Lin Xiu returned to the inn. In the inn, Lin Xiu was waiting for the summons from the little emperor while handling the affairs of Chang'an. After finishing a day's work, Lin Xiu opened the system interface. So far, I have used up 7 initial ability spaces. They are Birth ability, Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline, blue. Birth ability, Unnamed Mantra Book, blue, an opportunity to go all out, captured a large number of heroines from previous games. Initial ability, Succubus Bloodline, exchange for more initial abilities to pick up girls later. Initial ability, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, essential for increasing combat power. Initial ability, Holy Sword that kills the Demon King, always requires a melee weapon. Strengthen the slime suit, blue level, strengthen the ministers and Imperial equipment, and build your own army. Now that I have a lot of free space, it's time to exchange for some necessary abilities.
Soon, Lin Xiu finished his selection. He chose Initial Ability, Unconventional Chess Piece, purple level, advanced to True Demon Chess Piece. Initial Ability, Explosion Magic, purple level, essential for clearing miscellaneous objects. According to Lin Xiu's habit, he did not redeem all 3 initial abilities, and left a space for an initial ability in case of emergency. Lin Xiu waited in the Imperial capital for about 3 days. It was 3 days later, when the various caravans Lin Xiu had dispatched from Chang'an had already eroded the commercial routes around the Imperial capital, that he finally received the young emperor's edict. However, it wasn't an Imperial edict summoning him, but one directly appointing him to an official position. In front of Lin Xiu, the belated person announcing the decree cleared his throat. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have heard that the empire has established a capital, and the land is distributed evenly throughout the country. The capital is governed by the people, and talents are not changed. There is a talent in Longxi, who brought prosperity to Chang'an. He is a man of great talent and brilliance. I now specially promote you to the rank of Zhengyi Dafu, Jingchao Yin, and grant you the power to govern the empire's internal affairs, while your honors remain the same. You must be cautious and clear-minded, and your literary skills can be used to decorate the officials. The master will carry it out. I hereby order. Is this the imperial decree appointing me as Jingchao Yin an imperial internal affairs officer? After seeing off the official who announced the decree, Lin Xiu was escorted to the residence of the imperial minister. Looking at the internal affairs officer's printout, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that this is the minister's handiwork. He probably didn't want me, a direct descendant of a former minister, to meet the young emperor. So, he broke the rules of reporting to the capital and directly appointed me an official. No matter how you look at it, this position of Imperial Home Minister is a hot commodity. Although it is much higher in rank than the former Chang'an Metropolitan Governor, for me, it is the worst position. First, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer is under the administrative authority of the minister's civil service system. If it were a local official, it would be fine, but the Imperial Capital Internal Affairs Officer is a Beijing official, and is subject to the most severe suppression by the minister. Secondly, there's the issue of governance difficulty. Since I've been assigned the position of Jingchao Yin, the ministers will definitely ask me to govern the Imperial Capital well. This is not an easy job. Generally speaking, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer will be a Beijing official who has factional support in the Imperial Capital. Asking me, a local official, to take on this position is like throwing 10 hot potatoes to me. Normally, based on my achievements in governing Chang'an, I should be appointed governor of Longxi Prefecture. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before the ministers start making things difficult for me, or even looking for an opportunity to completely remove me from my position. I have to take action before then to get out of this situation. Anyway, there is still some time before the rebellion is raised, so Lin Xiu is still in the mood to play with the ministers. Shiyu, go contact Minister Tiaoli and ask him to come back to the imperial capital. The former minister's reputation is still very well known. The news of his return will definitely cause some ripples in the imperial capital. Yes, I'll go to the nearest teleportation array in 1.2 right away. Shiyu hurried out of the city. Looking at Shiyu's back, Lin Xiu turned and looked at Cornelia. Cornelia, go to the general's mansion and pay a visit to General Bud to see if you can get his support. As long as we spread the news that the minister of Tiaoli is about to return, we should be able to gain the support of General Bud. Then, we can leave the civil service system and enter the military system. Although Lin Xiu didn't want to leave the civil service system, there was no other way. Since the ministers had regarded him as a thorn in their eyes from the beginning, he had no choice but to leave the civil service system first. Understood. I'll go right away. Cornelia knew that time was running out, so she immediately rushed to the general's mansion. A month later, under Lin Xiu's manipulation, the situation has changed dramatically. First, let's talk about Lin Xiu. With Cornelia's help, Lin Xiu defeated her good sister Teiko and Kurohiro's former teammate Jin, and unlocked 2 more initial ability spaces. Then there is Minister Tiaoli's side. After receiving Lin Xiu's letter, Minister Tiaoli immediately decided to leave the city. However, before he officially came out, news of his departure had already spread throughout the imperial capital, causing a stir in the imperial city's official circles. Chapter 74. Hill. Lin Xiu is very strong in that area. Second update. Then there was the business performance. In just 1 month, Lin Xiu's caravan had begun to devour the market of the imperial capital. In conjunction with Lin Xiu's new policy as the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer, in just 1 month, Lin Xiu had collected tax revenue comparable to that of the previous 6 months. This tax revenue was enough for him to meet the young emperor. Finally, it's General Bud's side. The effect on General Bud was the worst, because he did not fulfill Lin Xiu's request to see the little emperor, but was only willing to meet Lin Xiu in person. Even after Lin Xiu presented a gift to him, he only said that he would try his best to apply for a suitable reward. So old-fashioned, so unreasonable. To deal with such a person, Lin Xiu can only use extraordinary means. Bud, I sent you a member of the night raid. If you accept the gift but don't do anything about it, don't blame me for collecting the money myself. After some preparation, Lin Xiu immediately released Zaire, who had stayed with her for a month. In front of the Imperial Interior Minister's residence, Hill earnestly assured Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, I will definitely convey what you said to me to the boss and the others. Hill, delivering the message is secondary. You just need to bring the things I asked you to. If the people who attacked at night think you have betrayed them and want to attack you or imprison you, you must remember to contact me through the chess piece. Lin Xiu warned. Normally, letting his followers contact him through chess pieces wouldn't require any instructions, but who could blame Hill for being such a fool? Lin Xiu was really afraid that Hill would forget to contact him. Yes, Lin Xiu Jun really loves to worry. Hill gave Lin Xiu repeated assurances before getting on the carriage and driving out of the city. The original base of the night raid. When Hill arrived here, it had already turned into a pile of ruins. Apparently, after Brand and Hill were captured, Night Raid had abandoned their original base. Lin Xiujun said that now is the time to take out the map. According to Lin Xiujun, the boss and the others should be near this coordinate point now. Although Hill was a bit directionally challenged, fortunately the map Lin Xiu gave him had a built-in navigation function. This kind of map with built-in guidance function is one of the many high-tech products developed by Lin Xiu, and the one given to Hill is the most high-end of the high-end products. As long as the coordinates are set on the map, users can directly follow the guide arrows on the map to reach the destination. It can be said to be extremely brainless. We're here. Hill's physical condition has improved a lot and he quickly reached his destination. Hua hua hua. There was a rustling sound in the grass, and a green-haired young man appeared in front of Hill. Lubbock, are you here to pick me up? Hill asked with a smile. Hill, is it really you? Looking at Hill in front of him, Lubbock silently raised his Imperial gloves. As early as when Hill came into contact with the barrier he had set up, he had already confirmed through the information transmitted back through the silk thread that the visitor was Hill. Hill, did you escape on your own, or did that Lin Xiu let you back in? Lubbock narrowed his eyes and secretly arranged the venue with silk threads while speaking. Of course it was Lin Xiu Jun who released me. Pipe exclamation mark quote. Hill replied directly. Lin Xiujun asked me to bring a few words and some things to everyone. Lubbock was silent. He didn't expect Hill to be so direct. According to Hill, she has already surrendered to the enemy. The next second, Najashidan's voice reached Lubbock's ears through the vibration of the silk thread. Lubbock, bring Hill back. The fact that Hill was able to find this place means that Lin Xiu already knows where our base is. The fact that he didn't attack us has already proven his sincerity. Boss, you're back. Lubbock was overjoyed. After the last loss of troops, Najashidan returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, saying that she was going to replenish the fighting force. Now that the boss is back, he has a backbone. Yeah, I just got back. Thank you for your hard work while I was away. Okay, bring Hill over here first. I have something to ask her. Half an hour later, in Night Raid's new base, the members of Night Raid gathered together, looking at the purple-haired girl in front of them with some unfamiliarity. Hill, you haven't been abused in the past few days, have you? Marin was the first to step forward and express her concern. No, mine, do I look like I've been tortured? Hill turned around and showed the members of the Night Raid that he was unharmed. When Hill was spinning, Main noticed that Hill was different from before. Hill, what's this under your cheongsam? Main knew that Hill usually wore cheongsams, but now, Hill's fair and tender thighs were wrapped in a pair of silk stockings that looked of very high-quality material. Ah, this is a gift from Lin Xiujun, Hill replied with a smile. After that, Hill quite liked the feeling of being wrapped in comfortable and breathable material all over her body, so she now wears the purple one-piece stockings every day. It is comfortable and breathable, made of high-quality materials, and can also help in combat. This is the first time she has used such a useful thing. Lin Xiu gave it to you. So, Lin Xiu attacked you, Zaire. Marin raised her eyebrow and almost jumped up. Did you take action? Hill replied directly. At the time, Lin Xiujun was making out with Kai Tong's former companions. When he saw me wake up, he attacked me directly. Lin Xiujun is very strong, and he made me feel a forbidden sense of comfort and satisfaction. Oh right, Lin Xiujun said he likes me and will be with me in the future. After these words were spoken, the girls who had attacked at night fell silent. It would be fine if it was someone else who was captured. After being captured, Xie still said this. They would only think that Xie was deceived by Lin Xiu and helped him count money. Among all the girls who attacked at night, Akame's eyes twitched the most. She had never imagined that Lin Xiu would actually take all of her former companions into Shangjong. Bang! Najashidan slammed the table, attracting everyone's attention. Hill, let's not talk about what Lin Xiu did to you for now. Why did he ask you to come to us? Let me think about it. Hill pondered for a few seconds. Oh right, Lin Xiujun asked me to bring you two pieces of news, one good and one bad. What's the good news? What's the bad news? Najishiden frowned. The bad news is, Brand has been taken away by General Bud. Lin Xiu said that if we want to save Brand, we have to force our way into General Brand's Imperial Guard camp. Hearing this, Najishiden narrowed her eyes. Brand is with General Bud. This is indeed bad news. What about the good news? The good news is, Lin Xiu said he is willing to help Yi Shi, so he gave me this. As he spoke, Nier took out a few blood-colored chess pieces from his pocket. Hill, what is this? Kai Tong felt an unusual energy from it. Lin Xiu said that this is a special chess piece that can stimulate potential. After using it, it can make living things burst out with even more powerful power. In addition, if someone dies during the night raid, this chess piece can even revive them, as long as they haven't been dead for long. Death. After these words were spoken, everyone in the night raid was stunned for a while. Why would Lin Xiu give them such a heaven-defying thing? Who would use his stuff? What if it's poison? Lubbock expressed his distrust first. I can guarantee that this is not poison, because I have such a chess piece in my body. Hill replied immediately. Asterisk 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 14. The next second, two devil wings as white as black jade extended from Hill's body. Is this the power of a dangerous species? Does this chess piece contain the power of a dangerous species? Kai Tong pondered. Hill, you just said that this chess piece, besides being able to revive the recently deceased, can also make people stronger. Yes, that's right. Hill nodded. Okay, then please show me how you are different from before. Kai Tong stood up, raised the tip of the knife slightly, and took the initiative to challenge Hill. 10 minutes later, a night attack on an open space in the back mountain. AJ. Kai Tong and Zaire, armed with wooden swords, engaged in a fierce battle. Although Hill is not as good as Kai Tong in fighting skills, she can always react at the most immediate moment and fight back against Kai Tong. This shows that Hill's attributes are far superior to Kai Tong's. This also shows that Lin Xiu's chess pieces do have the effect of helping people become stronger. Originally, Hill's melee ability was far inferior to Akame's, and he was one of the weaker ones among the Imperial weapon users. But after using the chess piece, Hill was able to easily suppress Akame, a top-tier Imperial weapon user. And, it seems like Hill is letting it go a bit. Najishiden looked at the blood-red chess piece on the table with a serious look. She was wondering how many of these chess pieces Lin Xiu had, and how many people had been strengthened by Lin Xiu's chess pieces. Lubbock noticed Najishiden's look and hurried forward to speak. Boss, let's give up this chess piece. What if that Lin Xiu can find our base through the chess piece? Wouldn't we lose more than we gain, Qian Zhao? Don't worry about that, even without this chessboard, I can still find you. The next second, a projection popped out from the chessboard. Lin Xiu, you just said that even without this chessboard, you can still find us. Najishiden's brows furrowed even deeper. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As early as the last time you attacked me, I used the water droplets released by the water demon explosion to mark you. It is precisely because of the guidance of the mark that Hill was able to find you. Lin Xiu, are you trying to show your friendship by saying you knew our coordinates but didn't attack us? That's what I mean. After all, I still like Hill very much, and I don't want her friends to be separated from her in life and death. Najishiden was not so easy to believe Lin Xiu's words. You like Zaire quite a bit. Commander Lin Xiu, if it was someone else instead of Zaire who stayed, you would probably say you like that person quite a bit, right? Well, I would indeed say that. After all, I just like pretty girls. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Okay. Najishiden pursed her lips. She admitted that she had misjudged Lin Xiu. In the past, she thought Lin Xiu was just a genius and reformer, but she didn't expect that he also had such a strong pervert attribute. Chapter 75. Are you willing to dedicate yourselves to the devil? Anyway, if you want to rescue Brand, go to General Bud's mansion. If you encounter any danger, you can choose to use my breakthrough chess piece to improve your strength or revive yourself. Of course, using the power of unconventional chess pieces does not come without a price. Have you seen Hill? Anyone who uses the devil's chess piece becomes mine. Of course, I still respect you very much and will not ask you to be loyal to me right now. As the price for suspending the contract, every time you use a chess piece, you must spend the night with me like Hill did. Through Lin Xiu's words, Najishiden already knew clearly that this was the devil's fruit. Once eaten, it was equivalent to accepting the devil's temptation, signing a contract with the devil, and sacrificing herself to the devil. But, she had no choice. Okay, I agree. Najishiden knew very well that Lin Xiu had deliberately allowed them to act, and even deliberately let them attack General Bud's mansion. If they really went to fight, they would be falling into Lin Xiu's trap. But even if it's a trap, they have to go. Not only to save our companions, but also to make the night raid famous among all the people of the Empire. As long as General Bud is defeated, the Empire's military morale and public sentiment will be severely damaged. Okay, I look forward to hearing from you. Lin Xiu smiled meaningfully and ended the call immediately. He was very curious about who would be the first to come to sleep with him during the night raid. This unknown feeling gave Lin Xiu a pleasure similar to flipping a card. It is really a pleasure to see these idealistic girls succumb to reality, actively serve him, and move their waists 367 on him. Boss, why did you agree to that shameless guy's conditions? As soon as Lin Xiu disappeared, Lubbock jumped out impatiently. Lubbock, have you ever thought about this question? If you don't agree to his conditions first, what will he do? Given his abilities, if we launch an attack on Night Raid, even if we can defeat him, we will ultimately suffer heavy casualties and lose the strength to confront the Empire. In any case, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is not our first target, so cooperating with him temporarily is also a good option. Besides, this is a chess piece with the ability to resurrect. If there is a chance to get a second life, I believe many people would be willing to make this sacrifice. Quote. Najishiden has already made up her mind to use her first demon chess piece. No, I won't allow it. I'll be the first one to come. Lubbock's voice rose an octave. I want to see if he dares to attack a man like me. Lubbock, it seems you can't do it. Leone scratched his head and put down the instruction manual in his hand. Why not? The instruction manual for this chess piece states that only those favored by Lin Xiu can use it. Lubbock, you're a man. Internal Affairs Officer Xiu shouldn't be interested in you, right? Depend on. In the end, Lubbock had no choice but to accept the fact that the person he loved might give up her purity to another man at any time. After confirming the strategy of rescuing Brand and defeating General Bud, Najishiden immediately held a combat meeting. I believe everyone must be skeptical about my agreement to Lin Xiu's conditions. Now, I will answer your questions. Bang! Najishiden clapped her hands and slammed the portrait of Esdeath onto the table. According to reliable intelligence, Esdeath should return to the Imperial capital in a few days. To avoid facing 3 generals at once, we must ease tensions with Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu and defeat General Bud before Esdeath returns to the capital. So that's how it is. Esdeath is coming back. Akame stared at Murasama in her hands. Although she was confident that she could kill Esdeath, it was only Esdeath. Except for Esdeath, General Bud and Lin Xiu are all wearing armor to protect themselves, so even if Murasama has a one-hit kill curse, it will be useless. Boss is right. It is necessary to ease the relationship with Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer. Judging from his outstanding performance in domestic affairs over the past month, his ability to govern should not be overlooked even after the establishment of the new empire. Akame's words were recognized by the other Night Raid members. Marin. HMPH. Although he made my cake more expensive, I'll admit he's an excellent official, considering he reduced taxes for the poor and introduced a large number of caravans to calm prices. Of course, this is a conclusion based solely on his abilities and not his character. If we only look at his character, he's just a pervert with a pretty face. Leona. Well, I also think what the boss said makes sense. If Lin Xiu wanted to attack us, he would have done it a long time ago. But, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu likes women. Ma Yin, why don't you use the charm of your thin body to bring Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu over to our side? Leone teased Main with a malicious look. To this, Marin responded. Roll, even if you want to win him over, shouldn't you, Leone, a cow, go first? Just look at Hill, he definitely prefers plump types like Leone and Hill. After listening to Ma Yin's complaints, Hill clasped his hands together and replied with a smile. No, Lin Xiu-jun actually likes cute girls like Mayan. I've seen many girls being intimate with Lin Xiu-jun, and there are quite a few with slim figures among them. Shier smiled happily, because in her opinion, since she accepted Lin Xiu's conditions, no one's life would be in danger. Hill felt it was wonderful to be able to preserve his own life and that of his companions in this chaotic world, and to follow Lin Xiu to work for the welfare of the people of the empire. Ahem. Najishiden coughed. She felt that if they continued talking, they would talk about something extraordinary. Okay, let's not talk about Lin Xiu anymore. In order to complete today's mission, the Revolutionary Army also provided us with new personnel. Newcomer, please show yourself in front of everyone. Najishiden clapped her hands, and a man and a woman walked in from outside. I'm Chelsea, nice to meet you all. The pink-haired girl said with a smile while biting a lollipop. My name is Susano. Susano, who was wearing Japanese clothes, said in a deep voice. Chelsea's taigu can mimic the image of another person. It's a powerful assassination-type taigu, but it's not suitable for direct combat. Susano is a biological Imperial weapon assigned to me by the Revolutionary Headquarters. It has a strong regenerative ability and can be used as both a regular combat force and a burst of power. It's quite reliable. Chelsea doesn't need to cooperate with others in battle. She usually carries out assassination missions alone. Susano can understand my intentions, and coordinating with everyone shouldn't be a problem. After briefly explaining a few precautions, Najishiden raised the robotic arm forward. For the revolution. For the people, we must defeat General Bud. Let the flames of revolution against the Empire ignite everywhere. 3 days later. Attack the General's mansion. That's it. Yes. Understood. After announcing their disbandment, the members of Night Raid each went about their own business. Chelsea handed out lollipops everywhere and quickly became friends with the members of Night Raid. At night, following Lin Xiu's instructions, Chelsea took the initiative to find the 2 most difficult members of the Night Raid, Leone and Akame. With Hill already in hand, Main is already a half-cooked duck. According to Lin Xiu's judgment, among the remaining members of Night Raid, Leona and Akame are the most difficult to deal with. Therefore, in order to speed up the progress of the strategy, Lin Xiu specially sent his assistant who had infiltrated the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea. Chelsea was originally a member of the Oberg Assassination Society. In the assassination attempt on Lin Xiu, Chelsea, like Chitong and Haitong, was lucky enough to escape. However, after escaping, Chelsea did not run away, but kept trying to save people. While trying to save people, Chelsea witnessed firsthand how powerful Chang'an was. This kind of strength is not simply the strength of military force, but the strength of technology, policies, and people's hearts. Governor Lin Xiu is like the sun, guiding the direction and leading the development, allowing people to live a happier life than before. In the end, Chelsea chose to surrender. The reason is simple. Because Chelsea has brains, because Chelsea has witnessed a future worth pursuing in Lin Xiu. Chelsea believed that any normal person would choose to pledge loyalty to Lin Xiu after living in Chang'an for a period of time. A year later, under Lin Xiu's arrangement, Chelsea joined the Revolutionary Army as an undercover agent, helping Lin Xiu to keep track of the Revolutionary Army's movements at any time. In the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea was deeply aware that there was no difference between the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army and the top leaders of the current empire. In order to overthrow the empire, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army actually wanted to introduce foreign races. After overthrowing the empire, they even wanted to give foreign races land. These experiences at the Revolutionary Army headquarters further strengthened Chelsea's determination to follow Lin Xiu. In her opinion, anyone with a dream should follow Lin Xiu's footsteps. The assassins of the Night Raid are different from the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army. They are overthrowing the empire with a spirit of self-sacrifice. Although helping the Revolutionary Army seemed a bit foolish of them, their determination and will were so certain. So, if possible, Chelsea hopes they can turn back. In the hot spring, Chelsea, Akame, and Leonie were chatting while soaking in the hot spring. Hey, seniors from Night Raid, do you think there's something a little off about the conversation between the boss and Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu just now? Chelsea asked with a smile. What's wrong? Kai Tong turned sideways, and a drop of water dripped onto his well-developed hemisphere. Chapter 76. Bathhouse Debate, Akame's Instability, Part 4. Pictured as Akagi, Chelsea smiled slightly and continued. After listening to what the boss said, I have always had a doubt in my mind. According to the boss, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer is clearly a capable and good person. Why can't we become his subordinates? It is precisely because he is a good person that we need to bring him to our side. Kai Tong replied in a deep voice. That's right, it's precisely because Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is a good person that we gave up on assassinating him. Because, judging from his abilities and actions, he should live to see the founding of the new empire. Leonie also chimed in. Quote. Chelsea smiled softly. In other words, in order to achieve the right result, everyone is willing to accept using some wrong means to achieve the result, right? Allah, I didn't expect you, with your record at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, to ask such a serious question. Leonie placed the beer on the floating tray and looked at Chelsea with a sharp gaze. That's right, our Night Raid was, from the very beginning, an organization that used the wrong means to achieve the right result. In this respect, Chelsea, you are the same as us. Yes, of course I understand that. Chelsea smiled and nodded. However, using the wrong means to achieve the right result is undoubtedly more convincing than using the right means to achieve the right result. Interior Minister Lin Xiu is using the right means to achieve the right results, isn't he? Quote. There was a long silence. Finally, Kai Tong spoke. Although Interior Minister Lin Xiu's policies have made people's lives better, I don't think his original intentions were right. In my opinion, the idea of trying to save this country, which is already on the verge of collapse, was wrong from the beginning. A corrupt empire can only be revitalized by destroying it. Trying to save the empire as it is will only cause the people of the empire to live in dire straits for even longer. If you think that Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is a good person, Chelsea, you can let him continue to shine in the new empire. This is also the reason why we gave up on taking action against him. I see, must it be destroyed? Chelsea smiled softly. What if Interior Minister Lin Xiu also chooses to destroy the empire? However, instead of joining the Revolutionary Army, he leads his own forces to destroy the empire. In that case, Akame, would you still oppose him? Quote. Up pointing arrow. Neither Akame nor Leona could answer this question. Judging from her political achievements, Lin Xiu was undoubtedly much better than those at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. However, due to their stance, they could not possibly say that they wanted to join Lin Xiu. Chelsea, your premise is wrong. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu cannot betray the empire. Kai Tong said. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu has been an official of the empire since he was young, and his master is a former minister of the empire. A man like him would only choose to overthrow the ministers in the court and would never try to start a rebellion. I see, this is what everyone thinks. Chelsea's smile was a little subtle. Ultimately, it's still the thinking of the weak. Chelsea, what did you say? Akame and Leonie were a little confused. Obviously, everyone had just been getting along well, and they all thought Chelsea was a kind person. Why are Lin Xiu's stances and opinions so dangerous when it comes to her? I said, everyone, including me, is limited by the thinking of the weak. Chelsea explained slowly. Akagiri, can you tell me why you think it's not possible to transform the empire from within? If internal reform was feasible, the empire would not be what it is now, Kai Tong replied. You are right about this, Kai Tong. But, Kai Tong, do you think that if you can figure out a problem, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu won't be able to figure it out? Could it be that, Kai Tong, you understand politics very well, even better than Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer? If you don't understand, Kai Tong, what basis do you have to assert that Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer, cannot save this empire? Quote. Kai Tong wanted to say something but stopped herself, having nothing to say. As a civil official, Lin Xiu's Internal Affairs Officer is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. In terms of military strength, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu has also demonstrated the strength of a general. Such an Internal Affairs Officer of Lin Xiu is not afraid of any shady means. Even if he is suppressed by his political enemies, he can make a comeback with his own strength at the level of a general. It can be said that as time passes, the ministers will gradually lose their power in the court. If the minister steps down and Lin Xiu takes over as Internal Affairs Officer, will you still take action against him? Chelsea asked seriously. Quote. Kai Tong was confused, and for the first time she began to question her own position. As Chelsea said, if she can see the truth clearly, how can Lin Xiu not see it? Since Lin Xiu has chosen this path, then, is their choice wrong? Chelsea, you're in a dangerous position. Are you really sent by the Revolutionary Army headquarters? Leonie couldn't help but complain. Well, the reason I say this is actually because I met Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu. Chelsea gave a devilish smile. Oh, from what you said, you have seen him before this time. Leonie wrinkled her nose. Yes, that's right, Miss Kai Tong should be well aware of this. The Empire and the rebels once planned to murder Governor Lin Xiu. Miss Kai Tong and I were both part of the team that assassinated Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu at the time. However, since I have almost no direct combat ability, I did not participate in the final decisive battle. Akame nodded silently. That assassination greatly changed the trajectory of her life. Chelsea, you support Interior Minister Lin Xiu so much, isn't it because you are obsessed with looks? Leonie joked. How is that possible? Besides looks, I also look at personality and ability, right? Roar. After changing the topic, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. However, Chelsea's words were like a nail that pierced deep into the hearts of Akahima and Leonie. Interior Minister Lin Xiu's destructive and constructive abilities are maximized. The Revolutionary Army has great destructive power but limited constructive capacity. The Empire, perhaps it should indeed be handed over to someone like Lin Xiu. 3 days later, Lin Xiu spent another 3 days leisurely. In the evening, in the residence of the Imperial Minister of Internal Affairs, Lin Xiu was leisurely handling government affairs with Xiu. Lin Xiujun, with the combined strength of Chang'an's own strength and your policies, the caravans of Chang'an have already taken over 40% of the Imperial capital's market. 40%. This speed is already pretty good. Don't be too anxious about the follow-up. Be careful not to affect the minister's interests. At least at this stage, we are not in a position to declare war on the minister directly. Yes, I understand. We have already established contact with the minister's relative. He advised the minister that he would not attack us until he senses a crisis. And when he reaches the critical point. Having said that, Lin Xiu and Xiu smiled at each other. By then, there will already be a large number of interest groups supporting us in the court. Unless he uses violence to eliminate them, he will definitely not be able to shake the support of us, who have so many nobles and officials. Then I won't have to be this crappy interior minister anymore. Lin Xiu still has certain requirements for official positions. This is certainly not because he is an official fan, but because only when his position is higher and the power in his hands is greater, can he give the Empire's dragon energy and national destiny a sufficient impact when he betrays the Empire, and only then can the shield level of the Supreme Emperor's throne be reduced to the Demon King level. To this end, Lin Xiu still needs to seize more power. When Lin Xiu and Xiu were discussing the number of emerging dignitaries and old nobles to win over, a loud explosion was heard outside the window. Swoosh. In the direction of the general's mansion, a golden beam of light pierced the sky and blasted away a man wearing heavy armor and with the body of a double-door refrigerator. Then, a man carrying a huge mirror on his back rushed forward, waving the sword Amano Kuro in his hand and chasing him. Has the war finally started? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Cornelia, Bonnie, Tsukushi, Jin, and Teiko, go and lend a hand to General Bud. Yes. After receiving Lin Xiu's order, the group who had been prepared for a long time immediately left the internal affairs official's residence. After establishing a physical relationship with Lin Xiu gave them the slime symbiote and the special chess piece. With the help of these two, they almost gained strength that surpassed Brand. Although not as high as the general level, each one is almost equivalent to a quasi-general. In addition, they can use 0.1 mana, so even if it is just a one-on-one fight, they can hold the general back for a long time. With the help of these 5 people, even if General Bud is caught off guard, he will be able to quickly reorganize the front line. After the battle line is reorganized, the night attack will be pushed to the limit. It's time for Lin Xiu to reap the rewards. 10 minutes later. An unprecedentedly strong golden beam of light burst out from outside the window. This is the ultimate attack of the Imperial weapon, romantic turret, pumpkin. With this strike, a path was cleared through the assembled Imperial guards, giving the members of the Night Raid a perfect opportunity to escape. In the original plot, Mine also used this trick at the moment of life and death. After using this trick to deal with General Bud, Main also turned into a vegetable due to excessive mental exhaustion. Just over 10 seconds after this ray of light was emitted, the flipping the card segment that Lin Xiu had been looking forward to finally came to an end. The first one to use the unconventional chess piece is, as expected, she is. Call out, swish, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ever since Lin Xiu sensed something, the golden light cannon started blasting away like crazy. Chapter 77. The first member of the Night Raid dedicated himself. Part 1. Obviously, the person who used the unconventional chess piece was Marin. Mine's Imperial tool, romantic turret, pumpkin, can transform the user's mental power into artillery fire. The more dangerous the user is and the higher their will, the more powerful the Imperial tool will be. If all members of the Night Raid used special chess pieces to enhance their strength, Marin would definitely have the most obvious improvement. Because, Main is the weakest among the Night Raid members. After using the special chess piece, Mine's physical fitness increased by who knows how many times, and her mental strength even showed an explosive growth. According to my estimation, after using the special chess piece, Ma Yin's regular output is already on par with General Bud. With a little power up, Ma Yin can suppress General Bud with absolute firepower. Without my support, I'm afraid General Bud would have perished after this battle, right? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to make General Bud realize that he could not resist the night attack by himself, so that General Bud would transfer more power to him. As long as he obtains the corresponding position, combined with Lin Xiu's terrifying resources from Chang'an City, Lin Xiu will be able to secure his position and gain the loyalty of his subordinates as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, a golden beam of light shot through the sky, blasting General Bud and Bonnie away. If Bonnie's servants hadn't been strengthened once by the slime symbiote, she would never have dared to take on Mine's attack like this. Alright, Cornelia and the others have almost made their presence felt. It's my turn now. Thinking about this, Lin Xiu stretched hard. Are you going to take action yourself, Lin Xiu? Have a safe trip. Opposite Lin Xiu, Shiyu gave Lin Xiu a gentle yet firm look. Well, I'll be back soon, Shiyu, don't worry. After saying that, a flash of emerald green light appeared on Lin Xiu's hand, and the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was instantly equipped. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Open hollow corner bracket. Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Close hollow corner bracket. Boosted gear scale male. After using the forbidden technique, Lin Xiu's aura became even stronger than before. He reached the peak of the Demon King level. Because, in the past month or so, he gained 2 more ability spaces through Jin and Miko. After obtaining 2 new initial ability spaces, Lin Xiu exchanged them for the complete versions of Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline and Incarnation of God, Dwarf Vamana, respectively. As time passed, due to the dual factors of the improvement of bloodline level and his own cultivation, Lin Xiu's strength finally broke through the limit of upper demon and entered the highest demon level. Therefore, after using the forbidden hand, Lin Xiu's strength soared to the peak of the Demon King level. Call out. The next second, Lin Xiu kicked out, lightly tapped the air, and disappeared in front of Shiyu. The General's mansion. The Night Raid group was fleeing while carrying out a targeted sniper attack on General Bud. Just now, under the bombardment of Mayan, General Bud had temporarily lost his combat experience. Unfortunately, after witnessing General Bud's defeat, the Imperial City's guards not only did not lose their will to fight, but instead charged even more frantically at the members of the Night Raid. Seeing that the commotion was getting louder and more reinforcements were coming, the Night Raiders had to retreat. However, even if they were retreating, Night Raid would not miss the opportunity to kill General Bud. During the retreat, Main was always looking for an opportunity to snipe General Bud. Boom! A massive artillery shell with a diameter of over 10 meters flew towards General Bud. Cornelia's eyes were stern as she activated her weapon, King Crusher, with all her might, and stood before General Bud. The earth-shattering impact met the golden light cannon that pierced the sky. The light cannon easily suppressed the shockwave of the crushing king. However, when the light cannon reached Cornelia, the slime symbiote in her body launched an autonomous defense, perfectly withstanding the remaining power of the light cannon. Damn it! Why are all of your former companions, Kai Tong, so difficult to deal with? Mine uttered a sharp tisk. In response, Kai Tong could only remain silent. How should she respond? Because all her former companions have become Lin Xiu's women. And, Mine, you became so strong because you owed Lin Xiu a blow. How dare the bandits who attacked at night attack the general's mansion? What crime should they be punished for? A loud male voice came from the air. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a red armor standing tall in the air. Master Lin Xiu, is your imperial weapon finally ready? Cornelia shouted back. This sound not only revealed Lin Xiu's identity, but also explained why Lin Xiu was late. After all, Lin Xiu's subordinates came so early, but he came so late, there must be a reason. Seeing Lin Xiu arrive, Cornelia continued as planned. Tsukushi, Bonnie, Teiko, Jin, and all the Imperial guards under General Bud. Master Lin Xiu possesses strength far superior to ours. Under Master Lin Xiu's leadership, we will surely achieve victory. Charge. Don't let the bandits who attacked at night escape. Upon hearing that Lin Xiu was Cornelia and her group's superior, the Imperial guards erupted in an unprecedented fighting spirit.
Boom. Lin Xiu ejected green spiritual energy, accelerating continuously, and soon rushed in front of Yi Shi. Sky Cloud Cloud Sword. Susanoo swung out the hundreds-meter-long Sky Cloud Sword to intercept Lin Xiu. Facing the sudden attack of the Aim no Kamezu sword, Lin Xiu chose the most gorgeous and eye-catching way to respond. Dragon Shoot. Boost. 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 The green light cannon was dozens of meters in diameter, directly enveloping Susanoo's body. Lin Xiu's opening caused a huge response among the Imperial guards. None of them had expected that besides General Bud, there was such a powerful man in the Empire. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was wantonly using various big scene moves, Najishitan narrowed her eyes. As expected, Lin Xiu intended to use a night attack against General Bud to elevate his own status within the Empire. However, generally speaking, the goal of this mission has been achieved. Rescuing Brand and severely injuring General Bud has already shaken the foundation of part of the Empire. Everyone, retreat immediately. Don't fight to the end. Leave the rearguard action to me, Susanoo, Najishitan shouted immediately. Boss. Add me as the rearguard. As he spoke, Lubbock took the initiative to attack Lin Xiu before Najishitan could reply. Wait. Lubbock. Najishitan wanted to say something, but it was too late. Lubbock's thread has already flown towards Lin Xiu. Lubbock felt that he was the only one who could possibly defeat Lin Xiu during the night raid. In order to prevent Yi Shi and Najishitan from becoming dependent on Lin Xiu or even submitting to her, he had to sever his connection with her right here. Swoosh, 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 dozens of silk threads flew and entangled Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu just stood there motionless, letting the silk thread wrap around her body. Lin Xiu even felt the strength of the silk thread. It's quite strong, worthy of being the hair from that dangerous dragon-type creature that even the first emperor couldn't match. These things on me are probably the finest items left by Lubbock. If they get tangled up in these threads, even a top-tier Imperial artifact user like Brand would have a hard time. Pa 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 pa. Lin Xiu just stretched his body a little, and all the silk threads wrapped around him broke. Boom. Astonishing spiritual energy burst out from the jet nozzle, and Lin Xiu rushed towards Lubbock. Fell into a trap. Lubbock couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. What he wanted was for Lin Xiu to take the initiative to attack him. Wait. Lubbock. No. Najishitan suddenly realized something and shouted at Lubbock. Boss, I'm sorry. This is the only time I can't obey your order. Lubbock's eyes were determined. Considering that Maine has already used that guy's pawn, the boss's lifespan has also been shortened due to the use of secret techniques. In order to avoid excessive boss battles in the future, and thus being forced to use chess pieces, he must take action against the debtor. He doesn't want to see the woman he likes climbing into another man's bed. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lubbock looked at the rapidly approaching Lin Xiu excitedly. He arranged an absolute killer weapon on the road that must be taken to reach his destination. Boundary disconnected. A thread that even space cannot cut, possessing a cutting power unrivaled in the world. It was precisely because of the boundary break that Lubbock dared to say that he was the only man who could possibly defeat Lin Xiu in the night raid. Swoosh. Lin Xiu passed through the boundary thread without any pause. Faced with the haircutting of the Super Demon King level dragon-type dangerous species, Lin Xiu's body voluntarily separated. Of course, in Lubbock's eyes, Lin Xiu's body was separated by the boundary line. Success. Lubbock's joy was beyond words, he almost jumped up on the spot. But what happened next surprised him even more. Lin Xiu's body had clearly split into two halves, but he was still flying towards him. As he flew, Lin Xiu's originally separated body unexpectedly became whole again. Oh no. We have to run. Lubbock was well versed in the ways of the vulgar and prepared to run away immediately. It's a pity. It's too late. Bang. Lin Xiu stepped on Lubbock from behind. Before Lubbock could even get up, Lin Xiu stepped on one of his guests from behind. Hiss. You. Lubbock's voice was heartbreaking, sad, and painful. Just like in the original story, Lubbock became a lone testicle warrior, with the caring help of Lin Xiu. However, Lubbock did not become a lone testicle warrior for long. Just a few seconds later, Lin Xiu crushed his remaining testicle. Lin Xiu left one for him so he could crush it again. Puff, the sound of eggs falling to the ground. After 2 consecutive bouts of suicidal level pain, Lubbock's face turned the color of liver. However, because Lin Xiu stepped on him, he couldn't even roll on the ground in pain. Chapter 78 Leona's Awakening, Marin's Devotion, Part 2. Pictured as Leona, Lubbock. Najishitan felt very uncomfortable, but she also knew that Lubbock deserved it. If you want to harm others, you should be prepared to be retaliated against. After just a moment's hesitation, Jashitan made a quick decision. Everyone else. Retreat immediately. Najishitan's assessment of the situation was correct. Since Lin Xiu had already taken action, it was too dangerous for them to stay here. She doesn't want to be a tool for Lin Xiu to improve his performance. As for Lubbock, Najashitan knew very well that he, who had been trampled under Lin Xiu's feet, could not be saved no matter what. Huh. Trying to escape? Lin Xiu snorted coldly. If it's just one person, then it obviously hasn't reached the minimum requirement in his mind. Skycloud Cloud Sword. Susanoo wielded the Murakumo sword, trying to force Lin Xiu away from Lubbock. Lin Xiu stopped where he was, raised his fingers slightly, and caught the huge Aim Kurokumo sword like a dragon chariot. What? Susanoo had fought countless battles, but this was the first time he had encountered an enemy who could take his Aim no Murakumo sword head on. After holding the sword of Amano Murakumo, the precious jade on Lin Xiu's body kept shining. Boost. 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 Crack. Bang. Under Lin Xiu's increasing strength, the Aim no Murakumo sword was directly crushed into pieces. Yasukani no Magatama. While the sword of Aim no Murakumo was being crushed, Susanoo activated the Yasukani no Magatama and appeared in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. However, obviously, this is not a good idea. Second secret sword. Armor splitting. When engaging Susanoo in close combat, Lin Xiu's power was transmitted from his lower body to his waist, delivering his zero-distance, breaking blow. This kind of zero-distance slashing attack can be called the inch force that can be released by the sword. Swoosh. The force released from Lin Xiu's gauntlets directly tore through the center of Susanoo's waist. Of course, this alone is not enough to defeat Susanoo. Sixth secret sword. Poison Moth Blade. The Moth Blade is a sword technique developed specifically for combating heavily armored foes. When engaged in close combat, the user can transmit high-frequency vibrations through the blade, allowing the vibrations to penetrate the armor directly into the enemy's body. Of course, Susanoo is not a heavily armored enemy. The reason why Lin Xiu used this move was to destroy its core. Kacha, under the special power of the Poison Moth Blade, an ominous sound came from Susanoo's body. Najashitan, go. As Susanoo spoke, he took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. It was obvious that he wanted to keep Lin Xiu here at the cost of himself. Susanoo. Najashitan bit her red lips lightly, took a last look at Susanoo, and her feet, which had already accelerated to the limit, moved even faster. Are you finished? Lin Xiu never liked such sentimental scenes, so he snapped his fingers lightly. Instant explosion magic. Activate, explosion. Boom. The colorful black magic power instantly erupted, completely engulfing Lin Xiu and Susanoo. When the explosion dissipated, all that remained of the scene was a red suit of armor and a round Magatama. Just as Lin Xiu was about to continue his pursuit, a burly figure in silver armor rushed towards him. Who? Red-backed Shrike. The one who comes. Brand is killed by 100 people. Seeing that Susanoo had lost his fighting power, Brand gritted his teeth and gave up retreating. Brand. Shatong's red pupils were filled with pain, but she knew that all she and the others could do was not to disappoint Brand's feelings. The consequences of Brand's legacy are clear. Just half a minute later, Brand, who had fought with all his might, lost his fighting spirit and was knocked into the ground by Lin Xiu's punch. After leaving Brand behind, Lin Xiu achieved his intended goal and had no intention of continuing to pursue the night raid. After taking a look at Yi Shu's back, Lin Xiu turned and rushed towards General Bud. The location of General Bud. At this time, he had stood up again with the help of his personal guards. Although his armor was tattered and his whole body was in tatters, he managed to maintain the dignity of the Empire's general. Seeing Lin Xiu approaching, General Bud immediately spoke. Lin Xiu, Internal Affairs Officer, with your abilities, being an Internal Affairs Officer is a waste of your talent. You've performed a great deed this time. I will also report your outstanding achievements this month to His Majesty, so that His Majesty can reward you accordingly. As soon as they met, General Bud promised to seek credit for Lin Xiu. Because he could feel his physical condition, although he was not disabled, he was not far from it. He needed to rest for at least a year and a half. In addition, since Esdeath is still some time away from returning, it is necessary to promote Lin Xiu to deter night attacks. Thank you, General Bud. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, feeling a little better. Of course, it was just a little more comfortable. Who told Bud to take his gift and not do anything about it? Since Bud is not a human being, he can only use his own means to get what he wants. By the way, General Bud seems to be seriously injured? Lin Xiu helped Bud up, looking very concerned. Well, although my life is not in danger, my body and Imperial weapon have been severely damaged. I will need a long time to recuperate. Bud's face darkened. He hadn't expected someone to use the romantic battery to such an extent during a night raid. It was simply a forward cannon. Don't worry, General Bud, I just gave you a rough check of your injuries. As long as you use the secret medicine from Chang'an City, I estimate that you will be able to recover in 10 days at most. Really? Then, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu, do you have this secret medicine on you? For the first time, General Bud looked at a young man for help. I don't have it on me, but I can send someone to get it right away. However, this secret medicine is quite precious. I don't know if Chang'an has used it yet. It doesn't matter, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu. Whether you get it or not, you have done your best. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Bud roughly understood what Lin Xiu meant. Lin Xiu's meaning was probably that whether Yi Yi had the secret medicine depended on how quickly he could get things done. As long as he helped Lin Xiu finish her work, then Lin Xiu would probably be able to take out the secret medicine at any time. The so-called secret medicine is in Chang'an is most likely just Lin Xiu's excuse. Originally, I wanted to give him more experience before letting him take on this important position, but I didn't expect that he would have reached such a high level in both his literary and martial arts skills. Indeed, only a person like him who has strong civil service skills is qualified to fight against the ministers. Tonight, I will meet His Majesty tonight and ask for credit for you, General Bud promised. The other side. Night attack there. After returning to the base, Najishitan and everyone took a rough inventory of the losses. First came Brand. They finally rescued Brand, but Brand still stayed on the battlefield to cover their retreat. Then there was Susanoo. Najishitan could feel that Susanoo was not dead, but was in a state where he could not respond to her commands. If she wanted to activate Susanoo again, she would probably need to use her secret technique once or even twice. Finally, there's Lubbock. When Lubbock was mentioned, Najishitan frowned fiercely. She knew that Lubbock deserved it. If he hadn't tried to attack Lin Xiu wouldn't have stepped on his balls. What happened in Lubbock is all my fault. In front of her companions, Najishitan took the initiative to take the responsibility on herself. She knew that Lubbock was afraid that she would use her secret technique too many times and would be forced to use chess pieces in the future. The story of Marin has proven that when faced with a life or death crisis, they will still choose to use chess pieces. Therefore, in order to prevent the woman he loves from climbing into another man's bed, Lubbock chose to take action against Lin Xiu. Najishitan understood this principle, and so did the other members of Night Raid. They regretted Lubbock's death, but that's all, they have to look to the future. Okay, now let's start planning the next phase of operations. Najishitan took out a portrait. According to reliable information, Esdeath will return to the Imperial capital in 10 days. Before Esdeath returns, we must do our best to eliminate the minister's followers. Lin Xiu should be very happy to see us eliminate the minister's power, so he will most likely condone us in eliminating the minister's power. So, what happens after Esdeath comes back? Marin asked proactively. Of course. Find a chance to kill Esdeath. In Najishitan's opinion, Lin Xiu was qualified to live until the establishment of the new empire, but Esdeath was definitely not qualified. Esdeath's existence will only bring chaos to the world. Good. Is the target another great general of the empire? I'm burning? Leone clasped his palms together in front of his chest, looking like a lion about to hunt. However, the next second, she casually said another very important thing. By the way, if you need to use chess pieces, let me do it. Akame looked at Leona in confusion. Akagiri, you should know that although each of us can use chess pieces, only you and I can gain powerful combat power by using them. So, let me go first. Don't look at me like this, I'm quite afraid of death. Besides, I think Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is quite handsome. If I could lose my virginity to him, it would be a good choice. Akame was silent. She knew that what Leona said was half true and half false. Half of it was just as Leona said, she felt it was nice to lose her virginity with Lin Xiu. The other half should be to relieve her of any psychological pressure. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Maine pushed her chair away and put one foot on the edge of the table. Leone, don't say anything sad before the battle begins. Angry words. I am super strong now. With the super strong mental power after reincarnation, Mayan and her companions defeated General Bud. If you can defeat General Bud, you can defeat General Esdeath. Okay, then I'll be looking forward to your performance, mine. Leone smiled easily and reached out to touch Maine's cute face. Perhaps, Governor Lin Xiu will turn mine into a real woman tomorrow. Perhaps, this will be the last time I touch mine as a pure girl. Leone's mood was a little complicated. Leone, mine, how about having barbecue tonight? Akaji raised her thumbs up, her eyes became small, and she suggested in a very cute way. No problem. Before Maine could reply, Leone and Najishitan raised their thumbs together. So, carnivorous people are really annoying. Maine, while having her face pinched by Leone, she raised her head and complained to the sky. Although it is to eat barbecue, however, Kai Tong was not very considerate and prepared special dishes for Maine. After eating the western steak she had ordered, Maine soaked in the hot spring for a while and fell asleep early. At night, Marin was very nervous and couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. The reason she hadn't fallen asleep was to wait for someone to arrive. That person was named Lin Xiu. According to the agreement, the ground will use the force of the belt once. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Filu Novel Network. Knowing this, Akaji was so considerate as to prepare special dishes for her. Knowing this, she washed herself early and went to bed early in the morning. On the bed, a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails named Meijin was modeling. Her delicate and slender body was glowing white under the moonlight. For tonight, Mine specially put on her favorite pink pajamas. Of course, she also listened to Hill's advice, respected Lin Xiu's preferences, and did not take off the pair of black stockings she wore during the day. As she lay there, Mayan began to have wild thoughts. Damn it. If you want me to serve you voluntarily, at least find a time to arrange it, right? If he never comes, won't I be unable to sleep every night? Chapter 79. Seizing Luck, Numb Night Raid, Part 3. Just when Maine was daydreaming, click, with a soft sound, her door was opened. HMPH, let's make it clear in advance, I have no experience and won't actively cooperate with you. So, you should do it yourself. Get it done quickly and leave. Hiding in the quilt, Marin was like a little hamster, treating the quilt as a small room to protect herself. Exexito. Main, what are you talking about? Hill's voice reached Mine's ears, causing her body to stiffen instantly. Main, what do you mean you have no experience? What do you mean you want me to do it myself? Hill continued to finish off the enemy. Ma Yin didn't dare to reply, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The next second, a man's voice was heard in the room. Hill, what Marin said wasn't to you, but to me. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Hill finally nodded, not quite understanding. So that's how it is. On Main's side, after hearing Lin Xiu's voice, she stood up instantly. Why are you here? Lin Xiu took a look at Ma Yin's cute pajamas, then looked at the pair of black silk thighs wrapped with pink ribbons under Ma Yin's pajamas, and smiled with satisfaction. Main, you're dressed like this, and you're still asking me why I'm here. I mean, how come you came in with Hill? Marin thought of a possibility, her pink pupils shrank instantly, and she suddenly became speechless. Main, I'm here to help you. Hill smiled and gave the answer that Main expected. Humph. It must be this pervert who ordered you to do this, Hill, right? No, I came here to help Marin. I'm quite experienced in helping other girls. Hill replied with a smile. Are you experienced in helping other girls? Zaire, what exactly did you experience with Lin Xiu? When she thought of this, Mayan's fair skin gradually turned rosy. Look, you see, it was indeed Hill himself who proposed to help Marin. Lin Xiu smiled and spread his hands. How could Ma Yin possibly believe it? In her opinion, even if Xie had proposed it, it must have been Lin Xiu who had corrupted Xie. HMPH. Whatever you say, anyway, as agreed, I'll stay with you this night. It doesn't matter, even if it's just for one night, I will give you a perfect experience, Ma Jin. Lin Xiu slowly moved upwards along Ma Yin's black silk jade feet. Is that so? It was the first time that Ma Yin saw Lin Xiu being so gentle, and she subconsciously looked away from Lin Xiu. An extremely powerful boy who is decisive in killing outsiders but extremely gentle to you. Marin is very familiar with this kind of plot in girls' comics and is very moved. Under Hill's guidance, Ma Yin held Lin Xiu's hand with one hand and Hill's hand with the other, and slowly sat down. The slender body of the pink-haired girl with twin ponytails trembled slightly, her delicate pink pupils kept turning white, and her black jade feet wrapped in pink ribbons also went around Lin Xiu's waist. While she was still conscious, Ma Yin bit her red lips and looked towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, can you answer a question for me? Why did you give us pawns? Why did you establish a relationship with us in this way? Although she already had a rough answer in her mind, Ma Yin still wanted to get confirmation from Lin Xiu. Why? Because I like it, of course. Like, who do you like? One person or everyone? Well, I like all pretty, attractive girls. Girls like you, Mayan, who refuse to succumb to fate in troubled times and actively fight against it, are the ones who meet my standards. They are both beautiful and charming. Lin Xiu replied seriously. Do you have to get it just because you like it? Marin was furious. Why? Can't I? I've always been like this. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, pulling down Marin's hands and holding them tightly to her body. The blood infusion technique was activated, and the higher level blood energy continued to wash over Marin, transforming her body. Blood infusion method, based on Lin Xiu's high-level blood, transforms the essence and life essence of other lives. Under the dual effects of blood infusion and the symbiote, Marin's life essence ushered in a wave of explosion. The girl's pink pupils almost rolled over, and she finally came to her senses. After coming to her senses, Ma Yin immediately accused Lin Xiu. You are such a scumbag. If you're a scumbag, be prepared to accept my punishment. Although she was saying that Lin Xiu was a scumbag, Ma Yin took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's neck and kissed him with her red lips. Although Lin Xiu was a scumbag, his skills were indeed impressive. Although he made her cakes much more expensive, she knew that he was giving the money he collected from the rich to the poor. Although he took Lubbock and Brand away, she knew that he simply didn't want the girl he liked to be around other men. Most importantly, Ma Yin knew that Lin Xiu was indeed a good person, hairpin. After understanding this, Ma Yin felt Lin Xiu's dominance and also felt an unprecedented sense of security. Is it because I am so vulnerable at heart that I am so moved right now, not because of the man in front of me? Marin didn't know the answer, she only knew that she now had an impulse to fall into depravity. While enjoying Marin's initiative and feeling her, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck. Marin. Blank initial ability slot +1, total initial ability slots now 13. Since I've already captured Silver and Takeo plus mine, the total has increased from 10 to 13. The next day, when Ma Yin opened her eyes, she was surprised to find that she was hugging Lin Xiu tightly, as if she would not let Lin Xiu leave her. And Ma Yin had never thought that she would become so subconsciously dependent on and close to Lin Xiu. He's obviously just a B******D man who wants to get everything, Marin whispered. The next second, as if hearing her complaint, the symbiote still soaking in her body made several rhythmic movements. It was the beating of the same frequency as Lin Xiu's heart. Huh? Under the rhythm of the symbiote, Marin's already slightly bulging belly became even more bulging. Could it be? Ma Yin swallowed her saliva, turned her head, and saw Lin Xiu who had opened his eyes. Good morning, my in. Do you want to play another game? Lin Xiu smiled and invited my in to play another game. Eh? Another round? Didn't we agree to only accompany you for one night? Marin was stunned. Just think of it as an advance payment for next time. Okay. Who told me I like mine so much? Seeing mine so cute this early in the morning, how could I resist? HMPH. You stinky man, all you can do is talk big. Having said that, Ma Yin still took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck and kissed her. Ma Yin had to admit that even though she had called Lin Xiu a stinky man many times, his mouth did smell sweet when kissed. As they kissed, Ma Yin skillfully extended her black silk jade feet wrapped with pink ribbons into Lin Xiu's hands. This fully demonstrated that the first experience with Lin Xiu last night had left an indelible mark in the depths of Marin's mind, and even formed a conditioned reflex in her. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was stunned by her leg stretching, Ma Yin hummed softly. Huh, don't you just like this? You're pretending to be like this now, but who was it that you were so eager to suck last night? Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled knowingly. Main, you are so cute even when you are so proud of yourself. Lin Xiu really likes this Tsunere and cute Marin. Even though she had already cleared the ability space last night, Marin still looked so Tsunere. Slowly savoring every bit of the Tsunere girl's cuteness and slowly uncovering her inner heart made Lin Xiu feel extremely happy. Noon. Marin got up with a bulging belly. Coincidentally, everyone who had participated in the night raid was having lunch. Although Main and Hill were not at home during breakfast, everyone was tactful and did not go to Main's room to disturb them. Main, what do you want to eat? Seeing Ma Yin get up, Kai Tong immediately showed concern. Hearing this, Mayin blushed. Could she say she was full? No need to eat, I just came here to drink some milk. In fact, Mayin could get some water from Lin Xiu, but Mayin's water deficit was too big, and she really didn't want to keep pestering Lin Xiu. Achoo! Looking at the milk in front of her, Marin seemed to remember something and sneezed very cutely. Under the influence of air pressure, the overflowing symbiont flowed out through Marin's nostrils. Everyone knew that Marin had not yet drunk the milk, which meant, Main, how did you feel last night? Did that Lin Xiu treat you too well? Leona asked after swallowing. This? Why don't you ask Hill about this? Why are you asking me? As she said that, Main hurriedly took a tissue to cover her delicate nose. After a long silence, Marin, sensing the subtle gazes from those around her, sighed and said with a life-threatening tone. He can be gentle sometimes and rough sometimes, but overall, he's not bad. Under Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Marin didn't feel any pain, only comfort and nostalgia. If she was really in pain, Marin would be crying in her bed now, instead of leisurely coming out to replenish water. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Leonie patted Main's back gently. Chapter 80. What will our night raid look like? 4th update. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Leonie patted Main's back gently. And, because of the impact from her back, Marin's already full esophagus reacted again, and a lot of symbiotes poured out. Everyone was silent. Only Leonie swallowed hard, his body temperature rising slightly, and he quickly produced various hormones for reproduction. On the one hand, Leonie had already prepared for the next sacrifice. On the other hand, after obtaining the Imperial weapon, King of Beasts, Leona's already wild personality was tainted with some beast characteristics, and Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline was extremely effective against beasts that pursued biological instincts. This combination caused Leonie's biggest reaction. Najishitan noticed Leonie's abnormality and looked up at the sky with melancholy. He said that only those he favored could use the chess pieces. Then, he took away all the men in the night raid in this battle. That is to say, in his eyes, I am actually a woman. What will happen if we have such a powerful friendly enemy? Najishitan found that after seeing the white substance that Main vomited out, her thoughts also became strange. The other side. As for Lin Xiu, he had no idea how big a chain reaction the things he left behind would trigger during the night raid. Lin Xiu is now preparing to meet the little emperor. Normally, with Lin Xiu's position as the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer, a second highest level civil servant, funniness should have summoned him at least once a week. But due to the minister's interference, Lin Xiu had not seen Huang Ningna once in more than a month. After putting on her official uniform, Lin Xiu was taken to the palace by a special motorcade. After going through a series of tedious procedures, Lin Xiu finally entered the palace again. However, unlike the last time when she flew here, this time, Lin Xiu entered the palace through formal procedures. Your Majesty has ordered that Imperial Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu come to see you. Master Lin Xiu, please follow me. Under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, Lin Xiu climbed the long white jade steps and walked towards the deepest part of the palace. However, before reaching the deepest part, Lin Xiu was stopped by a man with the body of a double-door refrigerator.
General Bud, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Xiu frowned. It was somewhat against the rules for Bud to come to him in front of the court. However, since Bud chose to do so, it proved that Bud must have something important to discuss. Well, I do have something to talk to you about. Bud nodded seriously. Today I have arranged a battle for you. You must win, no matter what. Only then can you obtain the official position I have requested for you. So that's how it is. By the way, General Bud, didn't I tell you before that there are holy medicines for healing in Chang'an? It just so happened that a caravan from Boandu entered the imperial capital yesterday. They were planning to auction the items. After I got the news, I intercepted them immediately. Text up pointing arrow. Lin Xiu took out a medicine jar decorated with something similar to Xuanbei loquat paste. Bud said he had already arranged the battle, which meant that the current situation did not allow for regrets. Since Bud has done the job, Lin Xiu will not refuse to pay. Okay, thank you Master Lin Xiu, I will use it as soon as possible. After receiving the healing medicine from Lin Xiu, Bud chatted with Lin Xiu for a while, and then left first on the grounds that he needed to use the healing medicine. Soon, it was time for Lin Xiu to meet with the Emperor alone. Led by the Herald, Lin Xiu entered the palace that represented the supreme power of the empire. Of course, Lin Xiu believes that the so-called supreme power should be replaced by supreme fist power. It is precisely because of the absolute military power that the ministers dare to act so tyrannically. As he entered the hall, a blue-haired girl who looked like the water goddess Funina came into Lin Xiu's sight. Different from the lazy look she had on the bed that day, the emperor girl was sitting upright today, still with some basic dignity. It's a pity that I still wear safety pants as before. Through the recently exchanged data Lin Xiu clearly saw the shield from the Supreme Emperor's throne, surrounding the little emperor and the ministers. I understand, little emperor, but why should I share the shield? Lin Xiu was observing the connection between the emperor girl, the minister and the supreme throne, when General Bud shouted sternly. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu, you have committed the grave crime of disrespect by gazing upon His Majesty. Your Highness, I must punish those who defy the Imperial authority. Imperial weapon. Adramalek. Boom. Before the Imperial girl could say anything, the terrifying blue-white lightning had already struck Lin Xiu. General Bud, isn't it a bit too rude to start a war in the hall? Fernina frowned fiercely. Hearing this, Bud knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, I just want to show you the strength of Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu possesses the strength of a general, so your Majesty need not worry about his safety. Just as Bud said, after the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Xiu's figure gradually appeared. The black-haired, black-eyed boy was enveloped in a protective shield of water. Not only were his injuries gone, but even his hair wasn't messed up. Even if he had the intention of recommending talent, General Bud should still be punished for such a disrespectful behavior in front of the palace. Your Majesty, clearly defining rewards and punishments is the way of a wise ruler, the minister said while chewing on meat. I see. The Imperial girl nodded, not quite understanding. Then, Minister, what do you think of jointly punishing General Bud with half a year's salary? Your Majesty, is this punishment too light? Being so partial to General Bud will make other officials dissatisfied. The minister smiled awkwardly. Too light. Then, Minister, what do you think the punishment should be? I think your Majesty could have Bud imprisoned in the palace for 6 months, and then give the salary he lost to Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu as compensation. What do you think, your Majesty? The minister asked, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Sounds good, let's do it. As long as the general direction is correct, the little emperor always listens to his ministers. After hearing the little emperor's verdict, Lin Xiu secretly gave the minister a thumbs up. If Bud is imprisoned, the power of the ministers in the outer court will probably be greatly expanded. However, since Bud dared to do this, it means he has the means to control the minister's expansion. If I'm not mistaken, Bud's method is me. After making the decision, the Imperial girl picked up the scepter and stood up from the throne. Bud, do you accept this punishment? Your Majesty, I have violated the rules in front of your palace and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, as I just said, I was recommending talents to your Majesty, which is why I behaved so rudely in front of the palace. Now that I have been punished by His Majesty, I have an even greater need to see this matter through to the end. Bud knelt on one knee and said. Oh, he's the talent you wanted to recommend. He's the one who developed Chang'an and captured the bandits who attacked at night. The Emperor girl has long been interested in Lin Xiu. Since she ascended the throne, all she heard was bad news, or bad news disguised as good news. Having been hearing this kind of news for a long time, Funina doubted her ability to govern the country and did not dare to oppose any minister's policies. But then, a weirdo like Lin Xiu appeared. Without relying on the minister's policies and support, a small village has developed so well. Amidst a pile of bad news, Lin Xiu's good news stands out. If Lin Xiu were to manage the empire, could she believe that, while the empire might not multiply several times over, it would at least thrive? The empire is thriving. Now she can go and have fun without any worries. After defeating Lin Xiu, Funina looked at General Bud curiously. Bud, what do you mean by, we must carry the recommendation through to the end? Bud stood up, lightning flashing in his eyes. I personally believe that, in addition to possessing the military prowess of a general, Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, also possesses the magnanimity to be a minister in terms of internal affairs management. Therefore, I have privately made an agreement with Minister 867 to jointly assess Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, to see if he is qualified to share your Majesty's worries. The minister has seen the achievements of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, in governing the imperial capital this month. In just 1 month, the imperial capital has received tax revenues comparable to 6 months of the previous year, and crime rates have also dropped significantly. 1 month is equivalent to half a year's tax revenue last year. That is, 6 times. The Imperial girl used her meager arithmetic skills to come up with the answer. Yes, 6 times. The minister put down the stake in his hand, looking very kind and friendly. Minister Lin Xiu mobilized a large number of caravans from Chang'an to promote the development of industry and commerce in the imperial capital. He also formulated reasonable commercial taxes, which made the entire imperial capital's business more active. That's why Your Majesty saw this 6-fold increase in taxes. Ah, even an old minister has to admit the excellence of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer. In my opinion, he is undoubtedly qualified to share the burden of His Majesty. The reason why the ministers were willing to speak well of Lin Xiu was that 70% of the 6-fold tax revenue fell into the hands of his ruling group. Lin Xiu expected the minister to speak well of him, but he didn't expect that Bud and the minister would jointly assess him. In other words, Bud hadn't ignored him before. When Lin Xiu was confused, he said, "Next, I will use a battle to show Your Majesty the personal strength of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer. If Lin Xiu, the internal affairs official, obtains the old minister and his imperial guards, Your Majesty sincerely hopes to grant him a position commensurate with his military prowess and governing ability." Bud's words can be said to have taken simplicity and crudeness to the extreme. If it goes a little further, it can be called forcing the emperor to abdicate. It's a pity that the emperor has no relevant knowledge in this regard. After listening to Bud's explanation, she stood up excitedly. "A fight, or will General Bud personally take action?" "Okay, I agree. When does it start?" The Emperor girl's eyes lit up. Fighting is great. She loves watching fights the most. Chapter 81. The Battle of the Great Generals, Secret Technique, Thunder Giant. Update 1. Seeing that the Emperor girl was excited when hearing about fighting, Lin Xiu felt that it would be better for this country to perish. The minister and the general were both hiding something from her, and she actually had the mood to watch a fight. Half an hour later, in the martial arts arena. In the stands, Funina was extremely excited. She wouldn't be this excited to watch ordinary people fight. But this is General Bud, one of the strongest generals in the empire. Normally, when General Bud attacked, he always killed his opponents instantly. This time, he finally encountered an opponent of the same level as General Bud. Finally, I can enjoy watching it. Minister, don't you think it's a bit unfair to let General Bud and his subordinates fight against Lin Xiu's internal affairs officer? Looking at the army behind General Bud, the Emperor girl couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, General Bud's family has protected the empire for 1,000 years before he was able to obtain the position of general. Esdeath fought all over the world and accumulated many years of military merit before being promoted to general. As for Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, although he has made outstanding contributions, he does not have sufficient foundation. Since we are granting him a position comparable to that of a general, we should allow him to demonstrate strength commensurate with his position. Otherwise, how will he win the support of his people in the future? The minister chewed the meat and looked at General Bud in the center of the venue with a sharp look in his eyes. I see. The Emperor girl nodded, not quite understanding. Yes, considering that you and Bud worked together to secure this position for him, this level of examination is only natural. The Imperial girl looked at the golden tray beside her, on which lay the Imperial edict that General Bud and the minister had requested from her not long ago. Yes, as long as he can pass General Bud's test, he will be eligible for the position specially created for him by His Majesty. Of course, the premise is that he can pass. Closing square bracket. Thinking of this, the minister's big mouth, which was eating frantically, showed a sinister smile. Bud, you don't know yet. My assassination team has already infiltrated your Imperial guards. Now that Lin Xiu is dead, I can not only inherit the legacy he left behind in the Imperial capital, but I can even obtain the Chang'an city he built. The power spreading from Longxi Prefecture alone has already made the Imperial capital's business flourish. Yet, after all these years, not a single piece of news has reached us. What is the purpose of the Imperial Intelligence Department? Originally, the minister was planning to recruit Lin Xiu into his own interest group because of the money he gave him. However, Lin Xiu's action of asking the ministers of Tiaoli to come out of retirement deeply offended him. Currently, the former minister's return to the seclusion has caused a lot of trouble. If the minister of Tiaoli joins forces with Lin Xiu, his position will be greatly threatened. Moreover, Lin Xiu's power in the local area is too great. Even though he had lost his position as governor, Lin Xiu was still able to leverage his past prestige to mobilize Chang'an's resources directly as the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer. Therefore, the minister determined that Lin Xiu was someone who must be physically eliminated. From the perspective of power struggle alone, the minister's choice was undoubtedly correct. Lin Xiu, a local leader who controls resources comparable to those in the imperial capital, is too dangerous and must be nipped in the bud. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu has grown so powerful that it is beyond the control of the ministers. The center of the martial arts field. Lin Xiu and Bud are in opposition. Opposite Lin Xiu, General Buddy was dignified and majestic. Of course, what attracted Lin Xiu's attention the most was not General Bud wearing the divine armor, but the group of Imperial guards behind General Bud. Through the data eye, Lin Xiu could see that there was something clearly wrong with several of these Imperial guards. What's going on? The Imperial assassination squad has infiltrated General Bud's Imperial guards. As soon as this question popped up in his mind, the next second, Lin Xiu's doubt was answered. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission, Minister's Tentacles. Task level. Purple. Task description. Yesterday, General Bud took the initiative to find the minister and asked him to fulfill the promise he made a month ago. So, the two of them went together to meet the little emperor and asked for a position for their host. But in reality, this was just a means for the ministers to reduce the military power of General Bud. The minister took advantage of General Ebude's desire to support his own people and agreed to cut off some of the power from the minister and the general and give it to the newcomer. However, it is impossible for the minister to split his own power. He will only kill you, the person valued by General Bud, and then arrange for his own people to take over the new position. For this purpose, the minister dispatched all the elite troops of the Empire's assassination force. Mission requirements. Kill all the assassination troops planted by the ministers in the Imperial Guards. After reading the system tasks, Lin Xiu nodded in understanding. He was asking why the minister was so kind to him today. It turned out he was giving him last care. Long before arriving in the imperial capital, Lin Xiu had already prepared to confront the ministers. There is only one thing that can suppress the ministers in the court, and that is, most of the nobles in the empire unite. During this month, he had shown the nobles of the empire how he made money. Next, as long as he reveals his ultimate means, these nobles will definitely follow him for the sake of their interests. But he didn't expect that General Bud had already taken action a month ago. Before he could even exert any strength, Bud was already planning to push him up. Bud didn't know what Lin Xiu was thinking, he just wanted to show the little emperor Lin Xiu's strength as much as possible. As long as things develop in the direction he envisions, he doesn't care how much Lin Xiu's power expands. Be careful. General Bud clasped his hands, which were as heavy as tank armor, together. The terrifying lightning gathered between his hands. In an instant, the air around him became heavy. Get up. Although he intended to let Lin Xiu win from the beginning, he had no intention of letting her win. Thunderous pressure. General Bud's imperial weapon, in addition to controlling lightning, also has the ability to manipulate gravity. At the center of the atmosphere, Lin Xiu remained calm and composed. General Bud, since you're already here, stop using this kind of trick to fool children. After saying that, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared in Lin Xiu's hand. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand. Open hollow corner bracket Red Dragon Emperor's armor close hollow corner bracket. Boosted gear scale male. The Demon King level power exploded, blowing away the Imperial guards in the front row. If this wasn't a so-called duel, Lin Xiu wouldn't have intended to kill them. These Imperial guards would have vanished in the spiritual energy burst that came with the activation of the Forbidden Hand. Imperial guards. Form a formation. Yes. General Bud gave the order. The Imperial capital's dragon veins and the armies will have merged. Is this cloud energy? The so-called clouds are formed by the blood, energy and spiritual power of the soldiers themselves, combined with the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth. Normally, only elite troops with sufficient willpower and strength can use cloud chi. After using the cloud army formation, the army's strength will be gathered together. When using the cloud army formation to face an enemy, that person's strength and spirit will be reduced to the lowest level. The cloud energy of a normal elite unit is already very strong, but the cloud energy of General Bud's Imperial Guard is even more astonishing. This is because the Imperial Guard's cloud energy formation can be combined with the dragon veins of the Imperial capital. It's a pity that when it comes to utilizing the power of the dragon, the formation and the like are still a little naive. Behind Lin Xiu, a red dragon appeared and let out a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Ang 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 ang. Under the Red Dragon Emperor's roar, the integration of the Imperial capital's dragon energy and the army was interrupted, and the momentum of Bud and the Imperial guards was instantly weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiu stepped forward and raised his hand slightly. Dragon Shoot. An ordinary little magic ball. However, this ordinary magic ball, after leaving Lin Xiu's arm, expanded into a light cannon dozens of meters long. Just words like these are not enough to shake my defense. Just as Bud said, after receiving the cloud energy from the army, his strength became even greater than when fighting alone. If it were him at this moment, he would never lose to Night Raid so easily. It was precisely because Najishita knew this that she chose to escape before the Imperial guards gathered. The next second, Bud clasped his hands together to protect his vital parts, and a layer of armor like lightning wrapped around his well-trained body. Thunder heavy armor. Wrapped in the lightning armor constructed by Lei Mang, General Bud rushed directly towards Lin with the green spiritual light cannon. Did Bud intend to fight to the death from the start? Indeed, even after using the secret medicine, Bud would need 10 days to half a month to recuperate before he could fully exert his full strength. A protracted battle would be disadvantageous to him. Normally, Lin Xiu should delay the game until Bud can no longer hold on, and then Lin Xiu will naturally win. However, Lin Xiu and Bud were both very clear that this battle was not a battle for victory. Bud fights to be defeated. As for Lin Xiu, he fights to lure the enemy into attacking. Now that the minister has taken action against him, Lin Xiu cannot just sit there and do nothing. However, there always needs to be a reason to attack or even kill the Imperial guards. Now, Lin Xiu is creating such a reason. Looking at Bud rushing towards him, Lin Xiu exerted a little force with his feet, tearing the ground apart, and rushed towards Bud. Bud and Lin Xiu's eyes met in the air. And then, the two of them kept colliding in the martial arts arena. Bang, Manuo Jiao, bang 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 bang. The two suits of armor kept colliding on the field, constantly retreating and then rushing forward. Yeah yeah yeah. Funina looked at the grand scene of thunder flowers in front of her and clapped her hands happily. Your Majesty, please observe etiquette. The minister smiled awkwardly, rolled his eyes, and looked at the assassination team he had placed in the Imperial Guards. Although the demon sword Murasama is currently in the hands of the thieves who attacked at night, even without the demon sword Murasama, using poison normally can still achieve a fatal blow. Gozichi, leader of the elite assassination team, now is the time for you to atone for your sins. Capture Lin Xiu and Bud's weakest moment after their battle, and then, kill them with one strike. The red armor surrounded by green aura and the platinum thunder armor surrounded by lightning kept colliding. Bang. In the end, Lin Xiu went one step further, using even greater strength and endurance than Bud, blasting him into the wall of the martial arts arena. Caw caw caw. Amidst the broken bricks, Bud slowly climbed up, his gaze still firm. In that case, let's try this. Minister Lin Xiu, if you can overcome this trial, His Majesty will grant you a position comparable to that of a great general of the Empire. Behind Bud, unprecedented terrifying thunder continued to gather. The lightning rays continued to entwine and blend, and finally, a humanoid life form composed of lightning rays was formed. This is General Bud's ultimate move, final secret technique, Thunder Giant. Chapter 82 Gundam vs. Gundam. Immortal Body, Part 2. Almost all Imperial weapons have secret techniques, which are also special moves. The Hunter Fire Men's Club commits suicide. Esdeath can stop time. Akame can use Murasama's cursed poison to possess others, causing their physical fitness to soar in a short period of time. At this moment, General Bud used the secret technique that he had not used in the anime. Boom. Dark clouds are gathering. Under the dark clouds, a huge thunder and lightning giant rose from the ground behind General Bud. With this move, Bud is confident that he can single-handedly destroy 100,000 soldiers. As this, driving a Gundam. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Considering that the Supreme Imperial Apparatus is a large Gundam, it seems reasonable that the Imperial Apparatus of the great general lineage, who have protected the royal family for generations, is a small Gundam. What's wrong? Are you scared? A rare smile appeared on Bud's tense face. I used this move because I assessed your strength. Please don't let me down. Bud leapt upwards and entered the body of the Thunder Giant, transforming into the Thunder Giant's operator. General Bud, when have I ever let you down? Looking at the 200-meter-tall Thunder Gundam in front of him, Lin Xiu slowly stepped forward. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. With every step, Lin Xiu's figure rose dozens of meters. 3 steps later, a red Gundam appeared in the arena, almost as tall as the Raiden Gundam. Sekiryute's Gauntlet. Giant Mode. Using the power of Vamana, the incarnation of God, Lin Xiu has liberated his forbidden hand power to 10 new realms. In order to regain the sovereignty of the sky, space and earth from the demon Pali, Vishnu transformed himself into a dwarf and begged him for 3 steps of land, at the horse sacrifice meeting in Pali. The devil Pali thought the little dwarf was nothing special, so he agreed to hand over the land within the range of his 3 steps. Unexpectedly, Vishnu returned to his original appearance, took 2 steps across heaven and earth, then stopped and left hell to the devil. Lin Xiu, who possesses the incarnation of Dwarf Vamana, has the ability to cross space and change his own body shape, just like in myth and legend. This is Lin Xiu's way of dealing with it, Gundam against Gundam. Just in time, General Bud's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Lin Xiu with a fist, striding forward with a swift, earth-shattering stride. Quote. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just silently waved his red fist. Compared to Bud, he was more concerned about the thieves in the venue. In order to lure those people out, he deliberately used this very exhausting trick. Don't let him down. In the martial arts arena, 2 people driving Gundams engaged in the most primitive collision. Originally, given General Bud's strength and current injuries, he was not strong enough to engage in such a fierce battle with Lin Xiu. However, with the support of the Cloud Army formation, Bud burst out with a power comparable to Lin Xiu in a short period of time. Bang. Bang bang bang. Asterisk. 10 punches, 100 punches. Lin Xiu took his time, maintaining the same speed and intensity as General Bud. Finally, after more than 1,500 rounds of fistfights and kicks, Zaid could no longer hold on to the Thunder Giant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Raiden Gundam dissipated into static electricity, and Bud also fell from the air. A few seconds later, General Bud's heavy body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Bang. After a loud bang, Ning stood up. I hereby declare, the winner is Lin Xiu. Funina was very excited and didn't feel the slightest bit disappointed that her general had been defeated. Joke. He didn't lose a great general, but gained a new one. Why shouldn't he be happy? Although he won the final victory, Lin Xiu's situation did not seem to be much better. After General Bud fell, Lin Xiu's red dragon armor also staggered. The next second, the huge red dragon armor disintegrated, and Lin Xiu fell freely from the air like Bud. Bang. With a heavy thud, Lin Xiu also fell to the ground. Although he was not as unable to get up as Bud, he looked weak and shaky no matter how you looked at him. As one of the Empire's top assassins, Gozizi keenly seized this opportunity. Swoosh. Dozens of poison-coated darts flew towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's lips curled slightly. It's finally here. True water-breathing land formed twisting vortex. The surging water instantly entangled the darts, perfectly swallowing them up in the current. What? Gozichi didn't care about being surprised, he drew his sword and rushed towards Lin Xiu. Because there's no better opportunity than now. If they don't take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lin Xiu, and wait until Lin Xiu fully recovers, they'll have no hope. Seeing Gozichi take action, several other assassins hiding in the Imperial guards also bared their fangs. Nahasu, Guy, and Green, they were all Akaji's former teammates. In terms of assassination experience, they were definitely among the top tier in the Empire. 1,000-layered clothes. Using a tool called 1,000-layer clothes, Guy burrowed into the mud and quickly rushed towards Lin Xiu. Got it. After moving into the mud, Guy grabbed Lin Xiu's legs, creating conditions for his teammates' attack. Rattlesnake. As Guy moved at high speed in the dirt, Green also activated his own weapon, the rattlesnake. The whip seemed to have a will of its own, wrapping around Lin Xiu's upper body like a snake. Almost at the same time, the two men restrained Lin Xiu's upper and lower body respectively. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two strongest members of the assassination team attacked Lin Xiu together. Ha! Water Dragon Sword. Nahasho raised his weapon, the Water Dragon Sword, and attacked Lin Xiu with a raging stream of cutting water. Almost at the same time, Nahasho and Gozichi rushed in front of Lin Xiu. Then, they saw Lin Xiu with a smile on his face. Not good. Seeing that Lin Xiu was not panicked but smiled, Ziji felt something was wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late. The blue-purple Leviathan water gushed out of Lin Xiu's body crazily. The Leviathan water erupted, and Lin Xiu instantly broke free from Guy and Green's restraints. Facing the onslaught of the water, Zichi launched a desperate charge towards Lin Xiu. Ha! Ding! With a soft sound, Lin Xiu raised his hand and caught Gozichi's long knife coated with poison. It's not over yet. Gozichi lifted his sleeve, triggering the mechanism inside, and fired dozens more darts coated in poison. Lin Xiu didn't say anything, but just looked at Gozichi with a dead look. 14. The next second, the water flow automatically protected the body. Under the impact of the water flow, the direction of the poison dart was changed and it was soaked powerlessly in the water of Leviathan. Leviathan style. Water explosion. Under the explosion caused by the water flow, these poison darts scattered in all directions. Swish, 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 swish. Like shotgun bullets, these poison darts were activated by the water explosion technique and flew back to the assassins. Dong, dong, dong. After being left with several wounds, all the assassins fell to the ground with their faces turning purple. A closer look revealed that these people had completely lost their vitality. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission, Minister's Tentacles. Mission requirements. Kill all the assassination troops planted by the ministers in the Imperial Guards. Quest level. Purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Immortal Body. Sage's Body. Sage does not refer to the sage in the Naruto world, but the sage in the DxD world. The immortals in the DxD world are born with immortal powers and exist in harmony with the Tao. They have unique talents in both techniques and close combat. In close combat, immortal power can increase one's physical strength, and can also be combined with one's own spirit and fighting spirit to sublimate into fighting spirit, making one invincible in close combat. In terms of ranged attacks, immortal power can be used to manipulate spells, and is highly compatible with almost all spells and supernatural powers. When immortal power is added to all spells, the two will work together to produce effects similar to formations and transformations. Ding. Obtaining the body of an immortal, the host's physique has been enhanced, and his strength has been raised to the level of mid-level supreme demon. The improvement in strength is secondary. After obtaining the immortal body, Lin Xiu's most significant improvement is in his spirit. Even though I was just standing there, I felt a sense of detachment. Turning to look at General Bud, Lin Xiu slowly looked at his mouth. General Bud, there seems to be a spy among your army. As you can see, these weapons are poisonous. General Bud struggled to stand up and looked at the Imperial guards who died of poisoning with a gloomy look. Minister. It can only be the minister. He was wondering why the minister agreed to his promise so easily. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Your Majesty, I, an old minister, failed to discipline the army strictly. This has led to the current situation. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Bud turned and apologized to Funina. Fu Ningya was also angry about someone daring to assassinate Lin Xiu. However, she did not mean to blame Bud. General Bud, there are bound to be a few spies among the army. Don't worry about it, just go back and review the military affairs carefully. As for punishment, forget it. I don't want to punish my general twice in one day. Lord Lin Xiu, and General Bud, you two should go and rest for a while. Once you've rested, I will read out the Imperial Edict to reward Lord Lin Xiu in front of you. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu, wearing brand new court robes, and Bud walked into the deepest part of the palace together. On the throne, the little emperor in white socks playfully sat cross-legged, his jade-white thighs reflecting an alluring luster. Even though the ministers around her kept trying to tell her not to be so rude with their eyes, she acted as if she didn't care at all. At this moment, her attention was all on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, Internal Affairs Officer, guess what position I intend to give you? The Imperial girl raised the Imperial edict, put her finger to her red lips, and asked with a smile. No matter what the position is, I am willing to share your majesty's worries. Lin Xiu replied in a deep voice. Okay. Minister, please announce the decree. The emperor's daughter lifted up her delicate white socks and jade feet, smiled with satisfaction, and handed the imperial edict to the minister. Ahem. The minister's eyes darkened for a moment, but soon returned to normal and he stepped forward to announce the decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Lin Xiu, the imperial minister of internal affairs, was respectful, humble, and kind, loving his people like his own children. During his tenure, he achieved remarkable political achievements and possessed a wealth of martial virtues. Now, upon the recommendation of Minister Ernest and General Bud, he is specially appointed governor of the empire, to control the internal affairs, public security, and military affairs of the imperial capital. I hope he will sincerely work hard to govern the country and the people, and live up to the emperor's grace. Hereby, imperial governor, this was the position that General Bud and the ministers had set up for Lin Xiu. After hearing the minister's explanation, Lin Xiu finally understood how extraordinary this newly created position was. The imperial governor is primarily responsible for the affairs of the imperial capital and the surrounding prefectures and counties. He has 3 duties. First, he is in charge of the internal affairs of the imperial capital. Together with the ministers, he manages the 3 top civil servants, namely, the interior official, the internal affairs official, and the tax official, and their subordinate agencies. Secondly, he is in charge of the security of the imperial capital and manages the imperial capital guard and its subordinates. Third, they will be in charge of the newly established imperial capital guards, which will include 3 generals and 6 deputy generals. They can obtain 3 imperial artifacts from the imperial treasury or recruit 3 imperial artifact envoys from across the empire. Considering the governor's extensive powers, Your Majesty has granted Governor Lin Xiu the right to establish a government office. Governor Lin Xiu can select his own staff to assist him in handling government and military affairs. In short, as long as it's in the imperial capital, many things are within the governor's management authority. Even if it's not in the imperial capital, the governor has the right to inspect and supervise. Quote. After hearing the minister's explanation, Lin Xiu was speechless. Wow, this directly holds the military, police, and government affairs in his hands. If he could manage the court in charge of judicial affairs, he could even call himself the Little Emperor. Chapter 83 Auka's gift is Selu. 3 more chapters. Pictured. Seleucus Euphykidus. Walking out of the palace, Lin Xiu could clearly feel the gazes along the way were different from before. Whether it was the maids, the imperial guards, or the officials he met along the way, the looks they gave him were all filled with awe and yearning. What we fear is strength. What he longs for is his future. He reached the rank of general at a young age and defeated General Bud. Probably, in the next few decades, this person will be the strongest in the empire. Even if you can't join his camp, there is definitely no harm in building a good relationship with him. As soon as she walked out of the palace, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline mission, Ghost Auka. Task level. Blue. Mission description. Auka is one of the representatives of the Empire's corrupt system. With his superb swordsmanship, he earned the title of Devil Auka and the position of Captain of the Imperial Capital Guard. Quest requirements. Death of Ghost Auka. Note. The more the method of death meets the host's expectations, the more pleasure it will bring to the host, and the higher the bonus reward. Demon Auka. Is he the captain of the Imperial Capital Guard who didn't even have a royal tool in the original story? It just so happens that I'm planning to reorganize the Imperial Capital Police. I need to take control of public security before Esdeath returns. Soon, the news that Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer, was appointed as the Imperial Governor spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Imperial Capital. Imperial Governor. How come I've never heard of this position? Of course you haven't heard of it. I heard that this is a newly created position by His Majesty. It's very impressive, almost on par with ministers and generals. Equal. That's really impressive. Wait, I remembered something important. If Lin Xiu gets promoted as the Internal Affairs Officer, wouldn't the government affairs he's in charge of be handed over to someone else? Well, it doesn't matter. Didn't I say that? The Imperial Governor is a newly established position, in charge of both military and political affairs. So, Governor Lin Xiu will still be in charge of the previous government affairs. So that's how it is. I'm relieved then. No, I should say, I'm even more confident now. Since Lin Xiu's position as Internal Affairs Officer is soaring, it looks like the Imperial Capital will be quite prosperous for a long time to come. I have to increase my investment quickly. If I miss this opportunity, I'll miss it forever. Lin Xiu's promotion brought the greatest certainty to these vendors. As soon as the news of Lin Xiu's promotion reached them, the activity of the entire Imperial Capital's trade routes soared to a new level. Imperial Capital Guard Headquarters. A middle-aged man with a fierce look in his eyes put down the newspaper in his hand and blew out a smoke ring fiercely. The middle-aged man is named Auka, nicknamed Devil Auka, and is currently the captain of the Imperial Guard. Seriously, I have to postpone what I told you last time. I need to sort out the affairs of the Imperial Capital Guard in preparation for welcoming this new boss. Opposite Auka, an orange-haired girl wearing a green military uniform, white silk and white boots waved her hand hurriedly. Well, it's okay, Master Auka, please just go and do your own thing. Seleu certainly didn't want to delay Auka because of his own affairs. Seleu, full name Seleu Euphicides, is a member of the Imperial Capital Guard and the user of the Imperial artifact, Monster Transformation, 100 Chief Man. Although Selucia appears to be a sunny and kind girl, she becomes quite paranoid when faced with the evil that she believes in her heart. In the original plot, because his master Auka was killed by the Night Raid, Seleu developed an extremely high hatred for the members of the Night Raid and stayed in the bushes all night waiting for the possible Night Raid. Of course, at present, Xianglu has not yet completely turned evil, and his body has not been mechanically modified. Through the other side of the newspaper, Lu saw the portrait of Lin Xiu on the newspaper. Oh, that Lin Xiu internal affairs officer actually looks like this. He's really young. Young. Hearing Sayu's evaluation of Lin Xiu, Auka's eyes widened slightly, and he remembered a piece of information. Rumor has it that Governor Lin Xiu is extremely fond of women, and all of his trusted subordinates are women with strong martial arts skills. Governor Kunsho will definitely oversee the Imperial Capital Guard, which I manage. In order to prevent him from killing me, I need to please this new boss. Originally, as a subordinate of the minister, Auka would not have been able to kowtow to officials from factions other than the minister. But who made Governor Lin Xiu defeat General Bude? Such a young general, coupled with terrifying governance capabilities, after the minister's death, Governor Lin Xiu will most likely become the so-called regent. Even if Her Majesty Finina accepts, he might even become the so-called Emperor Regent. Although Auka remained loyal to the minister, this did not prevent him from sending a small gift to the future regent. Thinking of this, Auka's ferocious face forced a smile. Sayu, Master asks you something. What is it, Master Auka? According to regulations, the Imperial Capital Guard needs to send guards to Governor Lin Xiu's governor's mansion to protect Governor Lin Xiu's safety at close range. Although Governor Lin Xiu is very powerful, the rules are the rules. Are you willing to take on this position? Auka felt that it was a waste to send Celia to Dr. Fashion for mechanical transformation. A gorgeous girl like Seleu should be put to good use by Governor Lin Xiu.
Only if Seleu can make the best use of Lin Xiu can he make the best use of Lin Xiu. Is that okay? Seryu also wanted to go to Lin Xiu? However, she did not go to Lin Xiu to curry favor with the newly appointed governor. She just wanted to see what kind of person Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer praised by the people of the imperial capital, was. That was all. Of course, if Lin Xiu were in danger, Sai Lu would be willing to protect him with her life. Because, in her opinion, Lin Xiu, who could gain the trust and praise of the people, was absolutely positive. During his usual patrols, Sai Lu heard many people in the imperial capital praising Lin Xiu and his policies. As long as Lin Xiu can survive and continue to transform this country, even if she dies protecting Lin Xiu, it will be worth it. Good. In that case, then you should work hard, Seilu. Strive to become Governor Lin Xiu's personal bodyguard. Oka crossed his arms and smiled happily. I understand. I will continue to work hard in this direction, Master Oka. The orange-haired girl in white silk and white boots stood at attention and solemnly promised. The next day, the core area of the Imperial City. At Lin Xiu's suggestion, the young emperor summoned all the ministers who could attend the court meeting and held an emergency court meeting. After becoming the Imperial Governor, a general-level figure, Lin Xiu has the right to apply for a separate court meeting like the ministers. Under the minister's gaze, Lin Xiu spoke slowly. Your Majesty, Finina, I have called this court meeting because I have great news to tell you. Oh, what good news? Fu Nina sat up straight and looked at Lin Xiu with satisfaction. As expected of her loyal minister, he had only been in office for 2 days and already had good news, and it was great news. Let me guess, has Governor Lin Xiu captured the Night Raiders who have been bothering me? Or has he reformed the tax system and commercial laws, doubling the capital's tax revenue? Neither. What is that? Lord Lin Xiu, please stop keeping me in suspense. The Emperor girl pursed her red lips slightly, a little impatient. Seeing the Emperor girl lifting her white socks-clad feet with some dissatisfaction, Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. Did this little emperor really think it was so easy to improve the commercial law and tax system? If he didn't have huge resources in Chang'an and his own strength was not enough, an ordinary person who dared to make such changes would have to commit suicide by being shot 7 times in the back, the next day. Under Fu Nina's gaze, Lin Xiu spoke slowly. The northern, southern, and western parts of the empire are all foreign ethnic groups, while in the eastern part of the empire, there are countless islands. These islands are collectively known as the Fusong Island Nation. I have discovered a large amount of gold and silver mines on the Fuso Islands. Before Lin Xiu traveled through time, he knew that the geographical conditions of Akame-chan's world were almost identical to those of the real world. Since they were the same, then the places where large amounts of gold and silver were dug up in the past history could also be dug up in Akame-chan's world. Facts have proved that Lin Xiu's idea is correct. After investigation, it was found that the world of Akame Killer does have those mineral deposits that were very famous in Lin Xiu's previous life, such as the Akuno silver mine, Sato gold mine, Awami silver mine, etc. Oh, what is the annual output of these gold and silver mines? Speaking of making money, Yinshin became interested. The annual output of gold and silver from these mines is enough to cover the Empire's annual tax revenue. If we can send the Imperial army to occupy it, the Empire's Denahao financial situation will be greatly improved from now on. Lin Xiu immediately started telling lies with his eyes open. The amount of gold and silver mined was correct, but it was difficult to say that the financial situation of the Empire would be greatly improved. The influx of large amounts of gold and silver into a relatively closed location will only cause inflation. To truly develop, the only way is to increase per capita productivity like Lin Xiu's Chang'an. Governor Lin Xiu, do you want to send troops to conquer the Fuso Islands? Minister Ernest was overjoyed. After searching everywhere for something, it is finally found without any effort. As long as Lin Xiu goes to war, he has a way to take back the power from Lin Xiu. That's right. I want the Fuso Islands to become the Empire's territory so that the Empire will no longer be troubled by silver and gold. Lin Xiu nodded. Since this is the case, my old minister, Ernest, suggests that Governor Lin Xiu personally lead the expedition to conquer the island nation of Fusong. This will free the Empire from taxation worries. Let Governor Lin Xiu lead the team personally. Indeed, if it is Governor Lin Xiu, he will definitely live up to my expectations. The Emperor girl's face flushed slightly, and she was full of vigor and vitality. She's not shy, she's just excited. She had thought that only the taxes around the Imperial capital had increased slightly, but she hadn't expected that Lin Xiu had discovered a mineral deposit that could double the taxes for the entire Empire. However, just as the Emperor's daughter was feeling happy, someone came out to pour cold water on her. Chapter 84. Fernina's Transformation, the Empire's Expedition, 4th Update. The picture shows Emperor Funina. Bud took heavy steps and walked to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, I, Bud, have 2 questions for Governor Lin Xiu. Which 2 questions? First question, is the story about the gold and silver mines true? Where did Governor Lin Xiu get the information? Second question, does Governor Lin Xiu intend to lead the expedition himself? Even if the news about the gold and silver mines is true, I don't think Governor Lin Xiu needs to personally lead the expedition. General Esdeath will be back soon, and the Empire can then send General Esdeath out to fight. Among the Empire's 3 great generals, 1 guards the palace, 1 campaigns outside, and 1 defends the Empire. This arrangement is better. I can only guard the Imperial palace. General Esdeath's character is not suited to defending the Empire. He is only suited to conquering the land. Therefore, I, your humble servant, believe that Governor General Lin Xiu should not be sent to fight. We should wait until General Esdeath returns before sending him to fight. Bud's speech was mature, steady and convincing. My dear Lin Xiu, the questions raised by General Bud are very important. I wonder how you would like to respond. The Imperial girl looked at Lin Xiu. She didn't have any problem with Lin Xiu because of Bud's problem. On the contrary, she was quite looking forward to Lin Xiu's answer. Because Lin Xiu had never let her down and always gave her unexpected surprises. Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He already had a response to all doubts. General Bud's questions are understandable. I will answer them. First, the news of the gold and silver mines is reliable. Chang'an is home to a large number of Ronin and samurai from the east. I learned of this news from them a few years ago and sent out a survey team. According to the team's report, the daimyo of Korea and Fuso are currently mining gold and silver mines. However, due to their limited technical capabilities, the mining speed is very slow. If the Empire can capture them, with its technology, the mining speed will be greatly increased. Then there's the issue of expeditionary forces. I believe General Esdeath should focus on fighting the enemies on the border. I have several good subordinates here. Although they are not as good as the generals, they are much stronger than ordinary Imperial weapon users. If we send them together, they can play the same role as the generals. General Bud, when you were attacked at night, my subordinates participated in the support battle. You should have no doubts about their combat effectiveness. After a few seconds of silence, Bud nodded heavily. I admit that Governor Lin Xiu's subordinates do have the combat effectiveness of the first echelon under the general. Now that my doubts have been answered, I will fully support Governor General Lin Xiu in his campaign. Bud agreed, but when he saw that Lin Xiu was not going to go to the battle personally, the minister became a little anxious. What a joke. If we really let Lin Xiu's subordinates go out to fight, how will they be rewarded when they come back? The Imperial Guards are definitely not enough, which means that they need to allocate military power from the ordinary Imperial field troops to Lin Xiu. The minister absolutely cannot accept this. Once a top figure at the level of a general obtains military power, it is difficult to take it away from him. The more military power Lin Xiu holds, the less military power Esdeath, under his command, will have. After thinking for a while, the minister rubbed his hands like a fly and walked to the center of the hall. I am willing to believe in Governor Lin Xiu's ability, but to be honest, the Empire's treasury is empty recently, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to afford another war in the short term. The minister's method. Drag. No matter what you say, there's no money in the treasury. Let's see how you fight the war. Facing Minister Ernest's procrastination, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He was the minister, wasn't he? The minister is right. There really isn't much money in the treasury, so I think we can raise funds from the nobility of the Empire. Lin Xiu used his ultimate move, fundraising, or rather, pledging funds. When Lin Xiu said that he wanted to raise funds from the nobles jumped out impatiently before the minister could say anything. Raising funds from the nobles? Do you mean asking the nobles to pay for the Empire's war? The nobles already pay a lot of taxes. Asking them to bear the cost of the Empire's expedition is exploiting them. Exploiting the nobles to force the Empire into war. Neither your majesty nor the late emperor would agree to this. Now, not only the ministers, but also many nobles and officials in the court jumped out. Looking at these extremely stingy officials who were afraid that he would take money from them, Lin Xiu smiled even more. Gentlemen, I am not trying to take money from the nobles. What I meant was to raise funds from them. My idea is that once the Empire acquires the gold and silver mines, we will return double or even several times the amount to the nobles who invested, based on the proportion. Hiss. Several times. Everyone's heart instantly accelerated when they heard this condition. Ordinary people wouldn't believe it if you told them that. However, if it was Governor Lin Xiu, who had just caused a sharp increase in the capital's tax revenue and was known as the living god of wealth, they would of course choose to believe it. Governor Lin Xiu is right. Can we not fight a war if the national treasury has no money? I am willing to donate my family property to help your majesty and the empire. The sheriff of the imperial capital stood up. This is simply a no-cost business. The general will never lose when he goes to war. In the past, the empire had only one general, but now it has 3. We can win no matter which country we fight against. The empire's political official also stood up. Yeah, we'll win. An empire with 3 great generals is conquering the island nation of Fusang, which has no great generals. The advantage is mine. A large number of nobles stood up. This is why Lin Xiu took the initiative to go out and fight. He created huge new benefits, thus separating the officials and nobles of the minister's faction from the minister's side. Seeing that the court suddenly became lively, Lin Xiu continued. My lords, I would like to remind you that the money and food needed for the war is limited. Once we raise enough, we won't raise any more. Silence. After more than 10 seconds of silence, an unprecedentedly fierce quarrel broke out in the court. Your Majesty, I am willing to donate 50,000 silver dollars to support the Empire's conquest of Fuso. As long as the Empire can give me 100% of the profits as Governor Lin Xiu promised. Huh? I'm willing to invest 7,000 gold coins, just 90%? Don't fight with me. I'm going to sell all the calligraphy and paintings and treasures in my house and use them all to support the Empire's war. I'm going to contribute to the country. Who else but me? Seeing the noble's attitude change 180 degrees, the minister finally couldn't hold it anymore. Governor Lin Xiu, how can you bribe the nobles with the country's tax revenue? You have exceeded your authority. So anxious, and urgent. Lin Xiu shook his head. Minister Ernest, this isn't bribery, it's collaboration. With the income from these gold and silver mines, we can produce tens of millions of taels of silver and millions of taels of gold each year. And the military expenses for the expedition will only cost about 2 million taels. If we get these gold and silver mines a month in advance, we can get our money back a month in advance. Asterisk. Minister Ernest, with the Empire's current fiscal revenue, can we come up with the money for the expedition within a month? Lin Xiu asked. No, it will take at least half a year to a year, the minister said in a deep voice. Your Majesty and all your colleagues, did you hear that? If we can get the gold and silver mines 6 months to a year earlier, it will be enough to make up for the losses and even make a lot of money. Lin Xiu's words set the tone for the matter. After pondering for a long time, even the usually mature General Bud stood up. Governor Lin Xiu, our Minister Bud is also willing to contribute 10,000 silver dollars to support your expedition. Bud didn't have much money, nor did he need much. He stood up mainly to show his support for Lin Xiu. The minister's voices were hyped up. Looking at the chaos below, the little emperor covered his long light blue hair and suddenly stood up from the throne. Stop arguing. Lord Lin Xiu, I trust your and General Bud's decision. Now, you can prepare to raise funds and send troops. The emperor girl stomped her blue boots hard on the ground and spoke loudly for the first time. 0. Damn it, the huge benefits blinded the little emperor's eyes, allowing her to break free from the influence of the glue and make her own decision. It was the first time that the minister felt so aggrieved. This time, not only did the little emperor not stand on his side, but even the officials who usually shared the cake with him stood on Lin Xiu's side. As the saying goes, it is difficult to offend public anger. Even if the ministers are unwilling, they can only accept the failure this time and wait for the next time to get back on track. No, if this continues, I'm afraid many people on my side will defect to his side. Even if we can't kill it directly, we must curb its growth momentum. The minister smiled on the surface, but he was actually in a bad mood. The first head-on confrontation between the minister and Lin Xiu ended with Lin Xiu's absolute victory. After splitting the power of the minister's men, Lin Xiu returned to his loyal governor's office. In the governor's mansion, which is under renovation, the leadership team that Lin Xiu requested Chang'an to appoint yesterday has basically arrived. Because the emperor gave Lin Xiu the power to establish a government office, he could appoint his own officials at will within the given scope. If you want to implement your boss's instructions, it is not enough for just a few people at the top to obey. Therefore, in order to fill the vacancies of his subordinates, Lin Xiu Chang'an drew some of the political, police, and military forces to the imperial capital. Compared to these middle-level leaders who have their own interest chains in the imperial capital, Lin Xiu's own team can more faithfully carry out Lin Xiu's tasks. Seeing Lin Xiu coming back, Xiao put down the documents in her hand and looked at Lin Xiu. Master Xiu, someone just came from the palace and said we have 3 vacancies for Imperial artifact users. They asked whether we want to recruit them from all over the country or select Imperial artifacts from the Empire's treasury. Xu Jun, do you have any arrangements for this matter? If not, I will make my own arrangements. After Lin Xiu's careful education, Xiao has become a qualified political aide. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu replied, 2 spots are used to select Imperial equipment users, and 1 spot is used to select Imperial equipment. The 2 Imperial artifact users selected are Kurwantu from the Imperial Assassination Corps, and Selyu from the Imperial Capital Guard. They're both very capable, so we'll definitely take them if we can. Chapter 85 Why are all the Imperial weapon users selected beautiful girls? As for the quota for the Imperial equipment, Xiao, have Cornelia go to the Imperial Equipment Library. Cornelia is the commander-in-chief of this expedition. If I only have the vassal gadgets and no Imperial gadgets, wouldn't it make me seem petty? Lin Xiu-kun, is this a coincidence? Why are the 2 Imperial artifact users you're selecting both girls? Xiao put down her pen and gave Lin Xiu a helpless look. She finally realized that Lin Xiu wasn't actually assembling a team of Imperial weapon users, but was actually assembling his own Imperial guards. Facing Xiao's question, Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Xiao, you're right. My selection criteria is not based on ability, but on beauty. If the strength has not reached that of a general, the difference in strength between the Imperial weapon users is generally not too obvious. Therefore, I naturally have to choose some that I feel comfortable looking at, Lin Xiu replied honestly. Really? Lin Xiu-kun, me, Cornelia and the others, plus Miss Mallard, so many people can't satisfy you? Xiao puffed up her cheeks slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, before Lin Xiu could answer, Arad jumped out impatiently. Hey, Xiao, when did I allow you to make me your woman? Looking at Murad, who was still handling official business despite his laziness mixed with dissatisfaction, Xiao showed a playful smile. Ms. Mila, I'm never wrong in judging people. You will definitely stay with Lin Xiujun in the end. HMPH. You will never win a girl's heart by forcing her like this, Mela said unhappily. Hearing this, Lin Xiu gently patted Millard's buttocks, causing a sound that was neither too loud nor too soft. Mira, when did I ever say I wanted to get the girl's heart? For me, just getting the girl's body is also a good choice, right? Lin Xiu, you're AB ***** D. Yes, I am AB ***** D. AB ***** D who does whatever he wants. The next second, Lin Xiu picked up Mila by her slender waist, and the 2 of them fell freely towards Lin Xiu's big chair. Wait, I haven't finished my official business yet. Didn't you ask me to come here so that I can handle official business? Mila was really fed up with Lin Xiu's willful behavior. It's okay to let Seo handle the official business for now. I need a pillow more right now. If you like sleeping with beautiful girls, you should understand how comfortable it is to have a beautiful girl pillow next to you when you lie down, right? I understand, but I don't want to be someone else's pillow. Mila bit Lin Xiu's shoulder hard, however, it was just a bite. After taking this bite, she lay in Lin Xiu's arms with peace of mind. Looking at Murad lying in Lin Xiu's arms, who seemed to mind it mentally but didn't mind it at all physically, Xiao shook her hair fiercely. Humph. You only know how to find pretty girls. Lin Xiujun, if I'm not mistaken, you intend to arrange these 2 newly transferred Imperial weapon users as your personal guards, right? Xiao is very familiar with Lin Xiu's routine. With some girls, he likes to slowly develop feelings for them, but with some girls, he likes to use force. The method he uses depends on Lin Xiu's mood. Considering that these female Imperial weapon users were transferred here, Xiao tacitly assumed that they all needed to cultivate feelings. As expected of Sao, you always see through my heart. Sao is Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart and is the person who knows him best in the Akame killer world. Really, Xiu-kun. Since you like looking for beautiful girls so much, how about you just marry His Majesty the Emperor? If you become the regent, you can legitimately rule the entire country. Xiao made a constructive suggestion. Lin Xiu smiled slightly and touched Xiao's long hair. Sao, the important thing is not His Majesty the Emperor. The important thing is to destroy the Empire's national destiny and Dragonbanes. Only in this way can a brand new country be established. So, Xu Jun, you plan to kill Her Majesty Funina? Xiao asked with some concern. Funina. This name is really unlucky, Lin Xiu sighed when he thought about the water goddess Funina in Genshin Impact who was also an unlucky guy. What's wrong with this name? Xiao was puzzled. Nothing. Funina is a nice name, but number 16, it's a bit ominous. If I remember correctly, the little emperor's scepter and uniform were both French. French, ranked 16th, and also looks like Funina. That's a bit too much buff. Lin Xiu was silent for a long time. Sao. I think. The current Emperor Funina should be grateful to me for saving his life. Lin Xiu said very seriously. You're about to take someone else's throne, and you still want them to thank you. Xiujun is such a narcissist. Xiao curled her lips. While Lin Xiu was mobilizing his troops, the news that the Empire was about to go on an expedition was officially announced. Breaking news. Breaking news. After being promoted to the Imperial Governor, Lord Lin Xiu announced his first major decision, the conquest of Fuso. There are immortal mountains overseas that can be mined to produce endless wealth, bringing long-lasting prosperity to the empire. Duke Haynes is selling off his property to invest in the expeditionary force. Anyone interested can go to Duke Haynes' home and donate to subscribe for secondary shares. Soon, the news that the empire was preparing to go on an expedition spread throughout the imperial capital. Even Sai, who was not very familiar with the empire's economy and war, knew about it. However, not long after she knew this, she received even more surprising news. President Lin Xiu unexpectedly chose her as his personal bodyguard, and even summoned her? With a nervous mood, Seryu walked through the layers of gates of the governor's mansion and came to the core area of the governor's mansion where Lin Xiu was. Walking through the gate, Seryu saw the governor who was even more charming than in the photo. Governor, I, Seryu Ubiquitous of the Imperial Capital Guard, report in. Seryu stood at attention and saluted. Lin Xiu put down the work in his hands and looked at the sunny and beautiful girl in front of him. Well, Shang Lu hasn't been taken to Oka for biochemical surgery yet, and there are no firearms in his body. Lin Xiu didn't mind the beautiful girl having a gun inside her body, after all, it was also a form of XP. But Seleucus is different. The fact that he was given a transplanted firearm means that Seleucus has pushed himself to a whole new level in order to uphold justice. This is what is called a sunk cost. As the cost of investment becomes higher and higher, Shanglu will only implement justice more extreme. If the firearms are not transplanted, the sunk cost is not high and it is much easier to correct than after the firearms are transplanted. Under Lin Xiu's scrutiny, a seductive blush appeared on Sai Lu's fair face. It was the first time that a handsome boy of the same age looked at her like this. After admiring Sai Lu's shy look for a while, Lin Xiu reached out to the side and motioned her to sit down. Ah, Seryu, I've read your information. You have a clean background, a clear mind, and you train very hard. You even obtained an imperial weapon. You are excellent and pure, which is why I transferred you to serve as my guard. It is my honor to be recognized by the governor, Sai Lu replied loudly. Just call me Lord Lin Xiu. You're my personal guard now. Wouldn't it be a bit too distant to call me Lord Governor all day? Yes. Lord Lin Xiu. There was a strange light flashing in Sai Lu's eyes. She found that this Lord Lin Xiu was not what she had imagined. Compared to those security team leaders who were not high-ranking officials but had great influence, Lin Xiu was more like her peer. However, Lin Xiu's next words made her freeze in place. Seryu, do you know that the reason you were sent here is because your master Oka gave you as a gift to me? Huh? As soon as these words came out, Shanglu's pupils shrank instantly. Master Lin Xiu, what is the gift for you? It's the woman who was given to me. Your master Oka sent you here just to be played with by me, Lin Xiu said calmly. Huh? How is that possible? Master Lin Xiu, you must be testing me, right? Shanglu's smile was very forced. Do I look like someone who has so much free time? Lin Xiu shook his head and handed over a letter. This is the letter your master Oka sent me. After reading it, you will know what I am talking about. Sai Lu reached out his hand and took the letter from Lin Xiu with trembling hands. At that moment, a large number of extremely impactful words flooded into Sai Lu's mind. Seryu is a very cute child. The governor will surely like him. Salu is an absolutely youthful young girl, both in terms of her body and temperament. After all, this is a gift I carefully selected for the Governor General. The Imperial Capital Guard will now obey Governor Lin Xiu. As long as the governor doesn't thoroughly investigate the guard's past, I will give Seryu to him. If he's still not satisfied, please feel free to ask me. Whether it's a beautiful girl or money, Oka will provide it immediately. As he read, tears kept flowing from the corners of Sarayu's eyes. Big tears fell, wetting the trust that had been crumpled into a ball by Lian Lu's hands. Seilu fell into unprecedented confusion. She had never imagined that she trusted Master Oka so much, but Master Oka gave her away as a gift. So, Oka's concern and guidance for her were all fake? Since Oka's care and teaching for her were fake. Then, the justice that Oka taught her, was it also fake? Oka has always been the object of Sarayu's struggle and the source of justice in Sarayu's heart. In the original plot, after Oka's death, his image in Salu's mind was sublimated and he became a statue symbolizing justice. But now, after knowing Oka's true identity, Salu's faith in justice was instantly shattered. Chapter 86. Shattered Faith, Filling the Void in Salu, Part 2. When Salu was confused, a pair of big hands reached out from behind and embraced her. It smells good. Salu subconsciously indulged in the fragrance filled with hormones of the opposite S*X, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. Master Lin Xiu, the reason you transferred me to be your personal guard is because you were attracted by my body? Sai Lu turned to look at Lin Xiu. The girl's brown pupils were constantly overflowing with crystal tears, making her look extremely cute and charming.
Seeing this, Lin Xiu reached out to help Lu Chu wipe away her tears. Saiyu, I really like you and I think you are a lovely girl. However, the reason I transferred you here is not simply because I'm attracted to your body. Quote. Seiyu cast a puzzled look at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu just looked at Sai Lu, his eyes gentle but firm. After more than 10 seconds, Sai Lu felt that he understood what Lin Xiu meant. Master Lin Xiu, do you want to punish Master Aoka in front of me? Seilu's mood improved a lot. Right. Even if Master Aoka is evil, Governor Lin Xiu is still righteous, right? She often heard some people say bad things about Master Auka, but they had never said anything bad about Governor Lin Xiu. Even if her personal perception is incorrect, the perception of the people must be correct. Governor Lin Xiu is the representative of justice and the son she should follow. Now, isn't Governor Lin Xiu giving her guidance and changing her past thoughts? I hope you can recover. If you can't, I will hold you and give you experience. After saying this, Lin Xiu released the hands that were holding Sai Lu and came to the desk. Quote. Sai Lu bit her red lips, not knowing how to respond. Is Master Lin Xiu simply giving his subordinate strength, or does he really have a little crush on her? No matter what the situation was, Sai had to admit that she really wanted to stay in Lin Xiu's arms for a while longer. Sai, look at this. Lin Xiu handed a stack of information to Sai Lu. This is, Sai Lu took the information in confusion. This is an investigation by the governor's office into the corruption and bribery behind the Imperial Capital Guard. Ever since receiving Auka's letter, I realized that the Imperial Capital Guard was hiding something filthy, so I immediately launched an investigation, striving to clear all of the Imperial Capital Guard of the matter involving the pickled waste of Zhang Gaokong. All the middle and high-ranking members of the Imperial Capital Guard. Saryu's pupils trembled. As expected, Governor Lin Xiu thought much more than an ordinary team member like her. She could only think that Master Auka was evil, but she didn't realize that besides Master Auka, there must be a large number of evil people in the Imperial Capital Guard. Sai Lu was indeed quite naive. Because, in such a short time, it was impossible for Lin Xiu to investigate thoroughly. The reason why the information was released so quickly was because Lin Xiu had already planned to take action against the Imperial Capital Guard. The reason why we didn't take action before was that even if we did, we couldn't place our own people in the cleared positions. That's all. Now that Lin Xiu has secured the position of governor and gained the support of the emperor and the nobles through the gold and silver mines, it's time to launch a purge. Under Saryu's admiring gaze, Lin Xiu continued. Saryu, what is before you now is the result of the investigation. The results show that, with the exception of Captain Auka of the Imperial Capital Guard, a large number of middle and high-level members of the Imperial Capital Guard were corrupt, accepted bribes, and abused their power for personal gain. Today, the governor's office is ready to take action against them. I called you here because I want to ask you a question. Shang Lu, will you be my sword and help me cleanse the Imperial Capital Guard of this filth? After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Selu's brown pupils flashed with dazzling brilliance. That radiance is called justice, it is called hope. Yes, Selu will resolutely follow the footsteps of Governor Lin Xiu. Clear out the evil spirits of the Imperial Capital Guard. Imperial Capital Guard Headquarters. Auka is summarizing the information he has collected to facilitate his future selection process. Oh my goodness. With just one expedition, Governor Lin Xiu managed to win over 90% of the Empire's nobles to his side. Even if these nobles are only willing to invest for the sake of profit, after the pie is divided this time, many of them will definitely choose to continue supporting Governor Lin Xiu. Indeed, Governor Lin Xiu, who can develop and plunder foreign resources, is much better than the ministers who can only exploit and maintain their rule. I guess many people think the same as me. Stay with the minister for now, and when things go wrong, jump to Governor Lin Xiu's side. Minister, the biggest variable here is probably General Esdeath, who is coming to the capital to meet the emperor today. In the future, if General Esdeath can suppress Governor Lin Xiu, then the minister's faction will still have hope of survival. But if even General Esdeath is no match for Governor Lin Xiu, then a large number of people from the minister's faction will surely jump ship and join Governor Lin Xiu's side. In the near future, the most likely target for the minister to take action is the re-emerging minister of Yori. In order to prevent Governor Lin Xiu from becoming more powerful, he must prevent the former minister Tiao Li from returning to the court. Imperial Capital Guard, what should we do now? Bang. While Auka was lost in thought, the door of the Imperial Capital Guard was kicked open, and bursts of commotion were heard. However, before Auka could react, the door to his office was kicked open. A huge white monster burst through the door, and without hesitation, he crashed into the wall. Bang! Auka's huge body crashed into the wall, leaving a deep crack. Auka was about to fight back when he found that his limbs had been completely restrained by the giant white monster. This is a giant with 100 arms. How is that possible? Under Auka's doubtful gaze, a beautiful orange-haired girl walked into the door. Saryu, are you crazy? How dare you attack Master? Seeing that the person who attacked him was really Siro, Auka was furious. Master. Hearing that Auka dared to call himself her master, Saryu sneered. Oka, you are no longer my master. A person who commits such evil deeds is not worthy of being my master. Pa, Selu threw the evidence she got from Lin Xiu into Auka's face. These are all evidence of your evil deeds. You're a perpetrator of evil, so what right do you have to call yourself righteous? What right do you have to teach me what justice is? Since his limbs were restrained, it was impossible for Auka to look through the information. However, just by seeing some of the information scattered on the ground, Auka could be sure that what Selu was holding was the real thing. Governor Lin Xiu is really planning to take action against him. Sayu, I think there must be some misunderstanding. Can I see Governor Xiu? Auka placed his hopes on Lin Xiu. Because he knew that after being educated by him, it was impossible for Selu to listen to his words. Governor Lin Xiu. Hearing Lin Xiu's name, Sai Lu's expression softened for a second, revealing a bit of girlish charm. But, it was only a second. The next second, Xionglu returned to his indifferent look. Xiao Ke, follow Governor Lin Xiu's order and punish Captain Aoka of the Imperial Guard. Wait, Seryu, I'm your master. How could you attack your master? Are you worthy of my cultivation of you? Before Aoka could finish his words, his head was bitten off by the white monster. Quote. Ooh, the sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. Soon, Aoka disappeared from the office. The huge white monster transformed back into its original form and burped violently. Bang! With a heavy thud, Seryu knelt on the ground. 2 lines of tears flowed across the girl's fair face and fell on her pure white silk over-the-knee socks. Not far away, Lin Xiu stood there, looking at Seryu's beautiful face as she cried, her soul trembling. He began to understand Theodora's interests to some extent. It is really pleasing to shatter the faith of a young girl who originally had strong beliefs and then take advantage of the situation. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission, Ghost Aoka. Quest requirements. Death of Ghost Aoka. Note. The more the death method meets the host's expectations, the more pleasure it will bring to the host, and the higher the bonus reward. Mission level. Blue-purple, having a beautiful girl kill her master with her own hands, and then taking advantage of the opportunity to possess her mind and body, etc., is a bit too pleasurable. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Judgment of the 10 Kings Red Dragon Emperor version. Judgment of the 10 Kings Sekiryute version incorporates the Judgment of the 10 Kings moves from the Seryuhara storyline into the Sekiryute's gauntleted armor, increasing his combat capabilities in various situations. Wow. With a gentle sound, Lin Xiu hugged Sai Lu from behind, giving the girl warmth and firmness as before. Seryu turned to look at Lin Xiu, his eyes darker than ever before. Master Lin Xiu, I killed Master Aoka with my own hands. Yeah, I know, but this is not your fault. It is my fault. I gave you the order to execute Aoka. So, you can just put all your sins on me and live without any burden. Hearing this, Seryu was stunned for a moment. Is that so? So, Master Lin Xiu gave this order just for her. While caressing Sai Lu's slender and plump white silk thighs, Lin Xiu asked softly. Seryu, I like you, and I recognize your justice. Will you stay by my side and help me to enforce justice? Sai Lu was silent for a few seconds. At a certain moment, Sai Lu suddenly looked up, took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's head, and offered her red lips. The kiss was deep and heavy, because Seryu needed to draw strength from Lin Xiu to continue living. After her faith was shattered, the girl felt extremely empty both mentally and physically, and urgently needed someone to fill her void. Therefore, Lin Xiu took on this important task without hesitation. Chapter 87. Blood Infusion Method, Funina's Marriage Part 3. Picking up the girl whose faith was shattered, Lin Xiu returned to the governor's mansion in just a moment. Very gently, Lin Xiu continued to kiss the girl while carrying her to the big bed. Perhaps because Sai Lu herself was an extremely paranoid girl, after she turned her faith to Lin Xiu, before Lin Xiu took any substantial action, the system prompt sounded in her ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Closing square bracket. Source of luck. Seleucus Euphicletus. Blank initial ability grid +1, the current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 14. Closing square bracket. Sai Lu is the second girl who has met the capture conditions without having any actual relationship with Lin Xiu. However, unlike Busujima Seiko simply liked Lin Xiu, but unfortunately, she chose to treat Lin Xiu as a belief. Love, security, and satisfaction. After getting Lin Xiu's promise and having close contact with Lin Xiu, Li Yan's whole body was filled with this warm and numb feeling. Immersed in the kiss with Lin Xiu, Sai Lu's body was madly secreting various hormones, and his body temperature rose slightly by a few degrees, entering the most suitable state for breeding offspring. Before Lin Xiu could take the initiative, Seryu's perfectly shaped white silk feet were wrapped around Lin Xiu's waist. Sitting on the bed, Lin Xiu held Sai Lu's white silk feet and hugged her from behind. As the symbiote merged with her, the orange-haired girl's mouth began to ooze with saliva, and her eyes couldn't stop rolling up. However, even so, Seryu still took the initiative to kiss Lin Xiu from behind. Thank you, Master Lin Xiu. The orange-haired beauty's spiritual eyes were filled with autumn water, and 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. These are tears of emotion. She gained the qualification to stay with Lin Xiu, to continue to help the people, and to continue to enforce justice. Under Lin Xiu's transformation, an iron rule has been engraved in Sai Lu's heart. That is, Lin Xiu, justice itself. Although this iron rule is quite twisted, it is undoubtedly much better than Seleucid's previous, the empire is justice, and I am justice. At least, Lin Xiu is nominally, for the people. In a sense, this is similar to religion. Death. With the blessing of this kind of faith that is comparable to religion, even the girl's first pain, Seryu still endured it. This little bit of pain was not enough to break her will. Compared to whether she was feeling uncomfortable, Xionglu was more concerned about whether Lin Xiu was comfortable or not. Stroking the girl's long orange hair, Lin Xiu planned to say something to distract the girl so that she wouldn't have only painful memories of tonight. Saiyu, today I will teach you some knowledge about biology and mechanics. You should have read the plan I gave you and know that your master intends to transform you into a machine, right? Placing a machine into the human body will shorten lifespan, even with special medication to suppress rejection. In my opinion, choosing this approach just to become stronger in a short period of time is the most foolish behavior. Although Lin Xiu has a lot of XP, he doesn't like the type of body modification that goes deep into the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood technology in Akame/'s world is too bloody and disgusting. The close-fitting, external armor seen in the world really boosts Lin Xiu's XP. The close-fitting mecha is so captivating, Lin Xiu even has the urge to have the girls in the world wear mecha all the time. Such beautiful and gorgeous mechas should be put to good use. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, Seilu, who had almost rolled his eyes, came back to his senses a little. Master Lin Xiu, I just really want to become stronger as quickly as possible. Becoming stronger. Indeed, you didn't have many choices back then. But now, since you're with me, you don't have to think about using such harmful methods anymore. Here, suck this up. As he spoke, Lin Xiu took out an exquisite, unconventional chess piece. Yes, thank you, Master Lin Xiu. Because of her trust in Lin Xiu, even though she didn't know what it was, she chose to absorb it without hesitation. With the infusion of blood-colored energy, Seilu's aura increased dramatically. Her situation is the same as Main's. The weaker the Imperial weapon user is, the more advantages they will gain after using the chess piece. Feeling the powerful force in her body and looking at her skin which was smoother than before, Seilu hugged Lin Xiu again and gave her a girlish kiss. While kissing, tears of excitement flowed from the corners of Shanglu's eyes. Master Lin Xiu, thank you for granting me strength. I, Seilu, will always follow you and pursue justice with you. Hearing the word, pursuit of justice, Lin Xiu frowned. Holding the orange-haired beauty whose skin was much whiter than before, Lin Xiu asked. Han Lu, what do you think justice is? Justice, isn't it about eliminating evil? Seilu's thoughts were still naive. You're right, justice should eliminate evil. However, as long as people exist, evil will exist. Justice should do more than just eliminate evil. In my opinion, people who are just should transform the social environment to make more people feel happy and secure. Because there are always some people whose nature is prone to losing control and committing evil. This is determined by genes and hormones and cannot be changed. What we can do is educate those whose evil has yet to erupt, so that they can live in a peaceful environment where they will never encounter an outbreak. As more and more extreme and evil events occur in society, we must not only stop the evildoers, but also improve the social environment that allows people to become increasingly extreme. Seiyu, do you think I'm right? Lin Xiu's words shocked Seilu greatly. It took a while for Shanglu to understand what Lin Xiu meant. Lord Lin Xiu, Seilu is willing to follow you forever and fight for people's happy life. Seilu looked at Lin Xiu affectionately with tears in his eyes. Originally, Lin Xiu's position in her heart had already surpassed Oka. Now, after receiving the new sense of justice from Lin Xiu, Seilu has opened the door to a new world. Seilu firmly believed that as long as he could stay by Lin Xiu's side and help Lin Xiu implement his policies, the entire country would surely be able to move towards a brighter future. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the goal of the previous life, to correct the paranoid Seilu purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, blood infusion. Blood infusion method. A special infusion method that uses body fluids as a medium to infuse one's own blood into other people's bodies, helping them improve their qualifications and life forms. Note. For creatures whose life level is raised by blood infusion, the life level limit will be one level lower than that of the original creature. After reading the system's description of the blood perfusion method, Lin Xiu decided to conduct the experiment on the spot. Seiyu, I have a method that can make you stronger. I wonder if you are interested in exploring it with me. If it's Lord Lin Xiu, then, no matter what you do to me, I don't mind. Seilu said softly. Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled with satisfaction, lifted the girl's smooth chin, and simultaneously performed blood infusion from her mouth and below. Time passes. Even though Seilu was exhausted, he continued to cooperate with Lin Xiu in blood transfusion with his willpower. She could feel that what Lin Xiu said was true. As she came into contact with Lin Xiu, her life form had indeed evolved. Seeing the twisted justice girl transform into his shape and regard him as her leader and god, a huge sense of satisfaction surged in Lin Xiu's heart. After a night of blood transfusion, Seilu's body was weak and he passed out with his eyes rolled back. However, even in his sleepy state, Seilu still hugged Lin Xiu. A pair of white silk legs were just like that, clamped around Lin Xiu. At the toes, because of excessive force, the girl's thick white stockings have become thin, and the pink flesh color can be seen. Just as Seilu had sensed, her life state had evolved due to the repeated infusion of blood. Even if her toes exerted only ordinary force, it was enough to penetrate the paper. At the same time, in the city, General Bud is on patrol. Soon, he patrolled to the Emperor's daughter's bedroom. Stopping in front of the Emperor's daughter's bedroom, Bud stayed there for a long time. Finally, remembering the instructions of the late Emperor and Lin Xiu's performance, Bud finally made up his mind and took a firm step towards the Emperor's daughter's bedroom. On the throne, the Emperor girl lifted up her feet, placed her jade feet in white socks on the table, picked up the fruit from the fruit plate, and put it into her mouth. She saw Bud with an unfriendly expression. Hey, General Bud, why are you in my bedroom? Is there something wrong? The Emperor girl smiled awkwardly and quickly put down her unruly feet. Bud looked at the Emperor girl helplessly. Indeed, the country should not be handed over to women. However, all of the late emperor's descendants died in the battle for the throne, leaving only the little princess supported by the ministers. The difference between legitimate and illegitimate children is greater than the difference between men and women, so only Princess Huang Nina can be the new emperor. Although Bud was dissatisfied with Fernina's accession to the throne, since she had already ascended the throne, Bud had no choice but to treat her as the emperor. So, Bud knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I do have something to report." Although he felt that the Emperor girl could not govern the country well, this did not prevent him from declaring his loyalty to the Emperor girl. "Is there something wrong? If you have something, just tell me." The Emperor girl sat upright, looking very serious. "What I wish to report is Your Majesty's marriage. This year, His Majesty the Emperor will be 14 years old. According to the rules of His Majesty the First Emperor, after the Emperor reaches the age of 14, he should marry the Regent, another name for the consort of a female emperor, similar to the Empress, but with much more power than the Empress. I wonder if His Majesty the Emperor has a suitable candidate for Regent in mind." Bud asked in a deep voice. You want me to choose someone? The point is, it's not like anyone I choose can be my Regent." Funina scratched her head in distress. Generally speaking, the Emperor's marriage would be arranged by the previous Emperor when he was a child. But the young Emperor was too young to succeed him, and her parents died before she could take the throne, so no one was designated for her. In this case, several forces usually work together to nominate candidates. These forces are the royal family, the generals' families who have protected the empire for generations, and contemporary ministers. Your Majesty is right. You can only choose what you want from a few candidates, but you cannot choose what you want from the entire empire. However, hearing what Your Majesty said, could it be that Your Majesty already has someone you like? Bud asked again. The one you're attracted to. A vague image reappeared in the Emperor girl's mind. She discovered that although the face of her ideal lover was not clear, his figure and temperament were very similar to Governor Lin Xiu. Could it be that, after realizing that she might want Governor Lin Xiu to be her regent, a layer of tempting pink appeared at the base of Fu Ningni's ears? The next second, the Imperial girl hurriedly shook her aqua-blue curly hair, throwing those thoughts out of her mind. Bud saw that she seemed to have someone in her heart, and a smile appeared on her marble face. He had seen from the beginning that Lin Xiu was the type who would be very popular with the opposite S**X. That's why he specifically asked Lin Xiu to fight with him in front of His Majesty the Emperor. The purpose is to attract the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. Now it seems that Lin Xiu's ability is even stronger than he imagined, not only in physics, but also in domestic affairs. Chapter 88. Esdeath. I Want a Companion, Part 4. The picture shows Emperor Funina. Well, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty has someone you like, please let me know who Your Majesty likes. After review by the senior officials, if that person is indeed qualified, the senior officials will nominate that person together with the royal family to serve as the Regent Emperor. If this is not feasible, I will directly nominate Lin Xiu. This is Bud's amazing wisdom. The Emperor can't. Then wouldn't it be enough to just pick a suitable Empress Regent Emperor? The world line changed, and the Emperor turned into a beautiful girl like Funina. Therefore, Bud's thought process has changed a bit and is very different from the original plot. Quote. Quote. Fernina hesitated to speak, and after a long while she spoke timidly. General Bud, I think it would be better to let the minister decide on this matter. Bud was speechless. The Emperor's marriage is decided by the ministers. Then who is the Emperor? After thinking about it, Bud sighed and knelt heavily on the ground. Your Majesty, according to the rules, the Imperial General, the Imperial family, and the Imperial ministers all have the power to nominate. As long as Your Majesty tells me who you like, I will join forces with the royal family to submit a petition. Bud hoped to give the little Emperor some courage. However, the little Emperor was still hesitant. Bud, you're right. As long as the general and the royal family nominate, the regent can be decided. However, the Emperor's decree can completely disregard this rule. The Ministers 22 contains the late Emperor's imperial edict. Seeing that the little Emperor was still hesitant, Bud had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. Then, Your Majesty, could you please tell me what qualities you are looking for in a partner? I will find someone who meets your requirements for you. Fernina was not interested in Bud's proposal at first, but she suddenly remembered something and stood up abruptly. Okay, let's do it. This way, we can test the minister's thoughts first. Finina regarded the specific conditions for a spouse as a means of testing the minister. As long as she specifies the conditions in detail, the minister should be able to see what she is thinking. If the minister didn't express any opinion after she put forward the conditions, then she could let Bud nominate. Fernina discovered that she was really a genius. Half an hour later, under Bud's guidance and the Emperor girl's spontaneous thinking, a detailed list of conditions for choosing a spouse was produced. First, he has an extraordinary appearance and a gentle character. Second, not yet married. Third, I hope to have the ability to handle various events in the inner and outer courts, be able to manage the palace well, and help the Emperor handle government affairs. Fourth, If possible, I hope to have a certain level of military power, preferably no lower than the general level, and even better still, the general level. Fifth, one must have a pure heart, love one's partner, serve the country and the people, and be loyal to the emperor and the nation. Sixth. Bud accepted the mate selection conditions proposed by the emperor girl. At first glance, Governor Lin Xiu perfectly meets Your Majesty's requirements. However, for some reason, Your Majesty has never shown any concern for Governor Lin Xiu in terms of gender. I can only assume that Your Majesty hasn't yet grasped the importance of relationships. Otherwise, a normal woman would surely be drawn to a powerful and handsome young man like Governor Lin Xiu. Bud looked at the moon in the sky. Come to think of it, I haven't asked Governor Lin Xiu whether he is married or not. No, it doesn't matter if you're married. What I need is not a perfect marriage partner. I need someone I can recommend. Once Lin Xiu is recommended by me, he will definitely not become a minister. Bud's resolute face, like a marble sculpture, rarely showed a smile. With the minister's eyes and ears in the palace, I believe he will soon know that I have come to see Your Majesty. I just don't know how he plans to break the deadlock. The other side, outside the imperial capital, in the military camp. Another great general of the empire, Esdeath, officially announced his return. In the general's tent, Esdeath wore a white military cap and a German military uniform, with the buttons on her chest open, revealing the mark engraved with Imperial weapon, the essence of devil. Beneath the graceful curve of her chest is a slender and powerful waist. Looking down the short skirt connected to the top, a pair of white over-the-knee socks and high-heeled boots come into view. Sitting on the general's seat, Esdeath crossed her legs with her white silk stockings on, naturally exuding a wild queen temperament. Before entering the imperial capital, Esdeath received a letter from the minister. He's already assigned me work before the celebration banquet. It seems this new governor has put so much pressure on me that I can't breathe. After reading the letter, Esdeath's red lips curled up slightly. At the age of 17, he possesses military-level strength. He defeated Bud, and he was blessed by the Imperial Guard's cloud energy. When did such a figure emerge in the Empire? That old fellow, Bud, may not be as strong as me, but he's still a true general. How could he be defeated so easily? Whether it's true or not, I'll know after I see him in person. All soldiers, listen up. Move out immediately. Enter the city. Esdeath, the invincible ice queen in the world of Akame killer. Her powerful strength and invincible record have made her develop a queen-like personality. Today, a master of her generation has appeared in the empire. Even without the minister's help, she would go to Yuhui in person. Imperial capital. The soldiers were enjoying a celebratory banquet hosted by the empire outside the city. General Esdeath, the commander-in-chief, entered the palace alone to meet the emperor. On the throne, the emperor and the young girl sat upright, looking very happy. General Esdeath, you have made great contributions in this campaign against the northern tribes. I offer a bounty of 200,000 taels to reward General Esdeath for his military exploits. The emperor's daughter is rich now, and she is even more generous than in the original plot, doubling the amount from 100,000 taels to 200,000 taels. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Esdeath knelt on one knee, clasped her hands together, and held a white military banner across her chest. I will distribute Your Majesty's rewards to the soldiers and tell them that this is Your Majesty's reward for their bravery in battle. Esdeath actually shares her rewards with the soldiers. She really cares about her soldiers, the emperor girl couldn't help but praise. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. I simply wish to ensure that my subordinates receive the rewards they deserve. The richer the reward, the more courageous they will be in battle. Because they know that the Empire and His Majesty will not treat those who fight so bravely unfairly. Alright, since General Esdeath cares so much about the soldiers, then these 200,000 taels of gold will be given directly to the soldiers as an additional reward. General Esdeath, the gold just given doesn't count. Think about what reward you need. Quote. I want a lover. Esdeath said softly. Lover. The emperor, the young lady, and the minister tilted their heads at the same time, and Yinshin almost dropped the meat in his hand in shock. Yes, I want a lover. However, I felt that one should find their own lover, so I did not bring it up with Your Majesty, Esdeath explained. My dear, General Esdeath has reached this age. Quote. The emperor girl touched her chin and her eyes lit up. In that case, what does General Esdeath think of Minister Ernest? Although the minister is already old, he is still full of energy and never slacks off in his service to the country. As the head of the civil service, he has made the empire flourish. The emperor girl also attributed some of Lin Xiu's achievements to the minister. Minister. Esdeath gave the minister a subtle look. Your Majesty, please allow me to speak frankly. My health is worrying. Besides, I cannot accept a minister of your type. The minister is not suitable. Then how about the minister's son Zyla? I heard that he will be returning to the imperial capital soon. He is also a very outstanding young man. Funina proposed another candidate who looked bad no matter how you looked at it. The minister's son. Esdeath chuckled. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I heard that the minister's son had his face tattooed when he was young because he broke the law. I don't like men with strange things on their faces. Besides, I don't think the minister's son has the potential to become a great general in the future. Even such an excellent minister and Sheila can't do it. Then, how about General Esdeath make her own request, and then I will hold a national audition. The Emperor girl said helplessly, holding her forehead. No, thanks. If possible, Your Majesty, please help me meet with Governor Lin Xiu. Whether as a member of the opposite S*X or as a general of the Empire, Minister 877 is extremely interested in Governor Lin Xiu. As soon as Esdeath said this, the court fell silent. Ha, General Esdeath, what did you say? This time, the Emperor girl's reaction was different from before. She jumped up directly from the throne. I hope Your Majesty can introduce me to Governor Lin Xiu. Because, I believe that as a man, you must be able to control your woman. At the very least, you must not be weaker than your woman. Originally, I thought such a person did not exist, and I planned to personally train an obedient partner. But now, it seems that there is no need for this. No, no way. General Esdeath, Governor Lin Xiu is not suitable. You should find someone else. The Emperor girl's tone became colder. Why not? Your Majesty, I believe that with the union of two great generals, the genes of the next generation will definitely be excellent. Your Majesty, in a dozen years, you may even witness the birth of the Empire's fourth great general. Esdeath's thinking is closer to that of a female than a woman. Why not? The Imperial girl rolled her lively eyes. Because I need you. General Esdeath and Governor Lin Xiu are both top talents in the Empire with the status and strength of generals. If you get married, one of you will inevitably enter the family, and the entire Empire will suffer the loss. The Empire and I cannot do without any one of you. Funina's reasons were good. It's a pity that Esdeath is not an ordinary person. Your Majesty, I am confident that I can take care of both my family and my career. Furthermore, I believe in fair love. It doesn't necessarily mean one party must be the head of the family, and the other party must take care of the family at home. So, Your Majesty, please introduce me first. No, I thought about it and still feel it's not possible. The Emperor girl rejected Esdeath again. Governor Lin Xiu has absolutely no time right now. Not only does he have to deal with government affairs, he's also responsible for the Empire's security and the war against Fusong. If we get married now, it will interfere with Governor Lin Xiu's administration and military operations. It will not benefit the Empire. Finina's words revealed her underlying logic that she felt Lin Xiu was more important than Esdeath. Chapter 89. Esdeath's Special Reward Method Part 1. Esdeath hesitated for a few seconds. Since this is the case, I am willing to share your worries. I heard that Governor Lin Xiu has been too busy with government affairs recently to clear out the gang of thieves who attacked at night. I am willing to lead my subordinates to relieve Your Majesty's worries and help Governor Lin Xiu share some of his work. Quote. The Emperor girl pondered for a long time. The frequency of night raids decreased significantly due to the deterrence and governance of Governor Lin Xiu, but the night raids themselves were not eradicated. Your Majesty, General Esdeath's concerns are justified. The minister said. Why can't Governor Lin Xiu attend the daily Umrah and can only attend the 3-day Umrah? Isn't it because he's so busy with government affairs? Since Governor Lin Xiu is too busy with government affairs to handle the night raid, we should help him resolve the problem fundamentally. As soon as the minister said this, Funina immediately nodded in agreement. The minister and General Esdeath were right, she had to lighten Lin Xiu's burden. 10 minutes later, Esdeath received a new assignment. General Esdeath, I order you to form a force of Imperial artifact users to combat the night raids threatening the Imperial capital. The specific personnel will be drawn from Imperial artifact users nationwide. This night raid must be eradicated from the sight of Governor Lin Xiu and me. After announcing the appointment, the Emperor happily prepared to return to his bedroom. Oh, I almost forgot. General Esdeath, please come to my chambers later. I want to discuss with you face to face some questions regarding your choice of lover. Minister. The minister had not expected that the little emperor, who was always short-lived in his enthusiasm, would be so interested in Esdeath's love life. Adding to the conditions His Majesty proposed earlier for the throne, could it be that His Majesty has also reached the age of sexual desire? This is perfect. I can find out what type of opposite S*X His Majesty is interested in, and then use the type His Majesty likes to corrupt her. The late emperor did not designate a marriage, so I, your ministers, have done it for him. The minister believed that once the Empress Regent was chosen from his side, everything would be fine. In the bedroom, the Emperor girl took off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and looked at Esdeath under the bed with interest. Come, give Lord Esdeath a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Esdeath stood up and sat on the stool brought by the maid. Esdeath lifted her long white silk legs and crossed them very rudely. General Esdeath, what do you think about holding a nationwide audition to select your lover? Finina put forward a new proposal. No, there's no need for national auditions. Esdeath shook her head. If possible, Your Majesty, please introduce me to Governor Lin Xiu. Esdeath reiterated her request. Emperor girl. She had never imagined that even after she had changed the venue for the private conversation between the monarch and his subjects, Esdeath still wouldn't give up. Seeing that this trick didn't work, the little emperor decided to try another one. The Emperor girl stood up from the cross-legged sitting position, supporting her head with one hand and hanging one leg on the edge of the bed, looking lazy and comfortable. General Esdeath, I'll be frank with you. Governor Lin Xiu has a heavy responsibility, and no one can replace him. General Esdeath is also unrivaled in the world, and invincible in foreign wars. B. The Imperial Governor and the Imperial General, those who hold these two positions, even if they are pretending, cannot be too close in front of me. Let me be frank. Unless one of you resigns from your position, I cannot possibly agree to your request, General Esdeath. General Esdeath, are you willing to give up your position as Grand General for your own sake? The Emperor girl knew very well that Esdeath would never give up the position of general. It was precisely because she knew this that she said this on purpose. If you don't want to, General Esdeath, please stop talking about your wild dreams of falling in love with Governor Lin Xiu. That's right. I heard General Esdeath and Minister Ernest were planning a separate banquet later. Let's cancel it. Imperial ministers and generals shouldn't have close personal relationships. General Esdeath, now you should understand that I'm not targeting your love affair alone, right? Quote. Esdeath was stunned. There is indeed something different about Her Majesty Funina. She could sense that the little emperor wanted her to give up Lin Xiu. However, she did not expect that the young emperor would use his imperial power to suppress her. Furthermore, in order to prevent her from developing a relationship with Lin Xiu, the young emperor actually had the audacity to question the minister's close cooperation with her. The little emperor in the past simply ignored all of this. However, Esdeath did not refute the little emperor's opinion, but smiled happily instead. Your Majesty is right. I almost forgot that it's not appropriate for a minister to have close contact with the general. I was inconsiderate this time. I beg your Majesty to forgive me. Esdeath stood up, knelt on one knee, and apologized to the little emperor. Interesting. It's really interesting that the little emperor has changed so much. Of course, she could see that the little emperor was not angry. He just wanted to cut off her idea of becoming a lover with Lin Xiu. In other words, His Majesty the Emperor himself is moved. Witnessing such an interesting scene, Esdeath couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Seeing that Esdeath had surrendered, the Emperor girl had no intention of pursuing the matter further. After all, it is natural for a girl to want to find someone who is equal to herself. We can only blame General Esdeath for being too strong, leaving her contemporaries far behind. Well, as long as my dear Esdeath knows. But don't worry, I still trust General Esdeath, but there are some things that need to be avoided. The Emperor girl nodded with satisfaction. Some more things were discussed. For example, who will be promoted this time? Have any new talents been discovered recently? The silver mine will soon be able to produce money, and General Esdeath's next expedition time can be shortened a lot. During this time, Esdeath's surprise never ceased. Normally, the little emperor would never talk about these topics with her. Usually, only ministers would sleep with her about these topics. In other words, the little emperor has actually started to take an interest in political affairs. After realizing that the young emperor had begun to take an interest in political affairs, Esdeath had no intention of informing the ministers of this. As a vampire spectator, Esdeath really wanted to see what the political situation would become after the emperor underwent this change. If the emperor could completely rely on me, I could just support the emperor and not the ministers. Anyway, I just need a stable base to support my foreign campaigns. Of course, the best way to prepare it is to use the minister's basket. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I firmly stand on the minister's side, it won't be long before I can face off against General Bud or Governor Lin Xiu. Although it was satisfying to slaughter foreigners, it was still true that opponents of the same level could arouse her fighting spirit more. Finally, the little emperor asked Esdeath a question that she thought was the most important. General Esdeath, if you have someone you like and want to repay and reward them, what would you do? The emperor girl took out a small notebook and looked at Esdeath very seriously. Esdeath was speechless. Sure enough, the little emperor was pretending to be full of authority, and he was still a little girl at heart. However, although he was speechless, Esdeath gave his own answer. Quote. Reward and reward for lovers. Quote. If I were to do that, would I step on him? In Esdeath's mind, stepping on her lover is equal to flirting, equal to reward in return. Step on him. What do you mean? Fernina tilted her head. You mean stepping on it with your feet. But you have to give him some autonomy. You can let him choose whether to step on it with shoes or without shoes, with socks or without socks. Esdeath's slender fingers, painted with light blue nail polish, were slightly closed together, and her expression was extremely sad. Step on him. Will the man be happy if I do that? The emperor girl looked embarrassed. Of course, Fang would be happy to be stepped on by an attractive woman. Esdeath replied as a matter of course. This incident can also serve as disproven evidence. If a man is happy after being stepped on by a woman, it means that the woman is very attractive. Esdeath also provided disproven evidence for her theory. I see. The emperor girl nodded, not quite understanding, and took notes very seriously. After having an in-depth discussion with the emperor girl about how to reward the person she loves, Esdeath walked out of the palace in a very good mood. In compliance with the emperor's daughter's decree, Esdeath did not meet with the minister. However, the minister still gave Esdeath instructions. Kill former minister Tiao Li, who is on his way to the imperial capital. Do not allow him to join Governor Lin Xiu, Minister Ernest. Ha ha ha. Looking at the minister's private letter, Wang Zhao Esdeath smiled happily. Even the ministers are beginning to fear Governor Lin Xiu's power. He actually managed to force the minister into this state in such a short time. Governor Lin Xiu is truly capable. He is worthy of being the man I have my eyes on. Let me see, which method is worse, yours or mine? Leva, Esdeath called out her lieutenant's name. Yes. Outside the tent, a middle-aged man with a peculiarly shaped beard walked into the tent and saluted Esdeath respectfully. Leva, I have a mission for you. General Esdeath, please give your orders. According to reliable intelligence, former Minister Yori will return to the Imperial capital soon. Before Minister Tiali returns, you must first attack the civil officials who are under the protection of General Bud. Disguise your attack as a night raid and distribute leaflets extensively. In this case, Night Raid will definitely send personnel to protect the former minister who is heading to the Imperial capital. Then we can wipe out Yi Shi and the former minister at once. Then, we can pin the blame for killing the former minister on Yi Shi. Understood. We 3 beast warriors will definitely carry out the will of General Esdeath. Reva replied loudly. No, it's not just you 3 beastmen. Esdeath lightly lowered her military cap, a pleasant smile on her face. I will personally lead this operation. The 3 of you beastmen will be incorporated into the Hunters, and hunt with me.